Chapter 1 Brush to Capitalist Bankruptcy. This article is also called PK Wild Brush 300 million. This list a trenchless, all the gold master dad notice, pre-to-live reward based, but not pure reward article. The back of the daily accounted for half. Brain sacrifice to heaven. Happy without bounds. Go you. In mid-air, Cao Yang's eyes widened. He looked at the cell phone that was in parabolic motion just like himself, wanting to reach out and grab it. It was already too late. What to do? The cell phone has not been deleted. Finished. His image completely to be ruined. Forget it. A beggar. The shape of the image is not estimated that no one is concerned about it. I don't know who will give myself a corpse. Right. If you really die like this, who will collect the body for yourself? A second of soul torture before death. Cao Yang silent. It seems like there's no one. The moment he realized this, his heart was like a knife. This life is really a horse is considered to be living in vain. So many soft tender lowly, sexy imperial sister, style young woman, twin sister flower, and his own have not a dime relationship. The life is not as good as a dog. This is also a relief. Goodbye. Never again. Miserable life. Bang. After a muffled sound, Cao Yang's eyes went black and he completely lost consciousness. But a mechanical voice seemed to be ringing in the background. Ding. Suitable host detected. System bound. Drip drip drip. Alarm. Host has lost life characteristics. System automatic repair function is on. Drip drip drip. The body is severely broken and cannot be repaired. System emergency plan triggered. Rebirth initiated. Ding. The host's rebirth has been completed. Groove. Dog day dump truck. Can you run a red light just because you have a background? As if he had a nightmare, Cao Yang snapped his eyes open and greedily breathed in the air. Seeing clearly the environment he was in, he froze. The old house filled with traces of age. The furniture full of history. The yellowed walls were peeling. Everything was so familiar. Under the buttocks is a hard hiccups of wooden chairs. In front of the dilapidated writing table, placed an old smartphone. A second-hand laptop and a sultry anchorwoman is scratching her head. Next to the laptop was a brand new college acceptance letter. This scene immediately evoked the deepest memories in Cao Yang's heart. After getting the letter of acceptance from the Magic City University, he went to the second-hand market to get a laptop as a reward for himself. This laptop, although it is a second-hand cheap goods, but it is really a leak. The configuration is quite excellent. No matter playing games, watching movies, watching live broadcasts are no problem at all. Originally he was mainly used to play games, but in order to improve his gaming skills, he downloaded Flying Fish Live. After the game god's live broadcast tired of watching, he casually strolled around the platform. But it is this stroll, broke into the live room of the Star Show channel miss. And since then the hobby has been brought to the wrong side. These days, did not fish the bottle of miss? You do not know how much women can be Thai. Similarly, if you haven't seen the live broadcast of Miss Sister, you don't know how wavy a woman can be. 18-year-old Cao Yang was instantly attracted, and profoundly realized the saying, once into the live broadcast deep like the sea. From now on, modesty is a passerby. Staring blankly at everything in front of him, Cao Yang suddenly couldn't help but smile. Reborn. He was really reborn. Thief God, I love you. No, this all seems to be the credit of the system. Showdown. System, you are my favorite in this life. As soon as the thought came together, a light blue light screen suddenly appeared in front of Cao Yang's eyes. Cao Yang, who was also a senior netizen in his previous life, did not panic at all at this moment, but instead was filled with excitement. It's here. It's here. The hangman's life, it's here. Basic information. System level, level 1. Host, Cao Yang. Age, 18 years old. Height, 182. Weight, 74. Basic attributes. Note, percentage system. Normal people pass line 60. Attributes can be upgraded later. Intelligence, 80. Charm, 72. Physical fitness, 70. Endurance, 69. Personal wealth, 1586. $95. Newbie gift pack, to be opened. Looking at the easy-to-understand system panel, Cao Yang couldn't help but secretly nod his head. All aspects of the attributes exceeded the passing line. Not bad. The only thing that depressed him was what happened to the stamina. It was actually so low. In his last life, he didn't fail to try. Definitely a long-lasting man. So low. Could it be because this life is still a novice? But when he saw the note above, he was relieved. Attributes can still be improved. That's stable. Brother Unity. Brother Unity, are you there? Cao Yang couldn't help but call out excitedly in his heart. System, I'm here. Super God, how 3rd generation brand new network pure lay 4G version. At your service. Ding. Detected that the host has not yet opened the newbie gift pack. Please open it now. What? The system can still OTA? Cao Yang was really shocked by the power of the system, and after a long time, he forced down his agitated feelings and said, Open. Ding. the newbie package is open. Congratulations to the host to get 500 million bounty. Just after the tone, the system panel had an additional column. Reward money, 500,000,000. After consuming the system, it can be upgraded to level 2. Seeing the vast amount of zeros, Cao Yang realized that his eyes were almost not enough. A 10, 100, a million, brother, dad, master, righteous father, the whole 500 million. The joy beams on the number in the previous life have not seen so much. Such a big number can only be touched when you go to the grave. Still have to be you ah. Brother unity, atmosphere. In an instant, Cao Yang was thrilled, but in less than 2 seconds his brows furrowed. No, brother Tong, this doesn't seem to be money either. What does bounty money mean? Bounty money is a virtual currency used for network consumption. It can't be withdrawn. It can't be cashed out in any form. It can only be used for live streaming consumption, game recharging, novel rewarding and other network consumption. The host for the comprehensive score of 80 points of the target consumption can double cashback. The target favorability enhancement host can also be rewarded. The source of funds for cashback is reasonable and legal, all from the stock market, futures, funds and other fields. For every cashback the host receives, the property of the capitalist across the ocean shrinks by 1 point. Hearing this from the system, Cao Yang couldn't tense up. Loved it. Love. Give the goddess who reaches the standard consumption can be cashback, or double. The key thing is that getting cashback for yourself will also reduce the wealth of the capitalists across the ocean. If you say so, then you're welcome. Labor can return to, let the capitalist bankrupt walk on the rooftop. Awesome. This life is not developed or sorry to hang life. Just as Cao Yang was immersed in the excitement, the second-hand laptop, the female anchor whined fast overflowing water of a voice. Will be a shock to him. Welcome me, crazy daddy. Crazy daddy good afternoon duck. Cao Yang gazed at it. Good lord. The sentiment was that a Duke Big Brother had walked into the live broadcast room. The Duke, a noble title, requires 15,000 just to open. No wonder the female anchor is so enthusiastic. The Big Brother named Madman also did not live up to the anchorwoman too whiny dad. Without saying a word on the brush out of the 3 confession fireworks. A confession fireworks 520 yuan soft sister coins. 3 is 1,560 yuan. This Nima, the 2 voices of the father is simply encrusted with gold like. Thanks to my crazy dad. Love you yo. Wahahaha. At once, Big Brother threw out 2 more firework confessions. In less than a minute, the little wildcat received a whopping 2,006 gifts. At this moment, not only little wildcat, even the aquatic friends in the live broadcast room were not calm. Boss, you confused ah. Have this money big healthcare it does not smell. What do you know upstairs? The anchor is now sucking money. In a few days it should suck. Hey, got it. Understood +1. Got it +2. Cao Yang, who had seen 10 more years, couldn't help but chuckle and couldn't help but hit a pop-up as well. Got it +10,086. However, just after sending out the pop-up, Cao Yang's face couldn't help but suddenly change. You have been banned by the anchor for 3 months. He just followed the wind and typed a pop-up. And he was banned? And for 3 months? Chapter 2 Goddess Sister. You guys brush even if you have money. If you don't have money, don't beep so much. The characteristic pop-ups that belonged exclusively to Duke Noble users were divided into conspicuous ones in the live broadcast room. Crazy dad, don't pay attention to them, they are just black fans looking for existence. I've already banned him. Looking at Big Brother's pop-ups, little wildcat, who had banned Cao Yang for 3 months, said petulantly, it's not an anchor, just teasing. It's not as bad as banning someone. Upon hearing this, a water user named Floating Dreams flew a pop-up screen. The previous pop-up that said the anchor should be teasing in a few days was also sent by him. And looking at the fact that others were banned for just following along and chiming in, he was instantly offended. This floating life brother, just now what is going on you do not count. I did not ban you. How to get it cheap still sell good. Looking at Floating Life's pop-ups, little wildcat was impatient. After a moment and did not think, your first time to my live room. You do not know. Recently the black powder is particularly high. This level 1 of the small white number, at first glance is the black powder. I'm killing a warning, to prevent a disaster. People didn't say anything, right? How do you conclude that people are black powder? Obviously, it's an uncouth licking Big Brother, but also said so righteously. So you didn't ban me, I still have to be grateful to you? The little wildcat's strange theory, really makes Floating Life feel a burst of nausea. Couldn't help but hit a pop-up screen again. However, when the little wildcat saw this pop up, she didn't pay any attention to him, but instead frowned, instantly revealing a look of pity. Crazy dad, look at him duck. What did people do wrong, targeting them so much? At Floating Life like a dream, don't bring up the tempo, or else you'll be banned as well. I'm messing with the tempo? What? That you do not obey? Ah, okay, then you on the list. We touch. Pennies do not brush still bull asterisk 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 really much. Nothing. Floating life like a dream looked at the pop-up screen could not help but stare wide-eyed. The heart of the anger miso straight up. Pressure cannot be suppressed. There are strange anchors. There are strange big brothers. Hatred on the internet always comes unexpectedly and inexplicably, but really very angry. Mud horse, can brush terrific ah, can brush can bully people? In an instant, floating life like a dream sat up straight. Hands on the keyboard crackling would like to play a greetings to each other's whole family of small essays, but just typed a few words on the stop. His heart was cold. What's the point of this? I'm afraid it will only result in the other party banning and greater humiliation. It's really amazing to be able to brush, whether it's in reality or on air. Money is the master. Even if he was very angry, he had to admit this. Originally was to run a tart figure a happy. Did not expect to encounter this kind of disgusting people. Really ing bad luck. Mwah. Thank you crazy dad. This is too manly blah. At this moment, the little wildcat did not hide the licking big brother's mouth, fawning and smiling. For what just happened? She did not have any heartburden at all. This player title called Floating Life is just a ranger, or extinguished, at most, a dime party. 100 of him also cannot compare to the list one big brother. The player called Win Like Freedom, who banned himself, is even more worthless. Banned is banned. What can he do? All he had to do was hold on to big brother's thighs, and he'd take off. Crazy dad, want to watch a dance? I'll give you a dance. Let's not watch the dance first. I've charged 50,000 today. I'm going to play PK. I'll win. Crazy dad is awesome. Looking at big brother's pop-ups filled with bravado, little wildcat's gaze instantly lit up and filled with light. Seeing this, floating life, who had planned to leave this live room, froze and stayed instead. Awesome chicken neck. Wish you guys even get a big anchor. Beat the out of you. Although enduring suffocation, did not do too much verbal dispute. Floating life overwhelming heart of anger has not been reduced in the slightest. The heart cannot stop cursing. Looking forward to seeing the other party being beaten up, he was angry in his heart. But even more angry than him was Cao Yang. The bystanders couldn't stand to watch, let alone him, the person in question. However, he was banned by this bastard anchor, so he couldn't get his anger out for a while. In his last life, when he encountered this kind of disgusting thing, he would most likely be the same as this floating life as a dream. After all, by the cruelty of reality has been smoothed out the edges. Although he was once a man of honor, when he first entered society, even the boss was not spoiled, but the boss did not spoil him. The result was that he lost his job. In the constant struggle between work and unemployment, he gradually also had to become mellow, even if he encountered unfair phenomena, but also learned to be like a grandson silently bare. Such a him, they are tired of, do not want to look at the face of the man. He finally resolutely resigned from the seemingly bright and decent job, chose the yellow robe, only, the takeaway ran not yet half a year. It was a dump truck to karma, and then was the system to get 18 years old. In the last life, the grandson had already played enough. In this life, you're still angry? Rebirth with heavenly hangers. The opening is 500 million bounty money. In this life, who the hell do not want to ride on the neck of the capital of, even if it is their own tadpole evolution of the sun, that when the father will have to beat his ass. What? Young and vigorous? What's a young man if he's not? At this moment, hearing that these two dogs and boys are going to fight PK, Cao Yang's mouth couldn't help but show a smile. A winner? If I can still let you win under my eyes, I'll just wipe my ing neck and give the system to my dear readers. Not letting everyone down. The little wildcat who tapped down the random PK was quickly matched with the anchor. The screen of the live broadcast room instantly split in two, and a beautiful woman appeared on the right side. Only, this beautiful anchor woman had her hands on her cheeks, her eyes full of sadness, and she was motionless, seemingly in a daze. Miss, hey, miss, how are we going to play? The little wildcat was quite jealous and looked at the anchor who was even there, not salty, and even asked, oh, sorry, whatever, no one in my family. The beautiful anchor woman reacted from her stupor and said with a faint smile, although she was smiling, that smile was full of bleak colors, as if she had encountered some sadness that did not pass. At this moment, this beautiful anchor woman, even though her demeanor looked a bit chipper, but even so, her super high face value still instantly turned the small wildcat in the same frame into slag. Her appearance so that the audience in the live broadcast room, eyes cannot help but light up. Cao Yang's heart, on the other hand, jumped violently, doubly surprised and stared wide-eyed. Never thought, just reborn, actually in the great network, met to recognize people. Although he hadn't officially stepped into the university campus yet, the memory of his previous life was intact. This is not older than their own school flower sister. In his last life, although there was no intersection, Cao Yang's impression of her could be described as profound. On the welcome party, the water mist curls, she a white dress finale, like a heavenly maiden, clear and pleasant singing is to make everyone's soul trembling. The first time she appeared, she was regarded as a dream goddess by many freshmen. Before Cao Yang could feel too much emotion, the system's beep in his head abruptly sounded. Ding! Detected a target with a comprehensive score that meets the standard. Host spending bounty money for it will receive double cashback. Target, Song Qingyan. Age, 19 years old. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Face value, 94 points. Body, 89 points. Driver, 0. Favorability, 0. Looking at the light blue light screen in front of him. Information about his schoolmate Song Qingyan, Cao Yang couldn't help but be slightly stunned. As one of the 4 recognized school beauties of Mordor University, Cao Yang wasn't surprised that Song Qingyan's face value and figure could have a super high rating. What made him overjoyed was that the schoolmate's driver was still 0. Doesn't this mean that she is still, as far as he could remember? There had been no end to the gossip about this cold and colorful schoolmate, and Cao Yang, a freshman newcomer, had heard a lot of it, and now it seemed obvious that it was all malicious slander. This discovery put Cao Yang in a great mood. Karma as long as he spends money in his schoolmate's live room, he's both stepped on the opposite side of the dog man and woman, and he'll also get double cashback. In one word, cool. Chapter 3, Duke, getting a line in the sand. Really? No one you still broadcast what broadcast? This is not purely pull down others chicken drop fart. Humph. So what if she's pretty? She's still a scum anchor. The little wildcat heart disdainful slander. Skimmed his mouth, directly closed the wheat, began to canvass, for fear of saying one more sentence to pull down their own grade. Song Qingyan's originally unoccupied live room. All of a sudden there were more than a dozen people, all jumping over from the little wildcat. I go. Anchor this face value this temperament absolute. How before did not find the flying fish and so beautiful anchor, color/JPG. This face value can definitely rank into the top 5 of the flying fish. Color/JPG, color/JPG, color/JPG. Welcome to Qingyan's live room. Welcome everyone. Looking at the dozen or so viewers that suddenly came in, Song Qingyan said with a strong spirit, no anchor, there's really no one in your live room. Floating life like a dream also jumped over. Looking over the audience in the live room, he quickly typed a pop-up and couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Unlike the others who were attracted by the anchor's face value, he was waiting with bated breath for the little wildcat and that doggone lunatic to be beaten down. Originally thought Song Qingyan said no one is just modest. Did not expect to come over to see, is really no one. At the moment, Cao Yang, who came over at the back foot, could not help but be confused by this scene, on the face value, but the school sister is recognized by everyone in the Magic City University, one of the 4 school flowers in terms of talent, the various performances organized by the school. The senior sister is also the existence of the finale from the beginning to the end. This kind of face value has face value. To have talent has talent school flower level goddess. Do anchor, how can be mixed so miserable? No more than that. Not even a single person. Could it be that Flying Fish's viewers are all blind? Cao Yang was really a bit hard to believe. However, now he can't think about it. Seize the time to recharge is the hard reason. After all, PK has already begun. At this moment, the original 50 to 50 PK blood bar suddenly changed. 1040 to 0. On the opposite side, under the wild licking of the little wildcat, Big Brother Crazy sent out 2 more confession fireworks. Song Qingyan's blood bar was directly gone. Thank you Daddy Crazy for the fireworks. Love you yo. Quill. Little Wildcat looked at the fireworks special effects rising from the live broadcast. Her eyes were filled with little stars. Her hands were hastily placed in front of her chest, comparing them to milk hearts. The opposite side is not too powerful. This game is not interesting. Seeing this, the madman smiled proudly and typed a pop-up. This round of PK was stable. Song Qingyan's live broadcast. Floating life like a dream, send out the do card *33. Floating life like a dream, send out the office card *33. Gritting her teeth, she sent 2 sets of 33 office cards in a row, and floating life like a dream managed to pull Song Qingyan's blood bar back by 1 centimeter. As a 10-cent party that took pleasure in running a troll, he had done his best, and after swiping the office card, he crackled and tapped away at keyboard man. Anchor, did you just start broadcasting? I can only help you so much. The opposite side of the firepower so fierce. Hurry to call your big brother. It's not too late. The appearance of the card made Song Qingyan unexpectedly freeze. Thank you for the gift from Brother Fusheng. It's broken. Just after thanking her, she saw another pop-up from Floating Life. She couldn't help but smile ruefully and say, sorry to disappoint you. I don't have a big brother. Lose or lose. You this. Upon hearing this, Floating Life like a dream widened her eyes for a split second. Such a pretty anchor without a big brother? What international joke? After staring at Song Qingyan for a few moments and realizing that she didn't look like she was joking, suddenly his heart was filled with disappointment. For a while, the live broadcast room fell into a weird silence. For 2 whole minutes, PK's blood bar didn't change a bit. Little Wildcat's side didn't continue to replenish the gifts either, except for the last 2 fireworks. But despite this, it was still a crushing trend, seemingly certain that this was enough to take this PK. Alas, floating life like a dream couldn't help but sigh in his heart filled with frustration. I'm afraid that he would have to wait for the next PK if he wanted to see that pair of dogs on the opposite side of the room get their asses kicked, which made his mood not help but be depressed to the extreme. However, right at this moment, the exploding fireworks effects in the cold and clear live room rose violently. Floating life like a dream's heart steeply and furiously jumped, instantly shaken by the sudden fireworks special effect. Wind like freedom, sent out confession fireworks *10. Wind like freedom, sends out confession fireworks *10. The wind is as free as the wind sends out confession fireworks *10. One firework was $520, a group of 10 was $200, and 3 groups was $600. In such a short amount of time, more than $15,000 were swiped. Awesome, awesome, Big Brother is awesome. 6,666. Flying out a pop-up, floating life like a dream almost jumped up in excitement. Reversed, unexpectedly reversed. I told you, there's no reason why such a beautiful anchor wouldn't have support. Looking at the little Wildcat's blood bar, a moment was blown away. Floating life like a dream joyfully laughed out loud. However, the next second, when he saw the mighty and domineering Big Brother ID, the laughter came to an abrupt end. Isn't this the same brother who was just banned by little Wildcat for 3 months? Thinking of something, he was anxious in his heart, let out a bitter smile, and his hands hurriedly crackled on the keyboard again. Wind like freedom, hey, dude, calm down, buddy, I know you've been banned with anger in your heart, but you can't be impulsive. Dude, listen to my brother's advice, be calm, and don't go down the path to the top even if you're angry again. Cao Yang did not even know to open Ennoble first. A breath of brush out of more than 15,000 gifts. As a passerby, floating life as a dream cannot help but to hit the discouragement pop-ups in a row. Live long time he knows, can let the Big Brother's wild brush the reason. Either in the anchor a voice brother lost himself, or because of the fighting spirit overwhelmed the mind. In his opinion, Cao Yang this was clearly the latter. Because of the fighting spirit, he once also on the head at that time more than a month's salary were brushed in. At that time really cool, but the second month to eat noodles. He was in tears. This little tantrum is even more violent than what he brushed at the time. More than 10,000 this impulse next month, the noodles can still eat up? Ding, the host consumption success. Get the system double cashback. Ding, the host's consumption was successful. The system doubled the cashback. Ding, host consumption success. Get system double cashback. After a small test, listening to the system's beeps ringing in his head, Cao Yang was instantly energized. Next, when he was about to show off his skills, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded when he looked at the pop-up screen of floating life. To be fair, his impression of this brother was not bad. Little Wildcat Live. He had spoken up for himself in defense of justice, and now he advised himself not to go on the head brush, which made Cao Yang's heart feel warm. However, he wanted to go off on a tangent. Cao Yang could only silently say in his heart, "Brother, you don't understand. If you don't brush it, you can't. How can you return the cash if you don't brush it? Not only do I have to brush, but I have to brush a lot from now on. Who understands the pain of never losing money? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Cao Yang guffawed and returned a pop-up screen, and then clicked the mouse to the gift bar to officially start brushing. What the hell, Duke? I'll let you have it. Chapter 4, It's over when it's over. What? The opposite side actually began to counterattack. Looking at their own has been crushing the opposite side of the blood strip, directly was beaten out. Instantly small Wildcat could not help but a trance. Could it be that the opposite Big Brother is coming? She hurriedly opened her own trumpet into the opposite live room. However, when she saw the Big Brother who brushed the gift, she incredibly wide-eyed. For a moment, she thought she was blurry-eyed, and after rubbing her eyes and looking a few more times, she finally dared to be sure. This is not the small white number that was just banned by himself. Paralyzed, she thought that the opposite Big Brother had come, but it turned out to be the little white number that was so furious that she lost her head. Crazy dad, help! The opposite side of the vicious. You know who's on the other side? It's the little white guy I banned just now. He's obviously not convinced. He wants to take it out on you. At those words, the madman froze, and then a disdainful sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just now, he also thought that the Big Brother on the opposite side was going to fight him just a little bit, but it turned out to be a counterattack from the little white number. Want to use your entire fortune to challenge the laborer's pocket money? Too much. Crazy, sends out confession fireworks asterisk 10. Crazy, sends out confession fireworks asterisk 10. Crazy man, sends out confession fireworks asterisk 10. Thank you Daddy Crazy. Daddy Crazy is awesome. The moment the fireworks effects bombarded, the little wildcat shouted excitedly, and her hands even stuck her chest out in the shape of a heart. Little white number still kind of suppressed his Duke big brother. Dream on. Looked at the hit back the blood bar. Crazy face relaxed smile, and even gave himself a cigarette. Beautiful smoke. Only, just exhaled the smoke. Face suddenly changed. Paralyzed. The opposite side even played again. Slot. A small white number is still so jump. I let you jump. Mouth diagonally holding a cigarette. The madman immediately swiped again. Crazy, sent out confession fireworks asterisk 10. Crazy, sent out confession fireworks asterisk 10. Crazy, sends confession fireworks asterisk 10. Another 10. 000 or so gifts were swiped out, and he smiled proudly. The number of votes on his side, plus some loose votes, was already as high as 32,000 votes, completely ahead of the opposite side. But, this time, he didn't even have the time to smoke a cigarette, and saw that the other side's lagging votes had quickly caught up again, and once again overtook Nima. All of a sudden, the madman bit his cigarette but flat. Really think you can step on the head of the capital? Fool's dream. Not just brush it. Capital today but charged $50,000. It's enough to cover half a year's salary of an ordinary white-collar worker. You want to fight with me? The madman with a sullen face started to click on the gifts again, until the continuous clicking of the mouse, but no longer out of the gift. He realized that $50,000 has been brushed out. This is not the point. The point is that the opposite side is still ing on, and has exceeded this side. The madman was dumbfounded. Impossible, absolutely impossible to be able to. Dumbfounded, staring at the screen, the madman felt like a nightmare. He had swiped all $50,000, but he couldn't get a small white number? At this moment, the madman was really going crazy. At the root of his thigh, the sudden burning that came from his heart made him jump up at once. It turned out that the cigarette on his mouth fell to the crotch of his pants, did not even notice. Almost scalded the egg. Hiss, all ing blisters. This is not a dream. Ah. Ding, the host consumption success. Get the system double cashback. Ding, the host consumption success. Get the system double cashback. Ding, the host consumed successfully, obtaining the system double cashback. Listening to the system's beeps that kept ringing in his head, the corners of Cao Yang's mouth rose, and he suddenly brushed his Hey Song Qingyan live streaming room. Thank you for Brother Freedom's confession fireworks. Big Brother 666. The screen was full of exploding fireworks effects. At this moment, even Song Qingyan, who was in a heavy mood and was already despairing in her heart, couldn't help but get excited, and a fierce luster blossomed in her bleak eyes. Ding, Song Qingyan's favorability has risen by +10. Ding, Song Qingyan's favorability rises +10. Ding, Song Qingyan's favorability rises +20. After only a few seconds of excitement, the encounter of being mercilessly suppressed for 2 months haunted the mind again like a nightmare. Song Qingyan's eyes darkened, and the luster dissipated again in an instant. Ding, Song Qingyan's favorability has risen by +2. At this moment, Little Wildcat's score had stopped moving, while the score over here had exceeded 60,000 and was still increasing. The live broadcast room immediately flooded in many more water friends who were watching. These people, most of them, jumped over from the small Wildcat's live broadcast room. Looking at the live broadcast of the momentary special effects, the eyes are almost staring out. What is the situation? The Duke's number are brushed dry. This little white number is still brushing. In the blink of an eye, the score is already as high as 70,000. Ah, he actually still does not stop. 66,666. Awesome. Big Brother is really awesome. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What tread horse Duke is not as good as a small white number can brush. Big Brother, you give us civilian players long face. Ah, it's really a small knife pulling the ass to open the eyes. Excitement. Live White John 2. A hair party at the moment, only feel the blood boiling. Personally watched the small white number back to kill the big Duke. This sense of immersion thieves damn strong. It's even more exciting than watching the two gods fight. Of course, this does not include the floating life like a dream. When he saw that he had brushed up to 80,000, Cao Yang still had no intention of stopping. He couldn't help but anxiously slap his thigh. Brother, you're confused. Ah, enough, enough, don't brush. The other side is only 50,000 out. Ah, a sure win. Looking at Cao Yang did not say a word. Masked head is the brush posture. He sighed repeatedly in his heart. It's over, it's over, it's over, it's over. This brother is really over. Until he finished brushing the entire $100,000. Cao Yang stopped before he could finish. It's not that he wants to stop, but he doesn't have any money left. The system is good for everything, but the 500 million bounty money is not given to the number. Just now when he recharged, the system is also thoughtful of his number bound to a virtual card, but unfortunately as a new number, but there is a limit, and the time is short. He can only hastily first charge 100,000. There's no way. The net also fell off the chain a bit at the critical time. That's it. Just brush this point first. Cao Yang skimmed his mouth, thinking breathlessly. At this moment, floating life like a dream was also speechless. 100,000. Surprisingly, he swiped 100,000 on an impulse. He didn't even have $100,000 in his yearly salary. Crazy. The day is not over? Sighing heavily, floating life like a dream quickly made a pop-up. Brother, not that I'm saying you. Why don't you listen to advice, just to get out of anger? Is it worth it? Alas, Bank of the Dragon State, your account with tail number 9966, the amount of 10,400 yuan, the current account balance of 11,986.95 yuan. Longhua Bank, your tail number 9966 account, the amount of 10,400 yuan to the account, the current account balance. Looking at his cell phone, a series of arrival text messages from the bank. Cao Yang's mouth raised in an arc that was harder to suppress than an AK-47. Income of 200,000 yuan in such a short while. Developed, really going to be developed, but the brush is still too little. Not even a hair of 9 oxen. A long way to go. Looking at the live broadcast, floating life like a dream pop-up fell into the eyes. Cao Yang cannot help but dumbfounded. This dude's heart is good, but he just doesn't understand the situation. Other people brushing gifts is purely losing money. He brushing gifts is purely earning money. It's okay, it doesn't matter. If it wasn't for the time constraints, I'd still want to swipe some more. Don't think about it too much. It's over when it's over. Let's see if that pair of dogs can still act like assholes now. Seeing Cao Yang's pop-up, floating life as a dream couldn't help but froze, looking at the PK bar, almost completely crushing the other party's score with a double advantage. For a split second his heart skipped a beat. He had to say, putting aside everything else, this was pretty damn cool. He was already expecting how that crazy brother would feel at this moment. A sure win. Ha! Chapter 5 Double fighting down the line. The countdown went to 0, and PK ended completely. On Little Wildcat's side, Big Brother Crazy plus some small fans ended up hitting the score to over 51,400 points. On Song Qingyin's side, Cao Yang swiped 100,000 plus 66 cards from Floating Life as a Dream, totaling 100,039,966 points. Unsuspecting and absolutely crushing, the little wildcat couldn't lose anymore. At Lunatic, isn't it a guaranteed win? Just this amount of money is also good enough to come out to pretend. But also the Duke of Tama, also not in use. Even a small white number cannot beat you. This Big Brother how to be. How I free brother just casually move. You have diarrhea? You cannot. Just this amount of money do not come out to pretend to be a big brother. Strange shame. Brother Crazy, are you very angry now? Do you want to kick me? Do you want to ban me? It's okay, if you want to kick me, if you want to ban me. After all, you can't brush it, that's all you can do. Still have the ing face to look down on others. You who can, are nothing. Come on, show, let's see what is called incompetent rage. Little Wildcat live streaming room. As soon as Cao Yang came in, he saw Floating Life like a Dream's pop-ups, which filled the screen in just a few seconds. At this moment, he seems to be transformed into a land key fairy. A key to come, a person a key, instantly killed the small Wildcat live room crows. This hand speed is not in the tomato open a novel. Are a pity. You, paralyzed, an extinguished ranger, stepping on the horse also dare to jump in front of Lousy and then not help is also a duke. Who the hell give you courage? Zhang Jingru? At this moment, the madman's face is red, staring at the eyes that are exposed to blood. Huffing and puffing with shame and anger hit a pop-up. You're wrong. It's not Liang Jingru, it's Brother Freedom. How about having the ability to fight again? Floating like a dream faintly smiled, crackling and knocking out another pop-up. This Big Brother also fooled himself as a duke. Laughed to death. Lost to the little white number duke. Ha, not as good as a dog. Mom, scary. Hall of Great Dukes. Nothing. Long knowledge. Brothers, who understand. My number is only 10 level. Usually do not dare to speak, for fear of being kicked. Upstairs brother is fine. Now free brother for small white number with salt. 666. Little Wildcat live room more than 200 people. The real powder is actually 20 or 30. Most of them are like floating like a dream to run a tawdry. There is a part of the PK is completely attracted by just now. At this moment, cannot help but have voiced. See provoked public anger. The small Wildcat fans know they are in the wrong and do not dare to speak. Sitting in front of the camera of the small Wildcat is the face or white. Looking at the screen full of pop-ups, are negative rhythm, but she no longer dare to ban. To her death, she could not have imagined that by banning a level 1 white number, things had developed to an unbelievable level. It was so hard, licking a Duke Big Brother. I thought I could fly a little, but I didn't expect to crash before I even got up. Mamma mia. The Duke Big Brother still can't do anything but a small white number. This simply subverted her cognition. In the face of a screen full of rhythms, her only hope at the moment is that the crazy father can still rise up and stand out to fight back. The only thing she expects is that her crazy father will still be able to rise up and stand up to fight back. This good wish. Crazy people also want to but what to fight with? Pants? Today charged 50,000 or just got the project money. Workers' wages are not given. Charged to the number. Would like to raise their eyebrows a bit. Who can think of a horse? But a kick to the iron plate. Playing live is not the face. Row face. But at this time, the madman is like being slapped hard. Face hot and spicy. This is more than a real slap in reality, but also let him feel uncomfortable. Heart breath blocked, almost want to vomit blood. Really want to kick the group of people, but then it wouldn't really be incompetent rage. Touching the roots of his thighs were burned out of the blisters. The madman stared at the screen on the pop-up, gritted his teeth for half a day. With a fierce fit, he clicked the fork above. Nima. With a snap, he dropped the mouse. Asterisk. Look, the Grand Duke went offline. I go. It's still true. The little white number knocked the Duke offline. Do you dare to believe it? Awesome. Brother Freedom 666. Watching the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room change, little Wildcat clicked on her big brother's homepage at the first time, and found that she had indeed gone offline. In an instant, she looked like an abandoned little daughter-in-law. Her face dead. Licking Big Brother's anchor has seen. So dejected is really rare. Anchor showdown. I am the black. You ban Anchor ban it. If I say are banned, just stay a Big Brother. How good? Yes. Come on Anchor. Ask for a ban. Banning +1. Ban plus 10,086. You guys. Me. The little Wildcat looked at the pop-up screen. Nah, can't even say anything. Big Brother all ran away. Where she still have arrogant bottom. Cannot help but shiver all over her body. She actually directly off the air. Song Ching Yen live broadcast. Really how to relieve anger. Too cool. The floating life like a dream that sprayed a pair of dogs and men offline smiled and typed out a pop-up screen. Seeing this pop up, Cao Yang couldn't help but laugh as well. Not to mention that just now in the little Wildcat live room he watched really painful. At floating life like a dream, those words just now were a real relief. 666. Cao Yang plainly typed a pop-up. Okay, this dude can handle it. He's really on top of things. This pop-up made floating life like a dream can't help but blush in his old face. In the face of the previous injustice, he actually chose to retreat in the end. I don't know when. Has gotten used to groveling to live. I don't know when. But he had already turned into an obsequious character. I don't know when. Has bent the spine. Society. Once upon a time, I had forgotten that I also have a passion. Once upon a time, I had forgotten that I could also have a great deal of ambition. At this moment, floating life as a dream suddenly had an impulse to cry. Throw the impulse on the head of the ingredients. The wind is free. For the breath. That unyielding. That courage. That vigor. All let his heart surging. People live as not a gas. Life and death look down on. Do not serve. At wind like freedom. Don't make fun of me. Sweaty. Haven't really convinced anyone in years. Now I'm convinced of you, brother Freedom. Brush gifts I cannot. But a minute to knock more than 300 code hand speed. Against the spray has not lost. In the future there is something, brother Freedom, you talk. Yes. Brother Freedom is indeed powerful. $100,000 said Brush. This boldness I also serve. Big Brother lack of little brother? Shy/JPG. Big Brother is great. Really for the face of the small white number. Looking at the live broadcast room, constantly brushing the screen of compliments pop-ups, Cao Yang has no time to distinguish between a few sincere. A few are false. There is no meaning. But it had to be said that this feeling of being treated as the absolute center did make people feel a little fluttery. It was indeed cool. Is this the joys of being a Big Brother? Cao Yang seemed to have experienced a bit of it, whether in reality or on the internet. It is undeniable that money is capital. Money is a man's guts, a hero's sword. Money is a privilege. Money is the backbone of straightening the backbone. In his previous life, he was also a poor man. At this moment, he could not help but be proud. Anchor, you don't know too much. Brother Freedom has brushed 100,000. Why don't you even thank Big Brother properly? A pop-up screen suddenly appeared, causing Cao Yang's heart to flutter. At this moment, This school flower schoolmate of his still looked like she was still preoccupied. It shouldn't be. It's reasonable to say that she should be happy after receiving a gift of $100,000. What? Chapter 6 Mysterious Reward. Sitting in front of the camera, Song Qingyan looked at the lively live broadcast room in silence. Not like an anchor but more like a spectator. Her cool and delicate face was so beautiful that it gave people a feeling of amazement when they took a look at her. But at the moment, there is always a strong color of sadness between her eyebrows, as if she is surrounded by heavy matters of the heart. A pair of beautiful eyes are also dull. The school sister in Cao Yang's impression was not like this. In his last life, although he didn't cross paths with this schoolgirl, he didn't miss any of her performances, and he usually met her several times, but he didn't speak to her. This is the crown, you high cold goddess of the name of the school flower sister. Looks although the character of the cold a little, but every time to see our bright and colorful appearance. Has she ever looked as miserable as she does now? It's not right. It's very wrong. Cao Yang couldn't help but frown as he watched, seemingly seeing that pop up as well. Song Qingyan froze and sat up straight, finally raising some spirits. Thank you for the gift from Brother Freedom. Brother Freedom is so overbearing, Song Qingyan said as her red lips pursed lightly, revealing a smile. Only, the smile carried a few moments of desolation. Who said to really thank Brother Freedom? Not only brushed so many gifts, but also brought so much popularity. Very thankful, otherwise I might just only be able to stay by myself until to the next broadcast. Ha ha, speaking of which, today is also my birthday. Hearing this, Cao Yang couldn't help but be stunned. Today is actually the birthday of a schoolmate? It's her birthday, and the previous live broadcast was still so cool? For a schoolmate who was one of the 4 school flowers to be so miserable doing a live broadcast, Cao Yang couldn't believe it for a million years. There's definitely something going on here. Temporarily suppressing the doubts in his heart, Cao Yang first played a pop-up. So today is also the anchor's birthday. That's really fate. Happy birthday, brothers go together. At this time, there were dozens more people in the room, staying partly because they were attracted by Song Qingyan's high face value, but more because they were bowled over by Cao Yang's wave of wild swipes. Seeing Cao Yang's pop-ups, it could be called a call to arms, and in an instant, he was once again allowed to experience the platitudes of a big brother. In just a few seconds, a clear water of happy birthday pop-ups brushed the screen like a waterfall. Some even brushed a few cupcakes. Seeing this scene, Song Qingyan's bleak eyes brightened slightly. Thank you all for the cupcakes and the screen full of well wishes, and even more thank you for Brother Freedom's support. Song Qingyan couldn't help but say, her eyes turning a little red. She didn't expect to have this kind of encounter on the last day of live broadcasting. This if it was changed to 2 months ago, she would have been overjoyed. But now, she had already decided to quit Flying Fish tomorrow. For the live broadcast of the Flying Fish, her has been completely desperate. That god ho, 2 months without mercy to suppress. Like an unshakable mountain, the pressure of her has been completely unable to see hope. Perhaps, in the future, she may stand up again in a certain platform, but certainly in Flying Fish have no chance. Painful, unwilling to give up, but there was nothing she could do. This is, after all, the first platform she chose, can be said to be the place where the dream began. But sadly, she held out for 2 months, or broadcasting cannot go on. Success or failure. A super divine hero's ironclad blocking. 2 months had made it impossible for her to hold on any longer. However, despair after despair, Cao Yang bringing unexpected little touches at this moment still warmed Song Qingyan's heart. Ding! Song Qingyan's favorability has risen by +10. Drip drip drip. System prompt, for every stage of the target's favorability, the host will receive a mysterious reward. Favorability 50, will trigger the first stage of relationship, friendship. Favorability 60, will trigger the second stage of relationship, the heart of admiration. A good sense of 70, will trigger the third order of relationship, the intention of lovers. A good sense of 80, will trigger the fourth order relationship, let you pick. A good sense of 90, will trigger the fifth order relationship, only from the king. With a favorability of 100, it will trigger a sixth order relationship, life and death follow each other. Ding! Song Qingyan's current favorability is 52, triggering a first order relationship of friendship. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a mysterious reward. May I ask whether to open it? In his mind, a series of system beeps rang out, and Cao Yang couldn't help but be shaken as he listened. Just brushing goodwill and receiving so much, very good and powerful. It was worthy of being a divine weapon that was essential for all reborn travelers. Cao Yang was a little surprised that his sister's goodwill towards him had broken through 50 so quickly. After all, before that, he could be considered a pure stranger. However, after thinking about it, Cao Yang will be relieved. This more than 50 good cents, but only to the love of friends. That is, the school flower sister only to their own as a friend. This first stage of the relationship, friends, should be the best to achieve. As for the later stages, Cao Yang thinks that it is not difficult. After all, now with the aura of money ability, he is full of confidence, regardless of the cold jade girl or chaste woman, are not a matter. Undoubtedly, the ability to solve 99% of the world's things, and 1% of the system can be solved. The hangman's life can't even go against the heavens if he doesn't want to. Thinking about this, Cao Yang smiled. Brother Unity, open the mysterious reward. Ding, it has been opened. Congratulations to the host for the reward, plus 1 free attribute point. Free attribute points, which can increase the body's attributes by 1 ring. This is good stuff. A few seconds later, Cao Yang couldn't help but reveal a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth. In the live broadcast room, happy birthday wishes were screened for 2 minutes in a row, and Cao Yang calmed down from the shock of becoming bigger and stronger. Anchor, what happened? Why was your live room so cold before? Cao Yang, who had calmed down, looked at the still preoccupied schoolgirl and curiously typed a pop-up. Seeing Cao Yang's pop-up, Song Qingyan opened her mouth in a desire to speak, but in the end, she didn't say anything and just shook her head. Seeing this, Cao Yang couldn't help but hit another pop-up quickly. What? Is there something difficult to say? Nothing to say, maybe I can help you. This is, after all, his first consumer target. The current cashback can all count on her. Cao Yang can't help but be concerned. Ding, Song Qingyan's favorability has increased by plus 5. Although he received the system's beep, Cao Yang saw Song Qingyan force a smile and said, it doesn't really matter, brother Freedom. I won't be broadcasting tomorrow anyway. Upon hearing this, Cao Yang couldn't help but widen his eyes. What the hell? Not broadcasting? He still had to swipe the gifts to get cash back, so not broadcasting would be a good idea. Cao Yang quickly put his hands on the keyboard again, ready to ask what happened. However, just at this moment, the live broadcast room golden light flashed. A conspicuous imperial character lit up. It was actually an Emperor Knighthood divine hero who entered the live broadcast room. Chapter 7 Freedom. Dad. You-hoo. So many people. Quite lively. The Emperor's big brother named Magnificent Eighth Master flew out a pop-up screen as soon as he entered the live broadcast room. The gold shaking color made it hard not to pay attention. The audience in the live broadcast room were stunned, and for a moment, they couldn't help but be a little confused. All of them did not expect that this small live broadcasting room still had the presence of a divine hero with an Emperor's Knighthood. It had to be said that the gold content of the Emperor's top title was still quite high. In this year where $1 could still buy 4 Steen buns, what this represented was absolute strength. Not to mention the other first, the light to open the need for 180,000, which can top the average person's salary for several years. Put in a county, is a set of 3-bedroom down payment money. The entire platform, including the big brother of the guild number. The number of emperors are just a handful of. No doubt each emperor number is a god on the list of famous big brother. Usually even the second line anchor room can rarely see the emperor's figure. Not to mention in this before as cool has been cool live room. This is no wonder the crowd is not surprised. Some just mixed in the small anchor live room players, or even the first time to see such a big brother. This anchor to fly. If you can hold tight to the emperor big brother's thighs, that is absolutely developed. This ing still not to the death welcome. Just when the crowd thought that the anchor would warmly welcome, Song Qingyan's beautiful eyes were dark, and her eyebrows were suddenly knitted. In an instant, the screen turned into a strange silence. What? You don't want to see me? Don't even want to welcome me? Seeing this, the Emperor Big Brother's pop-up screen quickly shot out again. You guys see, even super ranking 1 doesn't want to welcome me. This anchor is an unapologetic white-eyed wolf. I advise you all to hurry up and leave. This live room isn't worth staying in. Looking at the Emperor Big Brother's pop-up, the crowd in the live room could not help but be even more confused. Are used to running a tawdry player, but instantly all vaguely smelled the flavor of the big melon. Couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Song Qingyan's pretty face became a bit pale at the moment, and despite her tightly biting her red lips, she couldn't help but reveal a rather sarcastic smile in the end. Eighth Master, your news is really good. My live room just had someone. You came to drive people away. 2 months. It's also really hard for you. Oh, activity blocking. PKPK, you go to the opposite side of the fight. My fans are all beaten away by you. Not to mention, but wherever a newcomer comes, you have to find ways and means to go through all the trouble to drive away. Big brother, I just want to ask you, you think this is fun, don't you? Happy? Very fulfilling? Upon hearing this, the magnificent Eighth Master, who was sitting in front of the computer, whose face was already bad, suddenly became even more gloomy. Still this tone? It's been 2 months, and you're still so noble. Okay, you're great. I'll see how much longer you can hold out. You've become an anchor. You're still pretending to be pure. Did I treat you badly? When I was so supportive of you, before and after the brush almost 2 million. Without the capital of a newcomer you can just 3 months' time rush to the ranks of second-tier anchors? For your sake, do you know how many anchors I rejected to lick? Trough. I was blind to like you, this heartless white-eyed wolf. Where is the difference between labor and capital? So that you cannot see? Big melon. Really have amazing big melon. At this moment, none of the audience in the live broadcast room cared to type. They were all immersed in the atmosphere of eating melons. On the public screen, only the Emperor Big Brother's pop-ups that clearly carried accusations kept pouring out. At this moment, the crowd sort of felt a bit of a clue. This is a typical drama of the anchor and Big Brother falling out. This kind of God-ho level Big Brother. How many anchors beg grandpa and grandma are hoping not to come, not dead to maintain even if, but also dare to offend. This anchor is stupid? No wonder the live room was so cold before. Such a big man blocked a small anchor is not a piece of cake. Looking at the pop-ups of Divine Lord 8, Song Qingyan's bleak eyes flickered with sorrow and aggression, which finally turned into deep despair. In the past, when faced with such a scenario, she had always endured, choosing to bear it in silence, carrying a mountain of pressure, constantly hovering on the edge of despair and collapse. For 2 whole months there had been no glimmer of hope in sight. If you can't bear it, you don't need to bear it anymore. It doesn't matter if it's Wu Jing's son. Anyway, it won't be broadcast tomorrow. Song Qingyan couldn't help but smile ruefully, gazing at the live broadcast and said, "Eighth Master, I admit that you're very good to me, playing activities to play PK to me to brush a lot of money. I'm very grateful and respect you, but I really can't accept your request. I've promised to give you back the money I've gotten my hands on. Is that still not acceptable? Oh, do you have to see that I can't press on to make you happy?" Upon hearing this, Master 8 clenched his teeth together and quickly snapped up the pop-up again. "I'm short of that much money? If I can hold you up, I can press you to death. Nima, why do you have to be stubborn with me? You forced me to do it. Can't you just promise me?" "I promise. As long as you promise, I promise to still treat you like before." Looking at the pop-ups that Master 8 played again, Song Qingyan was silent for a moment. Her expression condensed, and she faintly said, "It's impossible. You're treating me well, and you've even swiped so many gifts. But could it be that I'll have to be a mistress to you? You already have a home and a family, and your son is in middle school. What? What the hell? Junior." Hearing Song Qingyan's words, the Gua Gua crowd, who had originally sympathized somewhat with the big brother who had swiped the gift and didn't even land a good deal, suddenly couldn't hold themselves together. "Not, Big Brother are playing so many flowers? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Big Brother through the anchor is not fresh, but also have to pay attention to your feelings, and I would like forcing people to be a little 3 children. So shameless, really. See, cannot get on the destruction, is it? Big Brother horror as such." At this moment, Cao Yang also finally saw the ins and outs of the matter. No wonder the Hall School Flowers live room is unattended. The original is thanks to this goods. In an instant, he couldn't help but feel angry. This is too much of a bully, isn't it? Cao Yang couldn't help but hit a pop-up screen quickly. At how many 8 masters? What stuff you? Get out. Men's face are lost. Little brat, dare to talk to your 8th master like that? Paralyzed, beat a duke to drift without bounds, right? Originally. And I told him Song Qingyan's live room came again. He came here. Cao Yang's 100,000 list. He saw it a long time ago, and he didn't care about it. Originally he did not care to take care of. At this moment, I did not expect the other party dared to jump with himself, so the mood was originally bad. 8 masters instantly exploded. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands dirty. Funny, this amount of money to open an emperor is not enough. This strength still want to stand up for her. Really funny. You ask her. The Duke number I have run away before a few. You still ing prick, is it? Line. Give you the opportunity. I also do not bully you. Give you time to raise money. We touch a touch. Dare not? Fight fight fight. Just no fight. You have money, terrific. There is no end to it. Looking at the pop-up screen of the magnificent 8th master, Cao Yang, who cannot tolerate it, did not have time to type, but Song Qingyan's gaze was cold and fiercely stood up and drank in a cold voice. After saying this, she paused. The next moment, suddenly but sweetly smiled. In an instant, as if spring flowers bloomed, the entire live broadcast room was brightened. There's no need for a person to pay attention to a dog's barking, is there? Papa Freedom. Brush so much. Already very powerful. There is no need to be angry. Qingyan, thank you for the support of freedom, Dad. Freedom, Dad. At those words, the magnificent 8th master also couldn't help but stand up steeply. The thing that was killing him had knocked into the drawer of the keyboard, thanks to the push-pull, or else it couldn't be guaranteed that it would have to be repaired for a while. But even so, he also heard to show his teeth. A face is even more ugly than the grave. Cao Yang, who heard this, put his hands on the keyboard, couldn't help but shake violently, and despite some consternation, his eyes lit up violently. This is too damn soulful. I didn't expect that my sister's cold voice would be able to produce such a sweet and seductive voice. This bone-crushing, soul-crushing voice, so that the body of the audience in the live broadcast room could not help but shudder. Chapter 8 Not to be convinced to do. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Can be called sound kill Anchor 666. No problem. Mad who give me brush 100. 000. I shouted his righteous father. Color/JPG. Said when we can also be goddess so shout a father. I am willing to take 3 years life to exchange. Upstairs. Not a blow to you. 3 years you cannot save 100. 000. Solid. Old iron. Song Qingyan to suddenly delicate and sweet and sticky voice. Immediately left the live broadcasting room pop-ups flying across the room. The pain of knocking into the number 5 battery didn't last long before subsiding, but the magnificent 8th master was still gritting his teeth, even as his old face became even more hideous than before. Song Qingyan's sentence of free father was simply like a bloodless blade that instantly shattered his defenses and plunged straight into his heart. Jealousy, instantly separating the 8th master's plasmic walls. How could she call out to others like this? Paralyzed, as a super list 1 big brother who had swiped nearly 2 million, he had not even enjoyed this kind of treatment. This feeling, as if he or she had joyfully lifted a hat with color, a breath of air, blocked in the chest, the 8 masters of the whole person suffocated or almost fried, deadly staring at the screen, just a coquettish smile. It is beautiful Song Qingyan. The 8th master stretched out his angry trembling hand, could not help but knock out a pop-up on the keyboard. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You are a ruthless person Line. Do not let me pain. You also do not have a good time. Paralyzed, to see who play over who. The beauty smile is like a flower, but unfortunately it is not for his own bloom. At this moment, the 8 masters, angry teeth are almost gritted, seeing this pop up, by the school flower sister called a father. The whole body like eating ginseng fruit like comfort Cao Yang, cannot help but face sunk, eyes showed a cold light. School sister this eldest daughter he recognized. Meet his fate, now in the eyes of Cao Yang. Song Qingyan this school flower level goddess sister, can not only eye-catching, the key is the usefulness of a big drop. Give her brush gift, but also can return cash, enhance goodwill, but also can get let men crazy mysterious rewards. Simply is, home travel, or get rich are indispensable super treasure such a big treasure, since let himself met, then in the future, only he can bully, others want to get their hands on it. Hands broken for him, at Mansion 8, what are you barking at? An emperor only, dejected your sister don't you want to fight? Okay, Lousy is in a good mood today, so I'll teach you what it means to swipe a gift. Poor bastard. Cao Yang sneered and directly disliked it in a domineering manner. School sister this big baby, he Cao Yang cover fixed, no one can bully, it's not just brushing gifts, he has 500 million reward money, he's still afraid of this? He can't wait to brush more so that he can get some cash back. Poor bastard. A stepping horse does not even have a knighthood white number, even called himself poor bastard. The 8th master's face turned iron blue in an instant. Line. You have the guts. C8 masters a moment not teach you how to do people. Paralyzed. Only brush 100. 000. This name a big tail wolf let you pretend. Is a man don't run. You wait for me. I run your sister. I will stay here. Just how you play. Get out. With those words out of his mouth, 8000's eyes showed a ferocious light, and he left the live room with a lot of anger. Seeing Magnificent 80 leave the live broadcast room, Song Qingyan's eyes flashed with a trace of joy at the success of her counterattack, but instantly her expression became complicated again. Covering her fruitful chest, she bowed deeply, and after getting up, she bit her red lips, and her voice became cold and sad again. Thank you Brother Freedom for your strong support just now. I'm going to get off the air. Brother Freedom you guys should hurry up too, or else in a while, he'll really bring his anchors to fight over here. I'm lucky to meet Brother Freedom on my last day of broadcasting, but unfortunately I won't be broadcasting tomorrow. I'm sorry. If Brother Freedom feels spoiled, you can leave a contact information, and when I get my paycheck, I can return the part you swiped. Brother Freedom? Why are you calling brother again? Upon hearing this, Cao Yang couldn't help but make a teasing pop-up. Just now, I was just trying to be angry at the 8th master. You don't want to take it as true. Seeing Cao Yang's pop-up, Song Qingyan's pretty face couldn't help but redden, instantly resembling a ripe apple, and explained rather awkwardly. In her heart, she couldn't help but sigh deeply. She still couldn't be as open as other anchors could be. A verbal benefit felt difficult to talk about. Perhaps this is the reason why one's fans run away as soon as they hit. I hope that when I go live again in the future, I will be able to overcome it. Alas! Hearing his schoolmate Song Qingyan's words, Cao Yang couldn't help but chuckle. I don't care. Anyway, I took it seriously. The eldest daughter I determined. You give me to sit still. Under what broadcast? He hit over not just right? It's just the right time for you to get rid of your anger. Dad is here. How can my eldest daughter let others bully her? Looking at Cao Yang's pop-ups, the pretty red face of Song Qingyan instantly widened her beautiful eyes and said in shock, you really want to tough it out with him? He is the emperor. Just now that kind of Duke 10 are not enough to beat him. Knowing that the other party is open emperor of the super big brother, but also hard just crazy. At this moment, even the hearts of the melon eaters in the live broadcast room were flooded with shocking waves. No way, Brother Freedom. You're really going to fight that emperor just now? Confused, Brother Freedom. If the emperor's big brother makes a move, it's not $100,000 or $200,000 that can be taken down. Even Floating Like a Dream, who had just been diving all this time, hurriedly sent out a pop-up. Brother Freedom. The brothers don't mean anything else. What they say is the truth. A serious fight, without 1 or 2 million really can't be beaten. And I have just deliberately looked at the eye list. This big brother ranked 30, swiped at least 6 or 7 million. Absolutely a super god hoa. Looking at the flying pop-ups, Cao Yang was silent. What the heck? All the god-rich list 30th place. Only brush 6 or 7 million. This is also too water it. It's nothing. He couldn't help but spit in his heart. Cao Yang couldn't help but put his hands on the keyboard and crackled out the words. Thank you brothers for your kindness. Life and death is not important. If you don't want to do it, it's not just a brush with money. Hoopa 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 hoopa. Brothers, watch this stupid girl. Do not let her off the air. I have to hurry to recharge. There is a limit. To add up. Isn't that just swiping money? Do you want to hear what you are saying? Once Cao Yang's pop-up screen came out, the live broadcast room was silent. Even Song Qingyan could not help but be dumbfounded. To be able to let out such a grandiose rant, one was either an absolute bigot or an absolute madman. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but have such speculations bubbling up in their hearts. Crazy person? That's definitely not like it. Big brother? This was again a bit unbelievable. After a long time, Floating Life Like a Dream typed out a pop-up. Never mind begging for so much. Daring to just Emperor Big Brother is awesome. It's just the internet. Brother Freedom is right about life and death. If you don't want to fight, just do it. Fight or not. That to fight to know. This wave I also stand Brother Freedom's stage. Martyr. Saved 2 months pocket money. Originally wanted to find time to help the family difficulties of the young lady. I decided not to go. Take out to help Brother Freedom. Brother Floating Life 666. Confidant I also like to help young ladies with family difficulties. Since Brother Fuxing you say so, then I'll contribute a 168 too. Same confidant then I'll contribute the money for the package of Huazi. Upstairs. Awesome. You can still afford to smoke Huazi. I can only contribute the money for a Lao Tan pickled vegetable noodles. Looking at the live room that gradually became crazy, Song Qingyan, as the anchor, had the urge to cry for a moment. The water friends are not afraid. She is not afraid of anything. Carrying 2 months did not give in. There are so many people to support. What is the harm in insisting once again? Chapter 9, 60,000 blood strips being seconded. Yo yo yo. Head iron old sister. Meet again 2 months. You really don't have a long memory. Still dare to provoke my 8th master's majesty I heard that your family has another big brother? Also swiped 100,000. So powerful but, you do not really think that with him, can protect you. Not it. Laugh. Painted with thick makeup. The cone-faced snake charmer anchor, said with one hand covering her mouth and giggled. Old sister. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. If not for your ignorance, I wouldn't be able to meet a super godly big brother who is so mighty and magnificent like the 8th master. Old sister, if I were to say that you should just obey the 8th master, serve the 8th master well, and you'll still be afraid that you can't soar to the top? How about it? Don't be stubborn, as long as you nod your head. Can't beat it sister to beg for mercy for you. Looking at even on the mic of the sultry anchor, Song Qingyan only feel heart flooded with bursts of nausea. In the face of the other side of the changing pattern of cynicism, she has actually seen strange. After all, similar scenes have been experienced countless times over the past 2 months. The opposite anchor is called Big Rabbit, originally a small anchor that can no longer be pulled, but after the 8 masters can be said to have skyrocketed. In the past 2 months, she who got the authorization from her big brother, the live broadcast was almost a content, trying to find ways to beat her up in a row. I thank you. I thank your whole family. Song Qingyan looked at the opposite side of the disgusting face, coldly disliked back, directly closed the mic. Asterisk. Opposite what ing species? Tea flavor frightened me a jump. This ing makeup painted like a ghost. That 8 masters taste how a heaven and earth Upstairs. You don't understand. It doesn't look good, but it can't help but satisfy your cravings. Live well and win half. The appearance of the bloodstain. so that the crowd waited for half a small PK officially kicked off the prelude. The live broadcast suddenly spiked up the speed of the car. The eyes are rushing up to the elevated. Song Qingyan's pretty face could not help but slightly imperceptible red. Coughing twice, Song Qingyan pursed red lips. Some bottomless air said, PK officially started. Oh, there is no good brother. Move the big hand of wealth. For Qingyan broken eggs? Song Qingyan's words made the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room stagnate. The atmosphere was instantly heavy. The opposite side was a super big brother who was ranked 30th in the Divine Great ranking. The moment the battle actually started, the originally cheeky water friends realized what it meant to be powerless. That kind of big brother is just like a big mountain. Just think about it, it's hard to shake. The pain of not having money, the more bone deep it is at this moment. Floating life like a dream, gritted his teeth, quickly played a pop-up, fear of a ball, give up a death, can pull the emperor a horse? Intuition tells me that freedom brother will not let us down. Brothers, trust brother freedom, go together and finish off the opposite side. I'll swipe first. Floating life like a dream, sends out the office card asterisk 33. Floating life like a dream, sends out a card asterisk 33. Floating life, sends out a card asterisk 33. Floating life brother said right. All look down on us these small white number. Mad to the emperor dry down. Not blow a year. This business can do. I followed. 666. No problem. Afraid of a hair. Everyone together. Flying fish god, sends out an airplane asterisk 1. I'm dead and have something to call my soul, sends out power generation for love asterisk 3. Looking at the various gifts that sprung up like bamboo shoots, for a moment Song Qingyan was filled with emotion. It had been more than a month since there had been such a spectacle in the live broadcast room. She couldn't help but feel like she was in a dream. At this moment, she realized that she was able to persevere until now during the 2 months of suppression because she really didn't want to leave Flying Fish. This was, after all, the place where her dreams began. Although the price of these gifts are not expensive, the most expensive is just an airplane. The other are a few dollars and cents of small gifts. But even now, Soonfor made her votes break through the $1,000 mark. Thank you all for your gift support. Big brothers worked hard. The cohesion shown by the water friends in the live broadcast room made Song Qingyan's mouth involuntarily reveal a smile from the bottom of her heart. No matter if she won or lost today, being suppressed by no one, she was still able to see such a scene, so she was already satisfied. Big Bunny live streaming room. Looking at the blood bar that had been knocked out, Big Rabbit's face wasn't the least bit panicked. The live broadcast of the godly Big Brother's seat gave her endless bottom, 2 months, on the undefeated splendor, so that her heart is a little fluttering. She is confident that as long as the Big Brother out, on the first line anchor have no pressure. Not to mention the opposite side of this nothing is a small anchor Lala. Shay, half a day only on more than 1,000 votes. Play it? The Big Rabbit heart some disdain. But on the mouth or wine, 8 master. You see the opposite even do not know good and bad dare to fire first. Simply do not give you face. When Big Bunny said that, her few fans couldn't sit still. Master 8, this is provoking your authority. Them to death. Yeah, Master 8, can't be tolerated. This mustn't spoil them. Just as the crowd's pop-ups rolled up, a golden shaking pop-up was also sent out right afterward. Humph, overrate yourself and make a fool of yourself. Almost at the same time as this pop-up screen was sent out, the Super Rocket's cool special effects exploded into the live broadcast room. Magnificent Gate Master 8, send out Super Rocket asterisk 10. Magnificent Master 8, send out Super Rocket asterisk 10. Magnificent Gate Master 8, sends out Super Rocket asterisk 10. The gift of Super Rocket was not comparable to the stream of confession fireworks at all. A confession firework was as high as 520 renminbi, and although it was worth a lot, the price of 1 Super Rocket could top 4 fireworks. This was definitely the most powerful gift from Flying Fish, with a single shot worth $2,000. With the movement of his hands, this Emperor Big Brother swiped out a whopping 60,000 yuan in gifts. That's a year's salary for an ordinary person. It was as terrifying as it was. Thank you for social my 8th Master's super hot screen domination. 8th Master is mighty. Family members follow 8th Master's footsteps in charge. The cool special effects on the full screen instantly made Big Bunny excited like chicken blood. Quickly switching a passionate battle song and shouting excitedly, 666. It's still the 8th Master. People are ruthless and do not say much. 8 Master Cowhide Karas, looking at the blood bar that the opposite side had managed to fight over in an instant, crushing the dregs, the audience in the live broadcast room immediately laughed. The atmosphere instantly boiled over. The small gifts of 33,66 also followed and floated up. A thought rose in everyone's hearts. This was completely killing a chicken with a bull's knife. Beating the opposite group of small party vegetables wasn't as simple as slaughtering a dog. Just after the game started, they felt that there was no suspense. So this is still a random win? However, just when everyone thought that they were sure to win this game, They suddenly froze. Big Bunny even stared as if he had seen a ghost. What the heck? Up to more than 60,000 points of blood, but was even seconded. Chapter 10, Crazy, White Number Good Emperor. The time was at 4 in the afternoon, and the flying fish platform, which had been calm and quiet, suddenly stirred. All over the platform, a steady stream of super fire announcements made the bored viewers of the various live rooms suddenly fall into excitement. Usually, even in the evening prime time, super rocket such explosive gifts can't see much. After all, this hair is $2,000. These days, the average wage in small counties is not on the 2,000 yuan accounted for the vast majority. This Nima to a hair a month's salary is gone. And at this moment that super fire announcement, but like no money like a wave of waves came out, all of a sudden stirred the sensitive nerves of all people. This no activity, no contest. What cattle batch Big Brother actually brush so fierce? The budding audience was still wondering, but many veteran players had already reacted sharply. This damn is a god Big Brother in the choke This firepower our damn catch up with the final of the event. Awesome. Exciting. In a short period of time, countless people who loved to watch the spectacle flocked to the live room of the 2PKs. Big Bunny's live room. The music was surging with passion. Super hot special effects bombarded the live room, and scattered small gifts were floating on the screen right after. The crowd of eaters that flooded in were instantly infected by this rare and awesome scene, and with it, their emotions rose as high as if they had been pumped with chicken blood. Magnificent Master 8, send out Super Rocket *10. Magnificent Master 8, send out Super Rocket *10. Mansion Master 8, send out Super Rocket *10. Big Brother is awesome. Swiped a year's worth of my salary in the blink of an eye. I go. So it's the divine magnificent 8. No wonder the firepower is so fierce. Big Brother mighty and domineering. Don't stop. Tens of thousands of melon eaters were attracted by the announcement of the superfire. Unable to hold back the excitement, one by one, their hearts surged as they sent out pop-ups. The live broadcast room instantly boiled like boiling water. However, it was only after the passionate sending out of the pop-ups that many people noticed the blood bar. In an instant, everyone's eyes widened. What the hell? A full-level Emperor Big Brother, with all the firepower and so many small gifts to help. Surprisingly, steadily, being pressed, surprisingly didn't get the upper hand at all. This Nima, what kind of divine character is the other party? Countless people discovered this appalling fact, and unable to hold down their inner curiosity like a cat scratching, they flocked to the opposite side again, wanting to find out. At the same time, Song Qingyan's live broadcast room, there was no passionate music, no small gifts floating recklessly on the screen. All there was one round of super fire special effects bombarding the live room. Win like freedom, send out Super Rockets *10. Win like freedom, sends out Super Rocket *10. Win like freedom, sends out Super Rocket *10. In a short period of time, the first plus the latter. See the hilarious crowd of eaters. So that there were only 100 people in the audience of the live broadcast room, the number of people online skyrocketed straight to 30,000 people. Looking at the live broadcast room exploded super fire special effects, all the brains buzzing, and after seeing the IDs that were furiously brushing the ultra fire like they didn't want any money, all of them were dumbfounded, especially when they saw the system's prompts. They stared with rounded eyes and a look of having seen a ghost. Congratulations to Win Like Freedom for leveling up to level 28. Congratulations to Win Like Freedom for leveling up to level 35. Congratulations to Win Like Freedom for leveling up to level 40. Awesome. This Nima. Nobles are not open so tough. Hard brush This ING level looks like these superfire just topped up. Countless dong buddies, at this moment completely unable to calm down. Asterisk. Brothers, I have not seen wrong. This Big Brother white number directly opened dry? Bowsy people, watched a year live. Today I finally opened my eyes. Stepping horse crazy, white number directly dry Emperor? Wang Defa. Big Brother you just play live. You confused First open the Emperor. There are rebates upstairs, you are too no pattern, are almost brush more than 500, 000 Big Brother care that a little 120, 000 shark fins, awesome, free Big Brother, you have redefined the image of God's hero in my heart, although he didn't understand how a strange Big Brother suddenly appeared on the platform, and even more so, he didn't understand how the two Big Brothers suddenly just got up. However, this didn't stop this crowd of melon eaters from looking at the super rocket that was being flung out like a big carrot. Their blood surging, countless pop-ups like running water frantically swiped the screen, and although there was no passionate music, it couldn't stop the boiling explosive atmosphere of the live broadcast room in the slightest. In front of the camera, Song Qingyan was completely frozen like a wooden chicken at the moment, staring with wide, cool eyes, not daring to move as she looked at the screen full of super fire special effects, as well as the densely packed pop-ups. fearing that if she moved, her dream would wake up. This should be a dream. How else could there be so many super rockets, so many viewers, and so many pop-ups? Ha ha ha, amusing. Look guys, come on guys, this anchor is scared silly. Hey, what are you doing anchor? Don't thank Big Brother yet. Ha 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 ha, Big Brother bull ah. The live broadcast are dry dumbfounded. The pop-up screen in the live broadcast room suddenly turned in the direction of the wind, instantly filling the screen with words poking fun at the anchor. Only after seeing this did Song Qingyan's heart violently and furiously jumped, and her somewhat trembling hand twisted on her thigh. Hiss! She couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This was not a dream. The chair felt like it had grown nails in it, and she jerked to her feet. It was real. All of it. In an instant, her eyes reddened, and tears of excitement welled up in an instant. It had been 2 months. Who knew how she had survived these 2 months? One had been desperate She thought about changing platforms and still slowly getting better, but never thought that she originally just wanted to broadcast a farewell in, but suddenly took off. There was a chicken soup in the live broadcasting world called Skyfall Divine Hero. It turns out that there really is the Skyfall's God's hero, but also hit himself. Even if the character of the cool Song Qingyan, at this moment the whole body's blood also followed the boiling, tears rustling down her, can no longer restrain. Voice open hissed, freedom brother mighty. A moment of hell. A moment of heaven. Live the ups and downs actually came so unexpectedly. At this moment, Song Qingyan truly realized that she had really met another big brother. No wonder Brother Freedom was able to act so unimpressed when he faced the Divine Hero 8 before. This horrifying strength, completely over the top in the 2 live rooms, a total of 50, 000 to 60, 000 melon people staring wide-eyed at the moment. This firepower output can be called 3 months of the fly fishing the most big battle. A moment did not stop. In the time it took to breathe, the scores took on a whole new dimension. 600,000, 800,000, 1 million. In just 2 minutes, the 2 big men had each swiped $1 million. However, this was far from over. 1,200,000, 1.5 million. Everyone couldn't help but hold their breath, their hearts beating like drums. Both sides' scores surpassed the terrifying 2 million one after the other. Wanima. The 8th master stared dead on at the blood bar in the live broadcast, his forehead gradually rippling with veins. Marred. Both swiped 2.5 million, and still can't catch up? At this moment, it was as if he felt a mountain of pressure falling on him. The cold sweat on his brain was growing. His own number knows itself. He just charged 3 million another 50 brushes and still can't take the other side. He is bound to lose. However, the situation cannot see a little hope. He was shocked to find the other side of the gift, as if endless general. Paralyzed. What the hell is this demon Could it be that he was going to lose? The chills in the 8th master's heart couldn't stop bubbling up. Chapter 11, Too Brutal, Trenchless. $3 million. Ma, it's over 3 million. Big Bunny looked at his side score with a flushed face, his heart beating like a drum. An ordinary PK had actually hit the height of 3 million. It was damn near impossible for her not to be excited. Although in the last 2 months, with the support of the 8th master, she had eaten her fill. The sum of the gifts added up over the 2 months was not as much as this one PK. She was signed to the guild. Although these gifts threw in the platform and the guild's draw, and also deducted the tax before her income. Even so, they can also get 600,000 or 700,000 Did not waste their own airborne kneeling Developed. 8 Masters Bull Batch. Wu Wei Domineering. Love you. Do not stop Big Bunny eyes glowing, also hard to restrain from the chair jumped up. Excited cannot close the legs. The 2 piles of flesh in front of her chest all followed a chaotic tremor. The silicone cushion almost threw out. She did not even realize. However, at this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't care less if this was bullying. Everyone's eyes were dead set on PK's blood bar, revealing a look of anxiety. Over here, the crazily rising score unexpectedly stopped. At Mansion 8, Big Brother. How did it stop? The opposite side is over 500. 000. Come on, Master 8, don't be a wimp. Just do it. Don't try to steal the tower Big Brother. The opposite side of the firepower is so fierce. Steal the tower, there is no chance. At home and Master 8, you're in a hurry to get to the top. Go, I want to go. Too. I want to go on. You give me money The 8th master looked at the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room. His teeth were almost bleeding from biting. His forehead veins jumped straight up, and his whole face rose like a pig's liver, making him look particularly hideous. His own preparation to play the activities of the money did not stay. Not a penny left or swiped out. Surprisingly still do not see a little hope of winning. If it wasn't for his personal experience, he would never be able to believe it. At this moment, he felt like a pig being roasted on the fire. His body was hot, and every minute was torture. He was going to lose? This fact, let him, The platform ranked 30th Super God Hero. How can he accept it? Isn't it just a white number that isn't even a noble? How can he brush so much? Last year's Prince brother, who was hailed as the #1 divine hero of the year, wasn't this fierce in the beginning, was he? How can he lose? Paralyzed, playing pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. Right, trough, such as Tarzan-like pressure, so that the 8th master Manik cannot help but curse angrily. Copied. The table is still soaked with goji berries of the glass cup on the table and fell broken. Sitting up in shock before the victory. The clown is actually myself. Shame, shame ah. Song Qingyan's live broadcast room. The screen is full of super fire special effects, still bombarding like no money. More than watching a small movie, the audience of melon eaters, at this moment, cannot care about blinking their eyes. Under the unblinking gaze, the opposite side of the score suddenly didn't move at all. It really didn't move. Soon the crowd reacted. The opposite side, this is out of ammunition ah. It's worthy of being a super god hero. One brush is 3 million. However, this is not winning ah. Nothing. Looking at their own side, still crazy rise, will soon break through 4 million points. All the clam port live. Martyr, what super god ho, was a white number to dry rest. Realizing this, the melon congregation was like seeing the enlightened teacher of life being sprayed with a face of Tresor. Instantly cranial orgasm. I have to say, the two big men. So take the money as a waste of paper like Huahua just looking at is really energetic ah. Blood surging, eye-opening ah. However, what makes everyone's adrenal glands sore is that the god big brother has stopped. And this white big brother is still outputting steadily. It didn't look like he had the slightest intention of stopping. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 6,666. Awesome big brother. I'm sweating just watching it. It's too much. No way. It's already $5 million and you're still not stopping. Big brother, oh my god. This can buy a big flat in our area. Big brother, how can you be so good? Poverty really limits my imagination. Big brother is too brutal. His wealth is unrivaled. Big brother is too brutal. Trenchless +1, plus 10,086, plus 3, 141, 5926. Floating life like a dream was sitting dumbfounded in front of the computer at the moment, his heart jumping into his throat. After watching this brother freedom with his own eyes and drying out that duke, he vaguely felt that he wasn't simple, but never dared to think which is not simple this is simply super powerful. Okay, the big man who ranked 30th in the God's Ho list was so easily knocked down by brother freedom. This. An ordinary PK had been beaten by him with the sense of the annual peak match. Exciting. Looking at the score that was still rising crazily, floating life as a dream instantly recalled the scene of beating that duke before. He couldn't help but feel a huge tremor in his body. His trembling hand knocked a pop-up quickly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I get it. Brother freedom, this is definitely still going to completely crush the opposite side with a double advantage. As soon as this pop-up screen came out, the dozens of people before the live broadcast, looking at the blood bar, also thought of something. Yes, I also understand. Brother freedom, it's still you. Convinced? Awesome. Right. It's all up to 5 million. Looking at it like this, it's definitely not running. Ha ha ha, it's still true. Brother freedom is definitely going to double crush the opposite side. What the hell is God's Hero 30? It's still not the same as the Duke, being ravaged by brother freedom on the ground. Looking at the pop-ups that suddenly appeared, the other viewers in the live broadcast room were struck by lightning, and they were stunned. What? Winning is not enough. Big brother also want a double crush. This is just like a whiplash. This free brothers simply don't be too bold Everyone could not help but stare wide-eyed at the score on the PK blood bar again. Even Song Qingyan, whose hands were nervously clenched together and whose brain was already in a state of downtime, was no exception. 4,600,000, 4,800,000, 5 million. The score of the live broadcast easily surpassed the 5 million mark without pause. And, just like everyone expected, it's still rising like crazy. 5,300,000, 5.5 million, 5,800,000, 6 million, 6 million. It's crushing. It's a double crushing. Ha ha. So what if the emperor is still being rubbed on the ground by white? In the entire live streaming world, this was like a miracle, and everyone who witnessed this moment was all flushed with excitement. However, the rising momentum of the score still didn't have the slightest tendency to stop. Seeing this scene, everyone at this moment couldn't help but open their mouths wide in astonishment, their jaws almost dropping in shock. No, why is Big Brother still brushing Ding, the host's consumption was successful, obtaining double cashback from the system. Ding, the host consumption success. Get the system double cashback. Ding, the host's consumption was successful, obtaining double cashback from the system. In his mind, The system's continuous ringing beeps were simply like a wonderful piece of music. At this moment, Cao Yang was completely immersed in the joy of wantonly and furiously swiping. Can't stop at all. The feeling of being able to easily get money just by moving your hands like this was too much on the up and up. Love, 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 love. Chapter 12, A Splash of Riches. Crazy. The score on the blood bar finally stopped rising, but the super fire special effects that exploded in the live broadcast room still continued. I'm afraid it won't be over for another 20 minutes, because there are too many swipes. Looking at Cao Yang's contribution value on the list, everyone's scalp couldn't help but go numb and their brains were buzzing. 10 million. For a small PK, the free big brother had actually swiped an entire 10 million. Now, looking across the street, the $3 million of Divine Bastard 8 was simply hilarious. It's all been crushed into dregs. At this moment, Cao Yang's account had risen directly to full level, without opening any nobles, as there was no need for any noble titles to set him off. With this battle alone, his great name would surely resonate throughout the entire flying fish. Brother Freedom. 3 words are enough to represent him. What? You're the emperor? I'm sorry, Brother Freedom abuses the emperor like a dog. Without exception, all the audience were deeply shocked and completely convinced. The last big brother who was so bold, that was Prince Brother, who was known as the No. 1 Divine Hero of the Year. One person hard fought against a guild and wildly swiped $18 million, shocking the whole flying fish. But that was in the finals of the peak tournament of the year. He hasn't swiped this much in normal PK. This is a whole $10 million. The average person may not be able to earn this much money in several lifetimes of hard work, but it was just like this that the big brother swiped it out in a lighthearted manner. It was simply terrifying. It could be said that at this moment, Brother Freedom had not only become famous in one battle, but had even set a record for the most luxurious ordinary PK. The audience who reacted could hardly hold themselves back as they frantically swiped up the pop-up screens, and the atmosphere in the live broadcast room instantly boiled to the extreme. Brother Freedom. Trenchless. Brother Freedom. No one is like that. Brother Freedom. No one is like a trench. The clear water of pop-ups washed over the live broadcast room over and over again like running water. Dumbfounded as she gazed at all of this, Song Qingyan's mind was still in a state of chaos, directly flushed with confusion by this horrifying ultrafire with a total value of up to $10 million. In the world, there was nothing more outrageous than pie falling from the sky. And now, she had encountered something even more outrageous than a pie falling from the sky. The gold bricks fell directly from the sky. There were so many flying fish anchors, thousands of them, and they also fell on their own heads. This, when she stepped into the live broadcast industry, Song Qingyan has always felt that she is still very lucky. Just started broadcasting for less than a month, and met the favor of the super god hero. In a short period of time, she stood out from the newcomers in the anchor. Only 2 months out of the beginning of the Big Brother's support, and the second line of the strength of the old anchor to compete. The speed at which this live broadcast took off can be called a small miracle. 3 months' time, she not only harvested a large number of fans, more importantly, earned many peers are jealous to crazy wealth. Just the list of the first god's Big Brother, cumulative on their own brush nearly 2 million gifts, because at first just try to see the mentality into the live industry, and did not sign the guild. So less guild draw. The gift of the share she took a lot more than the average anchor. Just Big Brother's contribution. She can get the horror of more than 700,000. For a time, it made her feel like her life had reached its peak. However, the drama was that her Big Brother, whom she had always respected from the bottom of her heart, suddenly made a shameless request that made her collapse. She flatly refused, and the result was a direct fall from heaven to hell. How high she flew in the beginning, how miserable she fell now. For 2 months, she was blocked on all fronts by the furious godly Big Brother, and her live broadcasting room was once miserable to the point of no one asking for her. A few times of despair collapse, she had more than once thought, this may be their own luck so good that even the heavens are jealous of it, so it is down to such a punishment. Then just after she was completely desperate, but wanted to have one last broadcast to say goodbye to the place where this dream began, but what she never expected was that a fortune would come crashing down on her head. It was really a fortune, a heavenly fortune that made her soul tremble. Oh my god, did she save the galaxy in her past life? At this moment, Song Qingyan was not only shocked, even her cognition was ruthlessly refreshed. Originally, met the 8th master, already let feel as the heaven's favorite. Now look again is so ridiculous, that is also called lucky? Originally, when she met the 8th master, she felt that she had seen the rich man's luxury, but now she thinks that it's also called luxury? 3 months only accumulated brush 2 million or so, and this free brother just 10 minutes of PK brush a whole 10 million. After all, she was just a student who was about to be promoted to the 2nd year of college. Song Qingyan simply couldn't imagine how much wealth Brother Freedom had to have in reality in order to be able to brush so recklessly and wildly. At this moment, she only realized one thing: if this 10 million gift share came into her hands, wouldn't she directly become a millionaire? For her, who grew up in a single-parent family, this was simply a life flip. A small PK had actually allowed her to realize a class leap. One step to hell, one step to heaven. Even though she was labeled as the school flower by her classmates, she was after all just an ordinary person with outstanding looks. How could she remain calm in the face of this heavenly riches that could definitely make people struggle for decades less? This damn but any individual has to be confused. Gradually reacting from the great shock, Song Changyan couldn't help but tremble, and her eyes, which were already desperate in their coolness, instantly reddened with hot tears. Ding! Song Changyan's favorability has risen by +5. Ding! Song Changyan's favorability rises +5. Thank you for Brother Freedom's favor. Brother Freedom is mighty and domineering. Song Changyan covered her fruitful chest and bowed deeply to the camera. Never in a million years too. At a time when Qin Yan has been left unattended, I can still meet Brother Freedom. Most importantly, Brother Freedom can protect. Qin Yan so domineeringly really flattered. Really, 10,000 thanks to Brother Freedom. Qin Yan, all don't know what to say. Brother Freedom. I'll give you another bow. Song Qingyan's excited tears slid down in large drops, and her voice became choked, but her reddened eyes blossomed with a blazing radiance. The original dark world was instantly illuminated by a ray of light, and at this moment, facing Cao Yang, who seemed to have descended from the heavens, Song Qingyan felt that what kind of words, all seemed so pale, completely insufficient to express their inner gratitude. The only thing to do was to bow deeply again. Ding! Detecting Song Qingyan's favorability has increased to 62. Reaching the second order of relationship, the heart of admiration. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a mysterious reward. May I ask whether to open it? Open. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining free attribute points +2. Free attribute points can be arbitrarily added to the body's various numerical values according to the host's wishes. Please allocate them reasonably. After wantonly swiping furiously, Cao Yang, who was still immersed in the euphoria of getting money, was pulled back to reality by his schoolmates' sincere words with choking sobs and the system's beep. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile of pleasure, not bothering to study the attribute points he had just gained. His eyes landed on the screen and instantly lit up. Cao Yang, although in his previous life, he knew the school flower's schoolmate, but pure beggars simply any interactions. The impression that every time he saw her, it was silent and cool. In fact, classmates are basically this impression. Otherwise she would not be known as a high cold goddess. But at this moment, the sister's eyes were red, full of gratitude, and she couldn't help but be a bit incoherent. It was still the same old unattainable look. This is one of the 4 school flowers of the cold goddess? This is touched? Good sense so simple or breaking through 60. I didn't expect that before even meeting. The school sister's relationship with herself had already reached the stage of admiration. Then after meeting, wouldn't it be? Looking at the stirring schoolgirl, Cao Yang's heart couldn't help but jump wildly a few times. However, he couldn't help but frown slightly, and somewhat dissatisfied. He typed a teasing pop-up. Thanking who? Anchor, you're okay with this. Why are you calling brother again? Seeing Cao Yang's pop-up, Song Changyan couldn't help but be dumbfounded, thinking of before, and then her pretty face couldn't help but steam out a touch of scarlet. Thank you free dad. Listening to her schoolmate's clear and cold voice with a few moments of sweetness added, Cao Yang smiled with satisfaction and typed out a pop-up like a kindly old father. Good boy. Chapter 13, the first one is a sure thing. I said so. There's nothing wrong with that. There's meat to eat when you follow Brother Freedom. Anchor, this thigh have to hold tight. No, have to weld. 6666. Free father, I do not know if you like men. People can actually open the broadcast. Upstairs, get lost, how can I? Daddy Freedom, like men. Daddy Freedom, wait, I'll go and book a ticket to the transformation country. Che, you do not daydream. Freedom father. Showdown. In fact, people are women. Divorced with 2 children do not know freedom father belle. As long as you will look, I immediately fly over to play games together. Looking at the live broadcast, more and more large-scale pop-ups, the original pretty face slightly red Song Qingyan instantly became like a ripe apple. Her heart was shy, but she was also instantly alerted. This kind of super big brother who could casually swipe out as much as 10 million gifts was a piece of donkey meat that made everyone greedy, and was bound to be the center of attention wherever she went. She was extremely fortunate that she hadn't lost herself when facing the godly bastard 8, and it was only in a moment of desperation that she was able to meet the 100 times better Brother Freedom. No, it was Papa Freedom, but with that profound lesson from before, her heart, which had been thumping in her throat for a split second, went up in her throat. If Papa Freedom also made that kind of request, then how should she choose? This was a superb man who could change his life with a single move of his hand. Can he still refuse? What does Freedom Dad do and why is he so good? How old is Freedom Dad? Does he have a family? Will Freedom Daddy? The afterthought song Cao Yang hurriedly put Cao Yang on housekeeping, and secretly sent him a private message with her own private Weibo. After doing this, her face was a little hot and spicy. She bit her red lips, nervous inside, cannot help but be full of curiosity and entanglement. Her head was momentarily messy, but she knows that there is a free father in. Now the probability is that they do not have to leave the platform where this dream began. As for the road in the future, when they calm down, to think about it, Cao Yang looked at the pop-ups that were all soaring to high speeds and couldn't help but smile. He used to love watching live broadcasts, and has always been just a member of such an army of water blowers. How could he not expect that one day he would become the lucky one chosen by the system? As soon as he was reborn, he became the center of attention that was sought after by millions of people. I have to say, the feeling of being flattered and complimented like this is really cool. This may be the unique pleasure of the Big Brother. However, at the moment, Cao Yang couldn't be bothered to pay too much attention to these pop-ups. His mind couldn't be restrained and was focused on the free attribute points that had just been opened. Other people's bragging is all empty. Attribute points plus is what's real. After doing all this, Cao Yang couldn't help but smile before his gaze once again fell to his schoolmate's live broadcast. However, just at this moment, there was a flash of golden light, and a number with the Emperor's knighthood went into the live room. At Win Like Freedom, you come out, marred, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, right? Winning or losing is not to be discussed first. You think this is honorable, right? Looking at the golden pop-up screen that ate himself, Cao Yang couldn't help but stare. But when he saw the owner of the pop-up screen, he whirled around and couldn't help but be furious. The magnificent 8th Master. Wasn't this the trash that had just been trampled on the ground by himself? As soon as the PK ended, his anchor slipped away. He did not bother to go over to find them trouble. I did not think that this bastard even dared to shamelessly jump over. I don't think this guy has the guts to jump over here. You think it's the little fairy daughter who puts aside the facts. Ah, martyr, even if it is a little fairy daughter, I'm not used to it now. Cao Yang sneered. His hands couldn't help but put his hands on the keyboard, and he was ready to key in the pop-up screen, but he didn't expect his friend's hands to be faster. I go, losing is losing, but also win or lose first. PK does not look at the win or lose. Look at what? How is the still cerebellar atrophy? Asterisk 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 lose not recognize? What? Want to force wash the ground? Ah, Big Brother, where's the face? Looking at these pop-ups, the 8 masters were instantly furious. Labor Hall of God ho, how now what Yakuza dare to rant in front of their own? Paralyzed, little pussy brats, how to talk to your 8th master? If he did not pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger, so that laborers careless, laborers will lose? At this moment, looking at Master 8's pop-up screen again, everyone in the live broadcast room couldn't help but stare in disbelief. This Nima, lost it, how the IQ is still beaten out of it. This is the God ho Big Brother? How does it feel more retarded than our village 2 idiots? Ah, asterisk 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 asterisk. This is the same as the God ho novel I read but also forced to lower the IQ. Really long knowledge. No wonder the dog authors are written like this. The original art really comes from life. Ha ha, upstairs is right. In fact sometimes reality is more outrageous than fiction. At this moment, Cao Yang couldn't help himself. He quickly snapped a pop-up. How dare you step on a horse and come barking at a dog? How can there be such a brazen person like you in the world? You can't take A and you blame the earth for not being attractive? Seeing Cao Yang's pop-up, the 8th master's gaze involuntarily shrank, but then he gritted his teeth. He didn't lose, but he was just careless. Right, that's it. Wasn't it just swiping $10 million? It's not like he can't afford to swipe $20 million in his own savings. At Win Like Freedom, if you didn't intentionally pretend to be a small white number, I was careless, I would have lost. The 10 million who can't afford to brush like. In a few days the flying fish is going to be a new activity. Dare not seriously touch a touch. At Win Like Free, you are not going to hold this. How about will not even an activity do not dare on it? At this moment, the delayed text message finally ding 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 rang. Cao Yang hastily clicked on the message. Longhua Bank, your account with tail number 9966. The amount of 40,000 yuan arrived. The current account balance of 241,586.95 yuan. Longhua Bank, your account with tail number 9966. The amount arrived is 40,000 yuan. The current. Soon after, the last message rang out, and Cao Yang saw the final balance of his account of 20,201,586 renminbi. 95. $20 million. A whole $20 million more. He became a multi-millionaire in just 1 PK. This is faster than robbing a bank. I still need to rely on you. Brother Tone. Brush. You must brush yourself to death. Cao Yang, a multi-millionaire in the blink of an eye, held back his excitement, put down his cell phone with a happy face, and his fingers quickly knocked from the keyboard in a domineering manner. Admention 8th Master, doggone it, aggravate the laborer? Do you have this qualification? Get out of here. I'll beat you up once I see you. I'll be at the event, but not to be angry with you. You're not worthy. It's not easy to recognize the eldest daughter. Of course we have to hold to the end. The first we will take. Jesus cannot be blocked, I said. At the same time, what the world can't imagine at all is that far away in a big villa on the other side of the ocean, Joseph, who had just gone to sleep, was woken up by the phone, cursing in his heart that the damned bastard must go to hell. He picked up the phone, listening to the financial assistant's report. He instantly lost all sleep. What? His own assets had instantly evaporated by $3 million. WTF? *******. Chapter 14, Just Rich. Magic City. Flying Fish Platform Headquarters. The two big gods. A sudden PK made the operation department explode. If not for the sudden appearance of director Wang Xinmin, it would have become as lively as a food market. Even so, the hearts of the people could not help but be filled with excitement. Although they were all employees of the operations department, but apart from large-scale competitions, such a powerful and scary PK, they had rarely seen. Director. The number of people online in Anchor Chinyan Loves Singing Live Room has already exceeded 60,000. Operations junior brother Zhu Xiaoming couldn't help but shout as he stared at the computer. Because of the director's arrival, the other employees each had to sit back at their stations, but they, who had been straining their ears, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when they heard this. Bull batch. This popularity, even if the platform is a super first-line anchor, at this moment, also have to bow to the wind. They know, this anchor a few hours ago, but even the third-line small anchor is not as good, can be said to be cooler than cool. Now you can be 100% sure that this is definitely the rhythm to take off. In less than an hour, he had gone on the road of reversal, which was called a miracle in the entire live broadcasting world. Tee-hee, there is a god Big Brother to hold, is horrible. Big Brother wildly brushes 10 million. It's hard to grow without flying. Keep your eyes peeled. If it doesn't work, then increase the bandwidth. Make sure the live broadcast is smooth. Director Wang Xinmin pushed his nose glasses and said in a deep voice, "Got it, Director." Zhu Xiaoming sniffed and nodded his head in a hurry. In the PK just now, if it wasn't for the fact that he had temporarily increased the bandwidth of 2 more lines, the ultra flame effects brushed by the light big guys could have jammed the live broadcast room to death. That amount of terror was as much as 5,000 rounds. Even though Zhu Xiaoming had been employed in the Flying Fish Operations Department for 2.5 years, it was the first time he had seen so many superfire at once. At this moment, Wang Xinmin didn't leave in a hurry and still stood at the same spot staring with some uneasiness. Platform suddenly appeared anew into the live circle of the super god Ho. This cannot help him not to be on the hard. This matter even the President Zhou Qiang are alarmed, but also 12 points of attention. It had to be said that the strength of this new godly hero, Brother Freedom, was truly terrifying. At this moment, even though Wang Xinmin was calm on the surface, he couldn't help but feel greatly shocked inwardly. This big brother, spending $10 million on just one ordinary PK, this had created a record for Flying Fish. In the history of the Flying Fish platform, it was unknown if there would be any comers in the future, but this Brother Freedom definitely counted as a predecessor. Looking at all the godly heroes on the platform, there hadn't been any that were so fierce as soon as they opened their brushes. Even last year's most dazzling godly hero, Prince Brother, had taken a week to break $10 million in consumption. Such a big brother, placed on any platform, will definitely be treated like an ancestor. This was the god of wealth. Old Wang, how's the situation? A man's voice interrupted Wang Xinmin's lost thoughts. It turned out to be a middle-aged man with a bit of momentum walking over. The entire operations department was instantly quiet as a pin could be heard. Even the sound of breathing was reduced by a few points. And the operations junior brother, Zhu Xiaoming, even hastened to straighten his body. Everyone was secretly staggered. That Brother Liberty could be really powerful, to the point that President Zhou Qiang couldn't help but visit the operations department in person. Everything is normal, President Zhou. At the moment, the number of people in Brother Freedom's support winners room has skyrocketed, and I've asked Xiaoming to keep a key eye on it, to solve any emergencies at any time. Wang Xinmin faced Zhou Qiang and bowed. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qiang walked behind Zhu Xiaoming and stared at the computer for a few moments. Tough job. Make sure the users can have an excellent experience in the live broadcast. Patting Zhu Xiaoming's shoulder, Zhou Qiang solemnly said, "Okay, Mr. Zhou, don't worry." At this moment, Zhu Xiaoming, whose heart was about to jump out of his throat, nodded in panic. Damn, after 2.5 years of employment, as a shrimp in the operations department, this was the first time he had been in such close contact with Big Boss. Old Wang, I'm afraid I'll have to work overtime today. As soon as possible, organize the information of this godly man. We'll have a meeting in an hour. After instructing Zhu Xiaoming, Zhou Qiang finished laying out his tasks to Wang Xinmin before turning to leave. Zhou Qiang couldn't help but show a radiant glow in his eyes. Now the platform was about to usher in the D round of financing. At such a critical time, today's sudden arrival of the God of Fortune could be said to have given the platform another name card to hold, the God of Wealth. If such a great man of God can stay on the platform, and if he can still consume steadily, it will definitely be of great significance to the success or otherwise of the next round of financing. 12 Importance. Not too much. Song Qingyan live broadcast room. Facing tens of thousands of viewers, she couldn't help but be a little nervous. It was really the first time she had encountered such a big scene, which gave her a sense of vestigial feeling of her first performance on stage in school. However, her singing voice remained smooth, ethereal and pleasant, attracting countless applauding pop-ups that continued to brush the screen. In particular, a song of thanks, because the singing was too involved. Her eyes were red, so that Cao Yang could not help but be moved by it. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were even more numerous, and the atmosphere boiled over to the extreme. Her attention rose like a super fire, and she used her strength to tell the crowd that she wasn't the least bit bad at the live broadcasting ability. Cao Yang was also convinced that as long as she had the opportunity to make a name for herself, this senior sister, who was already the dream goddess of countless boys at school, would definitely be no less successful than those internet celebrities known to the general public. Time unknowingly came to more than 6 o'clock. Cao Yang couldn't help but have his stomach growling. Brothers, I'm too hungry. I'll go down first for you to play. Cao Yang touched his stomach and couldn't help but play a pop-up. Seeing this, Song Qingyan, who had already sung a few songs in a row, couldn't help but get up in a hurry to say goodbye to Cao Yang. The pop-up screen in the live broadcast room also shifted its wind direction at once. Goodbye brother Freedom. Daddy Freedom. Remember to eat more. Keep the noodles for yourself. I want to eat abalone. Looking at the screen full of pop-ups, Cao Yang replied back in a matter-of-fact manner again and exited the live broadcast room. Only after exiting did he realize that the information on his account had been as much as 99 plus. After clicking in, Cao Yang couldn't help but laugh. There are still so many boring people. There were all kinds of messages, some kneeling and licking, and of course, there were also brainless black people who came to spray. However, more often than not, anchors come to ask for attention, and some even directly ask for adoption. After casually looking at a few ambiguous messages filled with air, Cao Yang lost interest. However, from it, he found a private message from his senior sister, which still made him very happy. After adding the green bubble number from which the private message was sent, Cao Yang simply cleared out the other messages that were not nutritious and in the way, avoiding trouble in the future. He again set his account to only accept private messages from the users he follows, before exiting the platform. After going around the house with nothing but instant noodles, Cao Yang couldn't help but shake his head. He decided to go out for a big meal to treat himself first. If you say you'll eat abalone, you'll eat abalone. There's no way around it. It's just money. Chapter 15 Public Relations Manager. Food is the only thing that matters to the people. And when you have money, you can't compromise yourself. And after enjoying a seafood meal, Cao Yang contentedly went out of the restaurant. He didn't rush home, but walked to the side of the pedestrian street. First of all, the old cell phone should have been eliminated, replaced with Huawei Leg series of the latest models. After seeing the house of Hailan, and then go in from the inside to the outside of the body to change the line. After coming out, just across the street is a hairdresser. Cao Yang and fine Mr. Tony cut a handsome spirit of short hair. Walking out of the barber store, Cao Yang, who had a new look from head to toe, inside and out, simply looked like a new person, and even his acquaintances would be confused when they saw him. As the saying goes, people rely on clothes, Buddha relies on gold. The base was not bad. In a decent fashionable clothing set off, coupled with the spirit of the new hairstyle, it is simply a big handsome. The most important thing is the change of temperament. I have to say, money is a man's guts. Bank card lying on $20 million of him, at the moment exudes a sunny and confident atmosphere. At this moment, Cao Yang, said Shichang Wu Yanzu also no problem, walking on the street, but also attracted a lot of young ladies frequently turn back. After a complete rejuvenation, the sky has been completely dark. He returned home, cotton spinning mill worker's family home. This is the house left by grandparents. Mom and dad went out to work when the car accident died very early, and grandparents also died in the previous 2 years after the disease. Now he can be said to be one person to eat. The whole family is not hungry. The weather in July, even at night, is still very hot, but the home is very cold. Looking at the squeaky ceiling fan, Cao Yang momentarily feel a little lonely, but soon his mind adjusted. In his last life, he had been ravaged by life, and even though he worked hard, He couldn't save a few dollars at the end of the year. The burden of life was so heavy that he didn't dare to slack off at all. In this life, since he had become the lucky one who had regained his life, if he didn't enjoy his life, he would be sorry for the system's favor. Thinking of this, Cao Yang opened his new cell phone and booked a ticket for himself to fly to Magic City tomorrow. After checking online, he found a famous 5-star hotel in Magic City, a presidential suite for $98,888 a day, which he directly booked for a month. In his last life, he also got the notice not 2 days before he went to Mordor. The difference was that he went to work, served a vacation plate in a restaurant, and this life, he obviously could not go to work again. This time in the past, completely in advance to experience the simple and unadorned life. I don't know. When schoolmate Song Qingyan learns that he has descended to Magic City, how will she react? Cao Yang could not help but look forward to it. After all this, Cao Yang took a shower and then lay on the bed. Bored, he picked up his new cell phone and boarded the flying fish. With the new cell phone to play live without worrying about lag, but also can be watched anytime, anywhere, obviously more comfortable than sitting on a worn-out hardwood chair. Sister Song Qingyan has already gone off the air. The number of fish food have been brushed. Cao Yang did not rush to watch other anchors, but intends to first charge a wave of value. Anyway, there is a lot of time. He decided to charge more, just in case. Flying Fish Platform Headquarters, conference room. The executives had gotten together and were in the middle of a meeting. President Zhou Qiang impassionedly emphasized the platform's future development plan once again, and gave an in-depth analysis of both the current situation faced and the existing problems. He emphasized that the platform's next D-round financing is the top priority. After the completion of the D round of financing, the next step, that can be qualified to look forward to listing such an important step, he could not afford not to treat it carefully. Just as Zhou Chang's speech came to an end, an employee from the legal department handed in a material. Seeing this, Zhou Qiang turned his words around and said, "Of course all of the above are plans and arrangements at the strategic level of the company, and this meeting today focuses on another matter. I believe that everyone has more or less heard about it. Just in the afternoon, the platform has another super god hero. The specifics, please the operations department's Mr. Wang, introduce it for us." Upon hearing this, Director of Operations Wang Xinmin cleared his throat and said, "It's like this. This afternoon there was suddenly a user that made a huge purchase on the platform. Just one PK swiped a whole $10 million. After our investigation, it has been determined that this godly hero has nothing to do with any guilds. It is a pure spending bigot, and according to my experience, this should be a new godly hero who just entered the circle, brushing $10 million right from the start. It's evident that this divine hero's strength is horrifying, and it's initially concluded that this Brother Freedom is no weaker than last year's fiercest divine hero on the platform, Brother Prince, or even stronger." After Wang Xinmin finished speaking, the conference room immediately resounded with buzzing discussions. Even though all of them were Flying Fish's executives, they couldn't help but be filled with shock. Brother Prince's terrifying strength shocked the world at last year's Summit tournament. Is it possible that this Brother Freedom is even stronger than Brother Prince? What kind of demon is that? If the executives of other platforms knew about this, wouldn't they be too red-eyed to sleep? The boss of the legal department coughed and said, "Let me say one thing. Just now we have gotten reliable information through the channel. This Brother Freedom is the pure consumption of the Big Brother. At present, we have not found any suspicion of violating the law." Upon hearing this, President Zhou Qiang couldn't help but stand up. The light in his eyes flashed, the last trace of worry in his heart was eliminated, and he couldn't help but look full of joy. After a moment of contemplation, he was just about to speak when the door of the conference room was violently pushed open. He saw Operations Junior Brother Zhu Xiaoming barging in a panic. As the boss of the operations department, Wang Xinmin's brows furrowed when he saw this, and he was just about to open his mouth to reprimand. But when he heard Zhu Xiaoming's words, his entire body was suddenly stunned. At this moment, not only him, even all the executives including President Zhou Qiang were stunned as if they were dumbfounded, their jaws dropping to the ground. What did you say? How much did Brother Freedom charge? Wang Xinmin swallowed his saliva with some difficulty, staring and stumbling as he asked. 100 million. Brother Freedom has charged an entire 100 million. Hiss. The large conference room immediately resounded with the sound of people sucking in cool air. After the report, Zhu Xiaoming left, but the conference room remained surprisingly quiet. It was too damn scary. Charging a value by the billions? Even if all the executives here are Flying Fish's executives, they are all considered elites. But 20 years of income, without eating or drinking is not enough for people to recharge the value once. After a long period of silence, Zhou Qiang couldn't help but slap the table. With a red face, his voice excitedly said, "All of you have heard it. This is a super big brother. This is for the platform importance. There is no need for me to say more." Saying that, His gaze fell on a beautiful female executive, paused, and solemnly said, Vice President Lin, the next arduous task will fall on your PR department. I don't care what methods you use, you absolutely must keep this brother freedom firmly on the platform. Vice President Lin, can you accomplish the task? Upon hearing this, the beautiful vice president of the PR department, her foxy eyes turned, and she couldn't help but reveal an excited gaze. As long as one stabilized that godly magnificent big brother, then the chips in one's hand could really be called thick, and removing this vice word from the top of one's head wasn't just around the corner. She stood up at once, and just as she was about to make a pledge of faith, she heard the crisp sound of high heels on the ground from outside the door. Immediately afterward, the door of the conference room was once again pushed open. A woman who made people feel instantly stunning walked in. Eyes fell on this woman in unison, and everyone's expression couldn't help but be stunned. General Manager Lee, aren't you still on maternity leave? Why did you come to the company so late at night? Zhou Qiang, who was the first to react, asked with great surprise. The beautiful vice president who had just stood up could not help but bite her red lips at this moment, and could not help but feel a surge of indignation in her heart. However, she did not dare to show it, because this woman who had compared her to her the moment she appeared was her top boss, the rightful boss of the PR department. Li Na, General Manager Lee. Chapter 16 Flight Attendant Man Live as You Like It. A woman's maternity leave. Generally from the first half of the month of childbirth to the 3 months of postpartum time, at least 98 days of vacation can be enjoyed, and 26-year-old Li Na, also satisfied with the policy of late marriage and late childbearing coupled with the local implementation of maternity leave in the Magic City, she can also add an additional 2 months of vacation. At this moment, strictly speaking, there is still 1.5 months from the end of her maternity leave, but Li Na has decided to end her vacation and return to the workplace early. It is said that the business world is like a battlefield, but how can the workplace be any different? It is also full of brutal deceit and hooking up. Even if the company gives you a year's vacation, do you dare to take it? Really that? And then come back? I'm afraid it's not even a foothold. Have been resting for too long, are almost moldy, and the company is now in a critical stage of development. Looking at Zhou Qiang, Li Na smiled sweetly. Mr. Zhou, please allow me to end my vacation and return to my position to make a small contribution to the company. Does your body allow it? And will it have an impact if you come back now? Zhou Qiang said with some concern. Mr. Zhou is overly concerned. After giving birth to the baby I also rested for another 3 months. The body has long been adjusted. Every day at home, have gained a lot of weight. Li Na raised her eyebrows, slightly distressed to said. Hearing this, looking at the color of the red, full of spirit, after giving birth to the baby was even more beautiful than before pregnancy, but also a few points of Li Na. Zhou Qiang did not say anything more. Good, then we will welcome General Manager Lee. Come back to her position early. That's a big help for the company. Driven by Zhou Qiang, the executives looked at Li Na, as if they were attracted by a magnet, and they could not move their eyes away from them. They applauded. As the boss of the public relations department, before even put in the whole company, no doubt, Li Na is one of the most beautiful women. Let all people did not expect is, after giving birth to a baby after her, charm less than the slightest reduction, and even more than before, between the eyebrows more than a touch of graceful maternal glory, let her already let people covet charm become more charming. Mature female charm in her body can be said to be directly pulled full. What shocked people was that even her figure hadn't gone out of shape, it was just a quietly plumped up bit, but this not only didn't subtract points from her, but was even more hot and alluring. The full grain bin seems to be more than 1 yard larger than even before. In the shirt tightly wrapped, let a person cannot help but rise a kind of. It will break free from the bondage at any time worry. Thinking of his wife's body after giving birth to a child. A group of executives in the heart with all the bitterness. It's true that people are more angry than people. This is really a beautiful creature that let God open the back door. When Li Na walked to the side of the female vice president of the public relations department, the crowd's eyes were even brighter. This vice president Lin, who could also be called a great beauty, was now eclipsed in front of the PR department's rightful boss. Little Lin, it's been really hard on you during the time I've been resting. Li Na looked at Lin Yan, nodded and said with a smile, if it wasn't for the maternity leave, she really couldn't tell that this deputy she had promoted was actually a wolf. It was really hard for her to act so well behaved and obedient in front of herself all the time. What do you mean? It's all for the sake of the company. Mr. Li, now that you're back, we'll have a backbone. Lin Yan bit her red lips, in her heart 100,000 reluctance, but her feet still moved the pace, for the rightful boss, to make way for the seat. Her hand tightly pinched the corner of her coat, her knuckles were white. She hated it. If Li Na came back after her vacation, her plan might have succeeded. Damn it, why did she come back now? At this moment, Lin Yan's heart simply hated it to the extreme. Good, since Ms. Li is now coming back early, then I'll repeat what I just said. Watching Li Na take her seat, Zhou Qiang smiled and solemnly repeated the task just now again. After Zhou Qiang finished speaking, before Li Na could say anything, Lin Yan, who had relied on the conference room and did not leave, spoke up. Mr. Zhou, Mr. Li, I'll interject. A super high-level godly man like Brother Freedom must send the best employees to maintain it. Mr. Li, you've been away from the company for a while. Xiaomei's business ability has improved immensely, and this is evident to the entire department. I propose to let Xiaomei be Brother Freedom's exclusive customer service. I believe her ability will not let the company down. Power is really a good thing. Seeing herself from the core management, in the twinkling of an eye, she was beaten back to her original form. Lin Yan that was willing to give up so easily. Xiaomei was her beloved. If she could make her the exclusive customer service of Brother Freedom, coupled with the resources she had pulled together over the past few months, then she would definitely be able to hollow out Li Na. So what if she comes back? Although she didn't sit in the seat of the boss herself, the power of speech was just as big. Upon hearing this, Li Na's eyebrows couldn't help but frown, and then she laughed. How could she not understand the ambition of the scheming? Really think that she was on vacation at home and did not know about the company's affairs? She is also step by step to climb up. Without some ability, how can sit in the current position? Shaolin, you are right. Brother Freedom is definitely a customer that the company must maintain. This is the top priority. All Brother Freedom's exclusive customer service. I decided to do it myself. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chang's eyes instantly lit up and laughed. Well, since Mr. Li is willing to personally take care of it, then there must be no problem. Lin Yan's teeth were about to be clenched. Smelling a hint of milky scent coming from Li Na's body, she couldn't help but think maliciously in her heart. How come you didn't have a difficult labor and hemorrhage a bit? At this moment, she also knew that Li Na had said this. There was no room for maneuvering in this matter. Freedom Brothers' so powerful resources, just like this with their own is lost. Let her heart full of unwillingness. But fortunately, Prince Brothers' customer service has been firmly tied to their own camp. In the public relations department themselves still have 50-50 leverage. Cao Yang of course could not have imagined, but just to get more money, actually became a key figure in the Flying Fish PR department power struggle. At the moment, he is picking female anchors like a princess. It is said that there are thousands of beautiful women, and the Flying Fish accounts for half of them. How could he look for half a day and not come across a satisfactory anchor? Cao Yang couldn't help but be depressed. It's not that he didn't see any beautiful anchors. On the contrary, the anchors on the first few pages of the rankings were all pretty good, and the system recognized them. Several of the comprehensive ratings were reaching 80 points, and there were even 2 on the 90s. But seeing the number of drivers detected by the system, Cao Yang lost interest. This is a bus. There are a few outrageous to more than 20 hands outside. Are damn fast scrapped. I'm glad I have Brother Tong to avoid making myself a big grudge seed. The bus in beautiful, but also not his dish. Who wouldn't want to drive a brand new supercar if he could afford it? Without realizing it, Cao Yang had almost slid to the end of the recommendation, and at this time, the system rarely even had a beep. Even if you see a fairly eye-catching beauty, but the system didn't prompt, then needless to say, it's a product of technology and makeup. Swiping money for such an anchor didn't even return cash, so Cao Yang was even less interested, while Cao Yang was greatly disappointed. The cover of a beautiful woman wearing a navy blue stewardess uniform instantly attracted his attention. Stewardess Man live streams as she pleases. Stewardess? Ding! A target with a comprehensive score up to standard has been detected, and the host will receive double cashback for spending bounty money for it. Target, Zhao Sherman. Age, 24 years old. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Face value, 88 points. Body, 92 points. Pilot 0. Favorability, 0. Looking at the data on the light blue light screen, Cao Yang couldn't help but jump fiercely in his heart, finally revealing a satisfied smile. This beautiful anchor woman's comprehensive score was completely up to par. The key was that she hadn't been driven by a driver yet. TSK, Ness, finally found you. Luckily Brother didn't give up. Chapter 17, Brother Freedom, okay? Without hesitation, Cao Yang clicked into the air hostess Man's live room. In the live room, she was in the middle of a PK. No, this should be the punishment session after PK. At this moment, Zhao Sherman was standing and adjusting the camera. She was wearing a blue strapless dress that completely revealed her white and sexy collarbones, and her proud clumps held up the dress in a full arc. Visually, it was definitely a D1. The surplus savage waist made her body form a luscious and graceful curve. Further down, even though it couldn't be seen, just above the waist was already mouth-watering, and one could imagine that her body was absolutely perfect. No wonder the system scored a high 92 on this piece. Cao Yang took one look at it and instantly felt like it. However, when his gaze landed on her face, he couldn't help but be stunned and laugh. Her appearance, Cao Yang could no longer see it at all. At this moment, the circle around her small mouth was painted black, her nose was dyed red, and her pretty face was also dyed red like a clown. What's more, her long black hair was now messy and fluffy, just like an explosive head. Cao Yang couldn't help but stare blankly and froze for a moment, but then he reacted. She had obviously lost the PK and was being punished, and looking at the situation, she was being punished by more than one person. For a beautiful anchor to accept such a disfiguring punishment, it was quite a fight, and she was really able to have fun. Cao Yang couldn't help but laugh. This look can't be said to be ugly, it can only be said to be hilarious. Miss, just do 10 frog jumps as I said before. The winning anchor from the opposite side laughed as she watched Zhao Shiman adjust her camera. Okay. Zhao Shiman's voice was politely sweet and nice, but at the moment, it was full of helplessness. However, after being penalized miserably before, and now being penalized for frog jumping, she was still in good spirits, and it could be seen that she was in a good state of mind. After she agreed, she didn't dawdle, backed up a few steps, directly squatted on the ground, and started frog jumping. However, the first jump Tuan was like two big naughty rabbits, almost jumping out of the bounds, scaring her so much that she hastily covered her chest. At this moment, the dozens of viewers in the live broadcast room were instantly unsettled. Color/JPG. Anchor, the rabbit is so cute. How could you hide it? Anchor, I have 2 kittens missing. You must know where they are. The last love is hands off. Anchor, you don't want to lose us either. The old shy batch in the live broadcast room instantly sent out a series of pop-ups, but Zhao Shiman couldn't be bothered with them, only focusing on doing the frog jumps with vigor. Soon 10 were done. She stood up, panting, and came back to the camera to readjust it back. After watching the punishing anchor, she said her goodbyes and left. Only then did Zhao Shiman sit down, and even though the air conditioning was on, a fine sweat broke out on her forehead. This anchor is too real. Do a frog jump meaning on the line, but also do so standard. Ha ha, upstairs you don't know. This anchor is just silly real. Before the punishment is also, other anchors are able to draw a little less as a little. She is not let go of the water at all. Lost, man willing to gamble to admit defeat, but live there is no kind brother. Help man to go to the punishment. Ah, so ugly, just a small rocket can go. Oh. Looking at these pop-ups, Zhao Shiman who had slowed down smiled, but then said bitterly, what? A small rocket? Can't afford it, can't afford it. Anchor, ah, although I want to help you, but I can't help you with love. Anchor, you bear with me. After I sell my kidney, I will take you to fly. Looking at the speeches are 1 or 20 small white number. Zhao Shiman also knows that such a big probability are white whoring party. Small gifts basically will not brush. Not to mention the value of $500 of rockets. She couldn't help but feel a little helpless. There is no big brother in the live room. This is the sadness of a small anchor. Not to mention she is still a part-time anchor who only starts broadcasting when she has time. Her eyes fell on the audience, originally wanting to see if she could find a slightly more powerful water friend. But in an instant, her eyes widened incredulously. Could it be that her eyes were blurred from frog jumping? Wind like freedom, full level number? Unable to resist rubbing her eyes, Zhao Shiman looked at the audience again. This own live room really appeared a full-ranked audience. Zhao Shiman couldn't help but let her body tremble. Even though she was a part-time anchor and didn't have too many specific concepts, she knew that being able to raise her number to a full rank, this was definitely a marvelous big brother. She couldn't help but say excitedly, welcome Brother Freedom. Brother Freedom, when did you come? Sorry I didn't see you just now. Upon hearing this, it was only then that the water friends in the live broadcast room also paid attention to the audience. In the next moment, pop-ups sprang up like crazy. No way. Guys, I'm not mistaken. Is this Brother Freedom the one from this afternoon? Full rank. Yes, it must be. I'm going. Anchor, do you know you've won the lottery? Damn it, it's going to be a big hit. Ha ha ha, capturing Brother Freedom alive. Anchor, why don't you hug your thighs tightly? Nima, if Brother Freedom casually leaks a little, you'll be rich. Anchor, looking at the pop-ups knocked out by the water users at a rapid pace like chicken blood. For a moment, Zhao Shiman couldn't help but be a bit confused. She, who hadn't been following the live stream in the afternoon, didn't know about Cao Yang's appalling deeds, but despite that, she now realized that she seemed to have met a terrific big brother. Thank you Brother Freedom for visiting Man's live broadcast. Zhao Shiman spat out her tongue and added, just now, I was so focused on doing my punishment that I didn't realize Brother Freedom. Don't be angry with Man. Okay. Since he was recognized, there was no need for Cao Yang to put on airs. Looking at the pop-up screens that gradually started to brush the screen, He also greeted them in a down-to-earth manner. Good evening everyone. Good evening, Brother Freedom. Good evening, Brother Freedom. Good evening Brother Freedom. I didn't expect to meet a Big Brother again by casually running around in a Thai manner. It seemed like she had really met Big Brother. And at the moment, Zhao Sherman was both excited and nervous. Intermittent live broadcast also has a large half a year. Her live room or the first time to come to the Big Brother cannot help her not nervous. Brother Freedom. If you like man click to follow. Oh, after a pause, she couldn't help but be a little out of breath and said, Brother Freedom, can I rob you a little rocket? Go punishment this is too ugly. After a pause, seeing that Cao Yang didn't respond, Zhao Sherman couldn't help but chirp again. Brother Freedom, there's nothing I can do. I can only rob you. Help out man. Okay. Saying this, she clasped her hands together and placed them in front of her chest and worshipped, praying, Brother Freedom, please, Brother Freedom, please. Hearing this, Cao Yang couldn't tense up any longer and his heart couldn't help but beat violently. Such a delicate and soft voice shouted as if his soul had lightened by a few tales. No wonder in a voice of brother. Big brothers are brushing and pulling a batch after batch. This who can top However, fortunately, he is here to get money. Never lose. Win like freedom sends Super Rocket *10. Chapter 18 taking off. In the live broadcast room, the sudden lighting up of the explosive special effects made Zhao Sherman couldn't help but round her eyes. This is, Mom yeah, Super Rocket He was only begging for a small rocket. How come Brother Freedom even swiped a super rocket for himself? And it was 10 of them. It's too luxurious. After broadcasting off and on for half a year, Zhao Sherman's live broadcast was more or less a bit of a playful nature, as she was indeed a working flight attendant. Since coming into contact with live broadcasting, she had fallen in love with this kind of pastime, and in herself, she was a complete nerd girl, and in her spare time, she had ignorantly stepped into the anchor industry. There is no fixed time, all also have no fixed fans. The main is a random. Every time you start broadcasting, the expectation is to earn enough to meet the 200. Anyway, is to pass the time, but also can earn some extra money has been very happy. At first, the content of the broadcast is to chat and sing, but so not many people brush gifts. Gradually familiar with after she turned to PK, although it is all part of being hit, but because people really never rollerblade and play open, the effect is still very obvious. Basically a lot of time, or can earn their own satisfaction of the small goal. All she also insisted, although occasionally also do their own fire a dream, but she soberly no, that is just a nightmare. So many full-time anchors are still in deep water struggling. Why should luck fall on her head? For her, who received a small rocket like it was New Year's Eve, she never thought that she would one day receive a super fire. Or 10. I'm afraid it's not a dream. Hiding her hand under the table, she fiercely pinched her thigh, and Zhao Sherman stood up in pain. The heartbeat, however, was beating wildly up like a drum. This was real thank you for the 10 super rockets from Brother Freedom. This is the first time Man has received a super fire. Brother Freedom, you're too good to be true. Thank you. Zhao Sherman shouted excitedly. It was only here and now that she realized with hindsight why her water friends had just said she was going to win the jackpot. Asterisk. Out of the blue is 10 rounds of super fire. $20,000 really deserves to be Brother Freedom. Bull batch. 666. Hold on tight to your thighs. You're going to take off. Looking at the screen full of pop-ups, at this moment, Zhao Sherman was also overwhelmed with excitement. For the majority of the year, she had only earned a total of 10,000 out of her salary, but now that her big brother was moving his hands, he had also earned $8,000. It would be strange not to be excited. Brother Freedom, you're so nice. Quill. Hands and feet. She would only have 2 hands stuck dead in front of her chest, comparing hearts one by one. Ding. Zhao Sherman's favorability has increased by +20. Ding. Zhao Sherman's favorability rises +10. Listening to the system's beeps in his head, Cao Yang couldn't help but reveal a smile at the corner of his mouth. The banknote ability is really good. It only took 10 rounds of super fire for the favorability to rise to 30. In this case, it seems that rising to 50 is not difficult, and the mysterious rewards are within reach. Looking at Zhao Sherman dead than the heart, donut are squeezing deformation. Cao Yang's heartbeat cannot help but a few minutes faster. This beautiful sister's really very material. Then the older sister is also a little bigger. There is a chance that I would like to personally verify that this is not genuine. Well, don't be thankful. Your punishment can go. Hurry up and go. It looks weird. Good it. Brother, wait a moment. Immediately go. Zhao Sherman smiled sweetly. With excited joy, she got up and went to go to those punishments. Soon after, Zhao Sherman, who had finished cleaning up, returned to the computer once again. the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but light up before their eyes, and in an instant, they all couldn't help but feel a touch of being stunned. A head of black long hair tied into a pill head. After some cleaning, a goose egg general of the first love face, pure and elegant, let a person a glance unforgettable. Such a pure face value, with a sexy body wearing a strapless dress. At this moment she is simply the ceiling of the pure desire wind. Instantly, it attracted the old astringent batch of pop-ups, which were brushing up the screen. However, right now, Zhao Sherman couldn't care less about these people. To be able to meet Brother Freedom, Man is really lucky. But knowing what brother likes, why don't Man sing you a song? While saying this, while mending her lipstick, the excited light in Zhao Shimon's eyes always lingered. However, Man is not a professional singer and can't sing well. Brother Freedom can't laugh at me. Upon hearing this, Cao Yang couldn't help but laugh. He wasn't here to listen to songs. Getting money was the hard truth. Singing is not urgent first. PK go. Looking at Cao Yang's pop-up, Zhao Sherman froze and said heartily, "Ah, Brother Freedom, you've just swiped so much. PK is weirdly costly. It's better to listen to a song or chat." When these words came out, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room exploded. No, is this anchor stupid? Big Brother is clearly sending money and don't even want it. Ha ha, laughed to death. Anchor, who are you looking down on? Free Big Brother worse than you this money? If you want to know how much money Big Brother swiped this afternoon, I'm afraid you'll be stunned. Anchor, I advise you to open the pattern. Quickly open PK, our eyes to see the Big Brother's style. This beautiful sister is really stupid. Looking at this, Cao Yang couldn't help but laugh dumbly and quickly hit a pop-up. It's okay, open PK, take you flying. Things have come to this point. Zhao Sherman is not good to say anything else, and soon connected to a random anchor. After exchanging some not-so-nutritious words with the opposite anchor, the PK officially started. Family members of the live broadcast, is there anyone kind enough to break an egg for Man? Please please please. Although she knew that Cao Yang would probably upvote herself, Zhao Sherman still tried her best to pull votes. However, there was nothing to be gained for a while, and seeing this, Cao Yang couldn't help himself and directly opened his brush. Wind like freedom sends super rocket *10. Free as the wind sends super rocket *10. Wind like freedom sends super rocket *10. 60,000:48. In an instant, the opposite anchor's blood bar was dried out. The opposite anchor was dumbfounded. Not just her, even Zhao Sherman was dumbfounded. Ha ha ha, it's still a free Big Brother. 30 rounds of ultra fire-breaking eggs. Bullish. 66,666. Excitement. Big Brother mighty. For all to see. Looking at the steady stream of rising super fire effects, Zhao Sherman could hardly hold herself back and stood up. Thank you Brother Freedom for the ultra fire. Brother Freedom, you're the best. Scalp numb, Zhao Sherman subconsciously shouted in excitement. Although her brain was buzzing, she also knew that she had flown. She was really going to fly. However, this wasn't the end. Wind like freedom sends super rocket *10. Wind like freedom sends out super rocket *10. Wind like freedom sends super rocket *10. Zhao Sherman covered her mouth in shock, her eyes rolling. Cognition was all completely refreshed. This. Gosh, Brother Freedom, this is also too magnificent. Chapter 19, Love You. The time unknowingly reached 23:45. Throughout the night, a steady stream of super hot announcements caused Zhao Shimon's live room to explode in popularity. The evening hours had always been the home of the big anchors, but now even the popularity of the super tier 1 anchors was thrown out of block by Zhao Sherman, an unheard of and unimpressive anchor. Tonight, she was the brightest star of Flying Fish, the entire 20 PKs, without a single defeat. The opposite side, whether it is a small anchor or a big anchor, were all down. Every PK, Free Brother is at least 100 super fire bottom of the horror of the output. Any that anchor see such firepower will despair. This almost created another famous scene that could be recorded in the history of Flying Fish. It was a miracle that another bottom-tier anchor had soared to the heavens. Zhao Sherman finally realized that heaven-sent divine hero wasn't just an imaginary word. Big Brother was as terrifying as it was. Tonight's Zhao Sherman completely stood up. No longer was she the lesbian anchor who had been hung up for a night for $200, with all sorts of punishments smeared all over her face. Although it's not a full-time anchor, but after a few months of being on the air, Man is still for the first time pinching her thighs live, because she's afraid that it's all a dream. Thank you for the support of Brother Freedom. Let Man also experience the feeling of being favored, being protected. Brother Freedom is Man's God. Really want to keep broadcasting just like this, but it's getting late. Man should get off the air. I have to work tomorrow, so I hope Brother Freedom can understand. Zhao Shimon's excited pretty face had been carrying a charming scarlet color, and at this moment, she covered her heavy chest and bowed repeatedly. Sincerely, Her voice was tinged with trembling, excited and nervous as she said intermittently, "Anchor, not it. I'm afraid I'm not hearing it wrong. A night wildly collected more than 5 million gifts. Still use work, are it? Asterisk 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 asterisk. This luck how also can't turn my head. Free father begging for package Anchor, Cao Yang big brother thighs, you still on the hairline class Looking at the pop-ups on the crazy screen in the live broadcast room, Zhao Shimon's beautiful eyes revealed a trance-like look again. Tonight's experience was really like a dream for her. Brother Freedom's overbearing favor and protection had invariably filled her heart with sweetness and security. Of course there were also those terrifying super fires that amounted to more than $5 million. She, who had been looking forward to opening her broadcast to earn enough to make over $2 million, would never have imagined that one day she would be able to earn over $2 million. Just thinking about this, her heart was involuntarily about to jump out. As a stewardess serving first class, her income was a little higher than the average stewardess, but more than $2 million was worth 20 years of her salary. A live broadcast had made her struggle for 20 years less. If those co-workers knew about this, they would probably die of eye rolling. Ding! Zhao Shimon's favorability has increased by +5. Hearing the system's beep, Cao Yang couldn't help but smile. At this moment, Zhao Shimon's favorability towards him had reached 65. It had likewise reached the stage of admiration, and 2 mysterious rewards were also popped out, but only 3 attribute points were opened. This was 3 points higher than even schoolmate Song Qingyan's favorability. With a favorability of 70, it would be upgraded to a third-order relationship, lover's intentions, TSK, lovers. Who will be the first person to reach it? Is it the schoolflower sister Song Qingyan or this air hostess big sister? Cao Yang's heart was kinda looking forward to it. At this moment, the last incoming text message from the bank was also seen. Looking at the balance of more than 10 million more, Cao Yang smiled and grinned. It's only been a day since he got $30 million. Cool. Okay, it's getting late. Let's call it a day. Let's get off the air and rest. Cao Yang smugly played a pop-up. After Zhao Sherman went off the air, Cao Yang also exited Flying Fish. He was also a little tired. He put down his cell phone, and went to take a shower, and then lay down on the bed, also ready to sleep. After all, he still had to fly to Mordor tomorrow. However, Green Bubble's message alert tone rang. Opening it, it was a message from Zhao Sherman. Brother Freedom, I'm going to sleep. Good night. Love you yo, shy/JPG. Love me and you kiss me. Love me and you hug me. Voice, good night brother. Muah. At this moment, Zhao Sherman, who had also briefly rinsed her cooler, laying on the bed, her pretty face crawling with redness, put her cell phone aside, and suddenly couldn't help but reveal a silly smile. The taut nerves, finally relaxed a little, tense all night. Drowsiness suddenly swept over, as if self-protection, not a moment to enter the dreamland. She who never talked in her sleep. Tonight, even though she fell asleep, her mouth was still in a state of shock. Meanwhile, Cao Yang also quickly fell asleep. However, there was one person who was completely insomniac, putting down his cell phone and tossing and turning for more than an hour, but still couldn't sleep, far away in a rented room in Magic City. In the darkness, Song Qingyan, who was lying on the bed, was dumbfounded. After the afternoon broadcast, she took a nap, and after waking up, she had nothing to do, and opened Flying Fish. However, as soon as she went on Flying Fish, she saw Free Dad's Super Fire announcement, and following the announcement she slipped into Zhao Shimon's live room. Sneaking in and diving all night, she witnessed almost the entire process of Cao Yang helping Zhao Sherman play PK. In the afternoon, he had just spent $10 million on Free Dad, and in the evening, he continued to output more than $5 million. His horrible wealth really made her heart jump and her scalp numb, but her heart had mixed feelings. There was a feeling that her own supreme treasure had become someone else's great sage of Qitian. This made her heart hard to the extreme. A little bit jealous, more indistinct uneasiness. She was afraid that her big brother, who had given her endless hope and despair, would disappear. She really wanted to immediately start broadcasting, pull Big Brother into her live room, and tell everyone that Daddy Freedom was her own. However, on second thought, she wimped out again. Big Brother open heart love where to play. Is the freedom of others their own, and what is the right to force Big Brother only for their own stay-at? However, she really longed for her Big Brother to pay more attention to himself. More than once wanted to send a message to the Big Brother, played and deleted and played. Tangled up in a night but never sent a message. One is reserved to let go, the second is afraid of their own love. 3 is singing and dancing she is good at, but the nature of the cold she is really not good at socializing. Although it is just a small message, I have to say that it is the same as fighting a war. A drum, and then failing, a hesitation, may not be able to press the send button in any way. Watching the live stream was still a distraction. But when she was alone in bed, she was instantly caught up in her own internal self-consumption, unable to extricate herself. Will Papa Freedom leave himself? What would one have to do to keep him? Papa Liberty was so good that he should not leave himself. If he leaves, what should I do? Hundreds of flavors were entangled, constantly eroding Song Qingyan's heart in the dead of night, making it difficult for her to fall asleep. Ding! Song Qingyan's favorability has increased by +5. Ding! Song Qingyan's favorability decreases by -5. Ding! Song Qingyan's favorability rises +5. Ding! Song Qingyan's favorability drops -5. Senior sister, what's going on here? You're not sleeping in the middle of the night. You're playing addition and subtraction here, right? Chapter 20 Stewardess Man. Marriage, traveling, taboo, opening a business, burial. Looking at the cheap old-fashioned desk calendar, Cao Yang smiled. Today is a good day. Early in the morning he got up. The old house will be simple to return to some. Lightly loaded he went out of the house, carrying just the important documents. Even the second-hand laptop that was used as a lover in his last life did not take. With his current wealth, what he wants to laptop is not just pick. Brand new life. There is no need to suffer themselves. Simply eat a mouthful of breakfast. He took a car, straight to the provincial capital airport. Airport, VIP lounge. Cao Yang finished the formalities, chose a sofa and sat down, waiting for boarding. The entire lounge wasn't crowded and seemed a bit quiet, in stark contrast to the noisy hall. The people here were all dressed in extraordinary and glamorous clothes, and their attire reflected the superiority of the upper class. The few ladies were even covered in luxury goods and jewelry, dressed like celebrities and noble women. In comparison, Cao Yang's outfit from Helan House seemed a bit plain and unimpressive, and could even be said to be low-key. However, eating the freely provided fruits and watching the TV to pass the time, he was quite free and calm as he watched the flowers blossom and the clouds roll in. Having just relived, he easily realized the class leap from beggar to multi-millionaire, which made him confident in his wonderful brand new life. Billions and billions of dollars of wealth is just a matter of time for the hungover man. Undoubtedly, the boldness and decency of adults are absolutely proportional to wealth. Possessing wealth, one can enjoy the treatment of people, and wealth is also a man's backbone to face everything straight on. After waiting for more than half an hour, a young stewardess wearing a classic blue uniform came over and bowed slightly before gently reminding Cao Yang that it was time to board the plane. Cao Yang nodded and stood up. This beautiful stewardess had outstanding looks. Her figure was even taller and shapely. Her face wore a friendly and charming smile, and her temperament was dignified and elegant. A decent stewardess uniform was worn on her body. It was simply a charm plus 20 buff, making people look intoxicated and mesmerized. In the eyes of the public, this is a goddess-level beauty. Coming into close contact with such a beautiful air hostess, instantly, Cao Yang couldn't help but be attracted, and his heart involuntarily beat wildly for a few moments. "Sir, please follow me." The beautiful stewardess turned sideways, smiled and reached out her hand to indicate, and after that, she led him towards the boarding gate. Cao Yang, who was half a body length behind, looked at the beautiful flight attendant's delicate back, and his heart couldn't help but get hotter. However, after reading her message, he was instantly bored. In a flash, a classic quote came to mind: "The poor man's goddess, the rich man's." Cao Yang was glad that he had relived his life and started off standing in a class that ordinary people couldn't even step foot in even if they struggled for a lifetime. It seems that no matter which industry, people who can be called beautiful live in deep water. A high-purity beauty is simply like a national treasure, unattainable. Thinking of his schoolmate Song Qingyan, and the beautiful sister who also worked as a stewardess last night, Cao Yang realized at this moment that he was really lucky. Brand new car, all fast to their bowl. This makes Cao Yang can't help but think of that famous theory he learned in his last life, the law of 28. 20% of the people control 80% of the resources and wealth. This law applies to almost every aspect of society. Everyone was trying to climb up the ladder, and there was no doubt that only by becoming one of the few at the top of the hierarchy could one be qualified to control the enviable wealth and resources. It had to be recognized that high-quality beautiful women likewise belong to the high-end resources. TSK, people on top. Who wouldn't aspire to it? Under the guidance of the flight attendant, Cao Yang boarded the airplane smoothly. First class. Cao Yang sat at the window seat. Spacious space, so that his big body of more than 1 meter 8, sitting up quite comfortable. Expensive several times the ticket price or value for money. Spending money to buy is enjoyment, otherwise it will not be recognized by the rich. After all, it is rich, not sick. In his last life, Cao Yang also sat on the airplane a few times, but with his poor bitter conditions, he could only buy economy class tickets. That seat legs can only curl up. The first time to sit in the first class Cao Yang still feel novelty. Many functional devices are the first time to see. Just when he was studying and fiddling, his ears rang a gentle and sweet voice. "Sir, Do you need help? The owner of the voice was a stewardess who was a few points prettier than the one who led the way before. Similarly tall, but under the uniform wrapping, the exquisite figure was even more perfect, and the long legs wearing ultra-thin black silk, round and straight, were extraordinarily tantalizing. It instantly reminded people of the three words leg play year. Her long hair coiled into a bun, bright eyebrows and teeth, eyes watery, elegant and charming sweet smile. People feel like a spring breeze, cannot help but heart sway. After seeing the appearance of the stewardess, Cao Yang was suddenly stunned, and then he had the feeling that this world is really small. This is like the first love like goose egg face, is really a glance let a person not easy to forget, not to mention that last night Cao Yang also looked at the night. This is not Zhao Sherman. When he got on the plane, Cao Yang thought he would meet her, but he didn't expect to really meet her. The world is so big, there really is such a coincidence. Want not to feel emotionally difficult. Looking at Cao Yang's somewhat odd expression after seeing himself, Zhao Sherman froze with some uncertainty, but good professionalism made her not think much about it. Taking over a hot towel, she looked at Cao Yang with a watery look and smiled. Sir, please use the towel to wipe your hands first. Upon hearing this, Cao Yang reacted from his trance and received the hot towel in his hand. It had to be said that Zhao Sherman in reality was more visually stunning than the feeling she gave people in the live broadcast room. She had a dignified demeanor and a sweet smile, both of which were professional displays, but it was still very comfortable. Although the service is very enthusiastic, but completely without the eagerness of last night's mouthful of a free brother, with a reserved sense of distance, which doused the joy of Cao Yang's heart of chance encounters instantly. On second thought, Cao Yang couldn't help but be dumbfounded in his heart. He knew her, but she didn't know him at all. This feeling is a little subtle, but people at work, this occasion, Cao Yang is not good to say anything more, can only be strangers with first, can't tell her now. I'm the free brother Yumuai in last night's voice. Chapter 21 Withstanding Temptation. Should I cry or laugh? Sir, if you need anything else back there, you can call me at any time. I will serve you wholeheartedly. Then I will leave you alone for now. Have a nice trip. Zhao Shimon's watery eyes curved slightly. A charming light smile appeared at the corner of her mouth as she bowed and left. Cao Yang nodded his head. There was also more than just him as a passenger in this first-class cabin, and he was not in a position to say anything more as she had other work to do. During the service just now, Zhao Sherman not only provided him with slippers and blankets, but also brought him a fruit plate, and the seat was also adjusted to a more comfortable position for Cao Yang. Even those meals provided during the flight and how to order them were patiently explained to him, making Cao Yang also have to praise her for her professionalism and attentiveness. Zhao Sherman naturally wouldn't want to think that the handsome young passenger near her was the big brother of List 1 who was so bold and horrible in her own live broadcast last night. She just did her job. But Cao Yang also felt that it was not a vain trip. At least he saw the reality of the beautiful anchorwoman real look, but also experienced a home away from home service. When the airplane was flying smoothly, Cao Yang, who woke up early, started to get sleepy and fell asleep in a while. I do not know how long I slept, but in a daze, he was woken up by a burst of urine. He got up and went to the toilet. After draining the water, all relaxed, he walked out of the toilet. A figure hiding in the corner, but attracted his attention. Although it was only a back view, the superb figure with a small waist, peach buttocks and long legs made Cao Yang's heart flutter. Even though he couldn't see the face, Cao Yang still recognized the owner of this hot back figure. Wasn't this Zhao Sherman? At the moment, she was hiding in the corner and her shoulders were still shrugging. Is she stealing food? Cao Yang couldn't help but reveal a teasing smile as he walked behind her and reached out to pat her shrugging shoulders. In a flash, Zhao Shimon's body couldn't help but shake violently, twisting around in fear like a frightened rabbit. Both hands wiped at her pretty face in quick succession, but although the wiping was fast, the tears in those reddened eyes fell even faster. So how could they be wiped clean in a moment? Why are you crying? Seeing this, Cao Yang couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. He thought that this air hostess, whose looks and temperament were both superb, was secretly eating, but never thought that she was wiping her tears. No crying, it's just, something fell into my eyes. Zhao Sherman hurriedly held back her tears. Her hands were even more flustered wiping her tears. Her pretty face was white. She didn't dare to raise her head at all. Her voice choked as she explained, "You're lying to the ghost?" Looking at Zhao Shimon's pitiful appearance, Cao Yang couldn't help but frown. What did you encounter? Why are you crying? Upon hearing this, Zhao Sherman, who barely managed to collect her tears, hurriedly shook her head. Her voice was like a mosquito fly saying, "Nothing much, it's just that my eyes are not feeling well. I'm sorry, sir, I've made you laugh." Zhao Sherman, who had been aggrieved and cried like this, still looked like she was trying to be brave. Cao Yang couldn't help but be somewhat speechless. Is someone bullying you? It's alright, say it, I can help you. Frozen, Cao Yang solemnly said, Other things aside, this was after all the woman who had generated more than $10 million for herself. Cao Yang felt that he couldn't sit back and watch her being bullied by someone else as a matter of reason. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sherman couldn't help but be shaken, and involuntarily raised her head. Her reddened eyes unexpectedly glanced at Cao Yang, and a trace of warmth immediately rose in her heart. Her nose was sore, and she had the urge to cry again, but she had already regained her senses and held it back. Adult breakdowns were often just a momentary occurrence. Earlier, a passenger had asked her for her contact information, but she had flatly refused, which instantly caused the other party to become dissatisfied, stating that they would definitely go and complain about her. It was hard to get rid of this passenger's harassment. Her heart was full of grievances. She suddenly couldn't hold it together. This month, because of similar things, she had already been complained about 5 times, and all along, the number of times she had been complained about was the most for the crew. Why? It was so hard to just want to do her job honestly by herself. Why is it that those fly-by-night, chicken feather things always fall on her? I just stick to my own principles and the company's rules. Do not want to be like other co-workers. This is wrong. Why can't you just let yourself have a good shift? First-class work, good treatment, high wages. Many flight attendants are jealous of the death. Eyeballing it, the pressure is already very high. We are all stewardesses. Why do you take up such a good position? Zhao Sherman knew all of this. For this reason she has been diligent. Hard work, but there is always bull to find her. She had also been suppressed for too long, and just now she directly broke down, even doubting her life, and was even more disillusioned with her career as a flight attendant. If this goes on, her position will definitely be squeezed out by someone else. Then it would be better to take the initiative to resign. So for a moment she even developed the intention to quit. What's wrong? Who bullied you? Tell me, I'll help you out. Looking at Zhao Shimon's frozen look, Cao Yang couldn't help but reach out his hand and flick him on his bare head and said, "Ah!" Instantly, Zhao Shimon's consciousness was pulled back to reality, but she seemed to be startled by Cao Yang's somewhat intimate move. Letting out a soft cry, she covered her forehead and hastily took 2 steps backward. Her pretty face could not help but rise a scarlet color. No need. It's really fine. Sweeping her eyes over the handsome little brother who seemed to want to stand up for herself, Zhao Shimon's eyes couldn't help but reveal a flash of gratitude. But it was only a flash. Thank you for your kindness, but I'm really fine. The plane is in flight. Sir, you'd better return to your seat as soon as possible to avoid any accidents. Zhao Sherman looked at Cao Yang haughtily and smiled. The bottom of her eyes still seemed to carry a trace of defensiveness towards strangers. Mr. Zhao Sherman? She didn't accept her good intentions? Seeing this, Cao Yang couldn't help but freeze for a moment. But now that the matter has come to this point, he didn't have the heart to say anything more and left in tears and laughter. Looking at Cao Yang's departing back, Zhao Sherman secretly sighed in relief. The other party looked younger than herself, although from the dress, it was not obvious. But to be able to ride in the first-class cabin, I think it should be a rich second generation with a good family. She had met a lot of second-generation rich people in the first-class cabin, but they were either domineering or overbearing, and it was rare to see one as low-key and easygoing as Cao Yang. For Cao Yang, Zhao Shimon's impression is actually not bad. His good intentions just now. She was also quite touched in her heart, but did not want to accept. No one knew that at this moment, Zhao Shimon's mind was filled with the name of a person. Brother Freedom. Last night, his overbearing protection and favor like that really flattered her, but it also equally made her feel bursting with happiness. As if he had appeared from heaven, he had fulfilled almost all of Zhao Shimon's fantasies about heroes from the time she was in her flowery years. If Brother Freedom was here now, he would never let himself be wronged. Thinking in her heart, Zhao Shimon's mood improved, and she couldn't help but show a smile, which was almost like a nymphomania. Meanwhile, Cao Yang, who had returned to his seat, couldn't help but feel a little depressed in his heart. Originally wanted to get along as an ordinary person, but did not expect to get in exchange for estrangement. However, on second thought, he was dumbfounded. This stewardess sister, but really can withstand temptation. No wonder up to now can still maintain zero driver status. Enduring loneliness and withstanding temptation would have been a rare and valuable quality in a woman, but it seems to have turned itself away as well. Cao Yang doesn't know whether to cry or laugh now. Ding! Zhao Shimon's favorability has increased by +2. Ding! Zhao Shimon's favorability has risen by +2. The system's sudden ringing beep caused Cao Yang, who was a little depressed, to instantly widen his eyes. How did this favorability even increase? Just now, he was clearly still on the defensive. Without waiting for him to think too much, when he saw that total favorability, Cao Yang's heart couldn't help but jump. 69. It was just a little bit short of 70. Then it could be upgraded to the stage of lover's intent. Ha ha, lovers ah. Chapter 22, Mature Housekeeper. The airplane landed smoothly at the Magic City International Airport. First-class passengers were given priority to disembark. The flight attendants were already standing in rows, doing the final farewell. Zhao Sherman was on the list, but even though she was surrounded by beautiful stewardesses, she still stood out from the rest. Cao Yang saw her at a glance, and his eyes couldn't help but linger for a moment on her delicate and outstanding goose-egg face. Her current favorability was still 69, and she seemed to be stuck, which made Cao Yang unavoidably a little disappointed again, more or less wanting to experience what kind of surprises would come from a relationship of lover's intent. However, Cao Yang was not in a hurry at the moment. In his opinion, it was all a matter of time. Now that he didn't have to worry about money anymore, the same thing he didn't lack was time. Let's talk about it some other time. Cao Yang smiled faintly, and he, who had relived his life, walked towards the outside of the airport with a light and calm demeanor. At the exit, as soon as Cao Yang stepped out, he saw someone holding a pickup sign with his name high up, waiting for him. Cao Yang walked straight to the man holding up the sign and spoke. "Hello, my name is Cao Yang." Upon hearing this, the man in a suit with white gloves put down the sign and hastily bowed respectfully. "Hello, Mr. Cao. I'm Zhang Kuan, the driver of the Waldorf Astoria Hotel. You can just call me Xiao Zhang." Hearing this, Cao Yang couldn't help but smile in his heart. The age of a person who was running to 3 at a glance. This is still Xiao Zhang? Only, without waiting for Cao Yang to open his mouth, behind Zhang Kuan, a woman stepped to the front and slightly bowed and extended her hand. "Hello, Mr. Cao. Welcome. I am the private butler of the Waldorf Hotel. My name is Kayaji." She was almost blocked tightly by the tall Zhang Kuan just now, and this appearance made Cao Yang, who hadn't been paying attention for a while, stare. However, seeing her hand reaching out in front of him, Cao Yang then came back to his senses. "Hello." Cao Yang smiled in a down-to-earth manner and extended his hand at the same time. It was said that hands were a woman's second face. Kayaji's slender hand that she extended was white and flawless. Her skin was like condensed fat. Her fingers were narrow and slender, yet not too plump, trimmed neatly on the nails, not painted oil color, exudes a natural luster. The whole hand was as clean as a work of art, making people love it at first sight. Cao Yang's hand held in her hand. In an instant it was as if he was holding a piece of warm jade, soft as a bone, smooth and delicate. Involuntarily heartbeat a few minutes faster, as if catching the treasure, suddenly gave birth to an impulse to play carefully. However, after all, 2 lifetimes, in public, Cao Yang did not lose his temper, gently shook hands, although a little regret in his heart, but still let go of his hand. It was only then that he had the time to take a look at this personal housekeeper. He saw that she was in her 30s, wearing a uniform with the name of the hotel printed on the chest, resembling an OL, and a voluptuous figure that was the opposite of the ribs, with shapely curves and a curved front and back. All over the body exudes the characteristic plump and sexy flavor of a mature woman, making it unforgettable at a glance, especially under the hip skirt, wrapped in black silk tight and stand legs, long and even neat full, but also let people think about it. Not only does she have a pair of charming vegan hands, her looks are also extremely outstanding. Delicate features, fair face with a slight baby fat. The first glance is not too stunning, but looking at it again is mesmerizing. Ding! Detected a target with a comprehensive score of up to standard. Target, Su Yaji. Age, 36 years old. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 60 kilograms. Face value, 86 points. Body, 98 points. Driver 1. Favorability, 0. The system's beep, unsurprisingly, rang out, and Cao Yang couldn't help but be shocked after a cursory scan. The figure was surprisingly high at 98 points. It is true that microfat is the ultimate in men, and this is something that even the system recognizes. On this face value body, let go of a dance of rice cake, that there is still kimchi country that actress what matter. However, when he saw the driver's column, Cao Yang couldn't help but be dumbfounded. But when he thought of her age, he was instantly relieved. People are 36 years old. It is normal to get married and have a family. On the contrary, there is only one driver, but it is also rare. Completely clean, TSK, a good young woman. Mr. Cao, during your stay at the Waldorf, I will be your personal butler. I hope you will be satisfied with my service. Retracting her hand, Kayaji looked at Cao Yang and said with a dignified and elegant smile. The VIP in front of her, who was more than half a head taller than herself, looked handsome and dapper. Her attire was understated, and her age was quite young, but Kayaji did not take it lightly in the slightest. The heart was even a little nervous. 98888 Presidential Suite. Must be a month. Such a VIP. There are not a few a year. Just this room fee is nearly more than 3 million. I'm afraid that even the general manager wouldn't dare to neglect such an honored guest, let alone this small private butler of hers. Hearing this, looking at this extremely eye-catching, Extremely mature woman. Cao Yang nodded his head in satisfaction. The corner of his mouth revealed an easygoing smile as he said, then it will be hard for Sister Kai. Hearing this, Kaieji couldn't help but feel happy in her heart. This VIP who appeared to be a rich family's young master seemed to be very easygoing and not difficult to get along with. This made Kaieji's heart a lot more solid. Ding! Kaieji's favorability has risen by +30. Mr. Cao mustn't say that. It's my honor to serve you. Kaieji pursed her red lips and smiled. The car is parked outside. Mr. Cao, if you don't have anything else to do, should we go back to the hotel first? Good. Then let's go to the hotel first. Cao Yang nodded at his words. Thus, the three of them walked towards the outside of the airport. Arriving at the car's parked car, driver Xiao Zhang opened the Rolls-Royce's rear door and respectfully invited Cao Yang to the car. In order to take better care of Cao Yang, Kaieji also sat in the back row. Xiao Zhang closed the door before he sat in the driver's seat, started the car and drove smoothly towards the hotel. It had to be said that the Rolls-Royce could be favored by the bosses, and its comfortable and quiet space was excellent. Even though he had been a man for 2 lifetimes, it was the first time for Cao Yang to sit in such a top-class luxury car, especially when he looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar street scene outside through the car windows. He felt that it was like a dream, and his heart was filled with emotions. Seeing this, Kaieji couldn't help but ask with a smile, Mr. Cao, is this your first time in Magic City? Upon hearing this, Cao Yang was out of his mind for a moment before shaking his head. That's not true. It's just that I haven't been here for several years. Who would have thought that he was reborn back? And this did count as a few years of absence. How can that be? That would be too offensive. Hearing this, Kaieji was shaking her head repeatedly. Seeing this, Cao Yang couldn't help but smile, looking at the extremely mature woman in front of him that he couldn't help but want to get close to, and said without question, it's fine, listen to me, you're always Mr. Cao. I'm still not used to it. Ding! Kaieji's favorability has increased by +10. Seeing Cao Yang's serious face, Kaieji hesitated for a moment. Her pretty face slightly reddened and said, Then I'll call you Ah Yang in private. Cao Yang nodded and was just about to open his mouth when the cell phone in his pocket rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was an unfamiliar cell phone number, but Cao Yang still connected it. As soon as he connected, a respectful and gentle female voice came from the phone. Hello, how are you? May I ask if you are Mr. Cao? Chapter 23 Exclusive Customer Service. I'm Cao Yang. Which one are you? Looking at the comfortable seat back of the Rolls-Royce and looking out the window at the receding street scene, Cao Yang asked in a calm and relaxed manner. Hello Mr. Cao. I'm sorry for taking up your valuable time. The gentle and melodious female voice on the other end of the cell phone became more and more respectful. I'm Flying Fish Platform, the PR manager. My name is Li Na. It's like this Mr. Cao. You've recently made a huge amount of consumption on our platform, which has completely reached the conditions of the company's supreme VIP, and you, as the most honored customer of our platform, can enjoy one-on-one exclusive customer service. Flying Fish, exclusive customer service? Upon hearing this, Cao Yang couldn't help but be slightly surprised, but on second thought, he laughed, consuming more than 10 million a day, and flushing in 100 million. Although for himself it was just bounty money used to get money, but for Flying Fish, it was real money. This kind of bold gold master father, put out, what live platform see not get red eye. The money is the master. No, the money is the ancestor. As long as those executives do not have a bubble in their head, it is not rushing to flatter. After all, this is a gold master that can bring huge profits to the platform. I have to say, Flying Fish deserves to be one of the biggest platforms, and it's still moving pretty fast. Mr. Cao, after the company's research, it was decided that I will be your customer service provider, providing you with exclusive services. I don't know if you are satisfied, Mr. Cao, although you can't see the person, but the voice coming from the cell phone is really good. It wasn't a whiny clip sound like normal customer service, but her voice was mature, elegant and gentle, and it was a pleasure to listen to it in the ears. Cao Yang raised his eyebrows and said, Alright, I don't have any opinion. Upon hearing this, Lina couldn't help but add a touch of joy in her tone and said, Thank you Mr. Cao for recognizing me, and even more thank you Mr. Cao for your strong support of our platform. In the future, you can contact me for any problems you encounter on the platform. Anytime you want, I will be at your service 24 hours a day. Cao Yang said indifferently, Okay, got it. I wonder if Mr. Cao is still satisfied with our platform at the moment. If you have any comments and suggestions, you can put them forward, and the company will pay double attention to them and actively improve them. Hearing this, Cao Yang, who was originally a bit unimpressed, looked like he had remembered something, and instantly became nonchalant. Cao Yang said in a deep voice, Hearing you say that, I remembered that I'm very dissatisfied with your platform. After Cao Yang finished speaking, a moment of silence appeared on the phone. Then Lina's voice brought up a hint of apprehension. Mr. Cao, where you are dissatisfied, you can bring it up. Please give our company a chance to positively correct it. Upon hearing this, Cao Yang couldn't help but spit out in dissatisfaction. I'm dissatisfied with your platform's recharge. The single recharge amount is too low. 100 million. Do you know how I recharged 100 million? It took me a whole hour. My fingers are all cramped. The experience is too bad. And why can I only brush 10 rounds of super fire at most at a time? You can only brush $20,000 a time. I have to brush $10 million. It's 500 times. Time-consuming and laborious. Your platform is too stingy. Why? Cough cough cough. Before Cao Yang finished spitting, a violent cough came from his cell phone, as if he was choking on something. What he does not know is that the Flying Fish headquarters, the office, Lina at the moment charming face rose red, almost by a breath of snatch fork in the air, chest snow white shirt, are sprinkled by the water cup of water, soaked a large area. The outline of the purple lace have become clearly visible. Do you want to hear what you are saying? Charging $100 million is so tiring that your hands cramp up? Brush $10 million. Time-consuming and laborious? Hastily drawing a few tissues and wiping her chest, even though Lina, who was a senior member of the Flying Fish, couldn't help but reveal a crying smile. At this moment, in the Rolls-Royce, the familiar housekeeper Kai Ji, who was seated in the back row and didn't want to listen to Cao Yang's privacy but still heard it, couldn't help but widen her eyes. Her heart was filled with horror. 100 million, 10 million such words, Cao Yang casually set out, but in the ears of Kai Ji, but let her heart flooded with shock waves. Originally, Cao Yang spent $3 million to book a hotel for a month, so she already thought it was outrageous, but she didn't realize that it was just a small amount of money. What did she hear herself? The opening is $10 million. A billion. This is money. Gosh, not to mention money. Their own cell phone's pixels are only 8 million. Kayashi couldn't help but sneak a deep look at Cao Yang. She realized that this big boy, who was not older than her own daughter by 2 years, was something she couldn't understand at all. Young but rich, completely beyond her imagination. Mr. Cao, I'm really sorry. I was robbed by the water just now. Quickly cleaning up her somewhat messy situation, Lina hurriedly apologized. Mr. Cao, the single recharge and gift limit are both set by the platform according to the policy. This is a normal phenomenon in the industry. Recharge this piece. Ordinary users are like this, but you have become our supreme user. Now you can fully enjoy the platform large amount of recharge privileges. Single recharge maximum amount can be raised to 5 million. This I will let the technical department immediately for you to open. Before the inconvenience caused to you also please forgive me. As for, you said the gift ceiling, this impact is significant. Related to the entire platform consumption proposal, I do not have the authority to modify. Need to be studied by the company's senior decision. Please rest assured, I will report to the company. However, as your exclusive customer service, I can reveal a bit of insider information for you in advance. For the large amount of gifts this piece, other platforms have been opened for the supreme users to customize the gift function. Our Flying Fish platform has also been prepared to plan the implementation. You can pay attention to the platform's upcoming activities. Activities in the ranking of the top 3 god heroes will be able to enjoy the privilege of customizing exclusive gifts. Listening to the cell phone, Lina's words of continuous explanation, Cao Yang's unhappy heart finally hurt a little. When he heard about the matter of private customized exclusive gifts, his eyes couldn't help but light up. In his last life, when he watched the live broadcast, he had seen a lot of big brothers brushing exclusive gifts, and it was a great honor. This can be, when the time comes, he also get a customized gift. Otherwise I'm sorry for the system that 500 million bounty money. Thinking of this, Cao Yang smiled and said, okay, I know, that's it, the recharge limit as soon as possible to get it done. The gift limit can be raised the best raise. Too little. Hearing this, Lina responded with difficulty, okay, Mr. Cao, I will definitely implement it as soon as possible. Then I won't bother you for now. I wish you a happy life. Hearing this, Cao Yang hung up the phone. On the other side, Lina couldn't help but let out a long breath. Her pressure suddenly lightened. Her eyes, however, were glowing. There were quite a few rich bigwigs on the platform, but this was the first time she had met such a bold one like Cao Yang. It was as if he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to swipe the money. What's a tycoon? That's what I call a godly hero. Chapter 24 Extravagant Life. At 4 in the afternoon, after about an hour's drive, the Rolls-Royce drove into the hotel located in the heart of the Bund. After the car stopped, the driver Xiao Zhan got out of the car first and opened the back door for Cao Yang. Cao Yang got out of the car and walked into the opulent hotel under the guidance of Cao Yang. The entire hotel consisted of 2 buildings. One was a modernized building built later, while the other was a classical building full of history and humanity. Accompanied by Cao Yang, Cao Yang briefly visited the highly legendary old building, like he had arrived at an art gallery. Various oil paintings and sculptures could be seen everywhere. Classic stone pillars, and the marble-paved floor glittered under the illumination of the sparkling and huge crystal chandeliers. The functional facilities here can be said to be quite perfect. In addition to restaurants, bars, cigar bars and other leisure and entertainment have everything. Walking along, listening to the familiar housekeeper's introduction, Cao Yang's eyes can be said to be wide open. In his previous life, Cao Yang only heard of the great name of the hotel, but never came, because it is not worthy. Pocket the 3 melons and 2 dates to eat a meal. I guess not. Now, he walked in the rich and magnificent classical architecture, casually watching the corridor on both sides of the hanging. The 20th century top oil painting masters of the authentic paintings, still calm and relaxed. This is the money to give him the bottom of the air. Passing by, the hotel staff will stop to greet him respectfully, which makes Cao Yang really experience the joy of the rich. After visiting the old building with a very historical and cultural flavor, the 2 of them came to the modernized main building at the back. Taking the elevator, they directly arrived at the top floor's riverfront suite. The suite was huge, with an area of nearly 300 square feet. Cao Yang couldn't help but be secretly staggered. The place was extremely luxurious as far as the eye could see, and there was a sense of high class everywhere. Standing in front of the huge waterfall-style floor-to-ceiling windows, you can have a panoramic view of the sparkling and prosperous Pujiang River, so that people cannot help but feel a sense of grandeur, as if the river is stepped on the feet. The configuration of the suite is also quite complete, not only equipped with a dining room, living room, check room, as well as a gym, private theater hall and so on to fully meet the needs of guests living in leisure. Simply understand the room's various facilities. It took 10 minutes. Cao Yang cannot help but greatly lament the rich really will enjoy. If this almost corrupt extravagance is a sin, Cao Yang is willing to bear it. Cao Yang ordered the maid who specialized in serving this guest room to serve Cao Yang a cup of hot tea. Sitting on the luxurious imported leather sofa, sipping the hot tea and gazing at the distant river view, Cao Yang felt relaxed. Life with money is so simple and unadorned. Yang. Cao Yang held an atlas and came to Cao Yang's side speaking in a soft voice. This slightly intimate address seemed to make her still a little bit uncomfortable, and a touch of hidden scarlet was imprinted on her dignified face. Sister Kai, what's wrong? Cao Yang looked at this big housekeeper who was like a ripe peach, with her dignified and elegant demeanor, and her voluptuous and hot body. His heart couldn't help but skip a few beats, especially the moment she revealed a hint of girl-like coyness. It was even more throbbing. Is she married or not? Is there a husband? Cao Yang could not help but speculate in his heart. Alas, young do not know sister good. Wrong girl is a treasure. Real life. Cao Yang suddenly found himself for such a big sister. No resistance at all. Young, after traveling all the way, do you want to take a bath first to relieve your fatigue? Cao Yang fixed her mind, asked with a smile, the so-called one back to too familiar. This time in the name of Young, it is much more smooth. Okay, let's take a bubble then. Thinking of the luxurious marble bathtub that he had just seen, which was rumored to come with features such as tidal massage, Cao Yang nodded and said. Upon hearing this, Cao Yang put the atlas in her hand, and placed it in front of Cao Yang, saying, Young, you choose a bath soup. I'll ask someone to prepare it. What? Isn't a bath just putting some water into the pool, and you need to order a soup? Seeing the atlas like a menu, Cao Yang couldn't help but be a bit confused, but still curiously picked it up and flipped through it. After reading a few pages, his eyes lit up. Rose bath, herbal bath, milk bath, red wine bath. Looking at the atlas that played out a dozen or so tricks with the bathwater, Cao Yang Bungbu lived. He admitted that although he had money now, his insight was still limited. The original rose, not just can create romance, it turns out that red wine, also not just can be used to drink. This rich people damn extravagant. Then let's have a red wine. After a rough look, Cao Yang closed the atlas and said, he didn't dwell on which one to choose. Anyway, how could he experience them all after booking a room for a month? Okay, you wait a moment. I'll arrange it here. Cao Yang finished and turned around sharply to get ready. At this moment, Cao Yang was still more or less looking forward to it. He suddenly remembered that in his last life, he seemed to have a colleague who liked to go to a certain club to experience a barrel bubble bath as soon as he got his paycheck, and was happy to do so. 688. Dead expensive. Didn't let Cao Yang wait too long. Soon under the leadership of Cao Yang a few servants pushed the red wine original liquid came. During the process, naturally, Cao Yang did not have to do it. He was just curious to see a few eyes. It is really a bucket of red wine liquid directly to the marble bathtub, but added some other skin care serum and water, according to a certain proportion of dilution, adjusted into a pool of red wine bath soup. Ah Young, it's ready. You can soak now. After the maid had adjusted it and left, Cao Yang brought a leather bathrobe and bowed. Upon hearing this, Cao Yang nodded and walked into the bathroom. The mature housekeeper, on the other hand, gently closed the bathroom door and left. Cao Yang soaked for an hour. The massage of the water current soothed his body, making him praise the luxurious marble bathtub. As for the red wine soup, it was just like that. Alas, without the young lady, 1888's red wine bath had no soul. After a comfortable bath, the time was past 6 o'clock, and Cao Yang, who had only eaten a casual lunch on the airplane, was hungry and grumbling. Without waiting for Cao Yang's order, the dedicated Cao Yang came over at the right time to ask him what he wanted to eat for dinner. This thoughtful service made Cao Yang greatly satisfied. Many of our hotel's ingredients are directly flown in from various countries to ensure safety and freshness, and the hotel's backstage chefs are also top chefs from various countries, which can satisfy the needs of guests' various tastes. Cao Yang patiently and carefully introduced. Okay, I don't have any taboos. Sister Kai, you watch the preparation. The dazzling array of dishes made Cao Yang not know what to eat for a moment, so he simply handed it over directly to this mature housekeeper to arrange. As expected, living up to her reputation as a professional housekeeper, she soon delivered a nutritious and sumptuous dinner for Cao Yang. Ah Yang, try this dish. Steamed abalone with garlic. It's cooked with fresh abalone flown in from Australia, paired with a secret soup. It's also very nutritious. Try it. Chapter 25 Zhao Shimon's Lover's Intentions. After waiting for Cao Yang to finish his dinner and clean up a bit, Cao Yang excused herself. In the 20-square-foot private theater, a newly released blockbuster was playing on the huge silver screen. The precise sound positioning and top-notch stereo surround effect brought Cao Yang an immersive viewing experience. In the middle of the excitement, green bubbles message alert sounded. Cao Yang opened his cell phone, and it turned out to be a message from the beautiful flight attendant. Zhao Shiman. Pictures. Shy/JPG. Brother Freedom, does it look good? Seeing the photo Zhao Shiman sent over, Cao Yang froze rather unexpectedly, and then couldn't help but zoom in for a look. It was a selfie of her wearing a stewardess uniform, sideways and purposely posing. Her entire body presented a perfect S shape, with long legs in the front and back, making people salivate. Such a hot body, together with that flushed goose egg face, is really pure and lustful. Even though he had already seen her in person on the airplane today, seeing this photo, Cao Yang was still instantly amazed, thinking about how she had haughtily rejected her own goodwill before, not remembering that she had sent herself this kind of private photo in private. Cao Yang couldn't help but smile and laugh a little, just zooming in to see the effort. Zhao Shiman sent another message. Even if it doesn't look good, Brother Freedom is not allowed to laugh at me, nervous/JPG. Seeing this, Cao Yang couldn't help but smile and casually typed, it's quite pretty, I like it, really, shy/JPG, Brother Freedom. What are you doing? I'm not disturbing you. Nothing, watching a movie. At the moment, the movie was playing to the explosive fight scene. After replying a sentence, Cao Yang put his phone aside and returned his attention to the movie once again. Unexpectedly, after watching the heart-wrenching drama, he saw that on his cell phone, Zhao Shiman actually sent a series of messages. Brother Freedom, I just got home from the airport. I'm so tired and disturbed today. Sad/JPG. Brother Freedom, my heart is so hard. I especially want to cry a lot. Aggrieved/JPG. Brother Freedom, today I'm really miserable. There's a greasy uncle who insisted on having my phone number. I refused. He even wanted to complain about me. Aggrieved/JPG. I'm really devastated. I can't even help but cry secretly. I didn't think that I'd be seen by a little brother. I'm ashamed of myself. This little brother seems to want to help me, but I also refused. Smug/JPG. It's so hateful. Brother Freedom, you don't even know. After getting off the plane, that middle-aged man really complained about me. Crying out loud/JPG, that's so annoying. You know what, brother? Working in first class, it's very serious to be complained about. I've been complained about 6 times this month because of this kind of. It's too hard. Why is it so hard to work properly this? I feel more and more unsuitable to be a stewardess. Brother Freedom, I want to quit. Brother Freedom, what do you say I quit my job and work full-time as an anchor? Brother, will you support Man? In a single apartment, without even changing her clothes when she got home, Zhao Shiman threw herself onto the bed, not even wanting to eat her meal. At the moment, she was hugging a furry bear, curled up like a wounded kitten. Her expression was full of sadness, and her bleak eyes were staring at her cell phone obsessively. Ding dong! After waiting for a while, Green Bubble finally returned a message. Will, Zhao Shiman, whose mind had already gradually gone to the edge of collapse, saw this message that was so simple that it couldn't be simple, and all of a sudden, couldn't help but tremble fiercely. The dull eyes steeply lit up, her nose suddenly became sore, and an uncontrollable stream of hot tears poured out of her eyes, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but blossom into a bright smile. Not even caring to type, she directly sent a voice. Brother Freedom, really? Are you really willing to support Man? Well, as long as you're good, brother will paint you a guy. It's not like we're losing money on this deal anyway, lol/JPG. Looking at another message from Green Bubble, Zhao Sherman couldn't help but sit up in excitement. Is this a promise from Brother Freedom? This seemingly big pie-like message, spreading it out would probably be a little cute. None of them believed it, but Zhao Sherman did. Thinking of Brother Freedom's domineering protection and favor that night, completely regardless of the cost, her heart was instantly filled with happiness. The entire person was uplifted. With Brother Freedom around, one could really consider quitting one's job as an anchor. In the eyes of ordinary people, the career of a flight attendant had a high income, good treatment, and the ability to fly around, seemingly very lofty. But Zhao Sherman knows that in essence it is just a waiter. Just in the airplane service, the public touches less. It seems to be very glamorous. In fact, it is not as high-end as outsiders think, and it will be scolded by the leadership just like being complained. The degree of hard work and the pressure of competition is no less compared to other service industries. For example, the competition for first-class jobs is even fiercer. Many of my co-workers have taken this career as a springboard because of the relative ease of contact with some high-end people, and even one by one, they have turned on the fish farming mode, attempting to find a high-quality man so as to marry into a wealthy family. Zhao Sherman didn't want to be like this. She really just took it as a job. Both her parents are teachers, both have a stable income, and she just needs to support herself. But what disappointed her was that even if she worked honestly, trouble always found her. At the moment, she had really considered quitting her job. A colleague who was on good terms with her once said that she was stubborn and brainy. So why not give herself and others a chance? Maybe she can really rely on a high-quality man. Then the next generation will not have to worry about. Can you still not fall in love? Not get married and not want a man for the rest of your life? Zhao Sherman hadn't thought so. Of course she also wanted to find a man and end her singleness. She also wanted to have someone to rely on. She also wanted to have endless money. She also wanted to live a better quality of life. But the prerequisite was that the man himself had to like it. In 24 years, there had never been any man who made her heart pound. Until she met Brother Freedom. All night her heart was thumping. Even now, when she thought of Brother Freedom, her heart still beat non-stop. She admitted that the superfire that could easily be hundreds of thousands of dollars was too impactful. But more than that, it was the hoity-toity and overbearing way. The feeling of being spoiled to the heavens and being tightly protected that really made her sweet to the bone. Brother Freedom. Mwah. Love you, Brother Freedom. You're so nice to meet. I really feel too happy. Zhao Sherman couldn't help but send 2 voice messages in a row. And after speaking, as if it was hot, she threw her cell phone to the side. Hands couldn't help but fly to cover her hot face. Zhao Sherman, why are you such a nymphomaniac? Couldn't help but ruthlessly spit at herself. But her heart that had been empty for 24 years was filled with a sweetness that she couldn't stop feeling. Ding! Zhao Sherman's favorability has risen by +5. Meanwhile, Cao Yang, who had finished listening to the 2 voices, had a smile on his lips. However, immediately afterward, his heart jumped fiercely, because the system's beep sounded again. Ding! Congratulations host. Zhao Sherman's favorability breaks through 70, rising to the 3rd order of relationship, lover's intent. Ding! Congratulations host. Obtaining a mysterious reward. Please ask if you want to open it. Chapter 26, Goddesses also suffer from loss. Zhao Sherman's favorability increased even faster than her schoolmate Song Qingyan, and was the first to reach the meaning of lovers, which really made Cao Yang a bit surprised. During the short contact on the airplane, Cao Yang could feel that this extremely beautiful stewardess was not the kind of person who was casual. At this moment, he couldn't help but secretly guess that this sister wouldn't be a bit of a love brain, or maybe the aura of her own banknote ability was just heaven-defying. However, no matter what, the relationship was upgraded to a lover's intent. Cao Yang was still quite happy, especially when he heard about the mysterious reward. He couldn't help but smile. Turn it on. Cao Yang sent out a command with a thought. Ding! The mystery reward is opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 million auction gold. The system's beep sounded in his head, and when he heard the word 100 million, Cao Yang's heart couldn't help but leap over his shoulder, saying that it's worthy of being a reward for a 3rd-order relationship drop. The starting point is the level of 100 million. However, he was then dumbfounded. This wasn't cash, nor was it bounty money. It was actually auction money. Brother Unity, what the hell is this auction money? Auction money? as the name suggests, can be used for large and small auctions of special funds. Any auction. The host won items can be paid with auction money. The source of auction money is reasonable and legitimate, not cash. For the comprehensive score of the target consumption, can double cashback. After listening to the system's explanation, Cao Yang came to a realization. It seems that there is not much difference between this auction money and the previous reward money, except that one can only be used for online consumption, while the other can only be used for auction use. After understanding clearly, Cao Yang's excited heart couldn't help but be a little cold, mainly because he still had to go to the auction, leaving him a little speechless, which was obviously a little more troublesome than spending bounty money. However, after looking at this auction gold and bounty gold as well as there is no time limit for consumption, Cao Yang was relieved. It was better to have it than not to have it, and in case he really encountered an auction, then he could be a bit more luxurious. Other people need to pay cash at the end of the bidding, while they only need to spend the auction money. Other people call for 1 million more, will have to spit 1 million of blood, and they are just auction gold less a number just, how the other side with their own play. Thinking about it is also quite cool. Brother Freedom, what are you doing? Why don't you say anything? Brother Freedom, you don't want to ignore me, right? Sad/JPG. Right after Cao Yang checked the mysterious reward for such a short while, Zhao Sherman had already been unable to hold back and sent 3 messages in a row. Looking at this classic 3 consecutive questions, Cao Yang couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This relationship had just broken through the meaning of lovers, and it seems that this extremely good air hostess has become a bit clingy. No, just now was just watching a movie. In the single apartment, looking at Cao Yang returning her message. For a moment Zhao Sherman couldn't help but reveal a happy smile, but after seeing the content, she couldn't help but pout her sexy red lips. Hate, is the movie as fun as chatting with others? Ignore you. At this moment, Zhao Sherman simply had a stomach full of words in her heart that she wanted to say to Cao Yang, but a sentence about watching a movie instantly gave her the feeling of a hot face on a cold ass. Inside her heart, she couldn't help but be filled with resentment and loss. It was the first time she had ever been so drunk to confide her heart to a member of the opposite sex, not realizing that the result would make her want to go crazy. Throwing her cell phone to the side, she couldn't help but beat the furry bear in her arms severely a few times. Only, after venting a bit, her inner heart suffered like a cat's paw again. She bit her red lips and involuntarily took the cell phone again. Brother Freedom, I've really decided to quit my job and become a full-time anchor. Well, as long as you think about it, I'll support you. Looking at the message Cao Yang replied to, Zhao Shimon's heart was sweet. Her beautiful eyes became bright and hot all of a sudden, and after a moment of longing with a yearning face, she suddenly let out a poof of laughter. Her delicate face was suddenly flushed with a shy blush. Brother Freedom, when I quit my job, I'll give you a surprise. Shy/JPG. What surprise? Brother, guess? Zhao Sherman sent out a message quickly, her beautiful eyes curving into a crescent moon. Guess if I guess? Seeing this, Zhao Sherman couldn't help but cry and laugh, and couldn't help but send a pouting voice. Brother Freedom, you're too uncooperative. Ignore you. After a pause, she couldn't help but add, Brother Freedom, just guess. Can't guess. Just say it directly. I won't tell you. You'll know when the time comes. Zhao Sherman intentionally sold a secret and said, although it was just such a short chat with Cao Yang. At this moment, Zhao Shimon's mood was better. A little bit exciting, a little bit apprehensive, and more than anything else, she couldn't stop being happy. Zhao Sherman had never imagined that one day she would be deeply attracted to a man she had never met before. Her insides were actually filled with shyness. In reality, she had never shown any disdain for men. If her co-workers knew about this, they would still laugh at her. Gosh, isn't this pure online love? Zhao Sherman herself feels that she is a little outrageous, but the heartbeat comes too fast like a tornado, cannot leave the storm circle too late to escape. She told herself that she couldn't think about it anymore. But it was more than enough to think about it. Just now she even thought that when she finished dealing with her work, she would run present. Crazy, one is really hopeless. At this moment, Zhao Shimon's bare, white and tender feet, her cardamom-like toes were about to get knotted, but her thumping heart suddenly felt full of energy. The previous decadence was swept away, and then she felt a rumbling in her empty stomach, and her body was sticky and uncomfortable. Today, not only was she criticized for complaining, but she was also forced to train. Her mood had been all bad, but now she was finally full of blood. Humph, I won't bother someone watching a movie. I'm going to cook. I'm starving. Brother Freedom, miss you. Mooah. After Zhao Sherman finished sending the 2 voices, she really put down her cell phone and walked towards the kitchen this time. The mood changed for the better. She was really hungry. Cao Yang couldn't help but smile after listening to the voice sent by Zhao Sherman. Too lazy to return, putting the phone aside, his attention returned to the movie. That's all you want? Cao Yang's heart cannot help but sigh. The last life. Like Zhao Sherman, such a goddess general beauty, for the poor one of him as can only look up to the existence, is so unattainable, now but completely turned a turn. Life is really so wonderful, nowadays. He has the money ability to hit the nest. I believe that catching any fish is not difficult. Only when he thought of this, the corner of his mouth could not help but lift up. In the next moment, but he couldn't help but laugh dumbly, and said to himself, today this movie is destined to be uneventful. Ding! Song Qingyan's favorability has risen by +5. Ding! Song Qingyan's favorability decreases by -4. Ding! Song Qingyan's favorability is up +5. Ding! Song Qingyan's favorability has decreased by -3. The steeply ringing beeps in his head made Cao Yang instantly happy. What is school sister up to again? Still playing addition and subtraction? Chapter 27, Freedom Dad. See you tomorrow. Schoolmate Song Qingyan's favorability rises and falls like a roller coaster. But this time the overall state is still on the rise. Cao Yang couldn't help but laugh secretly, picked up his cell phone and logged on to the Flying Fish. The older sister was not on the air. Should have been off the air. Other anchors Cao Yang now cannot care to see. Simply exit the Flying Fish again. Thinking of Song Qingyan, that cold beautiful face, Cao Yang in her heart cannot help but have some thoughts. There is a say Sister Song Qingyan, as the Magic City University recognized as one of the school flower, is really by many boys or as their dream goddess. In his last life, even though Cao Yang was interested in another school flower, he would still subconsciously pay attention to the news about this school sister. This was the charm of a goddess. Thinking about his last life, Cao Yang couldn't help but feel a bit bitter. When he was in high school, he had a crush on a female classmate in the same class, and this girl, who was the class flower, school flower, and beautiful school bully, was simply the white moonlight in Cao Yang's heart. In order to get closer to her, he studied hard, and finally followed in the footsteps of the white moonlight. Also entered the Magic City University. Soon after entering the university, Bai Yueguan was evaluated as one of the 4 school flowers on par with her senior sister Song Qingyan. She was even more outstanding, and living expenses have to earn their own. Cao Yang, and her distance not only did not close, but the gap is more and more obvious. University is a small society. Let Cao Yang see himself. Living expenses are still worried. How to deserve people. He is but a passerby, general, small, transparent. People are 10,000 people, respected school goddess. Not at all a class of people. There are no surprises. In addition to learning is for the living expenses of Cao Yang. Until the graduation of the university and the white moonlight did not produce what intersection. I have to say it's really sad. Thinking of all the things in his previous life, Cao Yang was flooded with a wave of heartache. He couldn't help but shake his head in a hurry, nipping the negative emotions in the bud. He was glad that he was reborn, and in this life he had capital that others could not imagine, and the school goddesses were no longer unattainable. The regrets of his previous life, he will get back in this life. The white moonlight he wants to have, and that every time he remembers the heart is dripping blood. Yinping, he also want to save back. No longer that mediocre and incompetent little transparent. The Cao Yang at this moment was full of confidence. Opened Song Qingyan's green bubble, before adding has not said words. Now Cao Yang would like to tease this, and his heart of the white moonlight is one of the school flowers of the cold sister. However, after opening it, Cao Yang couldn't help but freeze. Just see the top of the chat interface is showing that the other party is in the process of inputting. Is it so heartfelt? Cao Yang couldn't help but smile. He didn't rush to speak, but wanted to see what his sister had to say first, so he waited patiently. Only, this one waited for 5 minutes. On the page, it has been intermittently showing that it is being typed, but the message is just delayed to be sent. Why is this situation so familiar? I remember my last life to tease the girls, is also like this, typed and deleted and typed again. A sentence hesitation half a day cannot send out. I was afraid that if I didn't say something right, the girl would be offended. At this moment, Cao Yang couldn't help but laugh out. I did not expect the whole school flower will also come like this. This is to consider whether they will not be disgusted. Near Magic City University, a rental house, Song Qingyan was about to press the send button on her cell phone, but she hesitated and deleted the message she had just typed. She bit her red lip and knitted her eyebrows, and her face, which was usually cool in front of people, was full of apprehension and entanglement at the moment. Today, as usual, she opened the broadcast as usual. A broadcast room came hundreds of people, with time one after another. The online audience has reached 1,000 people. This is simply a radical change from the previous. More people than when the 8 masters supported her. She knew that this was all due to freedom. Dad, so many people online. She broadcast very seriously and very happy, but gradually it became difficult, because Freedom Dad did not come to see her live. She delayed 2 hours than usual before getting off the air, and still didn't wait for him to appear. After getting off the air, physically and mentally exhausted Song Qingyan couldn't help but fall into self-internal conflict. Why didn't Papa Freedom come to see her live broadcast? Is he busy? Or did he simply not want to support himself in the long run? Thinking about last night, when Daddy Freedom played PK for that anchor called Man all night, she panicked even more inside. Could it be that she had offended Big Brother somewhere and had given up on herself in one go? The more Song Qingyan thought about it, the more she broke down, and she couldn't stop regretting in her heart why she hadn't talked more with Brother Freedom after she got off the air yesterday. Doing anchor for so long, she knows that other anchors in private will maintain the Big Brother chat, play games, and even. She knew that for these means she was an idiot. Even the most basic chat is not good. When the 8 masters made such a shameless request, she flatly refused, and she never regretted this, but she had also reflected on herself, not being smooth enough, which was undesirable as an anchor, when she even refused, but if she handled it a little more politely, perhaps she wouldn't have crossed paths. Without the 8 masters, she didn't regret it at all, but she really didn't want to lose Freedom Dada. Not only did Daddy Freedom allow her to see the light of day in her despair, but more importantly, a PK, and only a PK, allowed her to make a class leap. Man, a whole brush of $10 million. This was undoubtedly a noble person, a nobleman that the average person could not meet even if they exhausted their entire life's luck. It's fortunate that she met him. With the income from one PK, she basically didn't have to worry about money for the rest of her life. Big Brother is too bold and gives too much. This, even if she was more principled, she couldn't be calm in the face of a noble person who could make her life a comeback with ease. Such a person who does not grasp himself will regret it for the rest of his life. She knew she could no longer sit on the sidelines. She had to take the initiative to defend herself. She could not let Papa Freedom think that she was uneducated. In fact, she did not mean to be endowed. She was just, Daddy Freedom, thank you for your so strong support yesterday. Qingyan is really too touched and very grateful. Keeping that in mind, when I have the chance, I really want to thank you. Flying again typed a paragraph. Song Qingyan could not help but sigh up. Forget about it. Anyway, after thinking about it for half a day also said it is not good. This at least Big Brother should not resent it. Gritting her teeth, this time Song Qingyan clicked send. To her delight, just after the message was sent, Papa Freedom actually replied to her message. How do you want to be thanked? After rejoicing, looking at the message Song Qingyan couldn't help but be apprehensive, pondering for a moment before carefully replying, I'll treat you to dinner, a big meal, embarrassed/JPG, okay, then tomorrow. Looking at the reply she received once again, Song Qingyan couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. No way. Freedom Daddy, tomorrow? Why don't you want to? No, you misunderstood. I'm afraid. I'm in Magic City. I still don't know where you are, Papa Freedom. If it's not far away, I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up. Not far. Coincidentally, I am also in Magic City. What? You are also in Magic City? At this moment, Song Qingyan couldn't help but widen her eyes. She never thought that Papa Freedom would be in the same city as herself. Aha! Song Qingyan instantly couldn't help but have a heavenly battle within her heart. She knew that a precious person like Papa Freedom, who was 1 in a million, couldn't be easily given up no matter what. Do you have time tomorrow at noon? Qingyan treats you to a big meal. Song Qingyan bit her red lips and without much hesitation, she sent out the message. She soon received a reply. Okay. Chapter 28. A surprise like winning the grand prize. It was easy to be born. It was easy to live. Life was not easy. In the past, when Cao Yang got up from bed, he would always bring a little bit of wakefulness. Now there is no more, because sleeping to not gasp before getting up. The dignified and elegant housekeeper, Kai Yaji, had been waiting in the living room for a long time, and as soon as he got up, he saw a beauty as ripe as a peach, which made Cao Yang's mood even more pleasant. Seeing Cao Yang coming out of the bedroom, Kai Yaji hurriedly greeted him and asked him what he would like to have for breakfast. It was almost 10 o'clock now, so Cao Yang was too lazy to eat breakfast. He wasn't hungry anyway. However, after washing up, Kai Yaji still served him a cup of hot milk. Yang, you have traveling arrangements today? Seeing Cao Yang dressed up like he was going out, Kai Yaji asked with a desire to speak. Well, I have an appointment with a friend today. Why, Sister Kai? What's the matter? Cao Yang nodded his head and revealed an easygoing smile and said. Upon hearing this, Kai Yaji sent a hot gold invitation card to Cao Yang's hands, smilingly said, the hotel's 2-day 60-year store celebration officially begins today. At night the hotel also organized a large-scale performance party at the Opera House. Invited are all big stars. The entire lineup is luxurious. It is said that there are also heavenly kings and superstars will also come to support the show. Are you interested in going to see the show? If you want to go, as an honored VIP customer of the hotel, I can apply for a VIP room for you. When he checked in yesterday, he heard that the hotel store celebration was just in time. Cao Yang didn't care about it, but now that he heard that a star was also invited to perform, he was a bit interested. Flipping through the beautifully crafted invitation, Cao Yang nodded his head and said, "Okay, anyway, it's fine, I'll go and take a look." Even though he had been a man for 2 lifetimes, he had never seen a star sing live before, and it would be a good choice to bring his schoolmate Song Qingyan along to feel it at night. Hearing this, Kaiji kept this matter in her heart. Looking at Cao Yang, she said, "Are you going out now? I'll go arrange a car first." 10 minutes later, Cao Yang got into the Rolls-Royce and went straight to the address that schoolmate Song Qingyan had sent, the old rental house. In front of the simple dresser, Song Qingyan stroked the hair in front of her forehead in front of the mirror, a little fidgety, when she thought that free dad, who had swiped $10 million in 1 PK, would be coming over in a while. Her heart couldn't help but be filled with nervousness. She did not think about the reality. So soon we'll meet with Big Brother. She even on him still do not know at all, what he is, what he does, how old. For her everything is like a mystery. Usually, she had never eaten alone with her male classmates, not to mention facing a man who could basically be considered a stranger. It's strange that she wasn't nervous, and she even wanted to run away from the situation, but she knew that there was no way back. She could only take one step at a time. She had actually put on a simple yet delicate light makeup earlier, but she couldn't help but check it over and over again at the moment. Ding dong, the green bubble sounded a beat that made her wince. "I'm here, come out." Seeing the message from Cao Yang, in an instant, her heart thumped and moved, rubbing her face, which was a little stiff from nervousness. With great effort, she revealed a smile, but realized that it was so unnatural that she couldn't help but feel a little bitter. In her life, she has always been a cool and uninhibited look. This kind of disguise she has gotten used to, and she can't change it for a while. Forget it. I hope Father Freedom doesn't misunderstand it. She is not giving her a face. Taking a deep breath, she got up and walked out the door with apprehension. The sun was shining brightly today, and the temperature, which was almost 11 o'clock, was already hot. As soon as she approached the door of the unit, Song Qingyan saw a spotless sedan parked right in front of the door, gleaming in the sunlight. Even without much research on cars, she could tell that it was a luxury car of great value. "Hello, may I ask if you are MS Song?" Just after stepping out of the door of the unit, a man wearing black suit pants and a white shirt with white gloves on his hands greeted her and bowed. I am." Song Qingyan subconsciously stopped in her tracks and nodded her head in a formal manner. "Hello, Miss Song, Mr. Chow is waiting for you in the car. Please follow me," the man said very politely, and made a pleased gesture as he said so, respectfully guiding her towards the back door of the luxury car. It was the first time Song Qingyan, who came from an ordinary family, was treated with such respect. In an instant, her vanity was greatly satisfied, but at the same time, it also made her realize the class gap. Her heart, which was already nervous, suddenly beat even more violently. Even if she hadn't been in contact with him, she could tell that this rather capable man was the kind of driver often seen on TV who specialized in driving for the rich and powerful. Swiping more than $10 million didn't hurt at all. Going out and having a limousine chauffeur to follow him. The status and position of the free father could be imagined to be how high it was. This look as ordinary people step on the ladder cannot reach the upper class. Then look at yourself. It is simply the difference between clouds and mud. Song Qingyan, who felt like she was in a dream world, walked to the side of the car in haste, and at this moment, she could clearly hear the beating of her heart, like the beating of a drum. The capable driver opened the door of the car sharply. Song Qingyan also finally saw the super gold master who dispersed her inner despair like a beam of light. For a moment, as if time had stood still, she couldn't help but stare in awe. Into the eyes is a young man, dressed simply, t-shirt plus khaki casual pants. On the feet is a pair of fashionable sneakers. The man's temperament looks heavy with spontaneity, coupled with a sunny handsome face, especially sitting in the luxurious cabin of this limousine. Very visual impact. But Song Qingyan could conclude that he was definitely not very old, and seemed to be about the same age as herself. Freedom Daddy? A glance at the cockpit. There was no one else at all. Song Qingyan was a bit confused for a moment, but after a moment of staring, her body and mind shook, as if she had thought of something. Could he be Freedom Dad? Bah! Brother Freedom? Song Qingyan's cool face instantly revealed a look full of incredulity. In Song Qingyan's imagination, Freedom Dad, who could easily swipe more than $10 million, should be similar to the 8th Master, a successful man in his 40s, perhaps with children almost as old as himself. I never thought he would be such a young brother. After half a year of live broadcasting, she hadn't heard of that family's big brother being so young. That very famous crown prince brother was said to be a super rich second generation, but his age was also in his 30s, which was as young as Freedom Dad. Freedom Brother. At this moment, Song Qingyan's heart was about to jump out of her throat in general, feeling as surprised as if she had won the jackpot again. Don't just stand there. Come on, get in the car. The cold air in the car is running out. Cao Yang owed his body and reached out his hand. Upon hearing this, Song Qingyan reacted. Looking at the large hand that was stretched out in front of her, she hesitated for a moment, but biting her lip, she still put her own up. Then she was pulled into the car by the strong arms. What she didn't want anymore was that it was this hand that not only pulled her into the luxury car, but also pulled her into the bright and dazzling rest of her life. Chapter 29. She's not stupid. She wants it too. Cao Yang driver Xiao Zhan closed the car door from the outside. The luxurious cabin of the Rolls-Royce became an independent private space for the two of them. Cao Yang, who had been a man for 2 lifetimes, was still for the first time surveying so closely this schoolflower schoolmate who had made countless men all excited. Her upper body was covered with a large half-sleeved shirt. Inside was a small white navel-bearing camisole. Her lower body was wearing denim shorts, and on her feet was a pair of white muffin shoes. The delicate and charming collarbone was visible. Flat belly even if sitting cannot see a little fat. Clean and rounded long legs, with a milk-like smooth luster. This outfit is full of youthful vigor, without losing the charming sexiness, so that her whole person is full of charm. In the hearts of all the boys in Magic City University, this senior sister is synonymous with high and cold, and can only be viewed from afar but not played with. But at the moment, Cao Yang, who is only separated from her by an armchair, does not feel the high coldness of her sister at all. Song Qingyan's face was still as beautiful as ever, but the faint blush, on the contrary, made Cao Yang feel so lovely. Cao Yang couldn't help but pinch the catkin in his hand. Such tender white little hands were a little less voluptuous than Kaya Ji's, but they were equally as warm and soft as jade, as if they could be pinched out of water. Song Qingyan subconsciously drew, but did not draw out, and then, let Cao Yang grasp it. This time, her earlobes were red, paralyzed, in the previous life, which said conclusively that the school sister was only pretending to be high and cold on the surface, but in reality, she was a slag woman with a rotten private life. Really ruined people untiring dead black the sister who was so shy and red in the ears when she pulls her hand. Could she be that kind of person? Cao Yang couldn't help but let out a light laugh and said, "Isn't it hot? The air conditioning in this car isn't good." No, it's fine. The air conditioning is cool. I still feel a bit cold. Pressing down her thumping heart, Song Qingyan said in a hurry as Cao Yang in disbelief. Saying that, she couldn't help but tighten her white and tender legs close to the air conditioning vents inward, and with her other hand, she also tightened her outer shirt, which all of a sudden blocked a piece of beauty. Seeing this, Cao Yang suddenly cried and laughed. It's amazing that school sister doesn't know that all air conditioners and luxury cars are bad. Are you really freedom, Dad? Freedom, brother? Feeling the burst of warmth coming from her hand, Song Qingyan's body trembled and asked in a rushed manner, "Doesn't it look like it?" "No, it's just that you're so young." "Why should I shout at you like that?" Completely did not think that the free father that he shouted for half a day was about the same age as himself, which made Song Qingyan feel ashamed. But you opened your mouth first. Blame me." Hearing this, Cao Yang couldn't help but snicker. "You just did it on purpose. Why don't you tell me how old you are?" Shame. Song Qingyan gathered her courage and glanced at Cao Yang with a pout. "You didn't ask either." Cao Yang innocently said. Then how old are you?" 18. "What? You're even a year younger than me." Hearing Cao Yang's age, Song Qingyan was completely stunned. 50 or 60 years old. She had imagined it, but she just hadn't thought that this super godly man who rocked flyable fish was even a year younger than herself. Free brother, you. Knowing Cao Yang's age, Song Qingyan couldn't help but be jaw-dropped for a moment. "Call me Cao Yang. Just call me directly by my name." Playing with his schoolmate's soft jade-like catkin, Cao Yang couldn't even let go of it. Winking and laughing, Song Qingyan immediately turned red, secretly glanced at Cao Yang, and couldn't help but lower her head. Although it was the first time they came into contact, but they still got along very well. There was no gabbing non-stop, but whenever the two of them fell into silence, the senior sister would always find a topic to break the silence. In his previous life, Cao Yang also felt like everyone else that his senior sister was a high and cold goddess, but now that he was in contact, he really didn't feel it. This made Cao Yang couldn't help but smile. The world may also not have a high-cooled woman at all, and if she is high-cooled, it's just that the key doesn't match and can't open her word box. In the midst of their intermittent chatting, the car stopped in front of a famous local Chinese cuisine restaurant. After stopping the car, Xiao Zhang opened the door and the two got out. "Mr. Chow, I won't bother you two with your meal. I'll be nearby. If you need anything, just call and order." After closing the car door, Xiao Zhang bowed and retired. "Okay, hard work." Smiling, Cao Yang nodded. Cao Yang, are we going to eat here?" after Cao Yang drove off. Looking at the grand and extraordinary restaurant in front of her, Song Qingyan couldn't help but be secretly staggered. Yeah, right here. This is an authentic local cuisine. It tastes good. Cao Yang looked at Song Qingyan and smiled, but realized that her expression was full of apprehensive embarrassment. Cao Yang couldn't help but have a surprise and asked, "What's wrong? Could it be that this cuisine doesn't meet your tastes?" Upon hearing this, Song Qingyan's expression became more and more embarrassed, biting her lip, before she said awkwardly in a voice like a mosquito fly, "No, the standard of consumption here is very high at first glance. I can't afford you. Why don't we change it to another one?" Song Qingyan had been live streaming for half a year, and although she had made some money when the 8th master had supported her, since the 8th master had turned against her, she had returned basically everything he had swiped, and there wasn't really much in the way of other gift shares, so she had spent very little in the past 2 months, and although Cao Yang swiped $10 million for her, but that will only be next month she can get the share. Now she really do not have much money. A meal at a restaurant of this caliber. In the future, she would probably have to drink the northwest wind. Upon hearing this, Cao Yang couldn't help but be dumbfounded. "Ha ha, silly girl, put your heart in your stomach. Eat boldly, the room has been booked. Don't worry, I'll treat you." Looking at the embarrassed schoolmate, he couldn't help but pinch her Yao nose and laugh dotingly. Under the public, such an intimate action. Song Qingyan's body instantly froze. Her heart pounded furiously again. "Alright, don't just stand there. Let's go in." Cao Yang's hand landed on Song Qingyan's soft willow waist that made countless boys salivate, and while saying that, he wrapped his arms around her and walked towards the restaurant. The interior of the hotel, the decoration is more atmospheric and high-end. Everywhere is full of opulence. Such a hotel ordinary people come once. I'm afraid that a month's salary is gone. Now outside. Daunting, but after coming inside, Song Qingyan also always had a feeling of heartbeat. If she hadn't met Cao Yang, she felt that she might not come once in her life. At this moment, being held in Cao Yang's arms, her eyes were filled with emotion. He was able to swipe millions of dollars for himself when they met in a casual encounter. And now, even though it was only a brief contact, she also felt how good he was to her. At this moment, Song Qingyan couldn't help but be deeply touched, even heartbroken. He was so rich, so young, and so handsome. He could totally be called a man like Prince Charming. So many women in the world, so many choices, and he was so good to himself. This caused a never-before-seen sweetness to spread in her heart, and a ripple swept up, a woman's desire to please herself. She couldn't restrain a strong desire from rising in her heart. Such an excellent man. Isn't it the man that all women dream of getting? She was not stupid. She also wanted it. Chapter 30, Don't be like this. Ding, Song Qingyan's favorability rises +2. Ding, Song Qingyan's favorability rises +5. Ding, congratulations to the host. Song Qingyan's favorability breaks through 70, rising to the third order of relationship, lover's intent. Ding, congratulations host, obtaining a mysterious reward. Please ask if you want to open it. In the large luxury box, an exquisite dish was brought to the table by the cheongsam-clad waitress. The flavor of the dish was not to mention, but just looking at the taste made people salivate. A side dish of white carrots with lifelike lotus flowers made Song Qingyan look full of shock. This dish is done simply like a work of art. See with your own eyes, this only in the TV to see the food. Song Qingyan suddenly feel eye-opening. Is this the style of rich people's enjoyment? I never thought that I, an ordinary person, would be able to touch such a high-end level one day. Even though she always showed herself as a cool person, she was also excited inside at this moment, as if the dreamy feeling of an ugly duckling turning into a white swan. It strongly impacted Song Qingyan's nerves, but she clearly knew that she was able to touch everything now, all because of the gift of this man beside her. She couldn't help but look deeply at Cao Yang. The beautiful eyes couldn't help but be flooded with a sizzling glow. There was reverence, there was admiration, and there was also a touch of uncontrollable affection that grew unchecked like wildflowers. At this moment, Cao Yang could not help but also be filled with excitement. Excited that schoolmate Song Qingyan's favorability had also smoothly broken through 70 so quickly. TSK, lover's affection. Ah, wouldn't this cool water lotus flower of schoolmate soon bloom splendidly in her own fish pond? Cao Yang's mood was suddenly great. Listening to the system give out the mystery reward, Cao Yang's mind moved and typed the command with anticipation. Open. Ding, mystery reward opened. Congratulations to the host, obtaining intermediate driving skills and attaching a driving license. Seeing this reward, Cao Yang froze and instantly became nonchalant. No way. Is there any mistake? It's not just driving? Their own last book. No, the last life that is also a skilled old driver. Ah, the car drove a thief. On the car of the Lord straight call addictive. Can not stop. What is the use of this skill? 2 chicken ribs it. Cao Yang instantly cannot help but full of grievances. However, on second thought, he suddenly realized. The last life car skills, although no words, but that is also after the university, after taking the driver's license, after practicing. With his current rebirth node, he hadn't even taken a driver's license yet, so it seemed that this reward came in a really sweet and timely manner. Love, love, love. With this reward, there was no need to even waste time taking a driver's license. One would directly become an old driver who was legally on the road. Cao Yang, who had instantly fused his intermediate driving skills, suddenly felt that he had a deeper understanding of driving skills, and was suddenly full of confidence. Brothers, get in the car. Immediately take you on the highway. The thief is stable and does not turn over the car. What are you laughing at? Don't make fun of people. Listening to Cao Yang suddenly laughed out loud. Holding his cell phone is clicking on the art-like dishes. A shot of Song Qingyan, cold and delicate face, suddenly crawled with blushing redness. Seeing this, reacted Cao Yang, could not help but smile. The dishes are not eaten, but first take pictures. I did not expect such a goddess as a sister actually also have this hobby. A meal, joking and laughing, two people ate more than an hour. This contact down and familiar with each other a lot. 8 dishes were swept away. The dishes are quite a lot, mainly because the amount is not big. Eat is the flavor. Most of them also entered Cao Yang's belly. Song Qingyan, each dish is shallow taste, but despite the small stomach also propped up, full, eating so little, just like a cat. Cao Yang touched Song Qingyan's long soft hair and said in a teasing manner, full, if I eat any more, I'll be propped up. I usually can't eat this much. Feeling Cao Yang intimate concern, the heart is like a deer in the headlight. Song Qingyan could not help but lower some disregard for the image of a lady touched the small belly propped up, shyly said, okay, eat enough, we will withdraw. Said, Cao Yang first stood up, led Song Qingyan out of the luxury box. When checking out, Song Qingyan was shocked. This meal even ate $100,000. She knew that consumption here must be very expensive, but did not expect it to be so outrageous. The price of the food is not cheap, but the main thing is that Cao Yang also randomly ordered a bottle of red wine, but only this bottle of wine is worth $88,000. At the moment, after hearing the price, Song Qingyan couldn't help but be stunned. Too bad. A bottle of wine, how so expensive? The kiwi did not drink much. Gosh, more than 80,000. Too precious. What a pity. Walking out of the restaurant, Song Qingyan couldn't help but have a face of heartache plus remorse. If I had known, I would have drank more. Every sip is money. Well, there's nothing to be sorry about. No matter how expensive a bottle of wine is, it's not as precious as you. Seeing Song Qingyan's pained look, Cao Yang couldn't help but let out a light laugh, hooked her soft little waist and wrapped her into his arms. Ding! Song Qingyan's favorability has risen by +2. As if they were loving couples, the two of them casually strolled down the street with no purpose and no end. Natural and cozy. When they were thirsty, they looked for a cold drink store, and when they saw street food, they would also try it. Having the system and also the wealth at his fingertips, Cao Yang lost his worries. At the moment, the goddess was with him, making him actually experience the joy of life. Song Qingyan also temporarily forgot her worries, and only one absurd thought remained in her heart. If she could be led by him like this for the rest of her life, that would be good too. Until the mature housekeeper Kai Yaji made a phone call and thoughtfully reminded Cao Yang that the VIP room at the performance site thought he had booked to enter the venue early. Cao Yang then realized that without realizing it, a few hours had passed. Counting the time, the two simply ate a meal, and then rushed towards the opera house. Hearing that there are stars performing, Song Qingyan is also excited. Chapter 31, Rising to the Fourth Order. At your disposal. If she is not deeply involved in the world, take her to see all the world's prosperity. The time has come to 1800 hours. The opera house entrance is bustling with traffic. The parking lot is filled with luxury cars, no less than the scene of a car show. And those who come down from the luxury cars are all social celebrities who look like they have an extraordinary temperament. And the ones who follow them are all well-dressed celebrities and noble women. Cao Yang pulled Song Qingyan, whose demeanor was a little nervous, to the entrance, and was immediately greeted by a reception group jointly formed by the show's organizer and the hotel. After checking Cao Yang's identity, a person respectfully led them through the exclusive channel to the VIP room on the second floor. Waldorf's 60 years of celebration can be said to be quite grand and very generous. Packaged can accommodate nearly 10,000 people of the concert hall. Invited large and small 3 dozen stars live performance is also considered to be full of money. This party, and not open to the public, can come to the guests, are the hotel's guests, and can sit on the second floor as the guests of honor. Any one of them is in the upper echelon of the celebrities. Go out or all have the status of the party big brother. Although Cao Yang just entered the Waldorf, but the starting point is $3 million of consumption. Fully qualified to be the hotel as the ancestors of the general importance. The private room is not big, but it is quite upscale. The view is also good. a variety of snacks, fruits, pastries, drinks, etc. are prepared in advance. The hotel can be seen to the details of the place. Cao Yang and Song Qingyan came not early, but also not late. At this moment in the arena, guests have arrived in most. The rest are also in succession into the field. The waiting time is also boring. Cao Yang casually leaned on the sofa, took an apple and ate it. Song Qingyan is not so casual. In the end, she is only a sophomore student. Such a high-profile occasions cannot help but some of the moral not worthy of the tension. She just sat quietly, but the flickering gaze in her eyes couldn't hide her excitement and joy. What do you want to eat? Take it yourself. Relax a bit. Cao Yang nibbled on an apple and couldn't help but grab Song Qingyan's jade hand that was so tender that it seemed like she could pinch water out of it. Smiling blandly, got it. Song Qingyan nodded her head as she sniffed. A moment later, Song Qingyan pursed her red lips and looked at Cao Yang with a bright smile and said, "You know, I've loved music since I was a kid, and I've worked very hard to become a student of the art department. However, I've never seen a star's live performance before. Cao Yang, thank you for bringing me here. Thank you with your mouth alone." Hearing this, Cao Yang couldn't help but smile, pointing to his face, looking at Song Qingyan and teasing, "Thanking with your mouth is fine. Let me give you a chance to get a kiss." "Hate, I'm serious." Seeing this scene, Song Qingyan couldn't help but roll her eyes and pouted. "I'm also serious. Haven't had a girl kiss yet." "You're still not willing to give it to you for the first time," Cao Yang said with a straight face. I don't believe it." Song Qingyan shyly avoided Cao Yang's gaze and did not do as he wished. However, biting her red lips but hugged Cao Yang's arm, her head gently leaning on his shoulder. A reddish haze drenched her pretty face. Ding! Song Qingyan's favorability has increased by +1. Ding! Song Qingyan's favorability rises +1. A beep sounded in his head, and a soft yet elastic warm touch came from his arm. Cao Yang couldn't help but reveal a smile at the corner of his mouth. A little bit closer to blossoming ah. "Cao Yang, which university are you going to in the end?" "Refused to say all afternoon." "I won't tell you. I'll let you guess if I do." "Cao Yang, do you have a favorite girl?" "Yes." "Who?" "You." "I don't believe it." "Well, I actually like all the pretty girls. I want to give all the goddesses a home. A warm home." "You, didn't you just say you like me?" "Bah, colorful gangster. Scum. Men are really all big pig's hooves." In the midst of having a chat, the time quickly reached 1900 hours, and the show finally started. After the head of the hotel and several invited official leaders made some brief speeches, the show officially began. During the host's impassioned introduction, the audience on the scene finally perked up. Song Qingyan also couldn't help but sit up straight. The first appearance is an old singer, a passionate rock, as if the audience back to the 90s. The atmosphere of the entire concert hall immediately warmed up. After the song, the venue kind of lived up to its name and heated up. I have to say that being there and listening to the scene is obviously a lot more sensational than being on the screen. Even Cao Yang couldn't help but sway a few times along with it. The second on stage is a raw-eyed female singer, singing a lyrical song. The voice is very beautiful. Singing is also very committed. Sounds not bad. However, Song Qingyan was a bit unimpressed. "What? Don't think it sounds good?" "It sounds good, but she's a fake singer." Hearing Cao Yang typing the question, Song Qingyan attached herself to his ear and said softly. Upon hearing this, Cao Yang couldn't help but be dumbfounded. A singer falsely sings? Cao Yang couldn't hear it, but since Song Qingyan heard it, he still believed it. After all, his sister was a music major's bully. Whether it's theoretical knowledge or singing skills, it's even better than those so-called professional singers. But, so envious of her Song Qingyan's gaze revealed a deep sense of longing. You know, she was just an anchor before, but step by step, she went up to a higher stage, and now she's really on fire out of the circle. She's become a star. She's simply the most successful representative of the Netflix rebellion, Song Qingyan said with an excited and envious voice. Hearing this, Cao Yang looked at Song Qingyan and laughed. How also envious on? Also for want to do big star Hearing this, Song Qingyan's pretty face couldn't help but turn slightly red. However, she frankly said, "Of course, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. When I was a child, my biggest dream was to become a singing star, to be able to stand on the stage, so that everyone could hear my own singing voice." Saying this she paused and laughed bitterly. "Now that I've grown up, I realize that it's too difficult and can only be a dream. It's not realistic at all." Having loved singing since she was a child, it was normal for her to have a dream of being a singer. Cao Yang laughed. "How unrealistic. As long as you don't give up there will always be a day of success." Upon hearing this, Song Qingyan couldn't help but shake her head and said quietly, "It's too hard. There are so many people who learn music every year. How many of them can succeed? It's not that easy. No money, no connections, no help, no chance to make a name for yourself, not to mention singers. Even anchors want to be famous. It's hard. How come there's no one to help? Am I not? I'll help you. Cao Yang's words, at this moment fell into Song Qingyan's ears, like a thunderbolt. Her body couldn't help but tremble violently. Instantly she was stunned. Isn't it just money? The last thing I lack is money. And there is money. Connections without money is not difficult. Have a dream to chase. I support you. Cao Yang couldn't help but favorably touch Song Qingyan's hair. Upon hearing this, Song Qingyan looked at Cao Yang incredulously, her eyes widening. She wasn't doubting Cao Yang's ability, but she couldn't believe that good luck would fall on her one after another. She herself was just an ordinary girl. Cao Yang, we are but just casual acquaintances. Why are you so kind to me and willing to help me so much? Song Qingyan's ghostly voice suddenly became trembling. I'm just an ordinary girl. Looks may have a little advantage, but with such excellent conditions as yours, I'm afraid that this advantage is not worth mentioning. What girls are not worried about finding? Why do you want to be so good to me? What do you figure me to be worth it? Because I can return cash. Jin is not a loss. In his heart, Cao Yang pondered for a moment, stroked his schoolmate's long hair, and said in a loud voice, you're also very good. It's very simple. I'm helping you because you're worthy of me to help. Just like liking a person. There is no reason to just be willing to do so. Upon hearing this, Song Qingyan's eyes instantly reddened, and then tears fell like beads on a broken string. Fool, why are you still crying? Cao Yang couldn't help but hastily reach out to wipe her tears, but the more he wiped. Suddenly, Song Qingyan jumped up and tightly wrapped her arms around his neck. In the next moment, the scented soft lips were printed on his mouth. Ding! Song Qingyan's favorability has increased by +5. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Song Qingyan's favorability breaks through 80, rising to a fourth-order relationship, at your disposal. Chapter 32. Can you listen to the song first? Don't. The love is moved. Schoolmate Song Qingyan for the first time in her life, with such a passionate way, venting their hearts cannot be suppressed emotions. At this moment, Cao Yang could not help but be surprised. People always remain cold before the school sister initiative to offer a kiss. This to let the school male students see. I'm afraid to be shocked off the jaw. Jealous of the crazy it. The favorability even directly broke through 80, smoothly rising to the stage of letting the gentleman pick. This is even more excited Cao Yang, but now he can't care about these. He didn't even have time to pay attention to the mysterious rewards he obtained. He only wanted to taste the fragrance of his schoolmate. Passive defense was not his style. What he got was a raw but passionate response that was extremely lingering. A long time. The schoolmate couldn't help but reach out her small, soft and boneless hand and caress Cao Yang's handsome face. Her misty eyes were filled with emotion and happiness. Another kiss on Cao Yang's cheek. Song Qingyan before she couldn't help but choke. And what virtue. God would let me meet such a good you. At this moment, Song Qingyan really felt that she was the luckiest and happiest woman in the world. She didn't doubt the authenticity of Cao Yang's words in the slightest. Would someone who could casually swipe $15 million cheat her? There was no need for that. She didn't even know what her ordinary self had to lie to him about. Feelings? A body? Don't be ridiculous. That's nothing in front of $10 million. Just need to take out $5 million. No, $2 million. He wants what kind of women cannot find. Not to mention women. Even if you want a kidney, I think there are people willing to cut down. Give him. How fortunate. Actually let himself met this same nobleman. I can rewrite their own life nobleman. How many people? In order to a few thousand wages. 9 to 5. Conscientious. Groveling. But also a lifetime cannot turn over. How many girls? For a fruit. Will not hesitate to sell themselves, even if the fruit loan to meet their own vanity. This is a man who is enough to change her life. How can she not be moved? Perhaps, we have both saved the galaxy. Wrapping his arm around his schoolmate's delicate waist, thinking of the system's favor, Cao Yang's expression couldn't help but also transfer a moment, and said in a meaningful tone, to say that luck, who can compare to him? The hangman who was chosen by the system. Other people might have slightly made a small profit, but he never loses. At this moment, Song Qingyan couldn't help but hug Cao Yang tightly, as if she wanted to melt herself into his arms, leaning against his broad chest, feeling the sweetness grow wildly in her heart. It was like finding something to rely on for the rest of her life. Although she had an outstanding appearance, she was really nothing more than an ordinary girl. Even her family's situation was not even as good as an ordinary person's. Her father died when she was very young, and it was her strong mother who raised her and her sister alone. She was a child raised in a single-parent family. Since she was a child, she has suffered from others' different gazes and has often been bullied. But being more precocious than her peers, she has inherited her mother's strength and independence. Gradually she put on a cloak of indifference as she not only had to make sure she wasn't bullied, but also had to protect her sister, who was 2 years younger than her. With an exterior that always said no one gets close to her, She intimidated the students around her and protected herself well, but it also led to her not having many playmates. Music became her best friend. Her mother was the greatest person in the world and she was proud of her. Not only did she work hard to raise her sisters, but she was also very understanding and supported her hobbies as much as she could. After growing up, she deeply appreciated her mother's hardship, and gradually she began to find ways to do what she could to share the burden of life for her mother. Songs had touched her lonely heart countless times, and she dreamed of one day standing on the stage and touching everyone with her voice. But when she got into college, and also stepped into the door of the art department, she realized that it was just a luxury, and by chance she came into contact with the live broadcast, and it was like she saw the window of a new world at once. She was deeply touched by the sight of anchors just on the computer. Singing, dancing or just chatting can reap a lot of rewards. If you can't be a singer, it's not bad to be an anchor. Not only can you show off what you've learned, you can also earn money. You can also after earning money, her mother will not have to work so hard, and her sister will soon go to college, all needing money, and this sister can also contribute. So, Song Qingyan so ventured into the live broadcast industry. There have been touched and hope, but hope is followed by deep despair, and then fortunately met like light, descending in her live room man, not only let her get. Ordinary people struggle for a lifetime may not be able to get a huge amount of wealth. Now, it was even more so that she felt like her entire life was about to be illuminated. Heart-thumping throbbing, abandon that self-protection of indifference camouflage, she is also just a desire to be loved by people, to be pampered woman. In the face of such an excellent man who is still willing to treat her so well, it is false that her heart is not moved, and for the rest of her life, she doesn't mind rewarding him in the most passionate way she can. Thinking about what? Looking at the schoolmate who was snuggling in his arms like a cat, Cao Yang also couldn't help but be in a stirring mood. This was a goddess that could only be coveted from afar in his previous life. Nothing, Cao Yang. I feel so happy. Listening to the stage of the great singer's passionate singing, Song Qingyan moved, face pasted on Cao Yang's chest, reddish haze all over her, couldn't help but murmur. Upon hearing this, Cao Yang also instantly felt a lot of emotion. Thank you for the system, let yourself have this jealous life. Suddenly remembering that the mysterious reward hadn't been opened yet, he couldn't help but smile. Brother Unity, open the mysterious reward. Ding, the reward is opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 10 times cashback card. Cao Yang couldn't help but be surprised when he heard this. The previous reward money and that auction money, the cashback multiplier was only double times. This damn good guy directly came a 10 times cashback card. Listen to the bullish Brother Unity, this 10 times cashback card how to use? Cao Yang couldn't wait to ask. Ding, 10 times cashback card one-time consumables. Limited to use within 3 days. Expired void. Host spends with cash. Use the 10 times cashback card, and the amount spent will receive a one-time 10 times cashback. Upon hearing this, Cao Yang couldn't help but frown slightly. What the hell? You can only get one cashback opportunity? There was also a date restriction. For a moment, his excited heart couldn't help but cool down, but on second thought, he was relieved. If he could spend $10 million at once, he would not be able to get a chance to get a cashback. If you can spend $10 million at once and use this card, then you can also return 100 million. Young people cannot be overambitious. First set a small goal, return it 100 million. It's a good idea. Cao Yang's mouth couldn't help but reveal a happy smile. At this moment, the schoolmate in his arms could not help but twist a few times with difficulty. Don't hear. Cough. Pretty face rolling hot Song Qingyan. Even the atmosphere did not dare to breathe. Pitifully weak, Cao Yang cannot listen to the song first. Do not touch. Chapter 33 Milk in the Milk Bath. If you suddenly sneeze, then it must be me thinking of you. Love messing around in the crook of your arm. Your world is a castle. I want to be with you for more than one day. A little more makes my heart happy. Love you. A 2.5-hour star-studded performance ended perfectly with Sweetie Godmother's sweet singing. Cao Yang, who was immersed in the tenderness, also had to sit up. At the star-studded show, Cao Yang, who was playing basketball instead of listening to the songs, was shown a yellow card by the fearful referee. Cao Yang, who was very hurt, finally had to pillow on his schoolmate's big white legs, which he would never get tired of playing with for a year, to heal himself. Song Qingyan, who has never even experienced a driver, is still shy and reserved in her bones, and can't let go at all on such an occasion, which Cao Yang still understands, and did not make things difficult for her. Along with the crowd out of the performance venue, at this moment has nearly 10 o'clock, the weather has become much cooler, also blew a refreshing breeze. So late Song Qingyan stroked her hair that was blown around by the breeze and said with her head down staring at the road. Yeah, it's late, it's all time to rest, let's go back to the hotel. Cao Yang let out a light laugh and pulled on his schoolmate's small hand that seemed to have some nowhere to rest. Song Changyan couldn't help but tremble, and in an instant, her heart was beating wildly. Looking at the ground with eyes full of shyness, she knew what it meant to be brought to the hotel by him, and she didn't shake off her hand. At this moment, she also did not let Cao Yang difficult. She had her own principles, but never labeled herself as noble. When faced with a man who allowed her to cross classes and turn her entire life upside down, her heart fell completely. He controlled a terrifying fortune at a young age, and was tall and handsome with a gentle temper. Wasn't this the man that countless women wanted to find by beating their heads against the wall? Giving herself to him, she had no complaints. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the hotel. Into the hotel's grand hall. Around is Song Qingyan heart prepared, but see with their own eyes to see the opulent as if the palace-like building. She was still deeply shocked. Into the eyes of all the extreme luxury, and full of artistic flavor of all kinds of decorations, let her dazzled. The whole person cannot help but become anxious up. In the past 19 years, she hadn't even entered an ordinary hotel, let alone this top-notch 5-star hotel. Needless to think, can afford to live here is certainly not rich, that is. This is the upper-class people enjoy life. At noon, the high-end atmosphere of the hotel, exquisite food, has let Song Qingyan shallow to see the life of the rich. At this moment, walking on the glittering marble-paved floor, she finally understood why some people exhaust several generations of efforts. All want to break the shackles of class. Why parents tighten their belts to save money. All to send their children into the so-called aristocratic school, in order not to be able to get closer to the top of the class. And he himself was easily brought into a new world that was completely unimaginable before. This is how lucky she is. Holding Cao Yang's arm tightly, the restrained Song Chengyan felt a lot more at ease in her heart. Ding! Song Chengyan's favorability has increased by +1. The two of them walked through the old building of the hotel to the modernized main building and took the elevator directly to the top floor. The door to the riverside suite that Cao Yang was staying in was open, and a few maids had just pushed in a few buckets of milk. The personal butler, Kai Yaji, was also in the room. Mr. Cao, you're back. Seeing that Cao Yang had returned, Kai Yaji hurriedly greeted her, bowed and smiled. With outsiders present, this big ripe woman still maintained her due etiquette. Seeing Song Changyan behind Cao Yang, Kai Yaji froze for a moment, but then she reacted and quickly smiled and greeted. After working in the hotel for many years, she was already not surprised when guests brought a woman back. Those who could afford to stay here were all from the rich and powerful class, and changing a few women around in a day was nothing new. For a man as young, handsome and rich as Cao Yang, she would find it unusual if he didn't have a few women around him. Rich people are not surrounded by beautiful women, not to mention the fact that they are not young. Mr. Cao, wait a bit, it will be done soon. Hearing this, Cao Yang nodded and brought Song Qingyan to the living room. So beautiful. Song Qingyan couldn't help but run to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the night scene outside. She couldn't help but let her heart pith sway and marveled out. It's quite beautiful. Cao Yang also crossed over and wrapped his arms around Song Qingyan's soft shoulders. Together they looked at the brightly lit night scene. The night scenery was even more shocking than the daytime. What's that white liquid they're pushing? Milk? There was a faint milky scent in the air. Song Qingyan couldn't help but ask curiously. Yes, fresh milk. What's the point of using so much milk? Song Changyan said in great confusion. Milk bath, for you to soak in, Cao Yang explained. What? A bath? Upon hearing this, Song Qingyan couldn't help but cry out in shock, so frightened that she hastily covered her mouth, while her beautiful eyes were wide open. It was well known, there was no wife and wife cake. There was also no fish in shredded pork with fish. But did milk baths really use milk? Song Changyan was a little messed up. The life of the rich was completely beyond her imagination. The milk bath soup was mixed in no time under the skillful operation of the maid. Kai Yaji also served it. 2 brand new bathrobes. Mr. Cao, it's all ready, so I won't disturb the two of you anymore to rest. Well, it's so late. Hard work, Sister Kai. Looking at the courteous mature housekeeper, Cao Yang smiled plainly. You're welcome, it's all what we should do, Kai Yaji said with a smile, finishing with a few people gently exiting the room. In the luxurious suite room, only Cao Yang and Song Qingyan remained. Go take a bath, Cao Yang said with a smile. Aha! Song Qingyan lowered her head. Her voice was like a mosquito fly as she responded. Her cool pretty face couldn't help but redden. Her earlobes turned pink, but her feet stumbled a little. Looking at her sister's tantalizing appearance, Cao Yang's heart couldn't help but jump suddenly and furiously. Without hesitation, a princess hug lifted her up. Chapter 34, Extremely Mature Girl, No Husband. Early the next morning, Cao Yang, who slept until he woke up naturally, was refreshed, and couldn't help but sigh that being young was good, not to mention the addition of attribute points. Quite good. Looking at the time, surprisingly it was already more than 10 o'clock. Cao Yang couldn't help but be dumbfounded. It wasn't that he woke up late, it was really because he slept late last night. She should be exhausted. It was only at noon that the two of them woke up, and after some freshening up, the housekeeper, Cao Yang, led the way and brought the lunch that the two of them had ordered into the room. After waking up and working out, they were already starving. Soon the lunch was wiped out. After filling their stomachs, both of them recovered their physical strength. Only that the senior sister still had some inconvenience in walking. Cao Yang couldn't help but make a few jokes, but what he got in return was a pouting little fist. Cao Yang, although you'll help me, but I have to work hard myself per se. I want to go back to live broadcasting. Sitting on the luxurious sofa, the pretty red-faced Song Qingyan hugged Cao Yang's arm, her beautiful eyes full of reluctance, but her voice was firm and said. Upon hearing this, Cao Yang froze and raised his eyebrows. Can you physically do it? It's fine to rest for a few days. It's fine to sit and sing. It's fine. Flying Fish's activities are out of the preview, the big mid-year event. This is an opportunity one don't want to miss. Okay, since you have your own considerations, I'll support you. Wait, I'll ask the driver to send you back. Cao Yang dotingly rubbed Song Qingyan's tender and smooth pretty face and laughed. Motivated, understanding and not clingy. It's hard for Cao Yang not to like such a schoolmate. Cao Yang, you're too good to me. Song Qingyan couldn't help but wrap her arms around Cao Yang's neck and imprinted her delicate red lips on his face. After sending her schoolmate away, Cao Yang became a loner again in the large suite. At this time, the mature housekeeper Cao Yang walked in and asked respectfully, Yang, do you still have something to do in the evening? Upon hearing this, Cao Yang shook his head and casually said, I don't think so. What's wrong, Sister Kai? It's like this. There's also a Supreme VIP Client Appreciation Ball at the hotel tonight. I wonder if you want to attend? Cao Yang, who was a bit bored, couldn't help but get a bit interested when he heard this, so he asked, Oh, what's this ball all about? Is there anything fun? Cao Yang smiled and patiently explained. Tonight's cocktail party mainly invites the hotel's big customers, during which there will also be celebrities singing. It's to create a platform for everyone to freely communicate and get in touch with each other. Such a high-end ball is an excellent occasion to expand one's connections, and in order not to be monotonous and boring, the hotel has also invited an auction house, which will organize a small auction. Hearing about the auction, Cao Yang froze and his interest was instantly lifted. He instantly remembered that he had gotten $100 million of auction money and was worried about having no place to use it. Good lord, this is not just dozing off when someone sends a pillow. Okay, I'll join this ball, Cao Yang said excitedly. Hearing this, Cao Yang hesitated and said, such a high-end ball, usually will be dressed very formal. Yang, you, and wear formal clothes. Not waiting for Cao Yang to finish, Cao Yang couldn't help but frown. This is a bit troublesome. Still have to go by Cao Yang still remembered that Cao Yang didn't even bring a suitcase when he came here. He definitely didn't bring any clothes. It doesn't matter. Many high-end clothing flagship stores have opened up private customization business in the hotel, favored by many of our valued guests. If you don't mind, I can contact them to come over. It can be privately customized, and there are also finished products. It's very convenient. Hearing this, Cao Yang smiled. This was good. He was too lazy to buy it all by himself. With money, it's time to order a few decent clothes. After all, it's comfortable and decent to wear. Obviously have money. Have to wear a piece of ground floor goods. Get blank stares. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, such a boring trick. Cao Yang cannot feel much pleasure. Clothes are fine. Cao Yang looked at Cao Yang and added, however, when you attend the ball, you will bring a lady as your dance partner, so you need to contact one of them in advance, lest the other party doesn't have time. You need a dance partner? Cao Yang couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't know many people of the opposite sex, and it wasn't appropriate for her to be in her current state. This made Cao Yang a bit worried. His eyes fell on Cao Yang, and suddenly brightened up as he looked at her. This is not a ready-made dance partner. What's wrong? Feeling Cao Yang's burning gaze, the uncertain Cao Yang asked with some urgency. Sister Kai, you can be my dance partner tonight. Looking at the large matured woman in front of him, who was as ripe as a peach, Cao Yang couldn't help but bring a smile to the corner of his mouth. Ha, me? Upon hearing this, Cao Yang froze with surprise, but then waved her hands and said, No, how can this be? After a pause, Cao Yang hurriedly explained, it's not appropriate for me to go to such a high-end occasion. It's too embarrassing for you. You should invite a famous woman. That would be worthy of your status. Hearing Cao Yang's words and looking at her voluptuous and delicate figure, Cao Yang said in disbelief, Sister Kai, what kind of words are you talking about? What kind of celebrity is not a celebrity? In my eyes, you are much prettier than this so-called celebrity. That's not true. That's an exaggeration. What's pretty? I'm already 36. I'm old. Cao Yang's words caused Kaiji to cover her mouth with a smile, but her gaze could not help but flash. She, who had always acted demurely, elegantly and maturely, for the first time, her beautiful face revealed a touch of blush like that of a small woman. What? Sister Kai, you're 36, obviously looking just 23 or 24. This look, this figure, this charisma, who would dare to believe that you're in your 30s? At this moment, Cao Yang was like an Oscar-winning movie star possessed. He grabbed Kaiji's catkin and added, Sister Kai, don't lie to me. Let's just say that you have this hand that is so white and tender and soft like a piece of jade. To say that it's the hand of a 30-something-year-old, I don't believe it. Cao Yang played with Kaiji's small hand that was as warm and moist as jade, and said in his words, after pumping her hand and realizing that she couldn't pull it out at all, this big ripe girl suddenly became a bit flustered. Her face reddened. You're really good at talking. At a glance, you haven't coaxed the girl less. The stagnant water-like heart suddenly throbbed, causing Kaiji to involuntarily lower herself. Really? He himself is this so old? Still teasing. Little bad egg. Biting her red lips, Kaiji was very bottomless. What I said is true. I accompany you to go inappropriate. You still say that? Sister Kai, you wouldn't be afraid that if you accompanied me, your husband would be jealous when he finds out, right? Hearing this, Kaiji froze, her expression suddenly a little unnatural. You're joking. Where would I get a husband if I'm single? But my daughter is almost the same age as you, so it's really not appropriate. Extremely mature woman with a daughter. No husband. What else can be said? Cao Yang even more refused to let go, and could not be denied. Sister Kai, no, I want you to go with me. It's settled. Looking at Cao Yang's roguish demeanor of I won't let go if you don't go, Kaiji, whose heart was beating wildly, had her ears reddened. So many young and beautiful girls, why do they have to provoke themselves? Her heart was in turmoil, but Kaiji couldn't help but nod her head. Ding, Kaiji's favorability has increased by +10. Chapter 35, Just Serving Freedom Dad. Ding, congratulations to the host. Kaiji's favorability breaks through 50. Upgraded to a first-order relationship, the love of friends. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the mystery reward. May I ask if it's on? Start. Hearing the system's beep, Cao Yang joyfully issued the command. Ding, the reward is opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining +1 centimeter on any part of the body. This, love. Kaiji contacted 2 luxury flagship stores for Cao Yang, 1 LV and 1 Gucci, and in less than half an hour 2 business consultants came. Careful Kaiji will Cao Yang's height and shape and so on the general data, before already told the other party. The fame of the dress too have brought 2 sets. Cao Yang tried and satisfied with it will stay. In addition to the 2 families ordered 5 sets of clothes, summer and winter clothes from inside to outside and so on to set the whole. The 2 consultants were very helpful. Not only did they measure Cao Yang's body parts carefully, but also provided him with samples and information on fabrics, designers, design styles, etc. for him to choose from. It took an hour to finalize everything, directly costing Cao Yang more than $2 million. Mr. Cao, please be patient. The clothes will definitely satisfy you, and will be handed over to you the first time after it's done. Thank you for your trust. Please rest assured. The 2 consultants would both respectfully patted their chests in succession to guarantee. Their faces even smiled out of the folds. With more than $2 million spent, Cao Yang was promoted from a god to an ancestor. After the 2 left, Cao Yang could not help but frown. Staying in the hotel expenditure of $3 million, and now more than $2 million is not available. This is more than $5 million. At this rate, the previous cashback of more than $30 million, before long will be spent. Although Cao Yang also remembered that he had a 10 times cashback card, but more than $2 million, used only returned more than $20 million. Too much of a loss. Pure waste. No, I can't just sit around and eat nothing. I have to keep getting money. Feeling a hint of crisis, Cao Yang immediately took out his cell phone and opened Flying Fish. Seeing that schoolmate Song Qingyan had already started broadcasting, Cao Yang directly clicked in. In the live broadcast room, the school sister was singing. Her voice was graceful and clear, mesmerizing, not worse than those female singers who sang last night. At the moment, she is sitting in the camera, full of spirit, and do not see any abnormalities. As soon as Cao Yang entered the live broadcast room, he was immediately discovered by the water friends who had a heart. A PK wildly swiped $10 million, and in the evening, he followed it up by helping another anchor win 20 PKs in a row, totaling out another $5 million or so. The superhero Freedom Brothers' reputation can be said to have resounded through the entire Flying Fish overnight, and his terrifying financial strength and bold style have exploded the eyeballs of countless water users. At this moment, as soon as Cao Yang's trail was discovered, the water users immediately sent out pop-ups in excitement. Look, Brother Freedom is here. Welcome my Brother Freedom. Seeing the ID of this water user, Cao Yang couldn't help but be surprised. Brother Freedom's little follower. Cao Yang couldn't help but exclaim in his heart that he was a good guy. He didn't even know that he had a little follower. This pop-up, it can be said that a stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Not waiting for Cao Yang to finish his emotions, welcome pop-ups have come out. Brother Freedom's little follower, welcome my Brother Freedom. Brother Freedom's big bird, welcome Brother Freedom. Floating life like a dream, Brother Freedom is here. Good afternoon. Something to burn, welcome Brother Freedom. Looking at the pop-ups that swiped the screen in the blink of an eye, Cao Yang's spirit was shaken, and his platoon was in full force. I have to say, this feeling of being courted is still cool, letting him experience the joy of being a big brother again. 2 days, a few days not on. Completely did not expect to appear so many were their own best little brother. Cao Yang really some surprise, and seeing some familiar old friends, he was also very pleased. Brothers, good afternoon. Cao Yang couldn't help but type a quick pop-up. Welcome Brother Freedom. Good afternoon Brother Freedom. At this moment, the schoolmate who was singing also paused her song and welcomed with a joyful face, but a trace of imperceptible shyness flashed in her beautiful eyes. Keep singing, don't mind me. Cao Yang smiled heartily and played a pop-up. The atmosphere of the live broadcast room was very active, but the number of people online was actually just over 500. Although it could be considered a huge improvement from the beginning, but compared to the big anchors, it was obviously far from the same. How can this be? One's own woman should never be inferior to others. Cao Yang frowned and directly flipped the gifts. His own woman himself? No problem. Open brush. Get money. However, Cao Yang didn't directly brush the gift, but instead set his eyes on the red envelopes. Players brush red envelopes. The online audience of the live room can grab. Although brush red envelopes anchor basically no commission, but compared to the gift, red envelopes are obviously more able to attract traffic. Moreover, so many water friends in the live room is very facetious. Cao Yang also do not mind doing a little favor to the big brother of the powder. Clicking on the red packet, without hesitation, he chose the maximum value, and Cao Yang directly opened the brush. Win like freedom sends super red packet 9,999. The wind is as free as it is to send a super red packet of 9,999. Free as the wind sends out a super red packet of 9,999. 3 consecutive red packets were sent out, and the entire platform lit up with announcements, instantly flooding the live room with over 100 people. Cao Yang couldn't help but smile as he heard the system's familiar beep again. Ding! The host consumed successfully and received double cashback from the system. 3 red packets were sent out, and they were grabbed almost instantly. At once, the live broadcast room exploded. I won! 20 bucks. Thank you Brother Freedom. Awesome. Asterisk. Ha ha ha. Grabbed 50. Boss atmosphere. I go. I said that Big Brother is so heroic, so it's free Big Brother now. 666. Damn. Even Gross did not snatch. Groove. You guys hand speed too fast it. Single how many years? Young people big jerk hurt body Countless pop-ups. Flying brush up the screen, grabbed the red envelope of joy, and did not snatch the pain. It can be said that some people are happy and some people are sad, but the next moment, everyone's eyes widened. The finger violently with the speed of lightning speed of the momentum and the screen wildly poked up. No one would have thought that this poking would go on for several minutes. The wind is as free as it is to send a super red packet of 9,999. Free as the wind sends super red packet 9,999. The number of people in the live broadcast room in 5 minutes, from the 500 plus people at the beginning, directly soared to 50,000 people. The entire live broadcast room exploded. The pop-ups flew off the screen like running water, and the atmosphere boiled over as if it were boiling water. Everyone couldn't help but cheer excitedly. Asterisk. ING fingers are poking out. Brother Freedom, you're so powerful that you make me want to kneel for you. Eye-opening. What is a good big brother? Look at Brother Freedom. This is the ING good big brother of the Dragon Kingdom. Brothers, who knows how many red envelopes the big brother has sent out? I blurred all. $3 million. $3 million. Righteous Father. Free Father. You are my long-lost righteous Father. I'm crying. I've snatched more than 1,000 in total. Freedom Dad. From now on I'll be your dog's leg. Whoever wants to move you, break me first. Paralyzed. I declare that from now on, the flying fish will obey no one but Freedom Dad. Don't say anything else. Quickly follow my screen. Freedom Dad's atmosphere. Freedom Dad's atmosphere. Freedom Dad's atmosphere. Just as Song Qingyan's live broadcast was boiling to the extreme, in a group of 100 people in green bubble, someone first sent out a few screenshots and then typed out a message. At Mansion 8, look. Chapter 36, the magnificent sect goes on a journey, and no grass grows. A few screenshots made the originally quiet bubble group instantly active. TSK, this red packet issued bull batch. This is whose ministry? The gentry, spicy hand-chasing flowers, now still in a hurry? I also go to grab some. He. Recently are poor to death. Social my spicy brother. You still cry poor. Yesterday have seen you brush almost 100. 000. Magnificent remnant lamp. Ha. This is not the white number that hit me in the face of the 8 masters. 8 masters quickly come out. This can endure? At this moment, the original mood is still good. 8 masters. See the information in the group. Suddenly the whole person is hard as eating. As the 5th top divine hero in this group, he has always been very prestigious, but since the last time by the emergence of the small white number snapped swollen face, overnight, let his majesty swept to the ground, and even let him in the group have become a joke. In the past everyone admired the divine hero was really taunted a bit. These 2 days do not dare to bubble. Forehead veins rippled, 8 masters' teeth are almost gritted. Finally still cannot help the group sent a message. Paralyzed, dejected a hair. On this wave then, so make have mine also have to play finished, not far from pull. The first time to play live Big Brother, inevitably want to show their strength, began to brush the fierce quite normal. A moment of scenery infinite Big Brother is, but look at the live circle appeared all the Big Brother. There is no one brush does not pull. In the past 2 days, calm down the 8 masters also admitted that the wind is flourishing. The new god Hofree brother, is indeed very fierce, and even more than the prince brother just started to play the time is also bold. But the 8 masters are also sure. Brush ing so fierce, pull will only be faster. I'm not kidding, but I'm sure you'll be able to find a way to make it work. I don't want to play in the scenery, right? Wrong, is not brush. Paralyzed, you fierce as fierce, take me as a stepping stone? Grass, even if he calmed down, but the deep sense of shame, every time I think of it, let the 8 masters' heart like countless ants gnawing like pain. Couldn't help but hate Cao Yang to the bone. Oh, the 8th master finally bubbled. How about it? When will you take revenge? I'll cheer you on. Brain fart. People are so fierce. How can this revenge? Unless prepare 1,000 or 8 million. Can still try. Sympathize with my 8 masters. To be used as a stepping stone. An earthly sober Big Brother also sent a message. At mention 8 masters, this goods at a glance on the head. A month later still do not pull me to eat the phone. Bear it, also hold back for a month. Surely there is a chance of revenge. Looking at these messages, the 8 masters' heart instead of feeling good, but more shame. Don't say wait for a month. Now are almost crazy. In reality have not received this anger. Play a live broadcast, but also be trampled on the ground like this friction. Face or lost. This breath no matter how he cannot swallow. At all members, brothers, it seems that everyone has forgotten our slogan. Just as the 8th master was secretly freaking out in his heart, a message from all members immediately made him shaken. And when he saw the ID that sent the message, his heart was immediately happy. The magnificent judge. This is one of the real core of the group. In the flying fish that is the 12th place of the God's hero list of Super Big Brother, the total consumption of more than $30 million. As soon as the magnificent judge appeared, he immediately attracted everyone to greet him. Hello everyone. The old 8 things he also followed in private. Brothers, have you forgotten? Join this group is for what? We are a family. He was hit in the face. You guys think the face has a light? It's been a long time since we went to war. Marred. The recent flying fish seem to have forgotten the strength of our magnificent clan. Brothers, this son must be found back. The crowd was dumbfounded by the judge's words, but their hearts were suddenly moved. Since everyone loves to play live, then play should be fun and enjoyable. To beat up the magnificent sex people. Are we magnificent sect vegetarians? Old 8. This scene, how do you want to get it back? Tell everyone. Looking at brother judge's words, the 8th master instantly perked up and hurriedly said, the flying fish event preview has been sent out. I believe everyone has already seen it. This time is a big event in the middle of the year. Not only online rewards are generous, offline this will be held in a grand ceremony. This strength can be called a small annual. Seeing the 8th master talking about the event, the crowd's hearts fluttered. Star of Glory anchor competition. Indeed, from the preview can be seen, this event dog official engaged in a very grand, almost catch up with the annual. Can get the name of the anchor? Not only can get super powerful recommended position resources, but also can participate in the official organization of the offline luxury cruise ship extravaganza. Can be said to be both fame and fortune. Not only is the anchor reward awesome, for the Big Brother, the dog official is also full of this. The reward is super, such as the same can participate in the offline luxury cruise extravaganza. Of course the most eye-catching rewards, no more than this activity consumption list of the first few Big Brother, will get the exclusive seat and gift subscription rights. This is still the first time in Flying Fish. However, the reward is generous. The difficulty of the event will certainly increase. After all, it is the dog official, never lose. The preview has already affirmed that after the update of the event version, the upper limit of many gifts has been adjusted upward, which are all called the biggest changes to the Flying Fish platform. The one that attracted the most attention was the change to the Super Rocket. The cap was raised from 10 rounds to 20 rounds, which is twice as high. That is to say, in the past, the maximum of 20,000 brushes at a time. In the future, you can brush 40,000 at a time. This change can be said to be of great significance. For the event, it meant that it would be more exciting, more difficult to fight, with more variables of victory and defeat, and of course, more costly. With such a popular event, that wave then will definitely have to fight. I've decided to snipe him at the event and ruthlessly kill his sharpness. Paralyzed, I'm not one to be messed with. The 8th master gritted his teeth and sent a message. Seeing this, Mansion Judge quickly said, "Good, old 8 has the courage. Okay, as long as you can go to the finals, then our brothers will help you touch him. Even if he is a fierce tiger, do not believe that he can still hold a pack of wolves. Brothers, although Brother Prince is busy with reality and hasn't shown up for a long time, I, Judge, am still here, and our magnificent sect hasn't collapsed yet, so we should show off the strength of our magnificent sect." The deluxe sect was a family formed by many big brothers of flying fish, and the creator was last year's shiniest super god Brother Prince, and now there were as many as 100 family members. Among them, there were 8 emperor big brothers, as many as 20 kings, and the rest were all dukes. What? You are a marquis? Sorry, don't. Not enough to qualify to join. When the magnate family is active, it can be said to fight all the flying fish, and the trend is unrivaled for a while. After the ancient divine magnificent floating brother, and his floating legion, completely withdrew from the flying fish, Brother Knife and his Big Knife Alliance were once the existence that dominated the flying fish. But last year, at the annual summit match, Brother Prince pressed Brother Knife to ascend to the throne of the annual No.1 divine hero, after which he established the magnificent family. The number of people is not in the many in the fine. After the year, the mansion was established, and the Knife Brothers Big Knife Alliance also experienced several collision, and finally achieved a complete victory. From then on, the name of the mansion of the crown flying fish, other small families even touch a touch of courage are not, can be said to be the recent flying fish deservedly the first family. Even if you don't brush your pennies, with the mansion family avatar, you'll be able to go out in style. Mansion 8 Brothers, although now low profile, but do not forget the glory once. When the mansion family goes out, not an inch of grass will grow. A short 8 words. In an instant, everyone remembered the scene of once fighting in unison, and all of them were shocked, and the corners of their mouths revealed a brash smile. Yes, when the giants go out to battle, not an inch of grass will grow. No matter who you are, I'll give you a fight to crawl under. Chapter 37, I wish to be a free father in this life. What second-tier anchor? What first-tier anchor? All to the side. At this moment, the entire flying fish platform to talk about the most dazzling, the most lively place, but also Song Qingyan's live room. Who would have thought that a small anchor who can't go on broadcasting would suddenly become more scenic than a big anchor when the time comes? Thank you, Brother Freedom. Big Brother is mighty. Family members give Big Brother 666 a go. The victory of 10 consecutive PKs made Song Qingyan's heart thrilled, and at the same time, it was also filled with emotion. At this moment, Cao Yang is really her supreme treasure, giving unparalleled favor. Once let the strong her, breaking defense to want to cry. Meet him, really is their own several lifetimes to repair the blessing. Give yourself to such Cao Yang. Song Qingyan not regret at all. Suddenly she felt that this is the most correct decision she made in her life. With such doting and strong support from Cao Yang, Song Qingyan could completely foresee that her popularity would just grow. Together with her own strength, she had reason to believe that she would one day be able to fire out of the flying fish like the legendary flying fish anchor, Liang Xiaowei, and embark on an even more glorious path to stardom. It was said that Liang Xiaowei had such dazzling achievements, but it was only because of a super divine hero called Brother Floating and Sinking who had cupped her. Although this ancient brother had followed Liang Xiaowei away from flying fish for a long time, his legendary glorious deeds could still be heard being extolled occasionally. Brother Freedom's little follower, Father Freedom is awesome. Counting flying fish big brothers, you still have to look at my Father Freedom. Freedom Brothers dogleg, flying fish is chaotic or not. My Freedom Father has the final say. Song Qingyan at the moment the live room. The number of people online nearly 60,000. The highest number of people once had broken through 80,000. The popularity is really the ceiling of the afternoon stall of the flying fish live. Freedom Father wildly spread 3 million red packets, and then even 10 PK. Put our 100 hair super fire bottom. Blowing up the special effects did not stop. This not only pulled in super high popularity for the live broadcast, but also made the entire atmosphere of the live broadcast room high to burst. Dense pop-ups, like running water washed over the screen, which are not enough to express the excitement of the melon crowd, before grabbing hundreds of thousands of red packets of water friends, but also almost in tears. Dragon Country Good Big Brother. Free Father really Dragon Country Good Big Brother. Atmosphere. Bold, horrible as it is. Trenchless. Excitement. Watching Big Brother recklessly and furiously brushing the superfire. All of them have had their fill of eye candy. Although most of the viewers were whoring parties and didn't even swipe the gifts themselves, it was as if they were now substituting for the Big Brother character. And it was so cool. They finally realized that life is not just a matter of firewood, rice, oil and salt, not just a matter of squeezing the bus, not just a matter of being scolded by a small supervisor, not just a program according to the requirements of the father changed 10 times after the final use of the original program, not just to buy dozens of dollars of fruit for his wife. He bought 3 boxes of red Taschen New Year's Eve, but also be smacked for spending money. It turns out that life can be so bold and reckless. This life would like to be a free father, cannot become. Look also cool. Opposite the anchor's live room. Win like Freedom sends Super Rocket *5. Thanks to Freedom Dad's medical expenses. Mwah. Freedom Dad loves you. The female anchor, who had been rubbed on the ground for 10 minutes by 25's magnificent cross score, saw the 5 rounds of Superfire's medical bills, and her buttocks bounced up from her chair even more as if she had been poked by a needle. Laughing, she couldn't close her legs at all anymore. Daddy Freedom, I have a lot of talents. Daddy Freedom begs you to pay attention and come to play more often. The female anchor body leaned forward and said with a voice that sounded like it was trying to pinch out water. In a flash, a deep abyss gazed ferociously at Cao Yang, as if to say, come over here. In contrast, Cao Yang waves, indifferent. Both did not meet the requirements of the system rating. The money cannot get. He is not interested at all. Delivered the medical bills. Cao Yang returned to the school sister's live room, playing with eggs. There is no one who can fight. He is depressed. This can be done. People on the thousands of 800 votes. No injustice is not good to ignore to the death to beat people it. Alas, can only convergence again convergence? On a 2 or 300,000 mean this, but also always show their own people stupid money like, he has to get money. It's too hard. Posy people, this pain to say who can understand but luckily, the official event preview has been put up in all the live rooms, and Cao Yang has noticed it too. All he wanted to say was, Ness, here's the chance to make big money. It still has to be the dog official. Miss, let's play another game. Whatever you want to play. I'm very resistant to being beaten up. Okay, miss, please. Seeing Cao Yang exited his own live room, the opposite anchor hastened to Song Qingyan pleaded. A game is $10,000 of medical expenses. This good thing cannot be found in the lantern. Sorry, let's play later. I'm going to play the next game. Song Qingyan politely refused the other party. Cao Yang had already instructed an anchor to only play one game. She would definitely strictly enforce it. The anchors who had opened small numbers to dive in Song Qingyan's live broadcast room, seeing this, immediately raised their spirits. The first thing you need to do is to watch Song Qingyan when she presses match, attempting to synchronize the clicks. In case she matches herself, then she will earn a lot of money, although it is inevitable to be beaten life, but can get medical expenses. More critical is the Big Brother a hair of super fire headlines. Take fly anchor when they can also dip light. This opportunity for exposure is simply unattainable. Although it was only an anchor, the young lady also knew how to rub the heat. Soon Song Qingyan successfully matched with another anchor, and this rely on the care finally connected to Song Qingyan's anchor. Happy directly shouted out, one by one. The PKs were played until 6 o'clock, and none of the 18 PKs were lost. In the afternoon, there is no powerful anchor, can only be collected to play Cao Yang. Each PK basically just brush a 2 or 300,000 just, a total of only brush 5 million. He is still afraid of people saying that he is stupid, bullying and so on, but also have to consider for the opposite anchor. Too difficult. Dragon Country Bank, your tail number 9966 account, to the amount of 40,000 yuan. The current account balance. PK's consumption plus the previous red packets. Cao Yang barely consumed 8 million in flying fish in the afternoon, and the double cashback is 16 million. Looking at the series of arrival text messages, Cao Yang still smiled. The private customized batch of clothes cost him more than $2 million, and this afternoon got 16 million. It's okay, no loss. Young, busy? It's almost time for the ball. Pack up, it's time to move. In the living room, the voice of Cao Yang came, causing Cao Yang, who was secretly laughing, to be stunned. It turned out that without realizing it, it was almost time for the ball, and Cao Yang had obviously come to the appointment to be his dance partner. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a smile. Cao Yang got up and walked out of the bedroom. However, when he saw Cao Yang standing in the living room, His heart couldn't help but jump hard, and his eyes immediately lit up, truly stunned. Chapter 38, The Prince of Magic City. Standing in the living room, Cao Yang was dressed in a strapless, waist-length purple gown, like a blossoming peony, graceful and elegant. The design of the gown's waistline allowed her plump body to show off her exquisite physique, with her curves exposed, with her legs standing side by side. Just standing there quietly, she formed a beautiful picture, dignified and elegant yet full of the unique sexiness of a mature woman, making people look sideways. The moment he saw it, Cao Yang was attracted by this mature beauty with a lot of flavor in front of him, and his heart couldn't help but beat wildly. He was used to seeing Cao Yang in professional attire in the past few days, but this sudden change of costume really stunned him. Not only is the dress, her hairstyle is also obviously after careful care, before just simply coiled into a bun, and at this moment into a head of charming big waves. More she added a touch of charming look. The ruffled one-shoulder gown will be her rich white shoulders and show bone, unlike the little girl's thin, fleshy, but does not make people feel fat. Cao Yang could not help but think of a word in his mind, round and moist. Yes, it is that kind of very round and moist feeling. This ripe woman only has a unique flavor, killing power. Although Cao Yang hadn't come into contact with the so-called celebrity noble women in reality, Cao Yang was certain that the flavorful mature woman in front of him was definitely not inferior to any of the so-called celebrities. Ah Yang, what's wrong? This is not a good look. Seeing Cao Yang's eyes looking straight at her body, Cao Yang's face blushed slightly, not knowing what to do. She was instantly a little anxious. Every day was a 2.1-line life. She was used to it. She couldn't even remember how long it had been since she had seriously dressed herself like this. Even after wearing the most expensive and best-looking clothes in her closet, she actually didn't have much confidence, and her inner heart couldn't help but be filled with nervousness. Cao Yang, in her high-heeled crystal shoes, her white toes shrank, and Cao Yang couldn't help but laugh. Cao Yang couldn't help but walk up, gazing at Cao Yang, whose expression was permeated with nervousness. He didn't hide it, but laughed openly. Sister Kai, you're being overly concerned. You're too charming in this outfit. I'm all amazed by you. You're so good at coaxing people. It's not that exaggerated. Don't tease me. Hearing Cao Yang's words, Cao Yang couldn't help but stroke the tips of her hair and slightly lowered her head, but the blush on her face involuntarily grew a few points more prevalent. What I said is all honest. Sister Kai, you can really try to change to different outfits more often. It's more charming. Cao Yang laughed heartily. For mature women, sincerity was a surefire way to kill. Upon hearing this, Cao Yang couldn't help but shudder and froze. Then a bright smile appeared on her flushed face and said, "Ha ha, usually I'm busy with work. How do I have time to primp myself?" Seems to be ashamed to discuss too much on this kind of issue. Cao Yang paused and looked at Cao Yang and softly said, "Ah Yang, what else do you have to get ready for? If not, let's go over there." Previously was wearing clothes that were not taken off again. Cao Yang nodded at his words and smiled. Nothing to prepare. Then let's go. Following Cao Yang out the door, they walked side by side on the road. Cao Yang, who was in her 30s, suddenly became like a little schoolgirl, and always couldn't help stealing glances with the rest of her eyes at the little man beside her, who was almost a head taller than herself. Her heart couldn't help but beat much faster than usual. What kind of woman could really not care about her own face? What kind of woman would not like to be praised? She was the mother of a child, but she was still able to attract this little man's attention. Thinking of the way Cao Yang had looked at her earlier, Cao Yang's deepest heart, which had been quiet for many years, was actually flooded with a touch of joy. Perhaps she could really try to spend more time dressing up in the future. However, who would she dress up for? For him? Bah, I'm so old. What are you thinking about? He cursed himself in his heart. There was a hint of scarlet on the face of Cao Yang, originally delighted, inwardly ashamed. Not a few minutes, the two came to the hotel. Dance partner held a ball outside the grand ballroom. At the reception, after verifying her identity, Cao Yang took the initiative to hold Cao Yang's arm at the right time, and the two of them stepped in the huge banquet hall, playing beautiful music. At this moment, under the huge crystal lamps, bright lights, carefully decorated reception site, everywhere through the high-end luxury, Cao Yang and Cao Yang casually found a table and sat down. Although the ball hadn't officially begun, the invited VIPs had already come. Both men and women were all dressed in bright and shiny clothes, all revealing the splendor of the upper class. There were even many famous women and noble women dressed up in pearls and jewels, competing with each other, and under the reflection of the lights, the jewelry on their bodies glittered. Some people were enjoying the food, and there were also acquaintances gathering in twos and threes to talk. Cao Yang shot a glance and saw that the ladies were all young, while most of the 40 to 50 men were middle-aged people in their 40s, and there were a few who were 50 to 60 years old further up. However, those who are in their 30s are very rare. while those in their 20s are not found at a glance, not to mention those who are a bit younger. This made Cao Yang couldn't help but feel a little depressed, with a feeling of not being able to find an organization. Let's eat something first, Cao Yang said as he looked at Kayaji, who was a bit bored. We're all here now. Let's fill up our stomachs first. On both sides of the hall, like a cafeteria, there were long tables full of all kinds of food, pastries, fruits, drinks and so on. Chinese, Western, Japanese and other delicacies were all available. Kayaji took the tableware, and the two of them started to pick the food that suited their tastes. As they picked and picked, gradually Cao Yang and a young man came together. The man was in his mid-20s, and so far, this was the only person Cao Yang had seen who was close to his own age. He couldn't help but take a few more glances. The man was a little shorter than himself, with a thin body type, and from the taste of the clothes he wore, he also looked extraordinary. At this moment, he was holding a duck head in the gnawing. Looks is even more casual, uninhibited and spontaneous. When he got a good look at the man's appearance, Cao Yang couldn't help but be stunned. His heart was full of surprises. This person Cao Yang recognized. Although in his last life, Cao Yang was just a poor person, and the upper class people are not related, but this person's deeds he did not see less on the internet. Isn't this the first rich second generation of Magic City, known as the Prince of Magic City, Qin Lei? While Cao Yang was sizing up Qin Tian, the other party obviously noticed him as well. Qin Lei, who was nibbling on a duck head, couldn't help but freeze the moment he saw Cao Yang as well. Of course he couldn't possibly recognize Cao Yang. However, at this ball where the average age of the men was running to 4, suddenly seeing someone even younger than himself filled him with surprise. He couldn't help but look at Cao Yang with interest and nodded. Chapter 39, like a ball of cotton. Buddy, look familiar. Are you also forced to come here by your family? Qin Lei looked at Cao Yang and smiled, taking the initiative to speak. Upon hearing this, Cao Yang couldn't help but freeze, completely not expecting that one day he would have a chance to cross paths with such a top second generation. As well, in his previous life, Cao Yang had read a lot of news about this Prince of Magic City. The most impressive thing to him was the tens of millions of dollars of supercars crashed, and this guy was still sitting in the car like nothing to send a scarf. He was so calm about it all. When he saw this news in his previous life, Cao Yang couldn't help but feel straight. This is a horse's birth is also a technical work. This forced to pretend that people really look at the toothache. In the past, if he could recognize such a top-rich second generation, Cao Yang felt that he would be very excited. But at this moment, in the face of Qin Lei took the initiative to talk to, unexpectedly froze and then quickly reacted to Cao Yang, found himself very calm, just like this guy's scarf. He looks at everything calmly, experiencing death and rebirth, but also got a heaven-defying system. Life is in an invincible position. Unconsciously his whole person seems to have been baptized. Sufficient backbone, let him subconsciously become able to face many things with ease. Even when he bumped into this top second generation of Magic City, he did not panic at all. No, I live here and have nothing to do, so I came over to have some fun. Cao Yang looked at Qin Lei and also smiled sagely. Hearing this, Qin Lei couldn't help but take another look at Cao Yang. As far as he knew, the specifications of today's ball were quite high, and it was not something that ordinary customers in the hotel were qualified to attend. To be invited, it looked like his family background was definitely not simple. I said, I see you are quite new, not like a local. Come to Magic City to play, not just to play. When the school year starts it's time to go to college, so I came to turn around first. College? Freshman year? Hearing Cao Yang's words, Qin Lei couldn't help but be a little surprised. Yeah, it's time to go to freshman year. Cao Yang nodded and laughed. I thought you were just tender looking. I didn't think it was really young. Looking at Cao Yang with a rather steady look, Qin Lei was surprised. After a pause, he laughed again. I didn't think that you would be 10 years younger than me. Ha ha, get to know me, I'm Qin Lei. Looking at this top second generation of the Magic City who didn't put on airs, but instead was a little bit familiar with himself, Cao Yang also had more than a trace of goodwill, and then smiled and said, my name is Cao Yang. While chatting about the two picked some food, they found a table and sat down. See this, Kayaji end of the things to find over. Not long after came a goddess of beauty. It turned out to be Qin Lei brought the female partner. The food was almost done, and the dance party came to try. At the beginning, there was a famous singer who gave a hot singing and dancing performance. Watching a star's performance so close, it made Cao Yang, who had filled up his stomach, couldn't help but feel a bit distracted. However, after checking the information detected by the system, Cao Yang immediately lost interest. After the stars started the show with a powerful song and dance, some of the heads made some uninteresting speeches. After that, the music changed to the Blue Danube round dance and the first dance began. Qin Tian greeted Cao Yang and dragged his female partner to the dance. Seeing Cao Yang still sitting as steady as a mountain, Kayaji bit her red lips and asked hesitantly, Yang, aren't you going to dance? Unable to hold back a light laugh, Cao Yang raised his eyebrows and said frankly, I would like to, but I don't know how. When he was in college last world, Cao Yang tried to learn street dance for a while, but he really didn't know this kind of social dance. Upon hearing this, Kayaji, who thought Cao Yang didn't want to dance with her, couldn't help but sigh in relief. And then she snorted and laughed, and said joyfully, it's okay, the waltz isn't too difficult. I'll teach you. Saying that, Kayaji quickly explained some introductory essentials, which made Cao Yang also came to be interested. So the two of them came to the open space at the edge, and Cao Yang also tried to learn it. Although his body was stiff, jumped nothing, and almost stepped on Kayaji's foot several times. Although it was a bit embarrassing, but being a person who had died once, Cao Yang didn't care about it in the slightest. Instead, he thought it was quite funny. As for Kayaji, she seemed to have transformed into a big sister at the moment, extremely responsible, and had been patiently and carefully teaching Cao Yang, with one hand holding this big mature sister's jade-like catkin, and the other hand wrapped around her soft and beautiful back. Cao Yang felt like wrapping his arms around a ball of cotton. Several times he almost stepped on Kayaji, so Cao Yang always wanted to look at his feet. However, there was always a deep abyss gazing at him. Yang, don't be so stiff. Relax a bit. You're hugging too tightly. Kayaji's pretty face gradually crawled with redness. The mass was against Cao Yang's chest, and every time she came into unavoidable contact with Cao Yang, an electric shock-like sensation would spread throughout her body. It made her body uncontrollably soft. Looking at the little man in front of her, Kayaji tightly bit her red lips. Her body's reaction made her inwardly ashamed to the extreme. Chapter 40, Beggars Playing with Computers? Doesn't exist. The first dance song ended, which made Cao Yang, who had just developed a strong interest in the waltz, a bit upset. He just had 100 million points of feeling. This is over. Really spoil the fun. Kayaji's pretty face was red, and she returned to her seat with her soft body, secretly relieved. It turns out that teaching people to dance is so tiring. I have no energy left in my body. Stealing a glance at Cao Yang, whose figure was soaring, Kayaji couldn't help but laugh bitterly in her heart. Before, she had hugged him so tightly that she was dying of shame, but he actually acted as if nothing had happened. It's very irritating. Could it be that she is too sensitive? Kayaji thought shamefully. How many years have been calm and wave-free inside? Cannot help but to flood another heart palpitations, so that her tender onion-like toes instantly circled up. The dance was interspersed, and after the dance song ended, it was time for the singer's contribution, and the guests took a break for 2 songs before the second dance song began again. Kayaji, who was somewhat out of her mind, was pulled back to reality by a voice. Sister Kai, let's go dance too. Still dancing. Looking at the excited Cao Yang, Kayaji was instantly flustered, and her pretty face instantly flew a blush. Of course, I haven't learned it yet. Sister Kai, you don't think I'm stupid and don't want to teach me? No, how could I? Kayaji said with some apprehension, just not waiting for her to speak. Her hand had already been grabbed by a big hand, and her person was also pulled to stand up. Helplessly she could only be led towards the dance floor by the giddy little man. The hour-and-a-half-long dance party made Cao Yang play high. Although a few dances down, he was still a rookie, dancing nothing. But this does not prevent him from finding the fun. The big mature woman's soft voice of patient guidance, as well as more than cotton's soft body, let Cao Yang experience the enjoyment of the gods. When I was young, I didn't know that my sister was good, and I mistakenly thought that the young girl was a treasure. But the Grandmaster understands women. When the ball came to the back, Kayaji, who gradually let go, also had a heartfelt smile on her face, and felt that her whole person had become several years younger. The monotonous and boring life that she had been living for years had already put her in a kind of uninteresting circle, where every day was a new day, and yet every day seemed to be the same as the day before. She hadn't known how long it had been since she had broken the shackles of life like this and allowed herself to relax. Despite Cao Yang's awkward and childish dancing, despite being stepped on several times, it all made her feel relaxed and amused, and without realizing it her worries seemed to be chased away. Of course the inevitable touching, the throbbing that flooded her body, still filled her with shame. Ding! Kayaji's favorability has risen by +5. As time and stamina passed, the initial enthusiasm of the guests gradually faded away, and the ball reached the next fun part, the auction. These rich and powerful people who were all worth hundreds of millions of dollars at every turn seemed to be peppered with interest. Cao Yang, who got the number plate, can't help but get excited. Just now the fun is very enjoyable, but it's not the time to have fun. Get money is the king. Although he has basically realized the freedom of wealth, but the deposit, and the real rich people then, obviously not worth mentioning. Engage in money, Engage in money, the road is a long way to go. This auction house is considered one of the top 2 auction houses in the city. There should be a lot of good stuff tonight, and you seem to be very interested in it. Old brother Cao, how about it? Which aspect of things does old brother Cao intend to get his hands on? Looking at Cao Yang's eagerness to try, Xinlei couldn't help but ask with a smile. Just playing around. There's nothing in particular I want to get my hands on. I'm not afraid of you laughing. It's my first time attending an auction. Cao Yang raised his eyebrows and said frankly, the auction is actually nothing. Things are certainly all good things are also guaranteed, but good things are certainly bidding a lot. Very exciting, but well is expensive. Burn money. Xinlei glanced at Cao Yang, smiled and said, a look of I am the past. I understand the look. He remembered his age. Pocket money a month only 1 million. Usually are not enough to spend. Naturally will not come to this kind of money burning place. Hearing this, Cao Yang could not help but smile and nod. Burning money, that's great. Without burning money, how can $100 million of auction money be spent? Without much delay, the well-prepared staff quickly set up the scene and the auction officially began. In the auctioneer's passionate introduction, the first lot was shown in front of the eyes of the crowd. A landscape painting. Cao Yang lost interest at first glance. But there were so many tycoons on the spot. Some of the older ones were very interested in it. The base price of 3 million, after several rounds of bidding, quickly speculated to 6 million, and finally to 7 million price by a rather elegant tycoon in the bag. The success of the first lot made the auctioneer excited, and immediately introduced the second lot. It was a pair of imperial green jadeite bracelets. With this introduction by the auctioneer, the eyes of many celebrities and noble women on the stage instantly lit up, and even Kaya Ji couldn't help but be moved by it. It was evident that jewelry had an unparalleled killing power for women. At this moment, Cao Yang's mouth couldn't help but reveal a smile, finally seeing a good opportunity to get money. Lot 2, reserve price of $6.5 million. Each time the call price is not less than $200,000. Please bid for it. As soon as the auctioneer's infectious voice fell, the tycoons under the field instantly had people who couldn't help but start bidding. Soon the base price of 6,500,000 emerald bracelet was called to the high price of 10 million. However, as the price increases, the bidding is less and less, until the breakthrough of 10 million. The last tycoon also withdrew from the bidding. A bit of bejeweled noblewoman couldn't help but reveal an excited smile of victory. This lady bid 10,400,000. Do any of the VIPs here still have any bids? 10,400,000 at a time. $11 million. Just when the noblewoman thought that this pair of bracelets was not hers, Cao Yang raised his number plate and spoke faintly. This immediately drew everyone's eyes over, and when they saw Cao Yang, they all revealed a look of surprise. No one had expected that the person who had easily shouted out more than $10 million was so young. Kaya Ji beside her couldn't help but feel physically and mentally shocked, and her eyes widened when she heard that. She knew that Cao Yang could afford to live in a presidential suite for a month, so he definitely wasn't short of money, but she never thought that he would be able to build it like this. Gosh, more than $10 million, just to buy a pair of bracelets? Kaya Ji's brain buzzed for a moment, and she lost the ability to think. And sitting at the same table, Duke Qin, in his heart, also couldn't help but secretly say, he was also dumbfounded. When he was this old, he still had to beg and ask his family for a $5 million sports car. This Nima, young to control this much wealth? Thinking back to his own contact circle, the same age partner, but not one so powerful, he could not help but be shocked. The noblewoman who had thought that the bracelet was already within her reach, couldn't help but glare fiercely at Cao Yang. Unwillingly she directly called the price to $11.5 million, $12 million. However, just after the words fell, it was directly killed by Cao Yang. The noblewoman was like a dead woman, unwillingly and helplessly withdrew from the bidding. The emerald bracelet was successfully taken by Cao Yang at a high price of $12 million, which immediately caused an uproar. Not that these tycoons have never seen so much money, but marveled at Cao Yang's young age was so bold. Really rare. Who is this son of a rich family? Everyone couldn't help but speculate, and realized that they couldn't find the answer at all. After the dust settled on lot 2, 2 more antiques were auctioned in succession, none of which Cao Yang was interested in, but the 5th lot made his eyes light up. This is a famous watch. The brand is known as the king of watches, Patek Philippe. Poor play car, rich play watch, bitter beggars play computer. In his last life, Cao Yang was the root of the poor. No car, no watch, can only look at the computer to play hang. Comfortable for a second is a second. In this life, hundreds of millions of wealth at his fingertips. Naturally, he will not again aggrieve himself, whether it is a car or table, should have their own must-have. However, at this moment, from the beginning of the auction has been lack of interest in the Xinlei. When he saw the table, his eyes were fiercely hot up. Chapter 41, this is the ING loser. Patek Philippe 5040. The dial is made of solid gold, decorated with a hand-engraved piloche pattern, and a black leather strap with a carbon fiber pattern for a touch of luxury. The watch is powered by the caliber CHR 27-70Q, which, both in terms of production and design, comes entirely from the Patek Philippe factory and consists of 407 parts. Not only does it have a sophisticated and complex split-seconds chronograph mechanism, but it is also equipped with an elegant and refined perpetual calendar function. Under the auctioneer's passionate explanation, the tycoons on the stage all shared Qianlei's strong interest in this auction item from the king of wristwatches. The starting price is $14 million. Each increase shall not be less than $500,000. Next, please bid for the VIPs. The reserve price was the price of $14 million, and after the auctioneer finished speaking, there was a moment of silence in the arena. However, all of the people here were rich and powerful people in Magic City, and after a moment of disorientation, they were not deterred. 5 million. Someone was the first to offer immediately, and with the first person to hit the head, the atmosphere was instantly lively. 15 million, 15, 5 million, 15, 5 million. The bidding increases came and went, and soon came to the 20 million mark. Once it hit 20 million, the bidders were clearly few and far between, and the frequency of the calls had become difficult. 21 million, 21, 5 million, 22 million. At this moment, after the previous person had raised the price, the next person often had to hesitate for a moment before making up his mind to raise the price again, and it seemed to have reached its limit. 23 million. Right at this moment, watching 99% of the people give up, Grand Duke Qin opened his mouth. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, he boldly and directly added $1 million, completely as if he was determined to win, similarly drawing everyone's attention. Quite a number of tycoons seemed to recognize this rich second generation who was known as the Prince of Mordor, and they all revealed a dazed look. At this moment, the tycoon who had called for 2,200 could not help but show a hesitant expression. Without waiting for him to open his mouth, the sound of a bidding increase rang out again. This time it was Cao Yang. 24 million. Cao Yang's voice, which was also $1 million once added, caused everyone to be stunned. The crowd looked at the two young men adjacent to each other, and in an instant, a playful smile appeared on their faces. One was a top second generation in Magic City, and the other one, although they couldn't recall which family's son even though they racked their brains, was definitely a rich second generation as well. Judging by his previous bold and arrogant demeanor, the two seemed to be going at it, which made it interesting to watch. Elder brother Cao, you want this watch too? Completely not expecting that after just burning out $12 million, Cao Yang still had the strength to make another offer. Qianlei couldn't help but say with a surprised look on his face, well, sorry, I want this watch too. Upon hearing this, Cao Yang shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, nothing, since at the same time look on, that depends on the strength. Auction, naturally the price is high. Ha ha, Cao old brother I will not be polite ah. Qianlei smiled indifferently, and raised his card again. 25 million. Seeing this, Cao Yang also raised his card. 26 million. Hearing this, Qianlei bit his teeth and directly added 2 million. 28 million. This hold doubled than the reserve price, has been reduced to a spectator of the rich. Suddenly resounded rustling discussion. At this moment, Kai Ji, who had already been shocked by this scene of millions of dollars, which ordinary people would be scared to hear, looked at Cao Yang with nervousness, and pinched a sweat for him. However, Cao Yang blandly raised his card again. 31 million. As soon as he opened his mouth, he even added an extra $3 million boldly. Hearing this figure, Kai Ji's heart almost didn't jump out of her throat. Hearing this, at this time, Qianlei also couldn't help but stare in disbelief, and his heart couldn't help but be flooded with a series of questions. It was the first time he had seen someone younger than himself and still bolder than himself. Qianlei raised his hand again, but this time it landed in front of Cao Yang and gave a thumbs up. Awesome, your old brother is awesome. Hiss, the watch is yours. Qianlei, who had a toothache on his face, looked at Cao Yang and said in a sly manner, first spend 12 million, and now call out 32 million sky price. Actually can still be so calm. This let Qianlei the super young man look cannot help but depressed. Do you want to be able to pretend even more than yourself? Without any doubt, this top watch from Patek Philippe was easily pocketed by Cao Yang. Having auction money is awesome. Cao Yang had already smiled in his heart. Brother Unity, Showdown, you really are my favorite in this life. Promise me you'll stop arguing. Promise me. No secrets, no transparency. I will love you very much. Love you silly. System, drip, level 10 warning. Host, please shut up. You also do not want to be unbound. The auction was still going on after being brought to a small climax by the auction of the top watches. but after that, the successive auction items were uneventful, until an item called the Heart of Deep Space appeared and caused an uproar. All the ladies present had a look of mesmerization. This is a chain body by 108 natural diamonds composed of necklaces. The most important is hanging that pigeon egg sapphire. Instantly let the ladies present fell. The starting bidding price was as high as a whopping $20 million, more expensive than the previous top-of-the-line wristwatch. Seeing this, Cao Yang couldn't help but show a strong interest as well. It's good that it's expensive, but he's not interested if it's not. It's only when you spend more that you can return more. Each increase in the price shall not be less than $500,000. Here are the VIPs to bid. As soon as the auctioneer's words fell, quite a few noble women stars revealed crazy gazes, jumping at the chance to take it for themselves right away, just without waiting for them to open their mouths. This time Cao Yang was the first to quote the price, $23 million. Cao Yang was no longer interested in watching them add a little bit more, and directly added $3 million as soon as he opened his mouth, aiming to get it for sure. Kaya Ji, who was sitting next to Cao Yang, was almost scared out of her mind by the sound of him shouting the price. Mom, even still want to shoot. Xin Lei at this moment also cannot help but heart jumped, really also by Cao Yang's bold shot. That damn only 18 years old actually mastered so much wealth. Reasonable. Your family so reasonable? The people are more angry than the people. Thinking of his own 18 years old when he wanted to ask for more than 500,000 pocket money with the family, but also be counted down half a day loser scenario. Xin Lei bitter words. I really want to pull the old man of the family to see. This is a ing loser. Cao Yang, who had finished calling the price, instantly became the public enemy of all the noble women, inevitably inviting dozens of gazes with murderous intent. This youngster, he doesn't talk about martial virtues. Not deterred by Cao Yang's additional $3 million, the defeatist ladies' crazy batch of fighting force burst, have raised their cards and Cao Yang fished death up. In the end, the Heart of Deep Space with a reserve price of $20 million was speculated to a horrible price of $50 million. However, it was still taken by Cao Yang. The defeated SIs with murderous intent could not wait to eat him. After taking down the 3 lots, the auction money of $100 million was almost spent, and he was not interested in the last few lots. Cao Yang could not help but stand up. He looks calm, but in fact, the heart is also a batch of stimulation. This stop. Suddenly the desire to urinate came up. Brother, what are you doing? Thought Cao Yang already can't wait to get what he shot. Xin Lei quickly asked. Nothing, go to the bathroom. Upon hearing this, Xin Lei froze and immediately said, okay, wait, go together. 3 minutes later, in the bathroom, Xin Lei couldn't help but look at Cao Yang like a monster. His eyes rounded, paralyzed, young age, even if you have a lot of money, he's still big. Nima, still let people live. Chapter 42, Trampled Upon. Excessive, it's really too much. The real name of envy and jealousy. By the sink, Xin Lei washed his hands while glancing at Cao Yang next to him, feeling his teeth sour. This was born with a golden spoon super rich second generation, has never been envied by others. At the moment, he tasted for the first time to envy the taste of others. Money is okay, but the man's capital that is born. It's hard to clam up. Feeling Xin Lei's eyes like a daughter-in-law's, Cao Yang's heart is hairy. After washing his hands, he wanted to quickly leave this guy, but did not want to be embraced by his shoulders. In an instant, Cao Yang's intuition was creeped out and he was startled. Asterisk. What are you doing? I don't like men. Cao Yang's chrysanthemums tightened and he said with a guarded face. Asterisk off. What kind of expression is this? Say as if I like men. I only like big girls too. Xin Lei said with a face of toothache, finished with a whirlwind smile. Go. Old brother, go look at that watch you shot. As he wasn't going to auction anything else anyway, Cao Yang nodded, so the two of them came to the back of the banquet hall, the auction house's temporary office. After confirming Cao Yang's information, the notary took out 3 certificates and other materials, and after a flurry of signatures and pledges, the process of transferring the money was completed smoothly. Auction money goes to the virtual account provided by the system. Do not have to worry about the limit of the problem. Looking at a string of auction money in exchange for 3 kinds of heirloom treasures of the auction, Cao Yang mood cool flying. Xin Lei opened the Patek Philippe box and took out the top watch, playing with it lovingly. Cao Yang looked at it, is also full of unlike some rich people will be such a famous watch shot back, is used to collect. Cao Yang is to wear. In Xin Lei's long sigh, Cao Yang directly put this watch on his hand. The two of them delayed a lot of work here. Some tycoons came in one after another. It turned out that the auction had already ended. Come on, a few rich people see Cao Yang too, cannot help but come over to take the initiative to talk about some, but are some nutritious words. Looking at more and more people to come, the two said goodbye and left. When the auction ended, the ball was officially over, and most of the VIPs had already left one after another. In the luxurious banquet hall, there were only a few dozen people left at this moment, and these few people were gathered together. It seems that something has happened. As soon as he returned to the hall with Qin Lei, Cao Yang saw the figure surrounded by the loose crowd at a glance. Surprisingly, it was Cao Yang, who had a premonition that something had happened, couldn't help but frown as the corners of his eyes involuntarily jumped wildly twice. Taking a step, Cao Yang couldn't help but walk up quickly. At this moment, Cao had her head lowered, and those warm and soft jade-like hands were tightly pinching her clothes. Her knuckles were white, her face was pale, biting her red lips, and her beautiful eyes were filled with a panicked gaze. The great mature woman who had always been beautiful and dignified in front of people, elegant and unassuming, was now like a wounded weed, trembling with fear and trembling. Cao opposite, is a not bad posture of the celebrity, wearing a LV high-end long dress, originally also called on the charming and provocative face, at this moment but gloomy to the extreme. Really bad luck. How to meet you this kind of plague god. I bought the dress all were spoiled by you. The LV celebrity looked at this wet skirt with heartache. Her gaze turned to Cao. Her eyes revealed a strong disgust, and her voice was full of hatred even as she gritted her teeth. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. Your skirt guarantees that I'll pay for it at the price. Facing the celebrity's anger, Cao bowed in fear and apologized repeatedly, lowering her posture to the extreme. Compensation? I'm poor at your compensation. I'm really drunk. The good mood of the day has been ruined by you. Cao apologized with full sincerity, but the LV celebrity was indifferent. Instead, the disgust in her eyes increased. Bad luck. Look at the clothes you're wearing. They don't even have a brand name. I really don't understand how someone like you is qualified to appear in such a high-end occasion. The LV celebrity scrutinized Cao with a condescending stance, her angry voice full of contempt and disdain. Does not belong to your circle. Why do you still have to hard to come together? Wearing so cheap clothes you also have the nerve to come. Really? So that I just bought the skirt let you get ruined. Accompany. You accompany the up. This skirt is the latest LV summer limited models. Even if you give money is not certain to buy. Really unlucky. You can't even wear a worthwhile clothes. Cannot hard to such occasions. Are you pulled down the grade? People have self-awareness. Inferior people stay in their own circle is not good. Have to come out to harm people. You think that if you climb up to a rich man, you will be able to fly up to the branch and become a phoenix. It's really ridiculous. People like you are too hateful. The LV celebrity was like eating dynamite at the moment. Her snarky voice under her breath was full of sarcasm. She looked at Cao with contemptuous eyes. Especially looking at her clothes was even more disgusting, all filled with a sense of superiority. Like a fairy high above the world who saw garbage that made her sick to her stomach. At this moment, Cao's entire face had lost its blood color, and her face was ashen. In her ears were the snarky words of the LV celebrities, the pointing upper-class people around her, and her eyes were all full of strange gazes, causing her to involuntarily bite her red lips even tighter, even as she tasted a hint of blood in her mouth. In an instant, she intuitively felt dizzy and her body swayed, almost not falling. A series of extremely insulting words, like a hammer, struck her heart hard, causing her body to chill all over in an instant. Why? She had already apologized very sincerely. She had promised to accompany her clothes, and she still wanted to be like this, surrounded by this group of richly dressed people. Cao felt as if she was a clown at this moment, facing the so-called celebrities who were strutting and towering over her. She was a tiny speck of dust. Even though she was humiliated and wanted to cry, she could only let the other party vent their anger. The money she had saved up for a year might not be enough to accompany someone in a dress. How could she resist? She was just an ordinary person at the bottom of the social ladder, while the other party was the proud daughter of the sky with a favorable life. Can she resist? Class is like a huge gulf, like a heavenly stream. Just thinking about it makes Cao lose the courage to fight. Having suffered all the humiliation and grievances, Cao silently endured everything and could only lick her wounds in her heart. Emboldened and anxious, she felt like she had gone through a century of long hours, finally waiting for the LV celebrity to finish venting. She raised her head and carefully looked at the other party, ready to discuss a solution that would satisfy the other party. But she didn't want the other party to glare fiercely over again, and opened her mouth to say in a disgusted voice, "What are you looking at? What's wrong with saying a few words about you? You have an opinion." At those words, Cao's body couldn't help but tremble violently. Her eyes filled with an unbelievable gaze. Has always been Ben Benjamin, treating people kindly. She really can't understand why one person had to go so insulting to others. Compromise, in exchange for even more wantonly trampled. In an instant, she could no longer tense up, her eyes suddenly red. At the edge of the crowd, Cao Yang looked at the helpless and pitiful Cao, and his face immediately changed. It was as if he had seen the fearful self of his previous life, as if he had seen the self that had to put up with the curses of a small, broken team leader. Why was he inferior? At this moment, Cao Yang's heart was like a knife. She is if she is a, and what kind of wormwood thing are you? Cao Yang separated the people in front of him and walked to Kayaji's side in big strides. His stern gaze landed on the LV celebrity and said disdainfully, Chapter 43, Little men are big heroes. How do you talk? What quality? Under Cao Yang's stern gaze, the LV celebrity instinctively took a step back. Tonight's auction, Cao Yang's grandiose doings were just too dazzling. She recognized him instantly and couldn't help but show deep scorn in her eyes. The woman who was full of just a moment ago turned around and talked about quality. It was really an instant eye-opener for Cao Yang. This was really a little fairy who was a bully. When a man in a suit beside her saw Cao Yang appear, he immediately stood towards the LV celebrity without saying a word, as if he was backing her up. Seeing this, the woman looked as if she had found her backbone. Her eyes swept Kayaji in disgust, and then looked at Cao Yang. Her tone was still acerbic and mean. Did I say something wrong? This gentleman, I don't know why you brought her here. Someone like her doesn't deserve to be here at all. With all due respect, even if you bring someone like this, it lowers your grade. At those words, Cao Yang couldn't help but be infuriated and laugh. Straight talk Nima Gobi. Cao Yang looked at this so-called celebrity who was dressed in a high class, smiled coldly and said disdainfully, you don't need to worry about my class. Rather, it's you. What kind of self-confidence makes you think you're a class above others? With the designer clothes on your body? With the high-grade bag in your hand? Cao Yang really couldn't help but laugh. Paralyzed, do you really think you become a noble woman just because you've climbed into a rich man's life? You're still looking down on others. You're such a piece of that you can't even compare to a single hair on her head. I really feel sad for your man. As soon as Cao Yang's words came out, the face of the man beside her was suddenly gloomy. He wanted to say something, but Cao Yang was already too lazy to bother with them. Sister Kai, what exactly happened? Cao Yang turned his head to look at Kayaji by his side and asked in a soft voice. Kayaji, who was flustered, apprehensive, helpless and aggrieved in her heart, heard such a gentle voice from Cao Yang, and like a drowning person who suddenly found help, her body couldn't help but tremble violently. No longer able to control it, the red and beautiful eyes burst into tears for a moment. She just passed by here, and bumped into the table. I didn't catch it. The orange juice spilled onto her. I really didn't mean to. I just didn't react. Kayaji held back the urge to cry and said in a broken voice, it turns out that this rotten bastard hit the table first. Paralyzed, this still dared to backtrack? Upon hearing this, Cao Yang's anger couldn't help but bubble up. Just the next moment, his eyes couldn't help but shrink violently. Previously, he had been standing on the side of Kayaji, so what he saw was only the left side of her face, and now she looked towards Cao Yang, and it was only then that Cao Yang noticed the right side of her face, only to see that there was a clear handprint on her pale face, and it was all swollen up. Cao Yang's heart couldn't help but jump hard. He couldn't help but lift it up, only just touching it. Kayaji's mouth trembled in pain. She hit you? Kayaji pursed her red lips that were all bitten by herself and didn't say anything. She was afraid of Cao Yang's impulsiveness and didn't want to get him into more trouble because of herself. Only, the teardrops that she didn't control already gave Cao Yang the answer. This rotten bastard really deserves to die. Cao Yang turned around with a huff. The anger in his body could no longer be controlled. Slap! Cao Yang slapped the LV celebrity's face. This lousy was smacked so hard that if it wasn't for the man beside her subconsciously holding on, she would have had to fall to the ground. The sudden change of events caused an uproar and stunned everyone present. After freezing for a moment, the man holding LV celebrity steeply turned back. His own woman was beaten. He was instantly enraged as well. I trough, letting the woman stand still. His eyes showed a cold light and he was about to strike at once. In response, Cao Yang was undaunted, and when that slap was drawn out, he was already prepared for a big fight. Only to his surprise, Qin Lei spoke up at this moment. I advise you not to be impulsive. Hearing this, the man in the suit, his body couldn't help but violently stutter. Young Qin, the man in the suit looked at Qin Lei in disbelief. Of course he knew the famous prince of Magic City, and his family and the Qin family still had business dealings. However, belonging to the Qin family rewarded rice. His family followed. He is my buddy, Qin Lei said indifferently. Hearing that, the suit man could not help but pupil shrinking. The face of unfamiliar Cao Yang he also dared to head iron hard just under. Plus the Qin family youngest, borrow his 10 guts he did not dare to move. Looking at the instant turn into a goat than a suit man. Cao Yang disdainful sneer. At this moment, one side of the LV celebrity whose face was already swollen up high, came to her senses from dizziness, revealing a horrified and hateful gaze. Look Nima bullies have to have the realization of being bullied. What can you do if you don't obey? Cao Yang said indifferently. Think you're noble and high up? You still look down on others. Don't look at what kind of virtue you have. Pen still ing pretending to be a noblewoman. After saying that, Cao Yang took the bag that held the heart of deep space worth $50 million, and took out the top-grade sapphire necklace from the $2 million collector's box that could make any woman fall for it when she saw it. Standing in front of Cao Yang. At the moment, Cao Yang was staring at Cao Yang with wide, tearful eyes. Her eyes were infatuated. Women in their 30s have passed the age of hearing about love. And at this age, women value a man's ability and sense of responsibility more. Since then, she has been single and brought up her daughter, facing all the difficulties and tribulations of life alone. There was an immense desire to have a broad chest to rely on, an immense desire to have a strong arm to hold up a piece of heaven and earth for themselves, to be able to protect themselves from the wind and rain. Just such a good man is too rare, really cannot be found. But just now, this little man stepped forward figure. An instant let her feel incomparably tall, as if the top of the world's hero. Only hand will be for her to hold up a piece of heaven. At that moment she suddenly moved. Her entire heart was filled with the little man's domineering figure, and a flower called happiness bloomed violently. Ding! Cao Yang's favorability has risen by +3. Ding! Cao Yang's favorability rises +5. Ding! Congratulations host. Cao Yang's favorability breaks through 60, rising to the second order of relationship, admiration. Unable to pay attention to the system's beeps, Cao Yang turned around and came behind Cao Yang before putting the $50 million top luxury necklace on her tender white and elegant gooseneck. When Cao Yang reacted, her entire body froze, and her beautiful eyes, which were still watery, revealed a gaze of disbelief. The celebrities and noble women in the audience were not calm when they saw this scene. Their eyes all changed in an instant, filled with shock and envy. The lousy girl who was severely slapped by Cao Yang was even more incredibly wide-eyed. She couldn't understand. A woman who was just wearing a miscellaneous brand clothing. What made her? How could she wear a top luxury necklace as high as $50 million? But she soon got the answer. Only to see Cao Yang looking at her with a disgusted face, disdainfully saying, "Just you, wearing even more gorgeous clothes, you're nothing but a bus. Still looking down on the woman I brought. You're worthy. She's 10,000 times more noble than you. Rotten." After saying that, one more look feels dirty eyes. Cao Yang pulled up Cao Yang's hand, turned around and left. Brother Qin. Thanks. Outside the banquet hall, Cao Yang looked deeply at Qin Lei, who followed him out with his female companion, and said sincerely. Upon hearing this, pounding Cao Yang's chest, Qin Lei smiled in disbelief. It's not early today. Let's withdraw first. Contact often in the future. Revealing an ambiguous smile to Cao Yang that all men understand, Qin Lei didn't stay long and left with his female companion, the big mature girl Cao Yang, who didn't dare to move her neck at all, followed behind Cao Yang and walked into the riverside suite he was staying in. Chapter 44, Master, drive faster. Ah Yang, thank you for helping me so much just now. I really thank you so much. In the luxurious living room of the Linjiang suite, Cao Yang's gentle watery eyes were full of gratitude as she looked at Cao Yang and couldn't help but say, if Cao Yang did not appear in time, Cao Yang really dare not imagine how much humiliation she would have to endure. Being humiliated is just a matter of course. I'm afraid that their few savings will also have to be lost, even though this matter is fundamentally not all her own fault. But reason is reason. Will the other party be reasonable? If they were reasonable, they wouldn't be so cynical and sarcastic. Single also with a drag on the difficult to move forward. Cao Yang has long endured countless blank stares and have reached this age. Society's cruelty has been deeply experienced. The world is not fair, and has never been fair. She is the hotel's private butler. Sounds like unusual, but to put it bluntly is only the bottom of the social service staff. People are rich and powerful upper class. Fair, even to the hotel, to the public. The reason may not be biased in her favor. If the other side of the grudge, I am afraid that as long as you move your mouth, you even work will be finished. The rich and powerful with big fists. That's the truth. This is the society. But fortunately in their most stifled, the most helpless time, the little man came. At the critical time, he didn't leave her behind. Instead he was so domineering and even overbearing to fight for her and take the heat for her. What is more unexpected to everyone is that he also went out of his way to take out a top luxury necklace of $50 million and wore it around her neck, supporting her face. Thinking of the incredulous and envious eyes of those celebrities and noble women, she felt relieved. How could all this not move her? Cao Yang had a feeling of happiness welling up in her heart just by thinking about it. Cao Yang looked at Cao Yang, who was as fragrant and charming as a ripe peach, and smiled faintly. In his last life, he always practiced the principle of being kind to others, and even if he encountered similar things, he thought it would be better to do more than less, and take a step back. living a transparent and open-minded life? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. But it is just a compromise. Incompetent compromise. Now not only reborn but also open-hung. If you don't dare to fight, but also can't protect the people you want to protect, then the horse might as well be run over directly. You're welcome, Sister Kai. You're the one I've brought with me. No one can bully my people. Cao Yang's voice was light, but that unquestionable tone was permeated with a touch of dominance. Kai Yaji couldn't help but hear a sudden movement in her heart, and then a faint blush appeared on her face. She has been regarded by this little man as his person? These ambiguous words caused Kai Yaji's heart to inexplicably jump wildly a few times. Ding! Kai Yaji's favorability has increased by +2. Looking deeply at Cao Yang again, Kai Yaji, who had a sweetheart, didn't say anything more after all, because she felt that more words were not enough to express how touched she was in her heart. Only in the future. The only way to repay this little man is to use a better quality service in the future. Fixed her mind, Kai Yaji carefully put her hands to the back of the stiff neck. She was a little nervous, afraid of not paying attention and breaking this. Let those noble women have obsessed with the gemstone necklace. Gosh, $50 million. Too scary. I don't eat and drink 3 lifetimes, can't earn so much money. Chop yourself up. I'm afraid that the grams can't be bought in exchange for this precious necklace. Wearing it just now, I can be said to have earned enough face. Things are over. It should be returned to the original owner. Seeing Kai Yaji's action, Cao Yang couldn't help but change his color and said in a voice, "What are you doing, Sister Kai?" "Ah, Yang, I'm taking it off and returning it to you." Hearing Cao Yang's words, Kai Yaji hurriedly explained. Finished a pause, couldn't help but embarrassed again. "Ah, Yang, you come over to see how to unlock. I'm afraid to break it." Joking. $50 million. Ah, a moment did not unravel. Kai Yaji the first time would not dare to move again. Unravel? What to unravel? Wear it, jewelry with beauty. It's for you. Cao Yang raised his eyebrows and said in a serious manner. Upon hearing this, Kai Yaji froze, and then she haughtily laughed, smiling with a flushed face. "Ah, Yang, you're joking again. What kind of beauty am I? I'm the mother of a beauty. Besides, how can I want such an expensive thing? This is too. Don't excuse yourself. I'm not joking. A necklace is just a necklace. When I say I've given it to you, I mean I've given it to you. Feel at ease and keep it." Not waiting for Kai Yaji to finish, Cao Yang interrupted and said with a straight face. Seeing this, Kai Yaji trembled, and was instantly confused. "Do you want to hear what you're saying? It's just a necklace. It's not 5,000, or 50,000. It's also a $50 million necklace." At the thought of such a terrifying price, Kai Yaji's entire heart couldn't help but tremble. Oh my god. For herself? No. Ah, Yang, you're willing to help me. I'm already very grateful to you. How can I take this? How can I deserve such an expensive thing? Returning to her senses, Kai Yaji waved her hand repeatedly, her beautiful eyes filled with emotion and panic. The panic of virtue not being worthy. Her own most expensive clothes were only 1,000 or so. How could they match a $50 million necklace? Kai Yaji's excuses made Cao Yang dumbfounded. Such an expensive necklace. You don't want it for nothing. How can this be? I'm still waiting for the cashback. This is not purely delaying their own money. What can't match? Sister Kai, in my eyes you're really 10,000 times more noble than those so-called celebrities and noble women. Don't be presumptuous. Listening to the solemn words, Kai Yaji heart full of joy. Some do not dare to look directly at Cao Yang bright let a person panic eyes. Pretty face red, she could not help but lower her head. However, on her mouth, she still insisted. Ah, Yang, I'm really happy that you can look at me like this, but it's too expensive. Seeing that Kai Yaji was still trying to push back, Cao Yang was instantly annoyed. Is it so damn hard to get money? There are still women who don't get excited about a valuable gemstone necklace? He's about to be called a dog licker by the readers, and he's still excusing himself? Annoyed to the extreme. Can you listen to me? If I give it to you, you can keep it. Cao Yang's brows suddenly furrowed, and his voice took on an angry tone. Looking at the little man who was suddenly vaguely about to lash out, Kai Yaji was truly stunned and shocked. Stunned, she opened her mouth and finally did not say any more words of rejection, only that she who lowered her head, her earlobes reddened with shame. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful consumption, receiving double cashback from the system. Ness, against women. It seems that you still have to be hard yourself. Dragon State Bank, your account with tail number 9966, the amount of 100,000,000 yuan. Arrived. Looking at the arrived information, Cao Yang was immediately happy. This time he also stepped into the ranks of billionaires. Kai Yaji didn't know how she walked out of the hotel, how she stopped the cab, and how she sat in the car. She only remembers that she carefully removed the sapphire necklace, put it into the bag of $100 or $10, and then dead in her arms. At this time she was frozen as if the walking dead. Although the person sat in the car home, the soul was hooked away by the little man in the hotel. As the saying goes, husband and wife are birds of the same feather, but they fly apart when they are in trouble, really encounter difficulties. Those who have slept for more than 10 years of husband and wife, each other may not be able to rely on. But today that little man did not hesitate to stand up for himself. So domineering to stand up for himself. To know that high-end occasions like that, any contacts made could be exchanged for huge benefits. The little man's behavior undoubtedly offended people to death, but he didn't even frown. The top necklace that is worth a lot of money was really given to him when he said he would give it to him. What kind of person is he? Kayaji's heart could not stop trembling. Why are you so nice to me? Covering her mouth, Kayaji couldn't suppress the teardrops that rolled down silently. The concubine was born before the king was born, and the king was born before the concubine was old. I'm so much older than you. My daughter is so big. You like this? Ask me how to thank you. Ma'am, are you okay? To the place, full of little men domineering out of the figure. Looking out of the car window lonely night, her heart pounded wildly. Suddenly indulgent desire to grow up like a weed unrestrained. Master, return. Master, drive faster. Chapter 45, Kayaji breaks through fourth order relationships. Ding, Kayaji's favorability rises +2. Ding, Kayaji's favorability rises +5. Ding, congratulations to the host. Kayaji's favorability breaks through 70, rising to the third order relationship, lover's intent. Ding, congratulations to the host, obtaining a mysterious reward. In the Riverside Suite, on the premium customized luxury king-sized bed, Cao Yang, who had already entered into sleep, was awakened by the system's dinging ding 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 ding. Suddenly, the dazed Cao Yang actually realized that there was a dark shadow beside his bed, and was completely awakened. Who is it? Subconsciously shouting, Cao Yang quickly opened the bedside. Sister Kai? Scared me to death. Didn't you leave? Why are you here again? Seeing that the figure by the bedside was Kayaji, Cao Yang was instantly relieved, but was instantly filled with doubts. Yang, I'm sorry. I scared you. I. The room that suddenly brightened up made Kayaji stand up from the edge of the bed in a flash in shock, flustered and at a loss for words, her heart almost jumping out of her throat. The dignified and beautiful pretty face reddened for an instant as if it was about to drip blood. In a fit of excitement, she returned back despite her disregard and sneaked into the bedroom. Gosh, what's wrong with herself? Even though their self-respect and reserve are not want. But, he was just in the middle of his intention. Cao Yang couldn't help but get up and pull to grab Kayaji's catkin. The hand that entered was hot. Sister Kai, you have a fever? Cao Yang looked at Kayaji with surprise and froze, then smiled. The next day, the sun hung high. What are you going for? Rubbing his newly opened sleepy eyes, but seeing Kayaji figure, Cao Yang couldn't help but laugh. No, nothing. I should go to work. Kayaji couldn't help but feel embarrassed on her face and didn't turn around. Now she didn't even know how to face Cao Yang. Isn't it just at work now? Come here. Hearing this, Cao Yang was dumbfounded and beckoned. Don't. Yang, I really should go to work. Kayaji, however, did not listen and actually shook her head repeatedly. Not a good boy. Cao Yang couldn't help but frown. Seeing this, Kayaji couldn't help but jump in her heart and instantly became nervous. Yang, we're not suitable. Everything last night was so beautiful, but Kayaji couldn't disregard the gap between the two of them. She couldn't disregard the world's eyes. She herself could not want a reputation. She was already used to the blank stares anyway, but she couldn't even drag the little man's reputation along with her. Consider yourself repaying him for his kindness last night. However, knowing that it was wrong, should she still go on being wrong? Sensing that Kayaji was out of sorts, Cao Yang couldn't help but get up and walk over to her. Looking at the woman who immediately turned her head to the side, Cao Yang couldn't help but frown and said with a condensed gaze, Yaji, what do you mean? Hearing Cao Yang call out her name in an intimate manner, Kayaji's heart trembled violently, and she felt as if she was being strangled by a knife. Yang, I can't let you be criticized. Misjudged my ass. Cao Yang couldn't help but laugh dumbly as he looked at the woman in front of him who was mature to the bone. Neglected? You've died once and you're afraid of that? You lived within the rules and regulations in your last life, and in this life, you're still afraid of it? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Starting from the heart, being spontaneous, having fun in time and living recklessly is what one should pursue in this life. Yaji, you're thinking too much. Life is just a few decades. Why should you care about other people's eyes? Cao Yang couldn't help but say with reckless spontaneity. At those words, Kayaji was violently stunned. Yes, life is just a few decades, and one can say that one has already wasted half of it, and the rest of his life is going to be wasted alone? In the face of such an outstanding man, In the face of a man who was willing to stand up for her and dominantly hold up a piece of the sky, her heart could no longer remain calm, could no longer remain indifferent. Yang, I know I don't deserve you and shouldn't covet, but if you want, I don't want anything. I will obediently stay by your side until you don't want me anymore. He is so young, so good, even the game is a king. How can one really not be moved? In fact, after last night, she knew she could never forget him again. Kayaji couldn't help but wrap her arms around Cao Yang's neck, her eyes pulling out silk with their intense tenderness. Ding, Kayaji's favorability has increased by +5. Ding, congratulations host, Kayaji's favorability breaks through 80, rising to the 4th order of relationship, at your disposal. Listening to the system's beep, Cao Yang couldn't help but smile. Chapter 46, Not everyone is like Cao Yang without worries. At noon, Kayaji arranged a nutritious and sumptuous lunch for Cao Yang. It was only after accompanying Cao Yang after lunch that Kayaji felt that her body and soul had reintegrated together. Yang, promise me that we'll still show our work relationship, okay? Kayaji lowered her head and looked at Cao Yang, who was resting on her lap, and couldn't help but gently caress her handsome young face, her eyes filled with overflowing tenderness. You're so young, your splendid life has just begun, while I'm almost old, and having a child will only get you criticized by the world. Kayaji's voice was soft to the extreme, but her words were full of earnestness, and she couldn't help but spit out her heart. Yang, I'm serious. You're so outstanding at such a young age. There are tons of quality girls who will fall for you. You deserve a better match. I won't snatch it from others. As long as you have me in your heart, and can share a little of your time with me when you are free, I will be satisfied. Okay? Yang, looking at Cao Yang, Kayaji, a right woman, revealed a covetous infatuation in her expression and spoke emotionally. This scene made Cao Yang couldn't help but leap over his shoulder. This was really a good woman. Two people are frank and sincere, but also can keep the limits. Not to fight, not greedy, really is rare. Cao Yang felt that he couldn't bear it anymore. He couldn't help but sit up. Cao Yang hugged this big mature woman into his arms, like a soft body like cotton wool, making his heart full of throbbing. Yaji, this is too aggravating. The intimate address made Kayaji seem to forget the age gap all of a sudden. The whole person felt 10 years younger. She leaned on Cao Yang's chest with a happy face. I'm already very happy to have met you. I've lived alone until now age. What marriage name I'll already look very light. Can have a dependence? Key time can have a man to hold up a piece of sky. I'm already with fulfillment. You really don't need to consider too much for me. Ding, Kayaji's favorability has increased by +1. Yang, it doesn't matter if you can see the light or not. All I need is for you to leave a small corner in your heart for me. Upon hearing this, Cao Yang was really touched. This mature sister's understanding was so intoxicating that he couldn't even resist rewarding her properly again. Only, Cao Yang had just risen to react when Kayaji jumped out of his embrace like a frightened rabbit. Yang, you can rest by yourself. I still have some work to handle. I can't accompany you. Gosh, his own waist was almost broken by him. He even had this kind of energy. Strong is too scary. Kayaji fled like a go. Cao Yang could not help but be surprised and laugh. Froze for a while, before lying down on the sofa in boredom. Bored Cao Yang, only at this time remembered that the relationship with his mature sister had broken through 2 consecutive stages, and the mysterious reward he got had not yet been opened. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Cao Yang exchanged the system with great interest. Brother Tong, open the mysterious reward. Ding, reward opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining +2 assignable free attribute points. Ding, reward opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 150 million in investment money. Listening to the sound of the system broadcasting rewards, Cao Yang couldn't help but be mentally shaken. Attribute points, although they looked insignificant, were in fact a good thing that could not be bought for $1,000. It can simply and brutally improve the various attributes of the body. Not only can it be used to improve the face value, it can also be used to improve the physical quality. And the key is that it can make the man become more and more durable. This is simply a ing treasure. If it can be traded, I believe that it can make countless men who put it in for a stroll and then come out crazy about it. Looking at the investment money of up to 150 million, Cao Yang, who had experienced the auction money, couldn't help but smile. He could roughly guess that this was the same as such things as bounty gold and auction gold, funds that could only be used for exclusive areas, and sure enough the query system confirmed his guess. Investment gold, as the name suggests, is only used for investment of special funds, cannot maliciously cash. The host can be used for any real investment projects. The proceeds of the host's reasonable assets can be disposed of at will. If the investment object is a goddess with scoring mark, the host can get double cashback. Listening to the system's explanation, Cao Yang was pleased. 150 million is not a bad deal. If you invest in a woman you are satisfied with, you can get double cashback. Not counting the continuous income from the investment, the cashback alone will get $300 million. It's simply not too cool. Well, it's time to set another small goal. First, return at 300 million. Where can I find a woman who is recognized by the system and whom I am satisfied with to invest in? This problem, let Cao Yang cannot help but fall into contemplation. Think and think, did not think of a suitable. So, simply do not want to. Anyway, he has already accumulated more than $100 million in a short period of time, and is not short of money for the time being. Life is long. There is no hurry. Ding dong. At this time, the green bubbles message beep sounded. Cao Yang took out his cell phone and looked. Surprisingly, the beautiful flight attendant Zhao Sherman sent a message. Picture. Brother Freedom. I miss you. Did you miss me? Shy/JPG. Seeing the picture sent by Zhao Sherman, Cao Yang's eyes couldn't help but snap open. But then he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This chick even sent a bath photo wrapped in a bath towel. Only it was wrapped tightly. Except for the sexy collarbones and white tender shoulders, the key nothing could be seen. You might as well be bold. Those who don't know still think that the halo milk it. Poor evaluation. Anger/JPG. Too bad you. Ignore you. Looking at Zhao Shimon's reply with a small anger, Cao Yang upturned. Bad is good. Men aren't bad, women don't love. So annoying. Flight is over, but I still have to study in a while. Pictures. Resignation handed in has not been approved. The recent voyage scheduled full. Cannot care about the live broadcast. Tears/JPG. Free brother will not forget me. 1 second she said she was ignoring herself, but the next second she sent 3 messages in a row. Cao Yang couldn't help but smile. Women really do speak from the heart. No, take your time. Wait for your live broadcast. For Zhao Shimon's annoyance, Cao Yang understands. Ordinary people always have such and such unsatisfactory things. After all, not everyone can lose their worries like him. As soon as Cao Yang's message was sent, Zhao Sherman returned an excited voice in seconds. Brother Freedom. You're too good. Love you. Chapter 47, Building a Family. After having a chat with the beautiful stewardess for a while, she had to go study, so she said goodbye. Cao Yang had nothing to do. Logged on to Flying Fish, and schoolmate Song Qingyan was broadcasting live. The first time I saw her, I was impressed. And now Song Qingyan's live room can be described as rapidly changing. Cao Yang, the steep rise of the superhero. Only a short time fame resounded throughout the Flying Fish. These days, as long as it is often online players, even if they have not seen, but also certainly heard of the Free Brother name. Song Qingyan's fame also rose because of Cao Yang. In Cao Yang's overwhelming gifts and red envelopes driven, but also for the sister live room to bring a super high popularity. Of course, the live broadcast of the sister Song Qingyan can be higher and higher, and her own ability is also inseparable. After all, gave the popularity of the anchor cannot catch a lot of people. The school sister is poor? As one of the 4 school flowers of the Magic City University, she is naturally not bad. Whether it is talent and face value are not weaker than those big net red. With her beautiful appearance of a cool goddess, she had amazed the audience who were used to seeing foxy anchors these days. Professional singing voice, also let everyone refreshing. In the era where 90% of the anchors are attracting viewers by rubbing their shoulders, she is simply like a clear stream that soaks one's heart and soul. Not only did she retain a lot of popularity, even the anchors attracted a lot of them, making it so that as soon as she started broadcasting, there were anchors clamoring to connect to the microphone. Of course, the purpose of these anchors wasn't pure befriending her, but more for the sake of showing their faces in front of Cao Yang. There weren't 2 such trenchant big brothers in the entire Flying Fish, so that anchor could not be greedy. After all, in case you can get the favor of the free father, it is only a matter of minutes before you get to the top. Even if you can't get the big brother's heart, rubbing a little medical expenses, that's also fragrant dead people. Randomly give a little bit is to W count. Earn hemp. Okay. Cao Yang clicked into the sisters' live room. The number of people online at this moment has more than 2,000 people. Seems to have just finished a PK, and should be one. The atmosphere is very lively. At this moment, Song Qingyan was interacting with the audience. Thank you Big Brother passed with the wind. Big Brother Grumpy Fish. Big Brother Lifter. Big Brother number 894. And the many family members whose names weren't read. There's too many. Thank you all for your overwhelming support, said Song Qingyan, stood up, flung her hands above her head, and added, thank you all for your support and love. Quill. Family members 666 go a wave. Under Song Qingyan's call, all of a sudden Xiao 6 brushed up the screen. Cao Yang looked down. The live broadcast room came back with a lot of newcomers, such as this Grumpy Fish, or a Duke Big Brother. Things such as the Past with the Wind, Li Fu, and number 894 are also big brothers who have brought on the nobility. The popularity of the school sister is getting better and better. Cao Yang also followed the happy After all, did not hold it for nothing. 66,666. Cao Yang also plainly deducted the small 6. Many attentive water users spotted him at once. Brother Freedom's dog leg, haha, my Freedom Dad is here. Welcome Freedom Dad. Brother Freedom's little follower, welcome Father Freedom. Floating life like a dream, welcome Brother Freedom. The wind direction in the live broadcast room changed, and a flood of welcome pop-ups were immediately brushed up. Welcome Brother Freedom. Good afternoon Big Brother. At this moment, the schoolmate's cool face couldn't help but blossom into a sweet smile, and her beautiful eyes couldn't help but flash a fiery gaze. Looking at the water friends who were as enthusiastic as ever, Cao Yang couldn't help but feel a sense of bravado. Win like Freedom sends Super Red Packet 99.99. Free as the wind sends out a Super Red Packet of 999. The wind is as free as it is to send a Super Red Packet of 999. Cao Yang's trenchant dumping of 3 Super Red Packets caused the atmosphere in the live broadcast room to boil over. Long live Father Freedom. Society my Freedom Father. Atmosphere. Any greeting that doesn't start with handing out red envelopes is hooliganism. Freedom Dad. Love 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 love. Grumpy Fish, at Wind Like Freedom, hug/JPG. Big Brother Bull. Nice to meet you. Seeing the Duke user's pop-up screen that had ate himself, Cao Yang couldn't help but smile and casually replied, I'm flattered. I'm just letting my brothers have a good time. Grumpy Fish, haha, Big Brother is modest. Big Brother's bravado was really admirable, and was also conquered by the anchor's singing voice. I'll be based here from now on, so please teach me more. Once this pop-up was sent out, it instantly drew a chorus. Lee Jiren, fist/JPG. Me too. Number 894, Big Brother. Me too. The past is with the wind, count me in. Looking at the screen full of pop-ups, and thinking of the desolation of being alone before, Song Qingyan suddenly moved and was touched. Thank you family for staying, you guys are the best. At this moment, Cao Yang also cannot help but be happy for it. After all, the more popular the live broadcast can go higher. Thank you for all the brothers of the scene, nothing instructive not instructive. In the future we all play together. Women touched perhaps Dew's tears, and social freedom father as the first fly fish spoiled powder good Big Brother, a touched will fee money. Anyway, brush money is to earn money, is to build, boxes wild brush million red packets, let a crowd of water friends, once again excited wailing, grab the red packet of water friends, I guess tonight to speak in their sleep, shouting is to thank the freedom father. After a lively meal, the pop-up screen of the grumpy fish suddenly evoked Cao Yang's interest. Freedom Brother is the luxury, do not serve cannot I have been playing so many years, the luxury of the Big Brother has seen a lot, like Freedom Brother so bold, the whole flying fish are in no to Freedom Brother than that Knife Brother, Prince Brother is not weak in the slightest Knife Brother has a big knife alliance, Prince Brother also built a luxury family, are fierce a batch, that with the family vest number to go out are full of row face, Freedom Brother, want to also build a family let the brothers also dip light, wind, old fish I'm the first to join Looking at Grumpy Fish's pop-ups, Cao Yang's eyes gradually released light. Cao Yang, who hadn't played a lot of live broadcasts in his previous life, of course knew that clans were awesome. Walking out as a group of people, not only is it lively and full of rows, but more importantly, the cohesive combat power is also explosive. If an anchor, get a family support, even if it is just a group of small knighthood players, can let her support prong up. Cao Yang also remembers that there is a family called the Floating Sinking Legion, almost swept all the popular platforms without any enemy, and finally resided in the televised platform. Even in the live broadcasting world's leading platform, the fighting strength of the Floating Legion is also one of the best. Their boss is called I Mastered the Sinking. This Big Brother is also the live circle is very legendary Big Brother. It is said that at the beginning of this Big Brother is also from the Flying Fish began to play, is also considered to be the ancient Big Brother of the Flying Fish platform. Thinking about some interesting stories in the live broadcasting world, Cao Yang couldn't help but smile. Alright, I like to be lively anyway, so let's build one. There will be time for brothers to play together in the future, but I'm too time poor to manage it, so let Qing Yan build a group, and those who are willing to join look for her to sign up. Upon hearing this, the live broadcast room immediately boiled over. Freedom Brothers lapdog, I. Freedom Father you do not have much time idle legs hurt. The most slippery administrator to apply for a return to the position. Chapter 48, Social Freedom Dad. Flying Fish good Big Brother. Big Brother, take one, please take join the family need what conditions I can, me, and me, Big Brother, please ask the $1,000 party want? Freedom Dad, a weak question, do you want the 10 cents party, upstairs, not I say you, 10 cents party you play what family? Properly watching the fun does not smell good. Seeing that Father Freedom was also going to set up a family, Thousands of water friends in the live broadcast room were excited. The atmosphere of the live broadcast room was active to the extreme, especially some of the belligerent old players. Their spirits were even more exhilarated and they were eager to give it a try. The reason why they can always play live broadcast is because here they can come into contact with a variety of beautiful women, can see a lot of interesting entertainment programs, lively and fun, so that people can unconsciously forget their worries, forget the time. In essence, it is because of the loneliness on the spiritual level. Come here to spend time, come here to entertain, but is to pass the inner loneliness. Watching is the commonality of all people. After all, even the most independent people cannot be separated from the community. Strictly speaking, in the life of people is a herd animal. Do lively spectators, which has a sense of existence than to participate in it. Interesting. Speaking of the family, many old players inevitably recalled the fly-fishing powerful two families, Mansion and Big Knife Alliance. The door, that is last year's annual strongest godbrother Prince Brother built. After the annual, Prince Brother led the door family, and the old godbrother Knife Alliance. Hard to do a long time frame. At the beginning of the year that more than a month, the flying fish is simply lively to the extreme. Almost one on the line can eat countless big melon. Let a person adrenaline rush exciting PK, but also played a game after a game. More fun than the year. Let countless watching water friends or boiling blood. Such vibration plus shocked the whole flying fish pump. Until the Knife Brothers Big Knife Alliance was hit pulled to lay down the flag. The mansion just like the current flying fish first strong family. This also makes the super god Ho Prince Brothers fame and reputation. Force pressure Knife Brother ahead completely reached the peak. In the fly fish can be called no one knows. With Prince Brothers' success and fame faded out of flying fish. No rivals also become low profile mansion. Flying fish platform only calm up. However, calm also means boredom. The latter few months of time are not interesting to see what the lively, even if the activities, but also small fights. Not fun at all. During that period of time, the media's public number had no hotspots to make people instantly interested in writing news. This situation lasted until the emergence of God's heroic brother Freedom. The calm was broken, and the platform began to be lively and interesting again. Thinking about those passionate, blood-boiling group battles, so grand and famous scenes, even the platform shook, and the blood of the militants in the live room seemed to be ignited. That is completely different from the usual feeling of brushing some gifts when the anchor PK, the family collective mobilization, more powerful, more dignified, family sparring, make people more passionate, more sense of belonging, and more sense of honor, more exciting than the game's gang war. Honor, yes it is honor, which in the eyes of outsiders may feel ridiculous. Play alive also out of honor? But, the sun is not a fish, and know the joy of fish? Who dares to say they are outsiders? Oh, not in this bureau, but because in another bureau life is just a few decades, can be happy is worth it. Many militants hate that they cannot participate in the famous scene of the group battle. Not that they do not want, but people do not want. Whether it is a large or small family want to join is conditional. Not you want to follow the game, people will take you. At this moment, Song Qingyan's live broadcast pop-ups were flying across the screen, washing over the screen like running water. Countless people were excited and apprehensive, following a big brother as powerful and coaxing as Freedom Dad. It must be rowdy and exciting, but would they be able to look at themselves? Looking at the overwhelming number of pop-ups asking about the conditions for joining, Cao Yang couldn't help but be stunned. Conditions? He really didn't want to set any conditions. His reckless swiping was more for the sake of cashback, and with more people together, it was obviously more fun, and he wasn't too bored with his swiping. Want to play together can join. As for consumption conditions, there is no hard and fast rules. The purpose of the family is to play happy. Think of their own last life as a white whoring party, because they can't afford to brush the gifts. Even the anchors love to ignore, not to mention being a tycoon with play. This society, the reality is full of class barriers, but I have to say, it seems that everyone can play on the network. Also clear-cut, some powerful big brother, nostrils to the sky, and will not give a damn about the bottom players. Thinking about the suffering of the commoners, Cao Yang flatly played a pop-up screen. This clan was established for the sake of everyone to be more lively and enjoyable to play. There are no those harsh conditions in my place. Remind everyone to play together. Running tart or PK, don't get on top. Use 4 sentences as the purpose of the family. Abundance and thrift is up to the people. Rational consumption. Gifts come and go as you please. Go and stay as you please. Looking at Cao Yang's pop-up screen, the water friends from all over the world in the live broadcast room, whether they were white or ginned big brothers, all of them had their eyes widened, moving violently. Some of the white whoring parties, when they asked for the conditions of joining, they all felt ashamed. How could a big brother look at the likes of them? At this moment, They never imagined that this super godly man who wildly swiped millions and millions of dollars at every turn would say something so down-to-earth and full of positive energy. What is the pattern? This is the pattern. The same as the god of the rich. Why the difference is so big? I'm not sure if I'm a good person, but I'm a good person. Looking at Father Freedom's pop-ups, many sentimental water friends, for a moment, even wet their eyes. They once thought of joining those powerful families, such as Brother Knife's Great Sword Alliance, such as Brother Prince's Mansion, but they didn't give a damn. Brother Knife's Great Sword Alliance requires a noble number, while Brother Prince's Mansion is even more powerful, as long as the player is a duke or above. The minimum monthly consumption must also be able to reach 100,000 yuan. What? You're a marquis? Then you don't deserve to join our mansion. Dukes can't even afford to open. Still want to join the mansion? You'd better reflect on yourself. Have you worked properly? Has your salary gone up? Why haven't you gotten rich yet? Compared to this, the highs and lows are immediately judged. After a moment of shock, the water friends in the live broadcast room were all moved at once. The hot blood rushed straight into the brain, and the whole person was infected with boiling emotions. Brothers. I trampled a big old man wanna cry. Free father this big pattern. Just ask who else in the flying fish? Tearful. Really tearful. Freedom father. Just like this by you convinced. I powder you a quilt. On this pattern, I would like to call Freedom Dad as the strongest in flying fish. Who agrees? Who opposes? Whoever disagrees, I'm going to be very angry with him. Social Freedom Dad. Flying fish good big brother. In the midst of many water friends being moved and excited, Cao Yang's family began to add people. The 3,000-person groups filled up in half an hour. The family with the name of Freedom was officially created. And at this moment, no one could have imagined that this was the birth of another colorful legend in the live broadcasting world. Chapter 49, The Free Family Shines. In less than an hour, Song Qingyan's live broadcast, the audience had literally turned upside down. Freedom, fish. Freedom, follow the wind. Freedom, lifter. Freedom, 894. Freedom, cool city. Freedom, remnant lamp. Freedom, floating life. Freedom, follower. Freedom, dog legs. Neatly arranged vests in the live room. Some familiar and some unfamiliar. The mouse cannot slide to the end at once. As far as the eyes could see, Song Qingyan's beautiful eyes couldn't help but glow. Her heart thumped, and her whole body was filled with shock. This is the charm of that super godly hero who wildly swiped $10 million in sensationalized flying fish overnight. Only such a charismatic big brother would have such a terrifying appeal. The tendency to run around, spreading out, and the traffic was in full bloom. Song Qingyan sitting in front of the computer, looking at such a cracking situation. Even as the Magic City University countless boys dream goddess of her, the inner heart cannot help but rise up full of admiration. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but reveal a touching smile. Such an excellent superstar was her Song Qingyan's man. At this moment, she was honored. Ding! Song Qingyan's favorability has risen by +2. Win like Freedom sends Super Red Packet 99.99. Free as the Wind sends a Super Red Packet of 999. Win like Freedom sends out Super Red Packet 99.99. A large wave of red packets rained down, making the originally lively live room even more boisterous and high to burst. It's better to be happy alone than to be happy together. It's meaningless for a person to brush even more. And at this moment, Cao Yang was also in a high mood and excellent mood. Life is like a serial drama. Everyone wants to become the protagonist. With the growth of the vast majority of people can only be reduced to supporting role. No, not even the supporting role cannot be counted, can only be said to be a passerby. In his last life, Cao Yang, wherever he went, he was a small transparent person who was not noticed. Fortunately, he was given the chance to start over again, and in this life, he became the unquestionable and absolute protagonist in the serial drama of life. Even on the network, that was the center of attention of 10,000 people. Have to say, the fun of it, let a person cool to fly. No wonder so many, in the business sea are all-powerful big brother, will be in a small live room, brushed to the top. Freedom brother, let's go play something interesting. Run go. After a while of bustling in the live broadcast room of the schoolmates, most people's vests were also changed, and the brothers who cleared the Freedom family's vests couldn't wait to go out and show off their skills. Alright, then go out and have fun. You guys find a good live room. The brothers' proposal was readily agreed to by Cao Yang. It's all about playing. It's all about waves. It's all about having fun. That's what makes it fun. In his previous life, Cao Yang did not see those big anchors for popularity of the Big Brother, with their own fans, parachuting into other anchors' live room to check the room. The scene can be said to be full of joy, full of passion. Family set up. He is the boss. With thousands of uniform vests of the little brother. Instant parachute into the live room of an anchor. It must be more fun, more shocking, More shocking anchor eyeballs. Family, do not build it, since built, then play out style, play out of style. What big knife alliance? What mansion? In front of my free family have to step aside. What's the point of playing? What's the point of playing at night? Cao Yang thought in a domineering manner, full of energy. Others are burning money. He is making money. Soon the crowd finalized a room number, and at Cao Yang's command, the crowd jumped over in unison. Maru's sister was very wow. This was a third-line dance anchor. The live room only had 500 or 600 people at the moment. At the moment, she wasn't dancing, but was begging for gifts with a face full of distress. Everyone live room Big Brother and no 1-point dance a small rocket can point to dance very cost effective. Do not you see Maruko dance? Big Brothers, I'm too difficult to move your rich gold hand brush point it. Maruko cannot uncover the pot. Maruko bitterly begged for gifts, but the pop-ups that responded to her were few and far between. The only few still instead were still crying poor to her. This caused Maruko to be momentarily heartbroken to the extreme. Since the last marquee Big Brother brushed and pulled, she had been eating dirt lately. 90% of the live room are white whoring party. Because of the lack of exposure, new people come in very little, are almost into a dead cycle. This can put her almost worried. At this moment, after half a day of begging, she couldn't even see a rose, making her even more depressed. How can a piece of luck like the god of heavenly deliverance not hit her head? Just when she was depressed to the extreme, she suddenly rounded her eyes, like seeing something incredible. Originally, there were very few newcomers in the live room, but in an instant, there was a surge of several thousand people. She was flushed with confusion in this instant. Ha ha ha, you guys, this anchor is stupid. Ha ha, I'm laughing my ass off. Hey, anchor, wake up, it's time to take over. Dang dang dang, there was a loud bang in the sky, and the Freedom family shined. Anchor, don't stare, wake up. Looking at the instantly dense swipe screen pop-ups, Mariko reacted from her shock and then was about to open her mouth to welcome them. But when he instinctively looked at the list of viewers, the words that came out of his mouth got stuck in his throat. Immediately, her mouth opened into an O shape. A water of vests really almost blinded her eyes. However, at least is also considered an old anchor. Soon she realized that this seems to be a certain family collective run tarda. This kind of thing, although she live room did not come across, but on the platform is also common. Just this hanging free vest family not heard of but this number is too number of this row is also too powerful, right? At this moment, Cao Yang looked at this anchor who was instantly rushed silly by thousands of people airborne, also could not help but laugh. The appearance is ordinary, but the body is quite material, wearing a cool, grain silo or almost bursting out from the sling. It seems to be the anchor of the play rubbing. All men, brothers since they chose this anchor. What mind? Cao Yang understood at a glance. The corner of his mouth could not help but hooked up a smile. Win like freedom sends Super Rocket *5. In an instant, the Super Rocket's explosive special effects rose violently in the live broadcast room, making Maru, who was struggling to ask for a single rose, his heart almost didn't jump out of his throat. Thank you Big Brother for the super fire. Big Brother is awesome. Mariko was so excited that she instantly jumped up from her chair and couldn't help but squeal out. However, the next moment she covered her mouth in shock. Win like freedom? Wasn't this the same Freedom Dad that had been reported in the past few days, breaking the news on all the major media public numbers? In an instant, Mariko almost didn't cry out. Such a powerful godly man like Papa Freedom had descended on her live broadcast. Thank you Papa Freedom. Papa Freedom. Wu Wei hegemony. Papa Freedom you're too good. After recognizing Cao Yang, Mariko's voice trembled with excitement. You're a dancing anchor? I'll take the brothers for a spin. Dance a look. If the brothers are satisfied with what they see, there's a big reward. Ha 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 ha. Free Father is mighty. Really is a good Big Brother who understands us. Anchor, the opportunity is given to you. Whether you can grasp it depends on your ability. Ha ha ha. Anchor Chapter 50 Twin Sisters. Cao Yang's $10,000 of superfire, coupled with the scattered small gifts from his brothers, directly made the live broadcast called Maru excited. Launching the welfare. It was quite the effort. Although her looks weren't particularly outstanding, her eyes were so mesmerized that they looked like they were about to be stretched out. Full of flirtatious style, it had to be said that the word seduction was understood by her play. Color/JPG. Anchor this sledgehammer jump. The genus is a little something You don't say. You really don't say. Mud. Where's my paper? TSK. Anchor this body. Not to give birth to a big fat boy pity. Anchor Maruko's extremely hot and tantalizing dance made the big old men in the live broadcast room look at it and couldn't help but have their blood boiling. The live broadcast room that originally didn't have a few people speaking. At this moment, pop-ups were flying across the screen, constantly washing over the screen. The atmosphere was so high that it exploded. Have never seen Such a hot scene of Maruko, full of excitement or almost overflowing. Welfare to give, also more to be more energetic. Freedom. Big brother, how was my dance? Are you still satisfied? After dancing an extended version of the sledgehammer, Mariko gasped for air, and a faint blush steamed out on her face. It could be seen that the jump just now was really hard work. At this moment, she spoke respectfully while adjusting the camera with an expression of uncontrollable excitement. The platform's recent hot super god hero, even with a group of family members descended on their own live room. Such a big brother, such an awesome scene. How can she calm down? This anchor does not even need a gear to adjust the camera. It is really bold. In this situation, I'm afraid that even the most serious old man cannot be calm. It's just that these days, in a couple of years, this camera anchor will be gone. Cao Yang can't help but watch his heart pounding. Hearing the words of the anchor, he then casually played a pop-up. Dance is on point. Such positive energy dance. Win the reward. Win like freedom sends super rocket *10. Win like freedom sends out super rocket *10. Windy freedom sends super rocket *10. As Cao Yang clicked on the screen, the special effects of the super fire blast suddenly rose up in the air, and Maruko, whose butt had just sat back in his chair, was suddenly shaken, and then bounced up in excitement. Sense. Thank you freedom big brother. This time, the excited voice broke. In one breath, he swiped out 100 rounds of ultra fire before Cao Yang stopped, and the screen full of special effects blew Maruko numb and wide-eyed. Mamma mia. This is 200. 000. Big brother is too luxurious. After brushing the gift, looked at the group. The brothers have already discussed the next target. Brothers, shift your position. Let's go at the next stop. Playing a pop-up, Cao Yang directly retreated, hiding deep in his heart. The brothers of the family also left right after him, while the proffered anchor Woody was excited as if he was dreaming. Next, such and such shocking scenes, one after another in the anchor's live room staged, was selected. Anchor is not dumbfounded and excited. Playing like this, the fame of the Freedom family instantly rose. In every live room, Cao Yang would furiously blast 100 rounds of superfire, which also directly attracted tens of thousands of gourd eaters to watch. Super Divine Freedom Big Brother formed a family. Big Brother was checking in with his clan brothers. These two explosive news. After Cao Yang and the others had just played 2 live rooms, they were spread by the melon-eating water friends and anchors. Player groups, anchor groups, and a variety of other groups quickly received this news, and for a time, Flying Fish was once again sensationalized. Many of the anchors who have not yet started broadcasting can't wait to open the live broadcast, looking forward to their own free Big Brother to be lucky, to become the lucky one. Other than that, the Big Brother is happy to casually hand, is as much as 200,000 of the luxury super fire. This is simply with the white pickup the same. The anchor heard, not confused. Usually use all your strength may not be able to glean so many gifts from your own fans. Even if it is a big anchor cannot calm down. It's just a pity that the Big Brother is not something you want to come. It's really someone's joy and someone's sorrow. But I have to say, the name of the free family is completely and utterly displayed. No surprise tomorrow the public number of the major guild media. News material again. After strolling through 10 or so live streaming rooms like this, Cao Yang was a bit disheartened. The brothers are looking for the kind of sexy, hot, and open female anchors. Fun is fun, but see more of him on Fire. This makes him want to call Kayaji, a mature woman, to discuss the true meaning of life. After this amount of checking out, he swiped out more than $2 million, looked at 10 or so anchors, can return cash as only one. Other anchors in the role of makeup plus beauty, although several fierce look good looking, but the real situation is not at all up to the standard of return cash. The only anchor that can cash back, but the driver has as many as 5. Cao Yang suddenly lost interest. This circle down, in fact, is to earn more than 400,000, but Cao Yang completely do not care. Today not to make money, just figure happy. However, it can be seen that although there are thousands of beautiful women on the live streaming platform, the truly high-rated and quality women are also quite scarce. It was simply unattainable. In the group, Cao Yang announced that the checkup was over and he was going to withdraw. However, Brother Dogleg called out to him, "Boss, don't go. I paid attention to a newcomer live room before. It hasn't been long since the start of the live broadcast, but the anchor is absolutely top-notch. Go and take a look at the sprinkle together. I swear by my ding-ding, absolutely see no loss. See a lot of when." To ensure that everyone said praise. I looked at just opened the broadcast. "Boss, let's go over to play it." The dog leg brother in the group or this female anchor boasted to the sky, said also some mysterious. Brother's curiosity cannot help but be hooked up. Even Cao Yang had a hint of interest, so he said, "Okay, let's go over and take a look." Thus, the crowd arrived at the live broadcast room according to the room number. As soon as the crowd entered the live broadcast room, their eyes instantly lit up and their emotions couldn't help but get excited. Brother Dogleg really didn't fool people. At the first moment, the system rating marking beep sounded in his head. Cao Yang glanced at it, and couldn't help but jump a few times inwardly, as if he had won a treasure. The face value was as high as 90 points and the number of drivers was 0. This was simply an unrivaled treasure anchor. However, the most amazing thing was that such an anchor was sitting in the live broadcast room with two identical ones. This is actually a pair of twin sisters. Chapter 51, there's going to be a golden phoenix. Target, Li 11/Li Chanchan. Age, 23 years old. Height, 160 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Face value, 92 points. Body, 95 points. Pilot 0. Favorability, 0. Looking at the information given by the system, the exact same data, but the target is two people, which makes Cao Yang can't help but feel full of novelty. Worthy of being twins. Looks like the same even if it is. Even the body is also the same strong. Even if placed in the many twins, it is also a rare superb. 160 centimeters, although shorter than schoolmate and mature girl Kaiji, but in the girls is also considered good. For girls of this height, the standard weight is usually between 48.6 to 59.4 kilograms, and with both weighing 55. Some girls may look fleshy, but the sisters' body shape looks slim and hot, not losing to their older sister Song Qingyan. The extra weight is all grown in the place where it should be grown. Shasta, TSK, the same high face value, the same hot body. When the two sat together, they immediately stunned the crowd that had parachuted into the live broadcast room. Even Cao Yang couldn't help but feel his heart pounding, his emotions all of a sudden rising. Both zero drivers, such an incomparable treasure girl, all of a sudden surprisingly let himself meet too. Ness, live up to this trip. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm in love. You, that is my wife. That is my sister-in-law. Color/JPG. Dogleg brother. Dependable. Good man. You're still weirdly good, Lou. Frantic/JPG. WTF. I should marry that as a wife. Anxious me. How to choose. Online waiting. Seeing two identical sisters, doubly stunning brothers cannot help but excited. Cannot help but have sent out pop-ups. The original cold public screen instantly was densely pop-up screen brush screen. At this moment, sitting in front of the computer sisters, completely dumbfounded. Originally a few 40 or 50 people, but suddenly increased thousands of people. The key is, that clear water vest in dense pop-up screen immediately let them confused. What is this situation? The sisters, who hadn't broadcasted enough for a month in total, could be said to still be completely inexperienced, and in the face of such an explosive and unexpected situation, they immediately panicked and became alarmed. Welcome all the big brothers to our live room. I am Anchor 11. This is my sister Chanchan. Welcome everyone. Li, who was the first to react, hurriedly opened her mouth and said in an apprehensive voice. The guild's boss had repeatedly instructed them that when people came in the room and were welcomed, they must read out the other person's name, so that they could better retain people. But this so many. How to read? Just as her sister was speaking, her confused sisterly Chanchan also came back to her senses, and a pair of beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. Although she didn't know why so many people suddenly came in the live broadcast room, it didn't prevent her from seeing hope as if all of a sudden. Thank you for all the big brothers to support the scene. There is no big brother who likes the anchor. Can support a hand? Help us. We do not want to lose. Lu Chanchan looked at the instantly fiery scene and said excitedly. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but release light. Yes, at this moment, they were playing PK. Before they were supposed to be working hard to pull votes, only the original live room of more than 40 people, 99% belonged to the white party, pulled half a day, but also only pulled to the $10 or so of votes. The bloodstains were all beaten. The two people who have been hit are not hopeful. Who would have thought that there would suddenly be so many people in the live room? The opposite anchor also looks quite a bit of color, but in front of the two sisters, instantly can only be reduced to a companion, so that people cannot help but directly ignore. After all, the charm of this pair of superb sisters was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. At this moment, hearing the sisters' words, the wind direction of the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room suddenly changed. Lose? Ha ha ha. The opposite side is only on more than 1,000. The free family is here to take PK for you in minutes. These two girls, as if they still can't live broadcast, actually can't recognize my freedom father. It's also true that, at first glance, it's the new anchor of the Gaga. They don't know that they're going to hit the big time. At wind like freedom, boss. What do you say? Cao Yang couldn't help but smile as he looked at this pair of confused and excited sisters. These two were really new anchors who had just joined the industry, and he noticed that the opposite anchor's name was Dream Ringer Small Cauliflower, while the two of them were called Dream Ringer Munchkin Sisters Seeking Attention. Both sides should be in the same guild. and this PK seemed to be nothing more than an old man anchor bringing in a newcomer to the guild. But no matter what, he had brought his brothers here, so naturally he couldn't let them lose. Free family, how could the field to be held lose? Brothers, shine your swords. Cao Yang flew back a pop-up, followed by a smile at the corner of his mouth. Wind Like Freedom sends out Super Rocket *10. Dazzling super fire special effects instantly bloomed in the live broadcast room, followed by countless small gifs floating on the screen after them. The situation of PK was instantly reversed, directly reducing the opposite side to a sliver of blood in seconds. Mom, super fire. He actually also received super fire. Li Wenwen and Li Chanxian saw the super fire special effects rise in a moment, was stunned. The mouth cannot help but open into a O-shaped. Heartbeat also jumped as if beating drums. Live broadcast half a month. They have not received a small rocket, let alone a super fire. Wow 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 wow. Super rocket Thank you big brother. After freezing for 2 seconds, Li Chanxian violently stood up. Her beautiful eyes flashed with excitement, and she lost her voice and shouted, Thank you all for supporting our sisters so. Quill. Being startled by her sister's shout, Li Wenwen also stood up in a hurry with her hands and feet. Originally has not learned much to thank big brother words. At this moment with shocked brain is even more blank. She did not know what to say. She could only pull her sister. So the two people, one raised her right hand and the other raised her left hand, and together they made a big heart. Fortunately, this action has been practiced countless times in private. At this moment, it wasn't just the two of them who were confused. Even the opposite anchor was confused. This PK is just to drive their own send will be the new anchor. Their own no benefit. Fans still chanting pry away the danger of this task she actually do not want to take. But helpless chairman of the dead order. Before the live fans put together 1,000 votes, small cauliflower already feels sure to win. She did not pull the vote, and fans are talking about the newly promoted God Ho Free Big Brother with family brothers to check the news. Wan did not expect to play a moment of effort, did not pay attention. They were actually opposite seconds into the slag, which really let her incredibly wide-eyed, surprised to the extreme. A pair of newcomer anchor what strength? She is no longer clear. How can pull more than 20,000 votes? Little cauliflower couldn't think much and immediately opened her trumpet to the sisters' live room. Her eyes instantly landed on the top one. Wind Like Freedom. Wasn't this the Freedom Dad that was hotly debated in his own live room just now? My goodness. Papa Freedom had actually descended into this new pair of sisters' live room. Dream Ring Guild. President's office. The originally calm anchor group was suddenly bustling with activity, and the president, who was called Sister Flower by her anchors, couldn't help but open the group. 3 seconds later, she couldn't help but jerk up to the screen and looked at the enlarged screenshot, instantly glaring round. Papa Freedom had actually come to his own anchor's live room. This news really also stunned her. Subconsciously in her mind there was only one thought. Hit the big time, developed. This is going to be developed. This third-rate small guild of her own finally had a chance to fly out of the Golden Phoenix. I'll be sure to leave Big Brother Freedom behind. No, the drought is over. Chapter 52, if you hold on to Papa Freedom, you hold on to the future. With lightning speed, Sister Flower boarded the flying fish and arrived at the sisters' live broadcast. Wind Like Freedom sends Super Rocket *10. Wind Like Freedom sends Super Rocket *10. As far as the eye could see, the screen was full of super fire and cool special effects. The pop-ups were brushing the screen like a torrent, and the atmosphere in the live room was boiling like boiling water. People who don't know will think that this is into the live room of a line of popular anchors. But in fact, this is only half a month to open the broadcast of the newcomer live room. Seeing such a cracking scene, even as the head of the Flower Sister in a moment, her eyes couldn't help but shrink violently for a moment, and her heart couldn't help but beat violently at once. The strength of a super divine hero was truly as terrifying as it was. The family that Free Father had gathered in a short period of time was also really hanging on. The big brother was more powerful than the rumors had ever been. Sister Flower's eyes were like electrified light bulbs, bright to the point of glowing. The guild has been crawling around for 3 years, but it's only at the third-rate level, and its pillar anchor, Little Cauliflower, is only a second-tier anchor. Today's guild can be described as still struggling on the edge of survival. It's really a great luck, and the day she longed for to get ahead can finally let her come. As long as she can keep the Free Father, a rare superhero on the whole platform. Not to mention that the twins will be able to soar. Her own guild will also be able to follow the road to heaven. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, Li Wenwen and Li Chanxian were dancing. Without the use of split-screen special effects like other dance anchors, this pair of sisters carved out of the same mold can also dance out that stunning effect. The sexy Korean dance and the sisters' hot bodies complemented each other and made people salivate. Only, in the face of so many spectators, the two seemed to be a little bit unable to let go. but there is a saying that the unintentional willows become shade. In this way, the effect of jumping out of the dance instead of minus points, but rather add a lot of points. Sexy with reserve, simply pure and lustful. Seeing this scene, Flower Sister cannot help but secretly nodded. These two girls did not white cultivation, dance so quickly to jump to such a good, but also belong to the effort to learn. Not in vain, they will be the two as the focus of training anchor. That look, that body, one can beat the existing guild anchor, not to mention the rare twins, Flower Sister in the recruitment of anchor. A glance on the pair of sisters, deep thought picked up the treasure. This to properly cultivate training will be fire. Fortunately, the sisters also have many years of dance bottom. That training into the dance anchor will be more easy. Never thought. This pair of sisters actually so good luck. Just half a month on the air to attract the eyes of the super god ho. This is simply God chasing the reward food. Can't help but check the contribution list. Free Big Brother writing in the dust. That list has gone straight to 2 million. Flower Sister's corner of the eye are smiling out of the crow's feet. However, see the Big Brother's number side bear even a management or not. Flower's sister face a white, suddenly anxious. These two girls were still too inexperienced. The management did not even give the Big Brother card. You dance what kind of dance? Although there is nothing wrong with using talent to keep people, but also divided into time. Even if you keep everyone, it's still bull ******* if you can't keep a free man. A free father can take care of everyone. At this point, of course, we have to lick Big Brother's ass first. Confused, really confused. Free Big Brother is the focus. Keep Big Brother. Give Free Big Brother point attention. Card management. The most important thing is to add friends. Add friends. Add friends. Must add Big Brother's friends. Sister Flower hurriedly typed a message and sent it to the sisters' green bubbles, fearing that they would not pay attention to their cell phones. Sister Flower rushed out of the office in a hurry and came to the door of their live room, but their dance was only halfway through, and she was not able to interrupt for a moment. Standing outside the door, she was so anxious that she was scratching her heart and lungs. These two newcomers were afraid that they didn't know what kind of heaven-defying opportunity they were encountering. Silly, after a century, finally waiting for the sisters to finish their dance, Sister Flora hurriedly knocked on the door, anxiously holding up her cell phone to signal them to check it. It was only until the sisters picked up their cell phones that Sister Flower breathed a sigh of relief. If it wasn't for the fear of giving the Big Brother a bad impression of being in a hurry, if it wasn't for her own old age, she almost couldn't help but get down on the floor herself. After the dynamic and sexy dance, the two sisters' faces steamed out a faint blush, and the two who sat down with their cell phones didn't know what they were looking at, appearing to be dumbfounded. From the live standard, atmosphere regulation and so on, these two sisters from the mature anchor, obviously there is not a small gap. Newcomers can understand, but the dance is also really titillating people itchy. A +1 in 2 charm is rare. People can't help but think of the idiom of killing two birds with one stone. Smiling, Cao Yang hastily stopped some of the charming thoughts that were flying, and was afraid that he would be burned if he continued to fly like this. Alright, brothers, that's it for today. We'll play again next time. To this pair of treasure of the very best sisters clicked a concern. Cao Yang is ready to go down. One is that it is time to eat dinner. The second is that the old look at such a seductive picture is really on fire. Ah, brother Freedom, are you going down? Wait a minute. Having just put down her phone, she looked up and saw Cao Yang's pop-up. Li Wenwen couldn't help but lose her voice. With a heavy heart, she panicked and scrambled her hands to give Cao Yang a click of attention, and stuck a vest on him again. Her fingers crackled on the keyboard again. What's wrong? At that, Cao Yang typed a pop-up. Brother Freedom, it's nothing. You remember to read the private message. You must read it. Lu Qianqian next to him blinked somewhat playfully and said solemnly, I go. In front of us, private chat Big Brother good. Anchor, you guys won't want to ask me to free daddy. Protest. Think I Liangchang also brush $50. I also want a private chat. The moment Lu Qianqian's words came out, it instantly attracted a flirtatious pop-up screen. The sisters' faces couldn't carry both of them red with embarrassment. Ding, Lu Qianqian's favorability has increased by +30. Ding, Lu Qianqian's favorability rises +40. Listening to the system's beeps, Cao Yang smiled faintly and exited the live broadcast room, opening the private message and looking at it. It turned out that the two sisters had sent their private contact information, casually adding the green bubble of the two. Cao Yang's mouth couldn't help but reveal a smile. Such a rare and superb sisters. A man is afraid that they all have to have ideas. In this life, Cao Yang's purpose is not to share the same day with gambling and drugs. As for the other, as you wish, and go with the flow is his lifelong pursuit. Free Big Brother gone. Brought the audience not a minute, also disappeared most of the time. In addition to the attention crazy rise of more than 5,000, and a huge amount of gifts, everything is like a dream. Sisters very tacit understanding each other glanced at each other, both from each other's eyes, saw the nervousness, bewilderment, shock, and a little bit of excitement, collected a lot of gifts. Is he going to be rich? This section of a short 20 minutes of live process. As a newcomer, sisters were shocked numb, the brain is blank, they cannot think about what, always feel in a dream, looked at the live room again cold down, they said goodbye, directly off the air, picked up the phone to see the big brother sent a friend application, they hastily threw the verification. At this time, the president, Sister Flower, pushed the door and walked in, her face, which used to be somewhat serious, became all smiles, affectionate as if an old mother had seen her own daughter. 1-1, Qianqian. Did you add Big Brother's friends? Upon hearing this, the sisters nodded their heads in a somewhat confused manner. Good job, ha ha ha, if we can keep such a big brother, heavenly riches will come, you two are going to be rich, do you know that? Looking at Sister Hua Hua's excited eyebrows, Lu Wenwen couldn't help but smile in a quiet and subtle manner. Lu Qianqian, on the other hand, playfully spat out her tongue, her heart jumping, too scary, that brother freedom brushed a lot of super fire. Sister Hua Hua, if we can keep brother freedom, is it not even if we embrace the big thick leg? You guys, you're so small. Sister Flower, with a face of leisurely reverence, moved and said, keeping brother freedom is more than just holding on to a big leg, it's holding on to the future. Chapter 53, Free Father's Influence. Ha ha, you too, you're really my lucky stars, it's only been broadcasting for such a short period of time, and you've attracted the attention of the bigwigs, good job. At this moment, Sister Hua Hua, who was full of excitement, couldn't help but pull on Li Wenwen and Li Qianqian's hands, looking at this pair of twins who were considered to be the best in terms of both face value and figure. The more she looked at them, the more excited she became. When I say I'm hugging the free big brothers, I'm hugging the future. Don't you guys think I'm making this up? Sister Flower couldn't help her heart surge. You guys are still newcomers. You're busy practicing dance right off the air. You don't know much about big brother freedom. I don't blame you guys. Listen to me. This free big brother has only been playing for a few short days. Do you know how much money he has already spent? Almost $30 million. Not $3,000, not $300,000, but $30 million. This is even more than last year's one God of the Year, Brother Prince. Think about it, if you are really taken in by such a big shot, how can you not worry about being rich? Before I called Cheng Yan small anchor, this big brother for her brush more than 15 million. This is not even the big brother sent those red envelopes. Hey. Originally a little unknown small anchor, these days is more than super first-line anchor still scenery, really takeoff is only sooner or later. Also a small anchor called Man, by the big brother fancy, a night also give her luxury brush as much as 5 million, that scene don't know envy dead how many anchors, only this seems to be a part-time anchor, these 2 days didn't open the broadcast, my good sister this is really a pie-in-the-sky opportunity for a comeback, can be grasped tightly Sister Flower said with a fluttering brow, causing the sisters' mouths to involuntarily open into an O shape as they listened. The horrifying math of millions and millions of dollars at every turn gave them both the feeling of listening to a fairy tale. They didn't even dare to dream about it. They were just looking forward to working hard to get their hands on the 5,000 base salary. At this moment, the two only realized with hindsight that the unattainable riches were so close to them just now. Millions of the thought of such a heavenly wealth. They also have a slight chance to get. Their entire heart almost jumped out of their throats. Only, could such a beautiful thing, which was even more fantastic than winning the lottery, really fall on their own sisters? 1-1, and Qianqian, I am very optimistic about the two of you, so tomorrow I will redraft a contract. Both of your contracts will be based on the grade of a first-tier anchor. It's settled. Secretly suppressing the excitement in her heart, Sister Flower revealed an affectionate smile and solemnly said, as the head of a party, she knew the truth that investment should be made before it's too late. If she waited until this pair of twins really made it big and then flattered them, then the yellow flowers and vegetables would all be cold. Upon hearing this, the sisters couldn't help but stare violently, their eyes widening in disbelief. Just because that big brother played around in the live broadcast room, their own contract had been upgraded a few notches. This was too terrifying. Just as the two sisters were somewhat flattered, the door to the live broadcast room was suddenly pushed open. A figure came barging in a flurry of wind and fire. 1-1. Qianqian sister really loves you guys. With a petulant laugh, the visitor hugged the two sisters, jumping straight to her feet in excitement. The sisters couldn't help but be confused at the moment. The person coming was the anchor Little Cauliflower who had brought them both PK before. This is the first sister of the Dream Ring Guild, although recently often take two people, but privately never so enthusiastic not to mention the enthusiasm, as the first sister of the guild. she is even a bit cold. The sisters have been in the job for such a long time. This has not even looked at them. Now the attitude. Why is it suddenly like finding a long-lost sibling? The two sisters are amazing. All the free father attracted to the bull. In the future, sister can follow you two to mix. Do not say anything. Go, sister invited you to dinner. Little cauliflower, who had previously collected 10,000 medical fees from Cao Yang, was simply thrilled to the core at this moment. She knew that with her looks, it was a pipe dream to get the favor of Freedom's father. But these two twins still had a great possibility. If the two of them could really keep Papa Freedom, and she herself made a good relationship with the two of them, then she wouldn't be able to starve. Use your treat. One and Man have been on board for so long. I was thinking of treating them both to a meal. When Sister Flower heard Little Cauliflower's words, she couldn't help but let her eyes light up, and hurriedly cut off the conversation. At this moment, it was mealtime, and a few more anchors got off the air, and the first thing they did was actually rush into the sisters' live room without stopping. For a while, the warblers chattered non-stop, the attitude as if they had seen their own sisters. Seeing this scene, Flower's sister knew that alone to invite the sisters to eat certainly fizzled out, so Sex waved a big hand, came to a reunion potluck. Walking on the road to the restaurant, Li Wenwen and Li Chanshan Center is full of shock. As a newcomer to the guild, they have always been a small transparent state, because Sister Hua Hua intended to hold them, which makes the guild's old anchors, in fact, did not treat them. Usually, they always remain deliberately distant from her. Never thought that one day their own sisters will have such a star-crossed treatment, that godlike big brother, only to their own live broadcast consumption wave. Actually let their own situation has changed radically. At this moment, the sisters, who had already stepped into society for a year, for the first time experienced what it meant to raise an eyebrow, and their vanity was greatly satisfied. Ding! Li Chanshan's favorability has increased by +20. Ding! Li Chanshan's favorability has risen by +30. By the way, Qianshan, Big Brother Freedom came to your live room today, but it doesn't mean he'll come again in the future. But since he added the two of you as friends, it means he has a good impression of you. In the private room of the hotel, Sister Flower looked at the sisters and said in a serious tone, if you can't hug the big brother's thick leg, you two will have to work hard. Do anchor actually quite hard, not only to broadcast good, private more have to spend a lot of time to maintain Big Brother. You have to be good at what you do in order to catch the Big Brother's heart. Otherwise, there are thousands of anchors. Why would they give you brush? You have to be attentive. Private more and Big Brother exchanges. You do not work hard. There are a lot of little goblins staring at it. Hearing this, Little Cauliflower thought deeply and nodded. Flower's sister is right. Two sisters, let me tell you. Men are big pig's hooves. If you don't give him some sweetness, he'll turn around and run away with other little goblins. You have to be able to maintain it. Nothing to do but to send out more private photos and whatnot. Like Free Father, such a rare super god ho. Even more have to be willing to sacrifice. If I say send yourself up or worth it. Big Brother happy. This life will be developed. Little Cauliflower said with a wistful face. Yes, men are all animals of the lower body. Send yourself the most secure, but also so little thing, to who is not to give the freedom of the father. Absolutely earned a lot. Think about my previous boyfriend, with him for a year, and finally broke up, even a hair did not get, and now all regret dead. Right, if you're looking for a man, you have to look for a man like Papa Freedom. Don't say brush $10 million, brush $1 million. I'm also willing to but like Papa Freedom's level of rich people, I think that the average woman will not be able to look at it, and we think that we don't have a chance. Hearing Little Cauliflower's words, a group of anchors couldn't help but talk at once. The large box suddenly became a gathering place for tigers and wolves, and the sisters who were in this room couldn't help but pick their feet. Listening to these raw words of tigers and wolves, the quiet and gentle character of Li Wenwen's pretty face couldn't help but turn red, and couldn't help but hold her head back, not knowing what she was thinking. And the lively and jumpy character of Li Chanshan's face also turned red. However, the gaze in her beautiful eyes was constantly flickering. Chapter 54 Water Leakage. How to do. What is the future? For more than a year into the community, Li Wenwen and Li Chanshan has been a distant only in the dream, secretly longing for the words. Out of the ivory tower of the university, the two had been like all graduates, as ambitious, think they can break a wrist with life. But after a year of wrestling in society, the two people deeply understand that they are nothing. Around and around, even a satisfactory job cannot be found. Once proudly thought that the community, free from the constraints, can finally control their own lives, can finally go after their own imaginary life, finally can no longer rely on the family, when they earn money, but also to feed the family. Life is like a hard slap, hit people off guard, out of school for half a year, not to mention the imaginary life, based on the seemingly can become a luxury. The first thing you need to do is to get back to your family. When the landlord to call the rent, the current situation of embarrassment, so that they even want to ask for money with the family. What pride, what self-confidence at that moment all shattered, once collapsed to want to cry. What lofty ideals, grand goals, are all bull asterisk 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 asterisk. To be able to live, to be able to stand firm, to be able to not have to be pressed by the landlord for rent, to be able to crave a meal of high di-lao with impunity, have become the biggest extravagance of the two, and all fresh graduates, like high not low, without a good job. Nothing is for nothing. It is hard to find a strong company. The results of work only 2 months, by the greasy boss of all kinds of harassment and hints. Before the internship period, the sisters resigned with fear and trepidation. Fortunately, in a few days, I saw the post of the Dream Sound Guild recruiting anchors, and the two came here. Sisters have seen live broadcasts before, but for this line does not know too much. When applying for the job, no less than a big cake, but has been brutal social whacking a year of them, and not too naive expectations. The real attraction of the two, in fact, is the monthly base salary of $5,000. Because of the bottom of the dance, after a simple training, the two started broadcasting, half a month. In addition to live is trying to learn dance, over the past is also quite full, but which is so easy even if the guild of resources within their reach are tilted to the two, but also not too much of a rise. Half a month. The sisters have already experienced this line, although it is a huge potential, but it is not simple to succeed. The same as 1,000 horses across the one-tree bridge. The beauty of a flight to heaven only belongs to the individual lucky children, but since they came, the two still want to try hard to try. At least there are 5,000 base salary, half a month down. In fact, they are still ignorant and confused. Until today that man with people like God descended on the live room, wantonly wild brush. That powerful scene deeply shocked them. Even now, when I think of that picture my heart is still beating like a drum, secretly excited, listening to the Free Father's magnificent deeds, often a millions of wild brush, too impactful, their 3 views have been completely refreshed, 10 million brush to themselves, that can simply less struggle 30 years, in the face of such a temptation, as long as it is a normal person, no one calmly treat, the future, the original is not so unattainable, just, how can I hold on to it, ding. Congratulations to the host. Li Wenwen's favorability breaks through 50. Upgraded to the first order of relationship, the love of friends. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Li Chanxian's favorability breaks through 50. Upgraded to a first order relationship, the love of friends. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Li Chanxian's favorability breaks through 60. Upgraded to second order relationship, admiration. Cao Yang, who was enjoying his dinner in the luxurious restaurant of the Linjiang Suite, couldn't help but reveal a smile at the corner of his mouth as he listened to the system's beep. In the face of the bait he had cast, it seemed that the pair of superb sisters couldn't remain calm, to which Cao Yang wasn't too surprised. After all, the powerful aura of the banknote ability, whoever uses it knows, heroes have to bend over for 5 buckets of rice, let alone 2 small women. It's just that the two people's good will increase at different speeds, which makes Cao Yang a little surprised. Although they were extreme twins, both in looks and body shape were just like each other. But now it seems that there seems to be differences. Same appearance, different flavor, that's more interesting. I'm not sure what I'm talking about. Thinking of this, Cao Yang's smile grew, silently opening the rewards. 2 first-order rewards, 1 second-order reward. There was no surprise, for free attribute points were opened. After all, it is only a reward for a low-order relationship. Cao Yang does not have too much extravagance, and joyfully pocketed it. What are you laughing at? Why don't you eat? Putting a peeled crayfish on Cao Yang's dinner plate and watching him gush with laughter, Kaieji couldn't help but chuckle and said, "You guess." Sent back to his senses, Cao Yang looked at the large mature woman in front of him who had become more and more bright and attractive after some moisturizing, and said teasingly, "I'm not going to guess. It looks like you're thinking of bad things." Kaieji's face was slightly flushed. Last night a similar smile she had not seen too much, could not help but roll her eyes in a flavorful way. The dignified and beautiful big mature woman, flirtatious and charming in an instant, made Cao Yang's heart couldn't help but jump violently. The agitation that Cao Yang had been aroused by those anchors all afternoon was almost detonated on the spot in an instant. "Yaji, don't leave tonight." Unable to resist reaching out and holding the warm, soft jade-like catkin, Cao Yang said with a gleam in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Kaieji's heart couldn't help but jump fiercely, and then her pretty face violently turned red. Young, I want to go back to see Yo-Yo. If that girl doesn't care, maybe she'll go crazy playing games." After the momentary movement, reason still prevailed. Kaieji looked at Cao Yan with burning eyes, bit her red lips and said in panic, "After saying that, For fear of Cao Yang misunderstanding something, she added with a few difficult to say shyly, "Now, the body is still sore it. Another day. Okay, it's good for a man to be strong, but being so strong makes Kai Yaji a little overwhelmed." Looking at the big mature girl, Kai Yaji's sudden apprehensive look like a small rabbit, Cao Yang couldn't help but laugh dumbly and spoiled him. "Alright, then you can take a good rest tonight." After dinner, the properly arranged Kai Yaji left. At this time, Cao Yang's green bubble received a message from the Extreme Sisters. Li Wenwen sent a bunch of words of thanks, very sincere but not very nutritious, but it was Li Chanxian who was even more powerful than stewardess Xiao Sherman, directly sending a few photos of black silk legs, making Cao Yang look at them and not be able to help but light up in his eyes. Cao Yang excited and the two women chatted for a while. After some small talk, he gradually found that the sister Li Wenwen is always very subtle and a little shy, while the younger sister Li Chanxian is quite bold and enthusiastic, like the same sisters, but let Cao Yang feel a very different character. Chatting, Cao Yang learned that the two are far away in the mountain city, cannot help but feel lonely as snow. He thought of Song Qingyan. It's still good to be a senior sister, it can quench the thirst of the near. Cao Yang could not help but give Song Qingyan past the phone, a time but no one answered. Let him cannot help but some surprise. However, luckily after 10 minutes, the schoolmate returned the call. "What's wrong? Why don't you answer the phone?" Cao Yang casually asked, but on the phone came the anxious voice of the school sister. "Cao Yang, I have a leaky water pipe. It's leaking a lot of water. What to do?" Chapter 55, Passionate Sister. Extremely luxurious riverside suite, living comfortable and cozy, but the old stay is also boring. Cao Yang took a car to Song Qingyan's residence. The schoolmate's house is really leaking. The old water pipe collapsed, leaking a room full of water. When Cao Yang arrived, the landlord has turned off the outside water valve. The water is not leaking, but to find someone to repair it will have to wait until tomorrow during the day. Song Qingyan holding a mop is cleaning up the residual water stains. Cao Yang wants to go up to help, but this makes the sister hand and foot, said nothing to let him do it. In Song Qingyan's opinion, with Cao Yang's wealth and status, it's already a privilege for him to come to her humble abode, so how can she still let him work? The older sister repeatedly stopped. Cao Yang can only give up, but fortunately the water basically also cleaned up. This is an old-fashioned apartment, small but complete, decorated by the schoolmistress with a girl's touch. Sitting on his sister's neatly tidied bed, casually leaning on the bedside, his nose filled with a faint fragrance, Cao Yang looked at the busy beautiful figure. His heart could not help but be filled with emotion. In his last life, he also lived in a similar old rental house, every day like a laborious ants, diligent to death are penniless beggars, not to mention the goddess-level beauty of the school sister, is an ordinary girl see all disdain, which can think of their own one day can also grasp endless wealth, a casual move, can let the beggar's eyes unattainable goddess is flattered. What are you thinking about? Are you thirsty? Do you want to get you a bottle of water? Finished packing? Song Qingyan's sweet voice interrupted Cao Yang's thoughts, causing him to sit up. Well, sorry, Cao Yang, I made you laugh. Song Qingyan stroked her somewhat messy hair, her cool face carrying a touch of embarrassed blush. At the moment, this wretched situation made her feel more and more like an ugly duckling. While he was like a prince in a fairy tale, she was not worthy of him at all. Upon hearing this, Cao Yang couldn't help but smile and patted his thigh to signal that Song Qingyan had come over. Also, it's better not to, just now sweating, dirty. Seeing this, Song Qingyan's face instantly turned even redder, couldn't help but lower her head and said in a hasty manner, "It's not like I dislike you." Cao Yang couldn't help but lose his voice and laughed, saying that he directly stretched out his hand, pulling the apprehensive schoolmate into his arms with one hand. Song Qingyan instantly stiffened her body, but her heart was filled with sweetness. Such an excellent man, does not dislike himself. In this situation, Song Qingyan really feel that she is the happiest woman in the world. At this moment, the school sister, no elaborate dress, no gorgeous clothes, only wearing a plain home clothes, face also no makeup, but the water hibiscus like plain face, can still let a person thumping heart. Cao Yang took the bag that he brought over by himself by the bedside. "Here, a gift for you." Shoving the bag into Song Qingyan's arms, Cao Yang said dotingly, "What's this?" Seeing this, Song Qingyan said with a surprised face. When Cao Yang came earlier, she also saw the bag he was carrying, but she didn't expect it to be a gift for herself. "You open it and take a look." Cao Yang raised his eyebrows and said casually. Having long since learned of Cao Yang's grandiose ways, Song Qingyan knew that the things he sent out to her were definitely not ordinary, and for a moment her heart couldn't help but be filled with the feeling of being pampered and touched. She couldn't help but open the bag and carefully took out an exquisitely crafted wooden box, which not only had a gilded pattern on it, but was also inlaid with a circle of pearls. Although she didn't know what was inside, Just one look at the box that was filled with a sense of high class left Song Changyan greatly shocked. Unable to resist the curiosity in her heart, and involuntarily holding her breath, she carefully opened the wooden box. Into her eyes was a pair of jadeite bracelets that were water green in color, and under the illumination of the light, they were crystal clear and translucent without a trace of impurities, emitting a ghostly turquoise light. No woman could resist the charm of top-quality jewelry. The first moment she saw this pair of emerald bracelets, Song Qingyan's originally cool eyes couldn't stay calm and exploded with a delighted look. Cao Yang, this pair of emerald bracelet is certainly not cheap. Excited for a moment, Song Qingyan couldn't help but ask in a trembling voice, not bad, it's only $12 million. Upon hearing this, Cao Yang smiled faintly and said in a painless manner, this is not that he is pretending, it is really that what he spent is just auction gold. Cao Yang really doesn't have much feeling, it is just a string of virtual numbers. However, hearing Cao Yang's words, Song Qingyan's heart almost jumped out of her throat. A moment of the body stiffened, did not dare to move, for fear that the pair of jadeite bracelet knocked and touched. The first time I saw a pair of jadeite bracelets, I was so surprised to see that they had been given to me. Song Qingyan cannot help but secretly stagger. In a flash, heart full of moving, but also full of fear. How can she be worthy of such expensive jewelry? Cao Yang, no, this is too expensive. I can't take it, even if you give it to me. I don't dare to wear it, in case it gets damaged. It would hurt like hell. Song Changyan looked at Cao Yang full of emotion, but said with a nervous face, looking at her schoolmate holding the bracelet, almost the same reaction as Kaiji after she put on the starry heart. Cao Yang couldn't help but laugh dumbfoundedly. If it's for you, just take it. Can't my woman still wear a bracelet? If it's broken, then it's broken. Buy a new one from. Cao Yang, who had already experienced a similar scene on Kaiji, didn't talk too much, picked up the bracelet and directly put it on his schoolmate's somewhat trembling wrist. I'm going to give it. No refusal. Be good. After both were put on, he dotingly touched the hair of Song Qingyan who gave it away, and said in a domineering manner. At those words, Song Qingyan trembled and couldn't help but lower her head, not refusing again after all. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successful consumption. Obtaining double cashback from the system. Unsurprisingly, hearing the system's beep, Cao Yang couldn't help but reveal a thick smile at the corner of his mouth. Another 24 million in the bag. TSK, Ness. After a moment of secret excitement, Cao Yang saw that his schoolmate's shoulders were actually gently shrugging. He couldn't help but reach out his hand and picked up his schoolmate's lowered chin, and in the next moment, he saw that her cool face was already covered in tear stains. Why are you still crying? Seeing this, Cao Yang couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Cao Yang, you're so supportive of me. You've already swiped so much money for me, and now you're giving me such an expensive gift. Selling me wouldn't even be worth this much. Even if you want me, you don't have to be so nice to me. Hot tears poured down from her reddened eyes. Song Changyan said with a choked voice. At this moment, she was touched to the core. I don't know what to say. I'm so stupid. Cao Yang, you're pampering me like this. I can't even think of what I can do for you. How can I repay you? She had always shown a cold face, but it was just self-protection. Growing up, she was treated as a target of bullying by her classmates. No one stood up for her. She could only make herself strong to protect herself and her sister. At the moment, this feeling of being held in the palm of her hand made Song Qingyan's entire heart melt. Fool, you're my woman, I don't spoil. It's hard not to let other men spoil. Rubbing his schoolmate's white and slippery chin, Cao Yang let out a light laugh and said, Cao Yang. Hearing this, Song Qingyan could no longer tense up. In the eyes of outsiders, the goddess who was known for her high coolness, at this moment, she was even hotter than fire. Chapter 56, Buying a House. The next day, early morning, smelling the fragrance, Cao Yang woke up from his sleep. In the small balcony transformed into a simple kitchen, Song Qingyan was cooking breakfast with her apron on. The high and mighty goddess in the eyes of her classmates was now transformed into a delicate little cook. Just by looking at that hot back, she had a different flavor. Cao Yang immediately lost his sleepiness. What are you doing? So fragrant. With his chin resting on his sister's tender shoulders, sniffing the light fragrance of her body, Cao Yang said with half-squinted sleepy eyes. Frying an egg. She couldn't help but turn her head, glancing at Cao Yang who was still a bit sleepy-eyed, and a sweet smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. With a bark, her red lips imprinted on Cao Yang's face, and then she said like a little wife, it'll be ready in a minute, so go wash up. Cao Yang looked at the pan has been fried to the yellow eggs. Color is good. All hooked his appetite. Cao Yang, a poor person in his previous life, cooking is a necessary skill for him to survive. Just a fried egg. He can see that his sister is also a veteran in this. Even in these days, 10 fingers do not dip in the spring water of the fairy. Catch a large number. and will cook the girl really not much. Longden the fairy is also beautiful, will also cook. That is even more rare. Cao Yang on Song Qingyan's favorite cannot help but add a few more points. Last night's exercise is too much. Cao Yang is really a little hungry at the moment. No longer love each other. He went to the bathroom. The water valve is still closed. There is no water in the pipes. Only a bucket of spare water received by his sister. It is a bit inconvenient to wash up. These days used to living in a 5-star hotel's luxurious presidential room, Cao Yang felt uncomfortable everywhere. After simply washing up, looking at himself in the mirror, Cao Yang couldn't help but laugh. From frugality to luxury is easy. From luxury to frugality is difficult. The old ancestors summarized the truth. Really right. However, even if the water pipes didn't leak, the living conditions of this old apartment were really not good, and the surrounding environment was also a mixed bag of fish and dragons. Song Qingyan, as one of the school flowers of Magic City University, living here at a snail's pace, is more or less a pearl in the dust. In this life, since there is money, there is no need to condescend to oneself, including one's own woman, or else what do you need so much money for, and you can't take it with you when you die. Cao Yang couldn't help but secretly make a decision, and it was time to fulfill his biggest extravagance in his last life. Cao Yang, come and eat. Watching Cao Yang walk out of the bathroom, the senior sister hurriedly called out in a delicate voice, can't do anything without water, just make do for now, don't mind. On the simple small dining table, there was milk and bread plus a love omelette. Song Qingyan said with some embarrassment. In her opinion, with Cao Yang's trenchant wealth conditions, with such a simple breakfast, it was obviously condescending to him. Upon hearing this, looking at his goddess schoolmate who was showing nervousness, Cao Yang couldn't help but favorably scratch the tip of her nose and smiled. He is rich, but also did not dip into any perverted vices. Mountain delicacies he likes. Milk bread will not look down. After eating a simple breakfast, not long after, the landlord brought a maintenance master to repair the water pipes. With the landlord on site to keep an eye on it, he could also rest assured. So Cao Yang dragged Song Qingyan out the door. Cao Yang, what are we going for? Song Qingyan, who followed Cao Yang out, couldn't help but ask with some curiosity. Buying a house. Seeing this, Cao Yang couldn't help but say with great pride, buying a house, for anyone, can be called a big thing? How many people work hard all their lives but in a suite of struggle, with the horrible housing prices in Magic City? For Cao Yang, who was a poor person in his previous life, this is even more of an extravagant hope. However, with today's Cao Yang, this hanging pussy seems, a suite is just a matter of getting it. After seeing his senior sister's living environment, he decided to put this matter on the agenda immediately. This is sooner or later. He can't live in a hotel all the time. The heart of the starry sky to the big mature girl Kayaji. Cao Yang cashback 100 million, giving the emerald bracelet to the school sister. Another 24 million cashback. These days in the live broadcast of consumption, there are more or less a total of more than 50 million to the account. Before, although spent 5 million, that is also more than 40 million. By now, their hands unknowingly already have a huge deposit of nearly 170 million, by such as Sandalwood Palace, the eastern suburbs of one Shishan Manor. Stream of the top mansions may not be enough to see, but buy a large villa to live, that is still more than enough. Cao Yang is remembered. He also has a 10 times the cashback card. It is best to spend the money in the hands of a time, that 10 times the cashback card. TSK, more than $1 billion to hand, also got a mansion, earn hemp. The only thing that makes Cao Yang a little upset is that his real deposits, even if it is for a goddess like the schoolmarm to score a mark with, will not be cashback, which is a lot less room to make money. However, on second thought, Cao Yang was relieved. There is no perfect thing in this world. With the hanging system of their own has been enough to go against the heavens. To be a person cannot be too greedy. The city's green lung, hidden in the city, heirloom mansion. 20 minutes later, Cao Yang led Song Qingyan into a rather grand and atmospheric sales department. Mission Hill's Royal View. Although it is not as good as those famous top mansion estates, it is also a luxurious villa mansion that makes countless ordinary people shy away from it, and is favored by the upper class. As soon as he decided to buy a house, Cao Yang thought of this place first. Firstly, because this is the closest luxury residential neighborhood to the school. Secondly, in his previous life, Cao Yang passed by this place countless times. He was yearning for it, dreaming of owning a suite here. Only, in his previous life, he couldn't even afford to buy a toilet here with his savings. It's a tragedy, but now it's a dream come true in his previous life. As soon as he walked into the sales department of Mission Hill's Royal View, a smart man in his 30s immediately greeted him. There is no such thing as looking down on someone, even if Cao Yang is not very old, but based on the confidence he exudes between his steps, as long as the eyes are not blind, no one would dare to underestimate. What's more, he was accompanied by a school goddess. It is said that to look at a man's taste, You have to look at the woman next to him. Not only taste, strength is also the same. Think with your butt. Such a woman never belongs to the beggar. Not to mention that Cao Yang's dressing was already extraordinary, and the sales also had a sharp eye to see the luxury name watch on his wrist. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Mission Hill's Royal View. I'm the sales here. My name is Cao Yang. It's my honor to serve you both. Just by sweeping his eyes from the two, the human-like salesman smiled a pleated smile and said in a respectful manner. Upon hearing this, Cao Yang nodded and said indifferently, "Do you have any existing houses here right now? I plan to buy a villa." "Yes, there is. Two of you please follow me." The male salesman's smile grew even wider as he led Cao Yang and the two of them to the huge sand table in the center of the hall. Chapter 57, Beautiful Royalty. Star Su Li. Mission Hill's Royal View consisted of a total of 18 single-family villas, each of which was of different sizes and had its own characteristics, but all of which were described as incomparable heirloom mansions. Any one of them is a mansion that ordinary people wouldn't dare to ask for even if they struggled for 8 lifetimes. "Sir, most of the villas have already been sold, and there are still no 5, no 8, no 12, no 14, no 15, and no 18 for sale." Sales Cao Yang pointed to the sand tray and introduced respectfully. Cao Yang looked at the lifelike sand table with great interest, and pointed to the no 8 villa in the center, which existed like the stars, and said with great interest, "This one looks good. Introduce it." "Sir, you really have a discerning eye." The smiling salesman hurriedly patted a horse's ass, and then said, "This Villa 8 can be regarded as the best villa in Mission Hills, which is commonly known as the king of the building. The main villa covers an area of nearly 1,000 square feet, with 300 square feet of fountain garden, and 100 square feet of outdoor swimming pool. The villa has an underground layer, built with a garage and wine cellar. Above ground, there are 3 floors. The main high-quality noble lifestyle, life, not only equipped with luxurious living room, dining room, there are independent bedrooms, guest rooms, leisure and entertainment facilities are quite complete. Immersive private theater, gaming room, gym, home bar and so on. The male salesman introduced a whole lot of things in his voice. Cao Yang listened to it without realizing the brightness. Not too much of a cold. And when he finished, he raised an eyebrow and said, "Building 8, can I look at the room now?" "Of course." At that, the sales said in a hurry. Not long after, the sales drove a sightseeing car and carried Cao Yang and Song Qingyan to the neighborhood, worthy of being a luxurious residence that was advertised as a selling point of the city's green lungs. The entire neighborhood did have a high greening rate, and all along the way, there were boulevards with fresh air and a nice view. The sales drove the car while introducing, and soon arrived in front of Villa 8. Getting out of the car, the 3 did not rush in, because a sightseeing car was already parked in front of the door. Obviously someone was also looking at the house. However, it seemed that they had already finished looking at it, and a female salesperson could be seen leading a pair of men and women who were walking out, with voices faintly coming from them. "Shaoli, what do you think of this villa?" "Mr. 1, such a luxurious villa. Of course it's good. Looking at it makes people yearn for it." The man listened with a laugh, eagerly said, "Shaoli, my previous proposal you consider, as long as you agree, not to mention your script I will invest, is such a villa I can also give you." Upon hearing this, the woman fell silent, and walked a few steps before saying, "Mr. 1, you're joking. I can't afford to enjoy such a mansion." Hearing this, the man's face sank with a look of displeasure. At this time, the 3 of them also walked to the entrance of the villa. Cao Yang also saw the man's appearance, about 40 years old, fat head and ears, holding in beer belly. From the dress, a successful person's dress, Cao Yang just swept a glance, then turned his attention to the woman next to the middle-aged man. In an instant, he was immediately stunned. The woman was dressed very plainly, with a white halter top, slim casual pants underneath, and a light short-sleeved trench coat over it. Although the dress was simple, she exuded a noble and elegant temperament all over her body, especially that imperial lady full of stunning face. Look at a glance can never be forgotten. It was so beautiful that it made people's hearts flutter. This was an actress. Cao Yang instantly recognized her because she had even sung songs at the hotel's VIP ball earlier, an opera song that drew everyone's praise. Although Cao Yang didn't pay special attention to her at that time, he was nevertheless impressed. Even if she hadn't performed at the ball, Cao Yang in his previous life was still familiar with her name, because even in the entertainment industry where beautiful women came and went, her beauty was one of the best in existence. In terms of beauty, she was even a few points prettier than her schoolmate Song Qingyan. She was born with a face that was made to play the lead role, and was a famous Qingyi in the entertainment circle. Her name was Su Li, and she was known as the most beautiful school flower of the Dragon Country Drama Academy that was rare to come across in 200 years. This was recognized. Ding! A target with a standardized comprehensive score has been detected, and the host will receive double cashback for spending bounty money for it. Target, Suli. Age, 28 years old. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Face value, 98 points. Body, 95 points. Drivers 2. Favorability, 0. The moment Cao Yang looked at her, the system sounded a beep. Cao Yang couldn't help but check up on her data. The face value rating was as high as 98, worthy of being called a beauty once in 200 years. This was also the highest rated beauty Cao Yang had seen so far. The body rating was also as high as 95, second only to the voluptuous and jade-like great matured woman Kaya Ji. The driver had already gone through 2, but given her age, it was normal for her to have 2 boyfriends in her condition. To put it another way, it can even be called clean. As an actor, mixed in the showbiz, this big die stuff, she such is also really rare. Cao Yang also remembers that when he and his sister went to see a star performance before, those female stars, any one of them is a 7 or 8 driver. After seeing a few, he was too lazy to pay attention. At the moment, seeing this imperial lady model full of stunning stars, such data, but also really Cao Yang some surprise. At the time when Cao Yang was slightly dumbfounded, the female salesman and the male salesman exchanged greetings and led the two of them to walk in front of him. Only, the middle-aged man took a few steps, but then retreated back. Ciao Xiao, it's really you. Nice to meet you. The middle-aged man's voice with a hint of excitement pulled Cao Yang back to reality. Looking at the middle-aged man who was now in front of him, Cao Yang was a bit confused as he realized that he didn't recognize the other party at all. Ha ha, young Cao probably didn't pay attention to me. At the ball at the Waldorf Hotel, young Chao's bravado of waving his money around in the auction was the envy of all. Seeing that Cao Yang had no impression of himself, the middle-aged man laughed and explained, saying that he fished out a hot gold business card from his body. Handing it to Cao Yang with both hands, the middle-aged man added, "My humble self, Wang Mingxian, it's fate that I met Mr. Cao here. It's a pleasure to meet you." Seeing this, Cao Yang took the business card and scanned it. Hanhai Media Company Limited. Chairman Wang Mingxian. Sorry, I don't have a business card. Receiving the business card, Cao Yang said indifferently. The conversation just now was heard in his ears, but he did not have a good impression of this boss Wang. Young Cao, want to look at properties too? Ha ha, then I won't bother young Cao. See you again when you have the chance. Looking at Cao Yang's cold look, Wang Mingxian smiled sardonically, seemingly feeling that his hot face had stuck to his cold ass. Leaving a sentence, he turned around and left again. Right in between Wang Mingxian's accosting, the gaze of the stunning imperial sister Suli also fell on Cao Yang. With hindsight, she also recognized Cao Yang, because the image of him waving his money around in that auction was really impressive. At this moment, looking at Cao Yang, Suli, who originally appeared to be preoccupied, her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 58, 10 times cashback earned hemp. Sir, ma'am, please come inside. After Wang Mingxian and Suli left in the sightseeing car driven by the saleswoman, Han Xiaoliang led Cao Yang and Song Qingyan towards the villa. The attitude became more and more respectful. The famous big brother of the Magic City Entertainment Circle, Wang Mingxian Wang, has long been rumored in their small circle of sales. The big brother's name can be said to be like a thunderclap. A female saleswoman can get on the line of Mr. Wang, which really makes a group of colleagues very red, and Han Xiaoliang is no exception. Han Xiaoliang saw the attitude of the big man towards Cao Yang just now. In the face of such a powerful big brother rushed to make friends, and their young customer, the performance of the calm, and even a look of disinterest, Han Xiaoliang cannot help but look at the heartbeat. This comparison, the high and low, this young client is even more powerful than that big brother's existence. This caused Han Xiaoliang to be shocked and at the same time, his heart jumped wildly. I thought that this is a small strength of the rich second generation. Now it seems that their own vision is still limited. At this moment, Han Xiaoliang could be sure that this was a wealthier man than Mr. Wang. It was fortunate that he hadn't slowed down the other party before. Han Xiaoliang's smile folds even deeper. Doubly enthusiastic for Cao Yang introduced the villa. The three people from the path through the 300 square meters of small garden. Everywhere you can see the blooming flowers, so people cannot help but be refreshed. At the end of the path was a rockery fountain with a few koi carp in the pool. After the fountain, there is a 3-story luxury villa covering nearly 1,000 square feet. The whole villa has been luxuriously furnished, and everywhere you look inside, there is a sense of high class. Stepping on the marble floor to the first floor of the oversized living room, paved with marble, leather and solid wood panels on the floor, with huge crystal chandeliers, more atmospheric and aristocratic quality. All the furnishings and furniture are said to be high luxury customized models. Cao Yang took a seat on that big leather sofa. Its texture and comfort is first class. On such a high-class sofa, whether it was sitting or doing, It was a pleasure. Inside the large living room, there was a rotating staircase leading upstairs, and in the middle of the staircase, there was a sightseeing elevator that ran through the underground garage and the top floor. After a general tour of the first floor, the three of them took the sightseeing elevator, which was made of all glass, to the third floor. The third floor is mainly bedrooms, master bedroom plus guest rooms large and small more than a dozen. Each one is fully equipped luxury suite. Of course, the largest and most luxurious still have to be the master bedroom, together with the bathroom, check room. The entire master bedroom reached nearly 200 square feet of specifications. Cao Yang turned around quite satisfied. The use of space, decoration and design all highlight the quality of life. Even a faucet is pure brass high luxury custom models. In the bedroom, the huge floor-to-ceiling window ensures that the entire room is light and airy. Sitting on the highly customized sofa in front of the window, looking at the bedroom that was bigger than an ordinary person's entire home, Cao Yang couldn't help but be greatly impressed. Living in such a high-class mansion is really a extravagant enjoyment. Every inch of the floor is permeated with the copper odor of money. The keyboard warrior who hates the rich on the internet will not be sprayed into the slag. Spray it, spray it. If enjoyment is a sin, then let yourself be a sinful sinner. The corner of Cao Yang's mouth revealed a light smile. He snapped his fingers, and sales Han Xiaoliang immediately farted over. How much is this villa? Upon hearing this, Han Xiaoliang hurriedly pulled out a quotation from his accompanying briefcase and smiled. Sir, this villa comes down to $165 million in full. Listening to the other party give the selling price directly without any unnecessary nonsense, Cao Yang nodded with satisfaction. Compared to those top-class mansions that could easily cost hundreds of millions of dollars, this villa was considered cheap. Alright, it's not expensive. Just this one. I'll take it. Upon hearing this, Han Xiaoliang, who was inwardly apprehensive, was suddenly dumbfounded. This is more than $100 million, and it's not expensive? Do you want to hear what you're saying? If he hadn't witnessed the low profile of that showbiz bigwig before, Han Xiaoliang would have thought that Cao Yang was blowing off steam. But at this moment, looking at Cao Yang's bland look, his heart couldn't stop beating wildly, and he said with both surprise and some disbelief, Mr. Cao, did I hear you right? You said you want this villa? Yes, you heard right. Is there a problem? I want it now. Full payment. Prepare the contract. No problem. You wait a moment. Hearing Cao Yang's sure words, Han Xiaoliang froze for 2 seconds. Then a face turned red with excitement. His voice trembled. I never dreamed that this building king, so simple from their own hands sold out. Really the ancestral tomb smoke before that female sales, are accompanied by that Wang sleep how many times? The other party has only a little intention to buy. To understand the most is the loan matters. Look at this big brother. Just turned around and decided to buy. Or full payment. What big brother? This is the real big brother. More than 100 million in the eyes of others are cheap. Then look at that Mr. Wang. What the hell showbiz big brother? Nothing. No wonder you still have to bow to others. Han Xiaoliang excitedly nodded and hailed before running out to call to prepare the contract. What's wrong? Haven't said a word. After Han Xiaoliang left, Cao Yang stood up and took Song Qingyan, who had been silent next to him, into his arms and laughed softly. At this moment, the schoolmate was trying to remain calm, but her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Before, looking at such a luxurious and spectacular mansion, she didn't speak because she was afraid that if she said something out of place, she would disgrace Cao Yang. Now not speaking, she is really by Cao Yang. Even more than 100 million are not in the eyes of the luxury. Shocked numb. Previously, Cao Yang's millions and millions of bold brush had already refreshed her perception of rich people. She originally thought that she already had an understanding of Cao Yang's richness, but now it seemed that she was still ignorant. The extent of his wealth was something that she couldn't even imagine. Looking at his schoolmate who seemed to be stunned, Cao Yang dumbly laughed, kissed her on her glossy forehead and smiled dotingly. What do you think of this place? Do you like it? Upon hearing this, Song Qingyan's beautiful eyes instantly lit up, brightened to the extreme. Her face revealed a moving red color, biting her red lips, nodding her head repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. Such a big villa, up to 99, down to just can walk. That person cannot like wait here to get good. You also move over, but have to wait a while. Here although it is hardcover, but to live also still need a lot of necessities. Here is so big, maids also need to find a few. Well, there is also a chef, but should be able to get it done soon. Thinking that he would one day live the corrupt life of a landlord, Cao Yang also couldn't help but smile. At this moment, the schoolmate's eyes were flashing with excitement, touched, admiration, and a mesmerizingly intense love. She stood on her tiptoes and couldn't help but kiss Cao Yang. Intuition happiness to the extreme. What is her virtue and ability? Met so many good him. She is not proud to repay, can only offer their own passionate kiss. Without letting Cao Yang wait too long, the manager of the sales department personally delivered the contract for the purchase of the house, and there was money to make everything simple. Under the watchful eyes of several people, Cao Yang signed his big name on the contract and made the full payment. Mr. Cao, congratulations, you've become the most prestigious owner of our Mission Hills Royal View. The sale of the king of the building made the manager and the sales so excited that they couldn't wait to give Cao Yang, the god of fortune, a high. What they didn't know was that Cao Yang, who had a bashful face, pulled out his cell phone and the moment he saw the text message, he was also so excited that his chicken went purple. Dragon State Bank, your account with the tail number 9966, the amount of 1.65 billion yuan, the current account balance, more than 1.6 billion TSK, 10 times the cashback card gives strength. After a congratulations for Cao Yang such honorable owners, the manager also gave a lot of benefits, such as 2 years of property fee waiver, also a small 5 million it. However, for Cao Yang, who has already received more than $1,600 million, it's just a drop in the bucket, which is better than nothing. After the manager and sales left, the schoolmate excitedly circled around the villa several times, and after a good photo shoot, the time was noon before the two left. However, the two people who talked and laughed walked out of the door, but could not help but stop in their tracks, only to see that the door was standing in a stunningly beautiful figure. I don't know how long it has been standing, hot and sweaty. Cao Yang could not help but look at it with surprise. This stunningly beautiful imperial ladylike figure was none other than the previous star, Su Li. Chapter 59, Bring the script to you at night. Seeing Cao Yang and Song Changyan walk out from the villa, a bright light flashed in Su Li's beautiful eyes and she quickly stepped towards Cao Yang to welcome him. Hello, Cao Yang. Arriving in front of Cao Yang, Su Li slightly raised her head, and a bright smile appeared on her moving and stunningly beautiful imperial face. In an instant, the beauty was overwhelming. Even though he was used to seeing beautiful women these days, Cao Yang couldn't help but appear briefly disoriented. As expected, the Drama Academy was recognized as the most beautiful school flower, and it was even more beautiful and amazing when viewed from a close distance. You're waiting for me? Froze for 2 seconds. Looking sweaty, face steamed out by the heat of the beautiful imperial sister, Cao Yang could not help but be surprised to ask. Looking at this situation, I don't know how long I've been waiting here. Cao Yang was really a bit surprised. Yes, Xiao. I specifically waited for you. I hope I didn't disturb you. Su Li wiped the sweat that kept rising on his face with a tissue and said in a sincere voice. This one, although she couldn't be called a big hit, she was still a very famous star, and on such a hot day, she was now waiting outside specifically for herself? Cao Yang couldn't help but be more curious. What are you looking for me for? Hearing Cao Yang's words, Su Li's beautiful face instantly dipped out a touch of embarrassment, bit her red lips and said, I've taken the liberty of disturbing Mr. Cao. 1 is to admire Mr. Chao's style, and 2, I have a good script in my hands. I wonder if Mr. Cao has any interest in investing? After saying that, Su Li paused, not waiting for Cao Yang to speak, and then hurriedly added, this script has a lot of potential. If Mr. Cao is willing to invest, I'm confident that I can definitely let you make a steady profit without losing any money. Script? Investment? At first hearing something that seemed to have nothing to do with him, Cao Yang did not take it well and was about to open his mouth to decline. But suddenly, he remembered that he still had a $150 million of investment money that he didn't use to invest in this beautiful lady. Not only can you get the return on your investment, but the investment money itself can also be doubled back. This is a good deal. It's a sure thing. Thinking of this, Cao Yang immediately became interested. What's the script? Did you bring it with you? Let me take a look. Ding! Su Li's favorability has increased by +20. Looking at Cao Yang's look of interest in his script, Su Li's heart rejoiced, but an embarrassed look appeared on her face. I'm sorry, Xiao. I didn't expect to meet you today either. I didn't bring my script with me. Look at it this way. Is it okay? You leave your contact information. When you have time, I'll send you the script. Okay? Add a green bubble. Upon hearing this, Cao Yang smiled plainly, took out his cell phone, and pulled up the QR code for green bubble. Seeing this, Su Li hurriedly pulled out his cell phone and scanned it. I added you. You passed under. Before seeing Cao Yang, to Mr. Wang like big brother or good not for the look. She had thought that he is not too good to talk to people. Did not expect a contact. He was so easygoing. It was worth it to be outside for so long on a hot day. Su Li's heart was filled with unexpected delight. Ding! Su Li's favorability has increased by +20. Watching Cao Yang pass her friend application, Su Li's smile grew more and more moving. In order to avoid a long night's sleep, she couldn't help but ride the wave and said, Young Cao, when do you have time today? I'll take the script for you to take a look at. Looking at Su Li's stunningly beautiful face, Cao Yang raised his eyebrows and said, "Evening." Upon hearing this, Su Li's body couldn't help but stiffen. As if she had thought of something, her somewhat complicated gaze landed on Cao Yang's handsome young face. However, seeing Cao Yang's bland face, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but add a touch of suspicion. Her heart was instantly apprehensive and flustered, but after a few moments, she still clenched her teeth and said, "All right, then, Cao Xiao. I'll bring the script with me in the evening to find you." Cao Yang nodded and left with his senior sister. It was noon and the sky was hot. In such an environment, he really didn't have the mood to talk about anything more. "Cao Yang, that sister just now is so pretty." Walking out of the neighborhood, Song Qingyan couldn't help but say quietly, "What? Jealous?" Looking at his schoolmate's slightly gloomy look, Cao Yang couldn't help but laugh dumbly and couldn't help but grab her softly and said, "Fool, you're pretty too." "Cao Yang, I'm not jealous, I am just a little flustered." Song Qingyan stopped her footsteps and said with a sad face, "I know that with such dazzling conditions as yours, there will definitely be a lot of girls around you, just like just now. Even if you don't look for it, there are women who will come to look for you." "Cao Yang, I am suddenly so afraid that you will turn your head and don't want me anymore," Song Qingyan said full of uneasiness, as if at any moment, she would be abandoned at any time. Seeing the school sister in such a pathetic manner, Cao Yang couldn't help but be a little lost in thought. In his previous life, countless times watching from afar, she was always cool, confident and full of charisma. Even though there was constant gossip, it could not stop countless male students to regard her as a dream lover. She had never been so frustrated and anxious. This makes Cao Yang's heart cannot help but feel a great deal of emotion. In this world, there is no such thing as a superior goddess, but no man has conquered her yet, and when you really break into her heart, it's just a little woman who suffers. Cao Yang stretched out his hand to pick his sister's delicate chin, and then ruthlessly printed on her sexy red lips. 10 words of love can't compare to a kiss that can put a woman's mind at ease. Song Qingyan body stiff, but immediately cannot help but tightly embrace Cao Yang's waist, responding to his passion like fire. After a long time, her lips parted, and the misty-eyed schoolmate inhaled greedily with a big mouthful of air. Being on the street, her pretty face was shyly red. "Fool, still imagining things aren't you?" Cao Yang pulled Song Chengyan's hand and teasingly laughed. Hearing this, Song Chengyan couldn't help but lower her head, but Cao Yang picked her chin again. The corner of his mouth hooked up in a smile and said, "Come on, give free daddy a smile." "Bad egg." Song Qingyan, who wanted to hold back, poofed a smile in less than 2 seconds, and instantly, she pouted in shame and couldn't help but clench her small fists and whacked on Cao Yang's chest. Laughing and joking around for a while, hot sweaty two people, cannot be tensed, hastily in the neighborhood to find a rather upscale restaurant, walked in. After lunch, Song Qingyan said that she wanted to go back to live broadcasting, that glory anchor competition planned by the official Flying Fish Dog. It could be said that it had dangled people's interest, and today the qualifiers had finally started. At this time, Song Qingyan certainly didn't want to drop the ball. Cao Yang expressed his understanding and sent her home after dinner while he returned to the hotel. On the other side of the ocean, in a villa, after attending a party and having a friendly match with a hot blonde, Joseph returned to his home beautifully. Just after arriving home, he received a call from his financial advisor. 1 second, he was still in a happy mood, but the next second will see a ghost as wide-eyed. Before the phone call was finished, he covered his heart and fell to the ground in pain. Rolling and crawling, he fished out a pill bottle from the drawer and swallowed the heart-saving pills with a doleful swish. It took him a long time to get a little bit of energy. "No, no," Joseph murmured uncontrollably, gripping his thinning hair in agony. It was almost bald. Hell, it's surprising that his own property has been either shrinking or on the way to shrinking lately. Today, his own property has instantly vaporized nearly $200 million. How in the world did he offend the damn god? Chapter 60, Go and resign your job first. Cao Yang returned to the hotel and called the housekeeper Kayaji to his side. Today to work has not seen Cao Yang. A morning time, the heart of this big mature woman are inexplicably empty. Seeing Cao Yang return, Kayaji's dignified and elegant face couldn't help but blossom into a warm smile. "Ah Yang, what did you go do? I didn't see you all morning?" Looking at Cao Yang with her beautiful eyes overflowing with tenderness, Kayaji asked with a smiling face. At the moment, there was only her and Cao Yang in the room, and she couldn't help but exude a faint sentiment in her gaze. This made Cao Yang's heart jump hard when he looked at her, and the corner of his mouth instantly raised a smile. After Cao Yang moisturized, Kayaji this ripe peach, really more and more radiant, bright and colorful, especially when the two of them were alone. Perhaps she didn't even realize that the whole person seemed to have become 10 years younger, and her dignified and pretty face would occasionally reveal a small woman's general rosy look. Mature woman, very charming, mature and affectionate woman. Even more charming, mature and affectionate, but also like a shy and delicate woman. It is simply fascinating. Why, do you miss me? A stirring in his heart, Cao Yang let out a light laugh, couldn't help but stretch out his hand to hold Kayaji's warm jade-like catkin, and then somewhat domineeringly pulled her into his arms. Inevitably sitting on Cao Yang's lap, Kayaji's pretty face was instantly colored with a touch of red. Although the two of them had already been honest with each other, she had given her body and even her heart to this domineering and responsible little man. But facing the closeness of the little man, especially in broad daylight, the age difference still made her bashful. However, the thumping heart was full of fluttering, and a touch of uncontrollable pleasure. As a mother, she had been pulling her daughter alone all these years. She was both a mom and a dad, until recently, and Cao Yang get along. She really appreciate the joy of being a woman. Looking at the big ripe girl's reddish face, Cao Yang couldn't help but kiss her, but didn't tease her anymore. He knew, don't look at Kayaji's age. Many times she was more shy than her older sister Song Qingyan, especially in broad daylight. Hands fell on that like cotton wool waist. Cao Yang smiled. His heart couldn't help but be a little excited, and told her on the matter of buying a villa, buy a house. For any of them, I'm afraid can be called a big thing. In the eyes of the Chinese people, home is a complex engraved in the genes, and a house is the foundation of a home. In his previous life, Cao Yang worked hard, and his greatest wish was to have a house of his own, so that he could also have a place to stay in the metropolis. Unfortunately, it was not realized in his previous life until his death. However, fortunately, just a short time after rebirth, he turned the luxury of his previous life into reality. In fact, there was still a lot of excitement inside. This is a big deal. Yang, you are really outstanding. Congratulations. Hearing that Cao Yang had bought a house, or a mansion, for a while Kayaji was quite excited. She was happy for Cao Yang. Only, on top of being happy, suddenly a touch of disappointment welled up in her heart. The little man had his own mansion, so he didn't need to live in a hotel anymore. Doesn't that mean that one wouldn't be able to see him anytime like now? Thinking of this, Kayaji's entire heart, as if it had been severely seized, it was difficult to suppress a deep loss rose. Although she does not fight for anything, will not grab anything, and did not want to demand too much, but who does not want their own man can pay more attention to themselves. He was young, handsome and rich. Such a man had a fatal attraction to any woman, and could make countless women swoop up like moths. Kayaji knew that she would definitely not be the only one for him. He liked himself now because he was still fresh, and when he stopped staying at the hotel, the chances of meeting him would definitely be less. If he had a new love surrounding him, he might forget about himself over time. After all, his own age and his huge gap, with those beautiful young girls then, no advantage at all. While thinking, Kayaji's eyes could not help but darken. The inner heart was suddenly filled with apprehension and sadness. However, Cao Yang didn't seem to have noticed the change of this big ripe girl in his arms in time. Still speaking excitedly, the villa is big. It's nice to live in, but it's also troublesome. The daily care is a not so small job. In that case, the maids have to be hired for a few, and the cooks have to be there too. Right. The key is that someone has to manage it. Rubbing that cotton wool waist, Cao Yang let out a light laugh and said, Yaji, I'm afraid you'll have to resign. I still need the services of this dear big housekeeper of yours. Upon hearing this, the momentarily frustrated Kayaji couldn't help but be startled violently, looking at Cao Yang with some disbelief. A moment later, as if she had only digested this information that filled her with surprise, her beautiful eyes were instantly lit up. Yang, you still want me to continue to be your housekeeper? Kayaji excitedly asked out of breath. That's of course. Don't you want to stay by my side? These days, Cao Yang had gradually gotten used to the impeccable service of such a big matured woman. If he didn't poach her, how could he enjoy the extravagant life like a landlord's lord? You are not only my woman, in my eyes is more family. Home to you. I can only rest assured resignation cannot rush. You first consider. No need to consider. I will resign today. Yang, thank you. Willing to let me stay by your side. Even if it's only as a housekeeper, really thank you. Before Cao Yang finished speaking, Kayaji's eyes welled up with mist. At this moment, Kayaji was really surprised and touched to the core. And now she could be 100% sure that what Cao Yang had for her was not a spur-of-the-moment impulse. She didn't expect any title, as long as she could stay by his side and could see him at any time. Even the status of a housekeeper was so-called. Satisfied. Really satisfied. Yang, thank you for thinking of me. Throwing her shyness completely to the back of her mind, Kayaji violently lifted her red lips and printed them on Cao Yang's mouth. After a long time of lips parting, Kayaji suddenly stood up, glowing. Yang, I'm going to quit my job first. The big ripe girl suddenly revealed a little girl-like demented smile, making Cao Yang look astonished. However, Kayaji was still happy. Although the hotel job was good, but it was only a senior point of the waitress. All service, that is still a service to their own men. Without even blinking, she gave her a top luxury necklace as high as $50 million. She knew that this little man would never treat himself poorly. She knew that this little man would never treat her poorly. To be needed by him, to stay by his side, this made Cao Yang's heart as sweet as honey. Not only is the resignation, maids, cooks and other candidates, she cannot wait to start thinking in her heart. Fortunately, she has been a housekeeper for so many years. This aspect is still not a lack of resources. Looking at Cao Yang's departure, Cao Yang couldn't help but laugh out. With Cao Yang taking care of the villa's chores, he doesn't have to worry about it. Just wait and live on the line. Thinking of this, Cao Yang lazily leaned on the sofa, all relaxed her, took out his cell phone, opened the flying fish, finally waited for the activity of the flying fish. That engage in money can also be more interesting. No surprises, the schoolmarm has already started broadcasting. He directly clicked in. Chapter 61, the main Big Brother is the 8th master. Big Brother welcomes you. Thank you for coming to my place. He's coming, he's walking with gifts. Big Brother Heaven, Big Brother Earth, Big Brother can hold the heavens and the earth. Big Brother Wind, Big Brother Rain, Big Brother can call the wind and the rain. Cao Yang came to the live broadcast room and heard the dynamic and powerful song ringing out. It turned out that at the first moment, the schoolmate noticed his arrival and quickly switched the music, and almost at the same time she stood up. Welcome society, my freedom brother. Family welcome pop-ups move. The schoolmate's eyes were full of tenderness, but her voice was full of passion as she shouted out. This startled Cao Yang. It was too unexpected. However, after settling down, he couldn't help but be greatly happy. He could tell that his senior sister had been working hard, constantly trying to break through, and hadn't drifted away just because she had his support. Her upward mobility, Cao Yang saw in his eyes, very pleased. However, looking at the woman who was all honest and open with herself, welcoming herself so fervently, inexplicably feeling a bit joyful again, Cao Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Welcome my brother Freedom. Welcome boss. Welcome Father Freedom. Driven by the schoolmates, the water friends in the live broadcast room also discovered Cao Yang, and in an instant, all sorts of welcoming pop-ups came pouring out from all over the place. The pop-ups that swiped the screen in minutes scrolled up, and it was suddenly hilarious. Looking at this rowdy scene, Cao Yang couldn't help but smile. He had gradually adapted to the status of Big Brother. One by one, the familiar IDs with free vests fell into his eyes, and he couldn't help but return a pop-up screen with a flat billion. Brothers are here. Good afternoon everyone. Boss, good afternoon. Ha ha, the boss is here. Then this match will be interesting. Brother Freedom, the platform's new event is out. What do you think? Excited/JPG. Boss, are we going to fight? Or fight? Or fight? In the blink of an eye, the winds in the live broadcast room suddenly turned, and they all pulled to the event. The ones who showed the most excitement and enthusiasm were the members of the Free family, who seemed to be more interested in this activity than him as the boss, which made Cao Yang not be surprised. They were all a bunch of militants. However, Cao Yang could understand. Since they had all joined the so-called clans, they were naturally all fun-loving people. Just like joining a gang in a game, people are lonely. Once they find an organization and integrate into it, they will have a sense of honor and will look forward to waiting to make a name for themselves and win the admiration of others. Fight, that's a must, but I'll see how this event plays out first. I didn't pay attention to the details before. Looking at the pop-ups sent out by the excited water users, Cao Yang couldn't help but feel a sense of grandeur. This was a great opportunity to get money. This tournament is going to be fun. Free Big Brother is going to make it to the top 5. So it's a sure thing. As soon as Cao Yang's pop-up was sent out, an excited water user immediately replied back. But just because of this sentence, it made the public screen explode. I'll go. Upstairs, you're afraid you're not awake. My brother Liberty made it into the top 5? That's it. Who are you looking down on? Freedom Father, but red packets can send a few million of the true God luxury. You dare to question my Freedom Father's strength? I am not convinced. All of us family members war for Freedom Father. May as well set a small goal. First get a first. Groove. I was wrong. Big brothers do not spray have wailed, each express their own views pop-ups, so that the atmosphere of the live broadcast room lively to the extreme. Although there is a mixing of words, but also just playful, overall still very harmonious. Cao Yang smiled and didn't pay any more attention. He clicked on the event details in the lower right corner of the live broadcast and checked it out. This event was divided into 3 stages: the qualifiers, the points competition, and the finals. Among them, the qualifiers lasted for 5 days, the points competition lasted for 3 days, and the final was 1 day. The preliminaries, as the name suggests, were also known as the auditions. All participating anchors will be ranked in real time according to the total value of gifts received within 5 days, ending at 0 o'clock on the 5th day. The top 50 anchors can be promoted. The second stage is the points competition. 3 days time. The system will match the anchor 2 by 2 for random PK. Anchor original points for 50 points. Each win a PK can add 10 points for their own. Lose will be reduced by 10 points. The points are ranked in real time, and the final top 8 anchors can advance to the final. The final stage is the final. The way is very rough. Random matching elimination system. Lost eliminated. Won the next. Until the final champion. The top 5 anchors will be rewarded handsomely. And the most notable thing is that they will be able to participate in the official offline cruise ceremony organized by Flying Fish. Not only is there a red carpet show, award ceremony, but you can also take a luxury cruise ship, swim in the river. It is worth mentioning that this activity is the official Flying Fish dogs put enough money to make a grand, and the annual almost, divided into several tracks, games, singing, dancing, face value, stand-up comedy and so on. Each track will determine the top 5, and ultimately participate in the offline ceremony together. As for Big Brother, the top 5, according to the ranking of the total consumption list, also gave the first time to customize the exclusive mount and gift rewards. The top 20 will also be the special guests of the offline extravaganza. Shue's sister was labeled as a singing anchor, so she participated in the singing track. Cao Yang's half a day of paddling in this track had now only received $800 in gifts, and was all ranked outside the top 100. Although it's only the first day of the qualifiers, it can be seen that the anchors are still taking this competition very seriously and actively. The smell of smoke in the competition is also very strong. At this moment, the first place anchor in the singing track, the total value of gifts has reached 1.2 million, and the second place was close behind, also reaching $1 million. The least of the top 10 has also exceeded $500,000. The competition is still fierce. It's good that it's fierce. It's fun to fight it out and brush it yourself. Turning off the event details, Cao Yang couldn't help but reveal a smile. At this moment, the live broadcast room was even more lively, but discussing the popular anchors of the competition, Cao Yang couldn't help but be piqued. You guys say that anchor is the most powerful? Ha ha, free father, this I have the most say. I have gone to scout well, know your enemy and know yourself 100 battles. Seeing Cao Yang's pop up, the dog leg brother is worthy of being a qualified dog leg. The key time can also spy on the military situation. Even all talk about the art of war, causing Cao Yang to be dumbfounded. Father freedom. The singing track don't look at so many anchors competing. To say that the most threatening anchors are actually just 2. The first one is the current top-ranked Super Tier 1 anchor Chien Duo Duo. Old players know that this is the anchor of Super God Ho Blade, whose terrifying strength is loud and clear in the whole Flying Fish. The second one is the second-ranked anchor, Xia Xinger. This is a first-tier anchor with extraordinary strength. However, the iron anchor Flowing Water Big Brother. This year her family Big Brother a lot of do not play. The strength has weakened, but the thin dead camel is also bigger than the horse. Father Freedom. Do you know who her family's main Big Brother is now? Who? It's the Magnificent 8. Chapter 62, Freedom Daddy Don't Stop. The Magnificent 8th Master has also become the main Big Brother? Cao Yang couldn't help but hit the pop-up with disappointment. Originally he was still a little intrigued, but once he heard that it was that scum who had been rubbed on the ground by himself, he was instantly disappointed. He had a brush volume of 18 million. Not enough to look at. On the contrary, the anchor supported by that godly brother Blade was also on the singing track, making Cao Yang a bit delighted. Cao Yang also knows that the Knife Brother is one of the few veteran Flying Fish heroes, once dominated the 8th position of the heroes list. In the past 2 years, the Big Brother brush pulled a batch after batch, but this Big Brother can still continue to brush wildly. Its strength can also be called horrible. He also established the family Big Knife Alliance. Before the rise of the Mansion family, the Big Knife Alliance is the fiercest family in the Flying Fish. Nearly more than a year are invincible. It is said that when Brother Knife was at his most glorious, he had even arm wrestled with the ancient divine magnate, Brother Floating Sinking, and although he lost, he also claimed to be honored in spite of his defeat. To know this floating Big Brother, that is a sensational network of Super God. Live platformer almost played all over the world. Few rivals, not to mention the Flying Fish, even the slow hand teasing sound of all be killed through him. Although the Knife Brother in last year's annual, lost to like a dark horse killed Prince Brother, after the Big Knife Alliance also did not just over the Prince Brothers set up the mansion, reputation has been damaged. However, its strength in the Flying Fish is still the existence of the other gods and heroes cannot be expected. Only, after the setback, this super god hero nearly half a year in semi-retirement state, whereabouts uncertain. If this event he can come back to fight, is also a good opponent. Think of this, Cao Yang mouth corner showed a touch of lonely smile. God Ho 38th Master. Not worthy of being the main big brother? The moment Cao Yang's pop-up screen came out, the pop-up screen that was brushed in the live broadcast room went blank for a period of time. If it was someone else who said such pretentious words, they would definitely be sprayed to death. But when this was typed by Boon Flying Fish Freedom Dad, not only did no one spray it, but the water friends were instantly excited. Ha ha, awesome my freedom father. So to say, my dog leg is convinced. Indeed. All by Freedom Dad. 10 million pressed on the ground mercilessly crushed God's hoe. Not worth mentioning. 666. Free father's words I have no power to refute. The sky does not give birth to my freedom father. Flying fish for ages like a long night. Upstairs. The truth. Free father a arrow to come. Who also have to shiver. Looking at the pop-ups that instantly boiled after a lull in the live broadcast, Cao Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Really damn are all talents arrow to come out. Laughing, but there's no denying that the feeling of being admired and sought after, as if you are the heart of the world, is really cool. Cao Yang couldn't help but feel a little fluttery, but he knew that now was not the time to be fluttery. His own woman's ranking was still outside the top 100. Being admired was great, but getting money was even better. He clicked on the gift column, and found that with the official start of the event, there are actually a few more gifts. Glory Super Rocket, Glory Small Rocket. Cao Yang looked at these gifts. Although the name has changed, the color has also changed, but the price has not changed. I think it is just a change of soup. In order to activity should be just, but the adjustment of the maximum number of single brush, so that Cao Yang is still a little happy. Take the Super Fire say, from the original can only brush 10 rounds at a time, all of a sudden raised to 20 rounds. He also remembers once to that exclusive customer service Lina. Spit out the gift ceiling is too low. Did not expect this immediately doubled? So look at the dog official also pretty damn good at things. That has nothing to say. Cao Yang directly chose the glory of the Super Fire. The number of direct pull full to 20 hair. Get money well, brush more to get more a brush of 40,000. Their own return to hand is 80,000. Great. However, just when Cao Yang is ready to start brushing, but the school sister received a PK. Opposite is a familiar looking anchor. Cao Yang also remembered to send medical bills twice. Seems to have tasted the sweetness. I didn't want to pick it up. She keeps popping up. After closing the mic, the schoolmate said somewhat helplessly, since Cao Yang's strong rise, sensationalizing the entire platform. Under his bandwagon, schoolmate Song Qingyan was also famous. Every day, this kind of anchor who came to rub the heat to rub the medical fee was endless, making the school sister a little headache. But Cao Yang does not matter. Anyway, it does not affect him to get money. Hilarious is still more fun. Brothers, bayonet. Cao Yang smiled and smoothly typed a pop-up, and was ready to start brushing. However, it was he who so casually called out. But the next second he saw a vast array of small gifts dominating the screen. In an instant, it made Cao Yang couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. Freedom Fish sends Glory Ultra Fire *1. Freedom Following the Wind sent out Glory Rocket *10. Freak King of the Mountain sent out Confession Fireworks *5. Freedom Practitioner sends Glory Airplane *10. The Freedom family is awesome. Thank you for your support. I love you all. Quill. The various gifts in the live broadcast room seem like beasts out of their cages, instantly lighting up their sharp fangs. This unprecedentedly powerful cohesion, only to see people involuntarily get their blood boiling. This impact was so shocking that the schoolmates couldn't help but stand up excitedly, shouting out in excitement. This wave of charge. A brush is a minute. The opposite anchor's blood bar, directly to 0.5 millimeters. This wasn't the important thing. The most important thing was that under this wave of gifts, School Sister's ranking in the singing track was directly top to the 10th place from outside the 100, before Cao Yang even made a move. The brothers of the Freedom family had surprisingly hit a total of more than $500,000 in gifts. This cohesion, this fighting power, this positivity, made Cao Yang, the boss, couldn't help but get excited. Brothers give strength. Flying and hitting the pop-ups, Cao Yang was instantly overwhelmed with pride, and at this time, he no longer dawdled, and directly swiped. Win Like Freedom sends out Glory Ultra Fire *20. Win Like Freedom sends out Glory Ultra Fire *20. Win Like Freedom sends out Glory Ultra Fire *20. As Cao Yang made his move, special effects that were even cooler than the normal Ultra Fire from before bombarded the live broadcast. In an instant, the already lively atmosphere of the live broadcast room instantly boiled to the extreme. The visitors who were attracted by one glorious Ultra Fire headline after another immediately stood up and sweat as soon as they entered the live broadcast room. They were stimulated by the explosive to the extreme scene, and their blood boiled so much that they couldn't suppress it even if they wanted to. *******. Big Brother is really powerful. This Glory Super Fire does not want money. As the root of the poor second generation, I finally saw the style of God's glory. Yeah, Me too. Mom doesn't have to worry about me not seeing it anymore. Big brother, you're confused. It's just a waste to brush up on the qualifiers like this. Upstairs, you don't understand. This is strength. Otherwise why is it free, Dad? At this moment, Cao Yang is all high. The system beeps ringing in his head is as wonderful as immortal music. Loneliness, no one understands. After brushing out 5,000 rounds of glory ultra fire, Cao Yang rubbed his somewhat stiff fingers and stopped his hand. Scared to death. Scared to death. This damn casually moving hands. 10 million dry out. Oh my god. $10 million. Big brother is as scary as hell. At this moment, everyone's scalp is numb. Shocked for a long time, speechless. Only the female anchor on the opposite side, whose bloodstain had been beaten to the point where she couldn't even see it with a magnifying glass, had eyes that lit up like they were electrified. Steady. The medical expenses are steady. Being beaten to this B. If it was any other anchor, she would definitely feel insulted. But now she couldn't stop expecting it in her heart. Daddy Freedom, come and insult me to your heart's content. Just fling your big rocket in my face. Yes, just fling it in my face. Daddy, don't. Don't stop. Chapter 63. Big Brother Freedom sitting steadily in a fishing boat. Big Brother Freedom is awesome. Brother Freedom. People are now applying for anchor to catch up. You also support people, okay? Shy/JPG. All get out of the way. Let me bear the dead demon upstairs to wake up. Or let outsiders still think that we don't have urine yellow in the live room. Cao Yang's famous scene of wildly brushing millions of dollars reappeared. And although 10 minutes had already passed, the special effects of Glory Ultra Fire still hadn't gone away. The excited schoolmate didn't even know what to say, and chose a little love song, hoping to use it to express her affection. She sang beautifully, but not many of the viewers in the live broadcast room listened to her carefully. The blood boiling in their bodies still hadn't cooled down, and they only focused on gags in the live broadcast room as a way to vent the exuberance in their hearts. In a short period of time, the $10 million of Glory Superfire directly topped Song Qingyan to the first place of the singing track, once again shocking the eyeballs of the melon-eating crowd. Tens of thousands of viewers marveled and cheered for it, but there were also some discordant voices mixed in. For example, some understand that he will not be able to play the game at all. The qualifiers can advance on the line, on so many pure waste of money. There are also people who say cynical, even if the family is big, you so brush sooner or later have to play finished. In this regard, looking at the cell phone, constantly receiving the bank account text message, Cao Yang only want to send 2 words. Ha! Other people laugh at me too crazy. I laugh at others cannot see through. Xia Xinger's live broadcast room. Xinger, it's okay, don't worry. There's me. We're all on a million. No problem to advance. I'll keep an eye on it. In case it's not enough, I'll make it up. He likes to claptrap. Let man-made good. The game will not even play. Qualifier only. Even if now on 100 million cannot get the championship, the more he brushes now, it's also good for us. He is making death, weakening his own strength, which to the finals of our winning rate is greater. Gnashing his teeth like a constipated magnificent 8, he quickly typed a pop-up screen. While comforting Xia Xinger, he was also comforting himself. From the second place stayed not even half a day, was pressed to the third place. The key time the first place even directly hit more than 10 million. Xia Xinger had a worried face. That super godly tycoon that all the guild media's newses were reporting on was truly terrifying as hell. She had long known about the feud between Master 8 and this free father. Could Master 8, the underdog, really help himself win the match? Even though the 8th master had sworn to assure her many times, he was still pessimistic. But now that she has lost 2 tripod big brothers one after another, she can only invite the 8th master back to help, or else she will only have the guild to hold up, and it is even more impossible for her to win. Alas, Xia Xinger couldn't help but let out a long sigh in her heart. That free father claptrap? But such a claptrap big brother. He himself also have wanted. It could just be someone else's big brother. In her heart, she was really envious and jealous, but Xia Xinger outwardly showed a look of being touched to the core. 8th master, thank you. It's so good to have you. I believe you won't let me say it. That must be. I promise. Looking at Xia Xinger's eyes are red. Listening to her sweet voice, the 8th master was shaken. Excited heart-thumping. The charm of Xia Xinger, a first-tier popular anchor who was famous for her beauty and sweetness, was really not something to be sniffed at. At this moment, the 8th master grinned a smile, and smoked Huazi out of the cigar paradigm. The magnificent 8th master started playing flying fish, and the anchor he looked at was Xia Xinger. Only, even though he had brushed his way up to the 30th place on the divine magnate list, his strength could only rank 3rd amongst Xia Xinger's many big brothers. Above the 2 big brothers, the pressure of his death, jealousy, he broke the defense, so lost left Xia Xinger, and then met Song Qingyan. That's why there is a series of things later. Now that the 2 big brothers had left one after the other, he had come back at Xia Xinger's beck and call. The current him could be said to be holding a lot of energy in his heart. Defeat Cao Yang and make Xia Xinger the champion. In this way, not only can snow the former shame, but also can hold a beautiful woman. Simply two birds with one stone. Just thinking about this made his heart happy. Brother Judge had promised himself that as long as he could make it to the final, he would bring all of his brothers from the Magnificent Sect to support him. Ha ha, the Magnificent Sect is on the march. Steady as she goes. Song Qingyan rushed straight to the first place of the singing track, which not only reduced to the third Xia Xinger worried, even the second place Super Tier 1 anchor Qian Duo was also distressed. In the live broadcasting world, there are many secrets of success for anchors. Some rely on talent, some rely on face value, some rely on feelings, and some rely on sleep. Qian Duo is a different kind of anchor. Big brothers neither want to date her nor sleep with her, they just want to worship her. This is an anchor woman who can turn big brothers into brothers. The character is big and bold, seems to be very tiger, actually high emotional intelligence. As a super first-line anchor her live room popularity is very high, although the Knife brother did not show up for a long time, but the Big Knife Alliance's heritage all in her live room. But even so, in the face of Song Qingyan ascending to first place with a huge gift value of more than 10 million, she couldn't remain calm. She wasn't worried that she wouldn't be able to advance. She was reading a signal that the other party was clearly heading for the final championship as well. She was likewise in her opinion, if you don't fight, forget it. If you want to fight, take the first place. The world knows the world's first peak. Who knows the second? Even if they do, no one pays attention. She wanted to fight for first place, but seeing the free big brother of the sensational platform, so trenchantly swiping wildly, really made her feel unsure of winning. This big brother was too bashful. Just as Chen Duo was resting her cheeks in agony, a message came through on private messaging. From the guild leader, the guild will still strongly support you, but this win is still not secure enough. You'll have to go and invite Brother Blade. Seeing this, Chen Duo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Yeah, only if you invite Brother Knife, then you can win steadily. Cao Yang didn't know that he just casually swiped $10 million, but it made many anchors worried, and he even started to save up for a rainy day. At this moment, he thought of the new pair of extremely talented twin anchors that he had met, and seeing that the sisters were also broadcasting live, he left the school sisters' live room and cut in. The live room of this pair of newcomer sisters usually didn't have much popularity, not to mention that today, the platform's event had officially started, and even many of the big anchors had rolled up. In this way, their live room is even cooler, all less than 40 people. As soon as Cao Yang came in, the sisters immediately spotted him. Both of them were stunned, but in the next second, their hearts jumped wildly. Here he comes. That brash man, he had finally arrived. Welcome, free father. Li Chanxian grabbed the first reaction and bounced up excitedly, her beautiful eyes instantly revealing a look of excitement. Welcome, freedom. Daddy. Li Wenwen, who was half a beat slower, followed suit and also stood up. Only compared to her sister's staggering tone, her voice appeared much more quiet. When she said the word daddy, she was still a little squirmy, and her face floated a faint scarlet color with it. Chapter 64, The Sisters Who Are Lost in Spirit. After 1,000 years of waiting, I finally got my free father. God knows how excited the sisters, at the moment, were. The lively and cheerful sister, Li Chanxian, directly wrote that full of joy and leap on her face. As for the quiet and reserved sister Li Wenwen, although she was trying to maintain her reserve, her heart couldn't help but beat like a drum, and her face was so red that it became more and more moving. People are ignorant a lot of the time, but when they really know it all, they are filled with awe. The first time Papa Freedom brought those people to the broadcast booth, the scene really struck a chord with the sisters. The girls were also instantly thrilled when the live feed was bombarded with 100 rounds of superfire, but because they didn't really know the big man, the two were more just plain excited that they had gotten lucky and earned their money. However, it was what happened after the off-air broadcast that really touched their hearts. The president, flowery sister, who was usually always serious, suddenly became more amiable than a mom. Little Cauliflower, the guild's first sister who was full of superiority, also suddenly lost her high profile and became enthusiastic like her long-lost sister. And its other live broadcasts have also all surrounded, take the initiative to show good, and even do not hide the intention of flattering. All of this touched the sisters, who had been out in the community for a year and had no presence wherever they were, deeply. That big brother just came to his own live room to simply play, brushing 100 rounds of ultra fire, surprisingly let his position in the guild. All changed radically. Big brother's influence is scary as hell. When they were free, they couldn't help but badger all the news about Daddy Freedom so hard, they lost sleep. All night long, the mind couldn't help but be filled with fantasies of one sort or another. What Sister Flower said is not an exaggeration at all. If you can hug the thighs of Papa Freedom, then the future is really within your reach. This is a big man who can make people struggle for at least 30 years less. Today they have been on the air since the start of the broadcast at all times. Free Dad's dynamic. Cannot help but look forward to the big brother can once again descend on their live room. God has really not been kind to himself. And now, Papa Liberty is really expected by himself. Papa Freedom. We saw you give that Miss Qing Yan a fight just now. It was so dominant and powerful and handsome. Li Chanxian smiled with her eyes curved into a crescent moon, and said delicately with a face of adoration. There was also a hint of strong hope in that gaze. From the upper broadcast has been concerned about the status of Cao Yang account. He on the number also for song Qing Yan wildly dumped 10 million glory superfire. They of course the first time to notice. After seeing it in person, it was truly appalling and inexplicably exhilarating. Ordinary people look forward to winning the $5 million jackpot, but they know that it's a beautiful thing that can't be attained. But what's a $5 million jackpot? It's nothing compared to this big guy. Biggie, that's two $5 million jackpots dumped in a minute. Lu Wenwen and Lu Chanxian never thought they could be so close to. Enough to change their lives by splashing heavenly riches. Close enough to know that one thought from the big man and his whole life could be turned upside down. Ding, Li Chanxian's favorability has risen by +5. Ding, Li Wenwen's favorability has increased by +10. Ding, congratulations to the host. Li Wenwen's favorability breaks through 60 and rises to the second-order relationship, a heart of admiration. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the mystery reward. May I ask if you want to open it? Hearing Li Chanxian's words, Cao Yang, who just wanted to return a pop-up, was surprised when a series of beeps suddenly came to mind. He just came to the 2 live room. A sentence has not been sent. Goodwill this rose? The quiet and reserved Li Wenwen had actually broken through to the stage of adoration. It seems that his recent addition of 2 patience and 1 charisma is still quite correct. The more handsome his face is justice. No, they can't see it through the cell phone. That's supposed to be his own flat billion-dollar aura that even the screen can't stop. The qualifiers aren't much fun. They're just for fun. Are you 2 in the tournament? Cao Yang opened the reward dropped by Li Wenwen's relationship breakthrough, and unsurprisingly, 2 more attribute points were opened. 1 point added to strength and 1 to charisma. Feeling the warmth of his body's transformation, Cao Yang's mouth revealed a smile as he quickly typed a pop-up. Yeah, we'd like to play, but there's not even much on the air, so I'm afraid we won't even make it through the qualifiers. Seeing Cao Yang's pop-up, Li Chanxian spat out her tongue and said somewhat slyly, but the flickering gaze of her beautiful eyes seemed to be expecting something. Cao Yang didn't answer. He clicked on the event details and found the leaderboard of the dance track. With this new pair of anchors, there isn't even a specific ranking. It just shows 500 plus. Cao Yang couldn't help but laugh. This was the current state of existence of most anchors, seemingly hopeful and desperate. Freedom. Daddy, do you want to see some dancing? Let's give you a dance. Seeing that Cao Yang didn't respond, Li Wenwen hurriedly said, yeah, pick one then. Turning off the event details, Cao Yang typed a pop-up. So what kind of dance would you like to see? Daddy Freedom? Train shake. This pop-up made the quiet and reserved Li Wenwen's face redden a few more points, but she and her sister got up and got ready to start dancing. Daddy Freedom, we're both just starting out and we're not good dancers, so don't make fun of us. The cameras and music were ready, and Li Wenwen bit her lip, rather shyly, before she began to dance. Ding ding ding. Oh, as the dynamic music played, Cao Yang's eyes lit up. The sisters were still a little rusty in their dancing, but they were hard-working and on point. That high 95-point body was on full display, and with the same super high face value, the killing power was explosive. The point is that such a superb beauty is too. Exactly the same too. Sheesh. At this moment, the dive parties lying in the live broadcast room were blown out. Cao Yang's heart couldn't help but flutter, and he couldn't help but feel an urge to take possession of it. Such a pair of sisters whose looks and body are both superb. Any man who sees them, I'm afraid, must have some thoughts. Win like freedom sends glory superfire *20. Win like freedom sends glory superfire *20. Win like freedom sends glory superfire *20. Thank you Daddy Freedom for the glory superfire. Daddy Freedom is awesome and powerful. Love you yo. Pencil. A sexy hot train rock dance finished. The 2 could not rest. Looking at the screen full of cool special effects, excited out of breath. One left and one right held out their arms in a one-of-a-kind loving gesture. Nice dance. Very belting. Come on, keep it on the air. I'm outta here. After brushing for 100 rounds of ultra fire, Cao Yang said hello and left the live room. What? Papa Freedom this goes. Seeing this, the sisters, who were excited, were suddenly confused. The riches that seem to be within reach are just flowers in the mirror and the moon in the water, as if poured with ice water. The sisters were cooled from their heads to the soles of their feet. In an instant, the 2 lost souls felt as if their souls had been drained from them. Chapter 65 Brother Freedom Fishing. Willing to be hooked. after Cao Yang left the live broadcast room. It wasn't long before the sisters Li Wenwen and Li Chanshan went off the air. It wasn't that the broadcast had run out of time, but their mindset had collapsed. Although Papa Freedom had come today and similarly swiped 100 rounds of Super Rocket, topping both of their rankings in the tournament to 15, it was still a far cry from what they had imagined. Whether it's for people or things, without touching them, one wouldn't think much of it, but once one touches them or even realizes that there's still a possibility of owning them, one can no longer remain indifferent. People are like that. In President Dream Rattle's office, Li Wenwen and Lu Chanshan were sitting side by side on the sofa, depressed and like frosted eggplants. Envious, aren't you? This is the charm of live broadcasting. Otherwise, what do you guys think so many anchors are swooping in like moths for? Do anchors really can earn big money? Good luck. Seize the opportunity. Life is not a dream at all. Look at that anchor Cao Yang. Because of the free Big Brother favor, this is only a few days' time. All to her brush more than 20 million. Who is not red? Sister Hua Hua, who was sitting opposite the sisters, said with great emotion. Hearing this, the sisters' hearts became even harder. Yes, they had snuck over there today to see with their own eyes that Papa Freedom had swiped a huge gift of $10 million in a matter of minutes. That's $10 million. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to earn this much money in a few lifetimes. It's too tempting. Who wouldn't be tempted by it? Free Father did not come even if, since the hope came, the two inevitably cannot help but produce envious and expectant fantasies. It seems that they are also away from the wealth of the sky within reach, but they see but cannot get. It's hard to let a person's mind not explode. This is a life-changing opportunity. They are but ordinary families born girls. As a child, both parents and teachers said always study hard. Knowledge changes destiny. Get into college will be able to make a name for themselves. But after graduating from college, they realize that college students are as many as dogs. Not to mention outstanding. Based on all the problems, satisfied with the job cannot be found. They are full of confusion, feeling that the future cannot see hope. But suddenly, even met the Big Brother can change their lives. No fantasy that is false. They also wanted to be like that anchor, to be favored by the Big Brother. In fact, you guys don't need to be sad. There are still more chances. The fact that Big Brother Freedom can come to see you today proves that he still likes you. At least you guys have already appeared in Big Brother's line of sight. You're much luckier than 99% of the anchors. Looking at the demoralized sisters, Sister Flower couldn't help but sigh deeply. This world dropping pies is not that easy to get. People have anchors? Why should they brush so much for you guys? Say a realistic word. Anything is the price. Want to get how much to pay how much? Life is even more so. Want to catch the Big Brother's heart, but also pay the price. Otherwise the anchor thousands of millions. Why do people give you brush? You are newcomers should not talk to you too far ahead, for fear of scaring you, but the opportunity is sometimes fleeting. If you really want to grasp the free Big Brother, just like the small cauliflower said, send yourself out or worth it. Alas, sister, if I were as young and pretty as you guys, I would have jumped on you long ago. After all, as you can see, Big Brother may just pull out a hair, but it can change our whole life. This thing, it's worth it. Sister Hua Hua's words struck the sisters' hearts like a hammer, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble one after another. Having seen the Big Brother's bravado with their own eyes, not only were they powerless to refute these words, on the contrary they still agreed with them, because it was the truth. Well, don't droop your head. Live broadcasting, more crashes. Get used to it. Cheer up. It's not too late. Think about how to pull together Big Brother. If these days can be free Big Brother coaxed happy, can support you in the activities of a hand, from the takeoff that cannot be far away. Upon hearing this, the two sisters couldn't help but glance at each other, seeing the complex gaze in each other's eyes. At this moment, Cao Yang was leisurely lying on the sofa watching a movie. In a short period of time, he had already grasped more than $1 billion of wealth. Not only his temperament, but even his mindset had become relaxed and calm. This was the bottom line given to him after having money. Getting money is an exciting thing, but Cao Yang doesn't want to be a slave to getting money. Money is not the whole of life. Enjoying life is. Otherwise, what's the difference between him and his previous life? When he was busy with money, that pair of superb sisters is obviously the perfect tool to get money. But well, Cao Yang would like to examine the investigation. Now he is not so short of money at the beginning. There's no need to be in such a hurry. He once told the stewardess, Zhao Sherman, that as long as you're good, he'll paint you a guy. He wasn't a stingy person, and didn't mind granting the other party a fortune in passing when he messed with the money himself. However, generous to generous, also have to the other side know to cherish it. He does not want to be treated as a person stupid money big grudge seed. In a word, the rich and powerful is here. As to whether or not you can get that depends on what is indicated. The current Cao Yang is quite a bit of a ginger Taigong fishing idly, the one who is willing to take the bait. Sisters with superb face and body, As Cao Yang, who is not in common with gambling and drugs, it's false that he doesn't have any idea. But he won't force anything, the bait is scattered. As for the bite or not, it depends on fate. With their own wealth today, excellent women, not afraid to find, if they do not bite the hook, it can only mean that they have no destiny with the rich and powerful. Just when Cao Yang finished watching a 120-minute blockbuster, a message came from the green bubble of his cell phone. Opening it, it was a message from Li Chanshan. Daddy Freedom, do you like watching my sister and I dance? Love it. The corner of Cao Yang's mouth couldn't help but raise an arc as he casually sent out 2 words. The message went back, and it was nearly 10 minutes before Cao Yang received Li Chanshan's reply again. Shy/JPG. It's great that Papa Freedom can enjoy watching. I've also learned a lot of dances, but I want to dance alone for Papa Freedom to see. Seeing this message, Cao Yang couldn't help but smile. Oh, how do you want to dance for me? If it's inconvenient for Papa Freedom's party, I'll go over and find you, and then I'll dance for you face to face. Seeing this, Cao Yang's eyes instantly lit up. TSK, this sister understands things. This makes it hard to dislike. Cao Yang returned a word plainly. Quasi. The fish was smart enough to bite the hook, but Cao Yang wasn't too excited. The mountain city wasn't close to here. It wasn't like he could just come over. At least he couldn't get through tonight, but this attitude still made his heart happy. However, the next moment Cao Yang became a bit excited, because another message was received on the green bubble. Young Cao, is it convenient for you? I'll bring the script to meet you at the hotel in a while. Chapter 66, The Star Bites the Hook. The night was getting thicker, and the lights of 10,000 homes dotted the night sky. The doorbell rang outside the suite. Cao Yang got up and opened the door. The moment the door opened, even though his heart was already prepared, Cao Yang was still stunned, only to see that at the doorway was standing a stunningly beautiful woman with a bright and colorful face. It was none other than the star Suli, who was known as the most beautiful school flower of the drama academy. At this moment, she had obviously gone through some careful dressing, and compared to what she had seen before, her charm had simply risen to another level. A word strapless black blouse with a long golden skirt, showing elegant and charming big woman temperament. Front and rear curved hot body is also a show. Charming big waves of long hair hanging in the white jade shoulders, without half a flaw in the delicate face. Just light makeup embellishment but too gorgeous out of the dust. The finishing touch is a touch of red lips. The end is sexy and provocative, so that people cannot help but want to savor her fragrance. Seeing this big woman who was born with an imperial sister's aura from her face, even Cao Yang, who hadn't arched a lot of good cabbages these days, couldn't help but lose his concentration a little bit. I'm sorry, Mr. Cao, I'm disturbing you. Can I go in? Taking a look, Suli subconsciously stroked her hair, revealing a touch of a charming smile that was so generous, and said in a soft voice, feeling Cao Yang's sweeping gaze with a hint of burning. Suli didn't resent it, but instead, she was somewhat delighted. This effect was what she wanted, showing that she still had the advantage of being able to attract this young lord's gaze, making her tense heart feel a lot easier. She had already seen that Cao Yang's side was not short of beautiful women. The one who followed him before was not much less than herself. Secretly, she was glad that it wasn't a waste of the 2 hours she had spent doing her hair and the careful dressing she had done. It's fine, come in. Upon hearing this, Cao Yang, who had returned to his senses, smiled frankly and said as he sidestepped to let the door open. Suli hurriedly lifted the 2 bags at her feet and walked in, came to the suite that was permeated with high-grade luxury everywhere. In an instant, Suli had a few more points of constraint, but did not lose her temper. These years, mixed in the entertainment industry, she, although not a big hit, but the big scene, has experienced a lot. He thought that it is worthy of an auction to spend a small 100 million super young. Such an environment is worthy of his identity. What are you carrying in your hand? Seeing the big bag in his hand, Cao Yang, who had closed the door, couldn't help but casually ask, I brought some small dishes and wine. I would like to chat with Mr. Cao over a drink. What do you think? Hearing this, Cao Yang couldn't help but froze unexpectedly and then smiled, although he had already eaten. But since this beautiful star full of imperial-style beauty had such an elegant pleasure, he didn't mind fulfilling it. Worthy of being a star in the entertainment industry, she did understand the mood. In the luxurious restaurant, Cao Yang was casually flipping through a thick script sent by Suli, while Suli placed the dishes she brought on the table one by one. I don't know what kind of wine young Cao usually likes to drink, so I brought a bottle of both red and white wine. After the dishes were all set up, Suli took out a red and a white bottle of wine from another bag and laughed. Usually it's white wine, but it doesn't matter to me. Just follow your preference. Cao Yang closed the script and said plainly, how can this be? Then I'll drink some white wine with Mr. Cao. Hearing Cao Yang's words, Suli's heart couldn't help but feel happy and flattered, saying, as he spoke, he put the red wine aside and hurriedly opened the Mao Tai. Ding! Su Li's favorability has increased by +10. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Su Li's favorability breaks through 50 and rises to the first order, the love of friends. Suddenly receiving the system's beep, Cao Yang couldn't help but be stunned, completely not expecting that his careless words had made the entertainment industry's famous Ching Yi, whose favorability had broken through 50. This made Cao Yang quite surprised. Unbeknownst to him, Su Li in recent times, in order to pull the investment, has tasted all the human warmth and cold. Filling both of their cups with wine, Su Li raised her cup and stood up, her bright eyes filled with emotion. Ciao ciao, I toast you, thank you for giving me a chance. Upon hearing this, looking at the look of affection and sincerity of this stunningly beautiful imperial star in front of him, Cao Yang didn't put up a fight either. No need to be polite. Smiling lightly, Cao Yang also raised his cup and clinked it with her. After the two of them drank a glass, Su Li hurriedly pinched up the dishes for Cao Yang. Young Cao, you taste it. These dishes are all made by my own hands. If it's not good, you don't mind. Alright, you eat too. I'll do it myself. Looking at the stunning beauty who put her posture extremely low, made Cao Yang's heart couldn't help but feel quite emotional. Although she wasn't considered a big star who had exploded in popularity, she had a considerable amount of fame in the entertainment industry, and this magnificent appearance was also the object of countless viewers' crazy infatuation. Now, in order to please himself, he even made a table of dishes with his own hands, which could be said to be well-intentioned, and this made Cao Yang not help but be moved by it. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he tasted a bite of Su Li's dish. Although it was just ordinary home-cooked food, and it was still a bit cold, but the flavor was really good. It's delicious. I didn't expect a big star to have this kind of craftsmanship. It's rare, Cao Yang praised without mincing words. Upon hearing this, Su Li's beautiful eyes curved, and a smile of joy couldn't help but rise on her gorgeous face. Young Cao, overpraise, it's just a home-cooked dish. Su Li covered her mouth and smiled with a glowing smile. After a pause, she continued, I'm not a big star. My parents are workers. I started cooking on my own when I was very young, but now I don't do it often. I'm rusty. If you don't mind, then I'm fine. Saying that, Su Li took the initiative to pick up the wine glass again. So the two talked and drank. Soon half a bottle of white wine went down. Su Li's fair and absolutely beautiful face was steamed out by the wine with a touching red color. Even her eyes revealed a hint of disorientation. Hiccup, Ciao Ciao, are you really planning to invest in my script? Su Li couldn't help but hiccup and finally managed to steer the topic to investment. How much money do you need? Cao Yang looked at this good person who was quite bold in her toast, nodded and smiled. Upon hearing this, Su Li couldn't help but sit up straight. Her drunkenness had mostly disappeared, and carefully said, my budget is $50 million. Hearing this, Cao Yang couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. $50 million? That investment money of his own was $150 million, and this was only just a third of it. Seeing Cao Yang's reaction, Su Li's heart seized up. It seemed that her opening of $50 million seemed to have displeased such a great young man. She hurriedly explained apprehensively, Young Cao, listen to me. This is a 52-episode big production serial. I'm confident that I definitely won't make you lose money. 45 million. You see? At least $40 million. This cost has already been compressed to the minimum. Any less and the quality can't be guaranteed. Cao Yang's sudden lack of interest caused Su Li to sweat anxiously. Seeing this, Cao Yang couldn't help but laugh dumbly. You're still talking lower and lower here. Cao Yang laughed and shook his head. Can you be a little bold? I'll give you 150 million. Do you dare to take it? 5 million? Hearing this, Su Li couldn't help but jump hard in her heart, her eyes widening in disbelief. Chapter 67. Doesn't young Cao like it? Cao Xiao, you're not kidding me. You want to invest $150 million in me. Did I hear you right? After a moment of stagnation, Su Li stood up in a huge manner, incredibly shrieking out in shock. Her voice had a tremor in it. Having been in the entertainment industry for many years, Su Li had really seen many big scenes and big names. But at this moment, this woman, who was known as the most beautiful school flower in the 200 years of the Chinese opera, was still deeply shocked by Cao Yang's bravado of opening his mouth with hundreds of millions of dollars. Do I look like I'm joking to you? Looking at the stunning beauty in front of him who was suddenly in a state of confusion, Cao Yang couldn't help but let out a light laugh. Immediately, he nodded slightly and said, yes, you heard it right. Upon hearing this, Su Li's wide-open eyes gazed at Cao Yang tightly for 2 seconds, her heart pounding furiously. Lucky, she had really gotten lucky. She was only asking for a $50 million investment. I didn't expect this man to be as bold as this, actually directly to give himself 3 times the investment. At this moment, there is only one idiom that can describe Su Li's mood. Ecstatic, really ecstatic. Thinking about her experience of begging for investment in the last 2 months, she even had the urge to cry. She is touching the burnt out. Usually have many friends, also know a few big brother, but really to the time to ask for help. She realized what is called indifference. In the showbiz industry filled with fame and fortune, friendship is bull asterisk 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 asterisk. When it is fragile, sleeping for many years of couples can turn the other cheek, not to mention just friends. Not stabbing a knife is good. Pull you a hand? Why? Why do you want to make you good? There are also a few big brother, said to give her investment, but the motives are not pure. Explicit and implicit meaning, adults understand, which makes Suli self-conscious nausea. For example, that Hanhai Entertainment's Mr. Wang Mingxian Wang. Over the years, if she was willing to go down that road with most actresses, with her stunning external conditions coupled with her excellent professional ability, how could she not be popular? But she just can't do that step. See those old men or big belly greasy uncle? Let her feel chills all over. Now she has finally met this young and bold man. It's worth it. It's all worth it. It wasn't in vain that she had left Mr. Wang of Hanhai Entertainment behind that day, then returned to Mission Hill's Royal View and stood at the entrance of the villa for nearly 2 hours in the scorching heat. Young Cao, it's so lucky to have met you. Suli's heartbeat was like a beating drum. She was too excited, and her face, which was so beautiful that any man would have to be mesmerized at the sight of it, was flushed. Gosh, with Cao Xiao's investment of $150 million, not to mention filming a TV series, it's enough to open a studio. Suli's biggest pursuit right now was just to have a studio of her own. Now that the capitalization of the entertainment industry was becoming more and more intense, it was becoming more and more difficult to survive. In the beginning, she was lucky. From the beginning of her career, she starred in leading roles, which gave her an illusion, as if she was a leading role in reality. But with fewer and fewer resources, she woke up to the fact that she is no longer good, but in front of the capital is only a dispensable supporting role, and can only be at the mercy of the other side. If you don't compromise and won't come to terms with things, you'll only have the fate of being replaced. She was not willing. She also wanted to be the protagonist who was not subjected to others'. As you wish, then open a studio, or just open a media company. Hearing Su Li's words, Cao Yang raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly. He actually didn't care too much about what projects she did, script or studio. That revenue Cao Yang didn't look too heavy. The previous script, he also simply scanned, is an urban romance drama. In his opinion is not as good as the Tomatoes of the God Ho novel with feeling. What she does is not important. What is important is the system's double cashback. By throwing out $150 million of investment money, you can immediately get 3 small goals of cashback. TSK, that's only beautiful. Media company? Gosh, I don't dare to think about it. I really don't dare to think about it. To be able to realize the dream of the studio, Suli is already content. This man is too good to be true. Suli's heart is almost jumping out of her throat, continuously stroking her long, big wavy hair that took her 2 hours to do well and gave her a feminine flavor. She could only use such actions to ease her disorientation. But still, she couldn't suppress her inner excitement. When she looked at Cao Yang, she was completely calm and unperturbed, making Suli laugh and cry. $150 million. Damn it, can't you be a little excited so that you don't look so out of sorts? Ding, Suli's favorability has increased by +10. Ding, congratulations host. Suli's favorability breaks through 60, rising to the third order of relationship, the heart of admiration. Cao Xiao, you really, can't you cooperate with my excitement? It looks like I'm too out of character. Suli swept a glance at Cao Yang with her eyes full of excitement, biting her sexy and attractive red lips, and said in a seemingly petulant manner, listening to the system's wonderful beeps, and hearing this stunning beauty's sultry words in front of him, Cao Yang, who was in an extraordinarily good mood, couldn't help but laugh out loud with bravado. Excited? What was cast out was just a string of numbers from the system. What need to be excited? Young Cao, you are really atmospheric. So good to me. I don't even know how to thank you. This first try 3 cups. A few expressions of gratitude. Suli gazed at Cao Yang's young and handsome face. Couldn't help but say. After saying that, also did not play false. Picked up the wine cup a tilt of the head and dried. After drinking, and poured himself a drink. Your heart I received. Mean on the line. How can that be? That's too insincere. Suli tilted his head and drank another one, then continued to pour wine again. Not long after, the remaining half bottle of white wine was almost all drunk into her stomach, so much so, that her entire beautiful and incomparable face was colored with a flushed red color from the wine, and she was unsteady when she stood up. However, despite being shaky, Suli still walked to Cao Yang with the same steps. You're drunk. Cao Yang hurriedly held Suli and said with a laugh. Suli stretched her beautiful eyes uncontrollably revealing an intoxicated glow. This bold man, a lot of times, People subconsciously ignored his age. This face is actually so young, also handsome to the heart. She had seen a lot of handsome men in the entertainment circle, and she knew a few rich big men, but it was the first time she had come into contact with a man who was so rich, and still young and handsome. In terms of age, he was a younger brother in general, but he was so excellent that it was hard to suppress the thumping of one's heart. Thank the heavens! If she wanted to develop in the entertainment industry, if she was destined to follow the same path as other actresses, Suli would rather give her own to the young and handsome him, never cheapen those big-bellied greasy uncles, and dead old men who are still disrespectful at their age. Don't all men like women to get drunk, doesn't Mr. Cao like it? Suli's mesmerized eyes gave Cao Yang a flirtatious wink and smiled daintily. Upon hearing this, Cao Yang couldn't help but be dumbfounded. If you want to say so, must like who do not like? Labor big mouth whip him. I'm so lucky that Cao Xiao met you, you know? These years, I'm so tired, really tired. Hearing this, Cao Yang's mouth couldn't help but reveal a smile. Alas, one just can't see beautiful women suffer, always wanting to give all goddesses a sheltered harbor. It's not wrong, as the saying goes, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. There's a long way to go. Ding! Suli's favorability has increased by +10. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Suli's favorability breaks through 70, rising to the third order of relationship, lover's intent. Chapter 68, Ruthless Men? The second day, Cao Yang woke up from his sleep, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and after another short while, he was completely awake and refreshed. Cao Yang looked at the ceiling with some boredom. He suddenly remembered that Suli's relationship had already broken through to the third stage. He had obtained 3 mysterious rewards, but one of them had not been opened yet. Brother Tong, open the rewards. Cao Yang sent out the command with his consciousness. Ding! The reward is opened. Congratulations to the host for gaining +1 free attribute point. Here it comes, here it comes. Such an unbelievable reward, it comes again. Cao Yang's eyes instantly glowed. It's very beautiful. This Tuanzi loved. Brother Tong, open the reward. Ding! The reward is open. Congratulations to the host for gaining +2 free attribute points. Ness, confirmed the eyes. They're all treasures. Cao Yang remembered that last time he had already added a bit of stamina and charisma, and this time, he took the 2 attribute points and added them all to endurance. Brother Tong, open the reward. Ding! Rewards opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 150 million in investment money. This time when he heard the system's beep, Cao Yang couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Another investment gold. The last 150 million hadn't even had time to be emptied yet, and here came another 150 million. However, with a thought, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Anyway, the target of the investment is right beside himself. Have become his own woman. 150 million is to invest. 300 million is also to invest. Directly all invest in her is not it. 6 small goals at a time. TSK, fragrant honey, what are you laughing at? Honey, it's so good to have you. If you're willing to help me, I'll be able to make the script. I can't wait. Looking at Suli, who was already jumping at the chance, Cao Yang couldn't help but smile. Honey, when will the 150 million investment you mentioned arrive? I want to prepare it as early as possible. Caressing Cao Yang's handsome and young face. At this moment, Suli's heart was as sweet as honey. 150 million? Cao Yang smiled and said blandly. After waking up and coming out of a bit of a situation, I'm not going to invest 150 million. Cao Yang's words came in like a thunderbolt from Suli's ears and split in her heart. In an instant, it was like falling into an ice cave. Not ready to vote? Could it be that this is the legendary Relentless? 150 million. Even herself felt like a dream when she heard such a large amount. Yes, even the richest big brother, facing such a large amount of investment, I'm afraid also have to carefully consider some. Is he overjoyed for nothing? Thinking of this, Suli involuntarily heart a sour. Beautiful eyes cannot help but gush out 2 lines of tears, looking at Suli as if she had been abandoned by a scumbag man. Instantly miserable, Cao Yang could not help but frown. How if I don't invest anymore? Is it still hate me? Regret? Hearing Cao Yang's somewhat cold words, Suli stiffened violently, her tearful eyes suddenly squared off, her gaze filled with panic. No, I didn't. With the speed of lightning, Suli jumped into Cao Yang's arms and hugged him tightly, fearing that in the next moment, because of this misunderstanding, he would abandon himself. At the thought of such an excellent man, who might lose, this stunning beauty, who was known as the most beautiful school flower in the history of Chinese theater, panicked in her heart, panicked to the point that her heart clenched up. Honey, I didn't mean that. Listen to my explanation. Can't even care about wiping the tear stains on her face. Suli panicked and said, I know $150 million, not a small amount of money. You don't invest so much. I don't blame you for that, I really don't blame you, I swear. Looking at the anxious red lips her almost lost blood color, raised his hand to swear beauty. Cao Yang could not help but move, reached out to hold her jade hand. She is also the proud daughter of heaven, is also the white moon goddess in the hearts of countless viewers. To do this, it was also truly rare. Keep one thing in mind, what I don't give you, you can't force it, and what I want to give you, you can't refuse, understand? Listening to Cao Yang's overbearing words, the imperial lady flavorful Suli nodded her head repeatedly like a good baby. Cao Yang reached out his hand and couldn't help but lovingly wipe the tear tracks on her face. Secretly sweating in his heart, he almost played it off. Give me one of your accounts. After the beautiful person in front of him calmed down a bit, Cao Yang fondly stroked her long, big wavy hair and laughed. Upon hearing this, Suli found an account from her own cell phone and gave it to Cao Yang. With the help of Unity, Cao Yang transferred the $300 million of investment money directly to Suli's account. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the successful use of the investment money and obtaining a double cashback from the system. Dragon State Bank, your account with tail number 9966, the amount of 600 million yuan in the account, the current account. Not long after Cao Yang received the bank's arrival text message on his cell phone, and Suli's cell phone also rang. She couldn't help but check it. The next moment, her body shook as if she was sifting chaff. What? 300 million? The whole 300 million? This great Ching Yi, who had been studying Peking opera since she was a child, suddenly shouted out a high note that would put the world out of its misery. It shook Cao Yang's brain into a buzz. Honey, you just did it on purpose, right? Bad guy, bullying me. Nasty, nasty. The huge surprise made Suli cry and laugh. Her small fists couldn't stop pounding on Cao Yang's chest, excited and crazy in general. After a long time, Suli bit her red lips, slightly narrowed eyes instantly flavorful said, Dear, you are so good to me, I don't know how to thank you. Chapter 69, Sisters in the Airport. Time to the late afternoon. Because Cao Yang has something to be busy, Suli understandably left. Although her body was still sore from Cao Yang's tossing and turning, her steps were elegant and confident, and when she left the hotel, Suli had the feeling of being in a dream for a moment. In the eyes of the public, although she has been a little successful star, but she knows that in front of those big shots, so this layer of identity is nothing. Before, in order to tens of millions of investment, she suffered a lot of human warmth and cold. When she came, her heart full of apprehension, but she did a lot of preparation. There is a desperate intention. Success, no doubt. Their own careers will move to a new level. Failure, then she decided to give up the struggle. From now on peacefully a small actor good. This is more or less some element of gambling, but thankfully she had gambled right. Honey, thank you, really thank you, Suli murmured. The happiness in her heart was almost overflowing. The afternoon sun was blazing outside, and the temperature was scorching hot, but even hotter than the sun at this time was Suli's super materialized body, waiting for the car on the side of the road. Although she was wearing a mask, hiding her beautiful face, but just by that bumpy and powerful body, as well as exudes elegant atmosphere confident aura, attracted people passing by frequently turned back. The scorching sunlight was not as dazzling as her magnificent beauty. Bang! Not far away came a soft sound. It turned out to be a youth who only looked backward, crashed into a lamppost. Suli, however, didn't pay attention to this. She couldn't help but tilt her head back to look at the piercing sunlight. Her slightly squinting beautiful eyes flashed with a radiance as bright as the sunlight, with a bright and atmospheric appearance, a tall and hot body, and an elegant and confident temperament. As soon as she stepped onto the campus of the Chinese theater, her name spread throughout the entire acting department. No one knows that there is a big beauty in the department. In the 4 years of college, even though the school is full of beautiful women, but her recognized name of the most beautiful school flower, but no one can replace. From the beginning to the end of her is the boys adore, girls jealous of the existence. After graduation, classmates are competing to appear in a variety of roles, struggling to the road to stardom. In just a few years, many students have made a splash in the entertainment industry, and even 2 of them are also a hit, Red and Purple. She, on the other hand, is still lukewarm to this day. I don't know when she was labeled as a Buddhist. In the eyes of outsiders, she does not compete, elegant and calm, focused on polishing acting, admirable. However, she only understands the frustration and anger of having her role snatched away by a classmate. Because of that role, that female classmate became popular overnight and became a big hit in the north and south of the country. But this, originally had been scheduled for her to play being in the showbiz this fame and fortune. How can she really that elegant and calm? Perhaps to a certain age, after a certain realm she can do, but now is in the age of splendor. She really cannot do since she has set foot in the entertainment industry. Who does not want the stars to shine? All the attention? But she knew what price she had to pay to fight and grab. Using herself to please those loathsome big shots, she couldn't make such a determination. She wanted to make some achievements while she was still young, but really tried. Sticking to the bottom line, she could be said to have hit the wall everywhere, touched the burnt out. She was ready to give up, but her chance encounter with Cao Yang gave her a new hope. Giving herself to him, she didn't regret it at all. Even if the investment matter is discarded, his own dazzling conditions in all aspects are definitely considered a life partner in a million miles. Not to mention that he was also generous enough to invest in himself. Thinking of Cao Yang, the corner of Su Li's mouth involuntarily revealed a sweet smile. Now that he is both his gold father and his own man, she secretly vowed that no matter what, she will never fail to live up to his favor. The car came. Su Li hurriedly got into the car. At this moment, controlling a huge sum of $300 million, her heart was surging, and she was full of vigor. She cannot wait to want to go to plan the next road to go, can foresee their own future career will step on a whole new level. With the help of this heavenly opportunity, she was confident enough that she would never be worse than her classmates in the entertainment industry. Her beauty is recognized, and her ability is also outstanding, which no one doubts, neither her teachers nor her classmates. She has enough backbone. She is not a vain vase. Never let their men lose money. The sudden ringing of her cell phone interrupted Su Li's excited thoughts. Looking at the caller, she couldn't help but knit her brows. Hey, Xiao Li, that script of yours I thought about is still very interested. This way, I booked the restaurant. You come over in the evening, all good. Still can talk about it. As soon as the phone was connected, Wang Mingxian, the old general manager of Han Hai Entertainment, came from the opposite side with a voice full of grease. Su Li's beautiful eyes could not help but reveal a touch of disgust. The previous contact, the other party's dirty mind, almost written on the face. When she knew what he intended to do. Mr. Wang, investment I already do not need. Sorry, I cannot go. Now there are things to hang up first. See you sometime, bye. Su Li faintly finished, decisively hung up the phone. A Rolls-Royce Phantom, which was wiped spotless, drove out from the hotel and ran to the airport. More than half an hour later, the car stopped outside the airport. Young Chao, the airport is here. Driver Xiao Wang flew out of the car, opened the back door and said respectfully to Cao Yang, wait for a while, I'm going to pick up someone. Cao Yang nodded and got out of the car. Li Qianxian said yesterday that she wanted to give herself a solo dance, and today she took a plane and rushed over. This decisive attitude made Cao Yang couldn't help but be filled with fondness. While walking towards the airport, the corner of Cao Yang's mouth couldn't help but raise a smile. With his own ability today, he can still promote any anchor he wants. I can't help it. Just because of this girl's heart, it's not a bad idea to send her a piece of wealth while you're making money. Pick up the lobby of the crowd. Bustling, Cao Yang could not help but see some dazzling, but after scanning around, he still easily found the target he wanted to pick up. Even in the crowded airport, that beautiful figure was still so dazzling. Cao Yang couldn't help but look dumbfounded and instantly revealed an unexpected delight, because this beautiful figure was not just one, but two identical ones. From the beginning to the end, it was only the younger sister Li Qianxian who said she was coming. Cao Yang never thought that her older sister Li Wenwen would follow. You are my mirror image. I am your copy. Just like a mold carved out of the sisters. The same graceful figure, the same fashionable and innocent dress, the same delicate face. Standing together, the two sisters naturally formed a rare and beautiful landscape. Cao Yang's eyes couldn't help but shine, and he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration in his heart. Flowers blossom twice, the lotus grows together. What a dainty lotus plant. Chapter 70 giving you two flowers. In fact, there weren't that many high-flying girls in this world, and when you boldly went up to strike up a conversation, she would enthusiastically reject you. Just as Cao Yang was awed by the twin arriving sister flowers, the men in the neighborhood had already secretly coveted them. Such a rare pair of twin sisters had attracted all the men from the moment they appeared, and some of them had even thought of a name for their child. Cao Yang fixed his mind and walked towards the sisters. However, there was a spirited young man, striding confidently, who had already preceded him and walked in front of the two. Seeing this scene, Cao Yang subconsciously stopped in his tracks, only to see the spiritual guy stop in front of one of the two sisters, and with a glowing face, he began to strike up a conversation. However, he didn't know whether it was the sister or the sister's sister, but he just swept a glance and frowned, saying a few words impatiently. So, the spirit of the young man no longer spirited, low-eyed and left again. Like a defeated rooster, he returned in defeat. Seeing this, the corner of Cao Yang's mouth couldn't help but hook up. Worthy of being the best beauty of the zero driver. This can be moved by a few words. I'm afraid that early broken eggs. Ness, such a beauty is worth deep friendship. Cao Yang guffawed and took a big step up. Hey, how are you two beauties? Revealing an easygoing smile, Cao Yang simply greeted them. Upon hearing this, the girl who had previously rejected the spirited young man, frowned impatiently again. Only, after she looked Cao Yang up and down, without subconsciously, she stretched a lot, and even the corner of her mouth unconsciously showed a smile. Cao Yang secretly said, could it be that his handsome face value had touched the other party? That said, these days, he had added several points to his charisma, and his face value, which wasn't bad at all, had naturally received a significant boost. The addition of physical strength not only made the physical quality better, even the body shape became better, especially after having money. The temperament piece changed even more, plus a high-grade clothes set off. It was even more complimentary. It can be said that the synthesis down, the whole person's charm to enhance a grade, even if the most familiar classmates in the past, I am afraid to see all dare not recognize, will certainly be surprised. Just when Cao Yang is a little bit stinky, but heard Jiao Jiao's soft voice, sorry little brother, we do not add green bubble, also do not add buckle. We have someone to pick up, has been almost there, do not have to send. Thank you. Upon hearing this, Cao Yang couldn't help but be embarrassed. Although his own handsome face value made the other party not so disgusting, but still was rejected without mercy. Not ashamed to be the sisterhood of zero drivers. Line. Sure, hit the small on the line. Cao Yang's gaze couldn't help but scan around the two's bodies. Up close, the sister's beauty is even more stirring, and the real face value is a few points better than the live broadcast. Although the height of 160 is slightly small in front of Cao Yang, but under the short skirt, a pair of white, tender and straight long legs really attract attention. It can be called the model of the leg playing year. What's even more valuable is that two pairs of such reverie-less superbly beautiful legs appeared at once. After a couple of glances, Cao Yang realized that he really couldn't tell which one of them was the older sister and which one was the younger. He couldn't help but let out a light laugh, gazing at the two of them, and smiled. You guys misunderstood. I'm not here to hit on them. I'm here to pick them up. I'm going to pick them up. One of them is called Wenwen, and one of them is called Shanshan, but I can't tell who the two of them are. Can you guys tell me? Upon hearing this time it was the sisters' turn to be embarrassed. The two's gaze that fell on Cao Yang first froze for a moment, then turned into surprise, and finally they all brightened up violently like electrified ones. The heart also instantly beat wildly. You're a free father. The beautiful woman who had opened her mouth earlier to politely reject Cao Yang couldn't contain her inner surprise and excitement and lost her voice and shouted out. The voice wasn't too loud, but it still caused a sea of strange gazes, which caused her to cover her mouth in a hurry. Her small face instantly turned as red as an apple. Even the sisters beside her blushed shyly. However, both of them looked at Cao Yang's beautiful eyes that were uncontrollably bright and glowing. Cao Yang raised an eyebrow and said with a guffaw, yes, I'm as free as the wind. Get acquainted. My name is Cao Yang. Which one of you is the older sister and which one of you is the younger sister? Ding, Li Chanshan's favorability has increased by +5. Ding, Li Wenwen's favorability rises +5. Ding, congratulations to the host. Li Chanshan's favorability breaks through 70, rising to the fourth order of relationship, lover's intent. The system suddenly sounded a beep. Cao Yang was dumbfounded. It seems that it's not that he's not charismatic enough, but it's the matching identity that makes it work better. I'm Chanshan. I'm a sister. The beautiful woman who covered her mouth loosened her hand. Her beautiful eyes were looking around. Her voice was still permeated with excitement. She said, I'm Wenwen. I'm the older sister. Li Wenwen, who had never opened her mouth before, smiled shyly after her sister and said, free dad. Brother, I'm sorry just now I didn't know it was you. You don't want to be angry with me Li Chanshan spat out her tongue and said in a fidgety manner, well, don't blame you. Just call me Cao Yang from now on. Upon hearing this, Cao Yang nodded in understanding and said casually, after looking at them, the two of them didn't have any luggage. They were just carrying 2 bags. Cao Yang then smiled and said, alright, now that we also know each other, let's go out first. Hearing this, the two sisters hurriedly answered and then followed Cao Yang outside. However, after walking for a few steps, Cao Yang realized that he couldn't recognize who the two were again. He couldn't help but laugh and said, you two are too much alike. I can't remember who's who for a while. Like this, sister come to my right and sister to my left, so I can tell them apart. Hearing this, the two sisters stood on both sides of Cao Yang, and the three of them walked out of the airport like this, making countless male compatriots envious and jealous eyes almost fall out. Just after walking outside the airport, Cao Yang couldn't help but stop in his tracks, and couldn't help but reveal a touch of joyful smile on his face. He just couldn't help but open the mysterious reward given by the system after Li Wenwen broke through the lover's intent. Unexpectedly, it had directly opened $100 million in cash. Baby This is really treasure girl. There was no way for Cao Yang not to feel joy in his heart. Looking at Cao Yang stopping his steps, Li Chanxian hesitated for a moment, a little shy and a little curious. Cao Yang, where are we going? Li Chanxian almost revealed the same expression as her sister, except that the quiet and subtle one was even more shy than her sister. Upon hearing this, Cao Yang looked at the superb sisters standing on the left and right, and his mood really couldn't be better. Today's investment money returned 600 million, and now directly open another 100 million, a day to harvest 7 small goals. Really cool. Win the reward. Cao Yang looked at his sister, and then looked at his sister, a bold and atmospheric smile. You two let me see 2 delicate twin flowers. The first time we meet. I cannot be petty. Free father today also send you 2 flowers. Chapter 71, Spending Money. Spending whatever you want. A few minutes later, the Rolls-Royce left the airport and headed towards the bustling city. The extended version of the Phantom was a luxurious 4-seater cabin. Cao Yang let the 2 first-time sisters sit in the back row in pairs, while he himself came to the passenger side, sitting in the loose, comfortable and luxurious back row. Li Wenwen and Li Chanxian were full of constraints, but could not restrain their excitement. And how could they not calm down with their hearts in turmoil? Into the eyes of the reach, they have never been in contact with the sense of high class, want to touch, but also afraid of their own ignorance to others to get broken. 2 people cannot help but look at each other, from each other's bright eyes, see each other's urgency and shock. Lively and cheerful Li Chanxian couldn't help but twist her head to look out the window. Sitting in such a luxury car, she seemed to see a whole new world above a class. The corners of her mouth revealed an uncontrollable delight. Yay! Celebrate! Glad that she made a decisive choice. Too right, this was simply the most correct decision she had made in her life. On the way here, she had been filled with apprehension and worry, because she didn't know what kind of person Free Dad was. If he was a greasy uncle or an old man, what should she do? Along the way, I was praying that Freedom's father would be a rich second-generation man like the national husband. Although he wasn't too young or handsome, at least he wasn't offensive. She thought of many possibilities, only she didn't expect Freedom Dad to be a young and handsome little brother. The moment she saw the real face of this mysterious golden father, Li Chanxian's heart was simply surprised to the extreme. This is the national husband can be thrown out of the 10 streets of the little brother. Love, 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 love. In the Li Chanxian wuji joyful leaping when, quiet and subtle sister Li Wenwen but lowered her head, is in a daze out of focus, eyes in the gaze is full of complexity. At this moment, her heart is also full of surprises, only she is not as easy as her sister. Her heart is like a huge stone, making her upset. Earlier, when she learned that her sister had actually decided to come to Magic City to meet Papa Freedom, she was filled with shock. She had also advised her sister to be calm and not impulsive, but her sister was determined to come. She said that she wanted to catch that man. She didn't want to miss this opportunity that could change her whole life. This opportunity is too rare. As long as you win the favor of the big man, casually brush it off. Your own life is reversed. Just like that anchor called Qingyan. Just for that few days of income alone, she could be clothed and fed for the rest of her life. Even so, but the big brother just support her. After that, the road is still long. The future splendor cannot be imagined. Such can be called a great opportunity against the heavens. But where there is a chance to get it, that person can be indifferent. In the face of her sister's words, Li Wenwen was simply powerless to refute them. Thus, she used the name of being unsafe alone or something like that to follow over. In fact, she was filled with her own selfishness deep down. Who wouldn't want to get the goodwill and support of a superstar like Papa Freedom? Except that her sister's bravery and determination in preempting her caught her off guard. The moment she saw the mysterious Freedom Daddy, she was equally excited to the extreme. This was simply God's favor. This luck was against all odds, but not long after, her heart was as hard as a giant thorn in her heart. Whether it's age, looks, wealth, every aspect of the free father is so perfect. Perfect like the Prince Charming in the fairy tale. Let her heart thumping. But, there was only one person who was so perfect, and herself and her sister are 2 people. Could it be that? Li Wenwen's unraveling self-inflicted internal conflict didn't last too long, because the car stopped. Watching the driver open the door, the 2 stepped out of the car one after another. It turned out that without realizing it, they had already arrived at a prosperous commercial area. Looking at the bright and dazzling atmospheric and extraordinary fashion buildings in front of them, the 2 women couldn't help but be a little confused. What kind of place is this? Li Chanxian asked curiously as she looked at the giant building that was obviously permeated with high-grade luxury. The IFC Mall. Going to buy flowers in this mall? Li Chanxian thought that Cao Yang was going to find a florist to buy flowers, but she didn't expect to come to the mall. Could it be that there were flowers in this upscale mall that couldn't be bought from outside florists? For a while both sisters were a bit puzzled. However, the fact that Cao Yang sent a meeting gift and went to such great lengths to act as such, made both of their hearts feel sweet. This was the sweet feeling of being cared about. We'll know when we go in. Let's go. Cao Yang smiled lightly and led the two towards the mall. In the entire Magic City, this was an internationalized high-end shopping mall that could be ranked as the best in the world, with over 25 world-class brand flagship stores gathered inside. As long as one could think of a luxury store, one could find it here. It can be said that this is the shopping mecca that 100 loser girls will aspire to. A basic designer bag could drain an ordinary person's half-year's savings in no time. Following Cao Yang to the mall, the two sisters felt that their eyes were not enough. Everywhere is a luxury store that makes people want to scream and go in to ransack it. Just by looking at it, the hearts of the two couldn't help but beat wildly. This kind of place, even just turning around, was enough to instantly put a woman in a good mood. There were similarly such upscale shopping malls in Mountain City, but both of them didn't dare to go in because they knew that they couldn't afford it at all. And this place just wasn't for ordinary people like themselves to enter. At the moment, although the sisters were excited, but did not dare to walk around freely, just closely followed Cao Yang's side, for fear of causing any trouble for him. Soon, Cao Yang stopped in front of the LV store. Aren't we buying flowers? There doesn't seem to be a flower store here yet, Li Chanqian said, looking uncertainly at Cao Yang who had stopped. Even Li Wenwen had the same reaction. The two of them had been deliberately keeping an eye out for a flower store along the way, and realized that there wasn't a single one, not all of them here. Cao Yang pointed to the LV store in front of him, and then pointed to the nearby Chanel, Gucci, Hermes, Prada, magnificently. He laughed. Seeing you two, I'm very happy. So free daddy will send you 2 flowers today. One is called rich flower, one is called casual flower. Take whatever you see in this mall, and all consumption freedom daddy will pay for it. Upon hearing this, both Li Wenwen and Li Chanqian were all stunned. Cao Yang's arrogant behavior had simply overturned their perceptions. They would never have imagined that a flower sent by a super big brother would be such a flower. They have money to spend, and they can spend it at will. It was like a dream. Earlier, when Cao Yang said he wanted to send flowers, the two of them thought he was quite romantic. Now it seems that it's really just romantic, and wavy and rambunctious. This rich man's damn romance. Really like it. The sisters were deeply shocked by Cao Yang's domineering behavior. This. Staying dumbfounded for a moment, Li Chanqian was the first to react, but at the moment, her tongue was like a knot, but she didn't say a 1, 2, 3, nothing this that go in, look on the take on the end. Today's mood is good, don't let me spoil the fun Cao Yang guffawed and said in a domineering manner. All from this treasure girl, open 100 million in cash, spend 1,000 or so million is not bad at all hesitating some more. Looking at Cao Yang's completely non-joking appearance, Li Chanqian finally accepted this fact that shocked her. An excited glow gradually appeared in her eyes. This is too good to be true. Long live free dad. With a bark, Li Chanqian boldly stood on her tiptoes and kissed Cao Yang on the face. Finally unable to resist the temptation emanating from those luxuries, she killed her way in. Chapter 72 Li Wenwen cries. Life is like a journey. It's not the scenery that matters, it's the mood. Just like what the advertisement said, life is like a trip. The scenery is not important. The important thing is the mood. At the moment, there is no need to calculate. No need to catty. Money is, how do you want to create the feeling of the master? Really cool. LV flagship store. Although Cao Yang put out so let people crazy bravado, but Li Chanqian did not too much on the head. Excited, she came in and turned around with great interest, but more than that, she just looked. Looking at this beautiful woman who still seemed to want to save herself money, Cao Yang couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He was too lazy to follow and simply sat down on the sofa in the lounge area and waited. Just as he sat down, Li Wenwen also followed him over. What are you doing over here? Don't have a favorite? It's impossible in such a big store. Don't be polite. Looking at Li Wenwen sitting down next to him, Cao Yang raised his eyebrows and laughed in an easygoing manner. No, don't mind me. Chanqian let you break the bank. I just can't. Li Wenwen looked at Cao Yang's angular and handsome face. A faint scarlet color hung on her fair face, and laughed haughtily. At this moment, being alone with Cao Yang, she had an inexplicable stirring in her heart while being nervous. This made this somewhat shy her. The more she resisted the more she wanted to get closer to him. What? Want to save you money? Cao Yang couldn't help but smile as he looked at this rather quiet beauty. He could basically tell who was the elder sister and who was the younger sister of this pair of like-minded sisters by looking at their speech now. The younger sister was lively and always chattering, and the older sister was quiet and basically didn't talk much, but was a qualified listener. It's not necessary. Since I brought you guys here, I have to enjoy myself. Go, don't be afraid to spend money. It's not bad. Cao Yang looked at Li Wenwen's delicate and clear face. He couldn't help but favorably stroke her green silk. For you guys? this might be a luxury that you can't afford, but for me, it's really nothing. Saying this is not to look down on you guys. I just want to tell you that I really don't care about this amount of money. It's just to have fun. Can you understand? Cao Yang's very casual and intimate gesture, but Li Wenwen blushed in shame, her whole body froze, and her heart was pounding wildly. Hearing his words, she nodded a little stiffly. She could largely figure out that it really wasn't discriminatory for him to say that, and that this man who casually swiped tens of millions of dollars in the live broadcast room really didn't care about money. Only, this kind of thing is even crazier than winning the $5 million lottery really fell on herself. It's too shocking to the three views. She still can't turn the corner for a moment. Cao Yang's hand couldn't help but fall onto Li Wenwen's soft shoulder, laughing, so put your heart in your stomach. Take whatever you lack and whatever you like. You guys dress up beautifully, and I can also enjoy your eyes. At these words, Li Wenwen jolted, instantly intent. Yes, in order for him to be pleased, she should also dress up beautifully. With Cao Yang's encouragement, Li Wenwen finally got up as well and went around the store. Ding! Li Wenwen's favorability has increased by +5. Ding! Congratulations host. Li Wenwen's favorability breaks through 70 and rises to the third order of relationship, lover's intent. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a mysterious reward. Please ask if you want to open it. Cao Yang, who was idly bored, couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised when he heard the system's beep. Ha ha, this mall didn't come for nothing, and I actually made my sister Li Wenwen's relationship rise to the third order as well. Ness, turn on. The corner of Cao Yang's mouth revealed a smile, and without hesitation, he issued the command. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining $100 million in cash. Upon hearing this, Cao Yang's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but be ecstatic. Truly worthy of being like sisters. Both are treasures. Surprisingly, they also opened up a whopping $100 million in cash. TSK, beautiful. Jin is not a loss. Jin is not a loss. After a while, the two girls each picked out an outfit and tried it on, then walked over to Cao Yang to show it off. I have to say, the two women's hot and delicate body is simply a natural clothes rack. This high-grade clothes on the body, the temperament has been upgraded by a grade. This really, let Cao Yang said, really is more eye-catching. His eyes burning look at this pair of superb sister flower, satisfied nodded. Shoes and bags, all with all. Cao Yang did not let the two women change down again, directly paid the money, and took the refreshed sisters out of the LV store, towards the Gucci store. The two girls finally deeply realized Cao Yang said that the money to spend, casually spend, and not just talk. He was really doing it. This is too crazy, too extravagant. The heart of the two women are shocked numb. For the first time in their lives to experience the world of the rich is so arbitrary. This is the first time in their lives that they have realized that the world of the rich is so arbitrary and so fascinating. However, Cao Yang is always calmly waiting for the two women to pick the desired luxury goods. Even when swiping the card, it is also the appearance of unperturbed. It was as if spending out $300,000 to $500,000 was like $3 to $5 in his eyes. It didn't hurt at all. That bland look in the eyes of the two women was simply handsome to the point of bursting. In one breath, he had shopped at a dozen or so international luxury stores before calling it a day. The two women's hands are full of large bags, which is only a small part. Even if a store to buy a dress, that much cannot lift. This is a good solution. Cao Yang left the address, left the store directly to the hotel. The two women not only bought clothes, shoes, bags, even cosmetics, and intimate underwear have bought several sets, but the most bought stockings, black silk, white silk, flesh silk, mesh, lettered, patterned, high gloss. Gosh, they can't even be worn out in a year. The two girls are not sure why Cao Yang is so attached to stockings when he's not too attached to anything else. No, there's also that Valentino brand of high heels. Obviously wearing it isn't that comfortable, but Cao Yang seems to be obsessed with this brand. But no matter what, in this short afternoon, the two women's entire lives seem to have been turned upside down, from the initial stupefaction, to numbness, and then enjoyment. This unbridled luxury consumption made both women uncontrollably intoxicated, especially when they saw the gazes of other women, envious and jealous. Their vanity was greatly satisfied. However, for Cao Yang, in the afternoon, he spent less than $8 million in total, which is not worth mentioning compared to obtaining two small goals on the two women. It was already dark when they walked out of the mall. The three of them got into a Rolls Royce and looked for an upscale restaurant tucked away in a detached villa. As soon as they got out of the car, the lively and cheerful Li Chanqian hugged Cao Yang's arm and walked towards the restaurant. And when Li Chanqian, who got off the car in the latter step, saw this scene, her body couldn't help but tremble violently, and in an instant, her whole face couldn't help but turn a few shades of white. In her heart, it was like being stung by a wasp in the mouth. A fierce pain. She couldn't help but bite her red lips tightly, lowered her head and followed up without a word. The three of them came to the luxurious private room and took their seats. Looking at her sister who was laughing and joking with Cao Yang, Li Wenwen felt that her heart was blocked to the extreme. The nose could not help but be acidic, even if it is forced to hold back. The fog under the eyes are condensed into teardrops, cannot help but roll down from the eyes. Chapter 73, Choose you, choose me, let him decide. Even though Li Wenwen turned her head in a panic and quickly wiped away the rolling teardrops, Cao Yang and Li Qianqian still noticed her strange behavior. Cao Yang couldn't help but be surprised. He clearly saw a bright liquid falling from Li Wenwen's beautiful eyes. What's going on? How did this quiet and subtle beauty like the orchid of the valley suddenly wipe up her tears for good reason? Cao Yang revealed a look of uncertainty and doubt. Sis, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well somewhere? Seeing this, Li Wenwen couldn't help but open her mouth directly and asked with concern. Not ask okay, this ask, Li Wenwen heart even more inexplicable as sour. Originally already taut teardrops, suddenly like a dike fell down. This time want to collect cannot be collected. Right, sorry, I'll go to the restroom, Li Wenwen said in a slightly choked voice, then got up violently and ran out of the private room like she was fleeing. This scene confused both Cao Yang and Li Qianqian. What's wrong with your sister? Cao Yang couldn't help but look at Li Wenwen in surprise and asked. I don't know either. Li Qianqian was equally puzzled at the moment, and anxiously stood up and said, Excuse me, Cao Yang, I'll go look at my sister. Cao Yang nodded, and Li Qianqian also hurriedly chased out of the private room. In the restroom, when Li Qianqian found Li Wenwen, she was already sobbing uncontrollably, although she tightly covered her mouth, suppressing to not let herself let out a cry. But the shoulders that could not stop shrugging, let Li Qianqian's heart instantly seized up. In Li Qianqian's impression, after gradually growing up, she has never seen her sister cry, let alone cry so sadly. Even when watching those abusive dog-blooded romantic dramas and crying herself, it was always her sister who was there to comfort her and hand her tissues. She knows that although she usually looks optimistic and cheerful, big-headed like heartless, in fact, the bones are very emotional and fragile. As for her sister, don't look at her usual quiet and delicate appearance, but she was quite strong inside. A girl who was soft on the outside and strong on the inside. Sister, don't cry, what has made you so sad? Li Qianqian couldn't help but put her arm around Li Wenwen's shrugging shoulders. Her eyes couldn't help but redden. I'm fine, Qianqian, I'm fine, let me cry. Crying for a while will be fine, Li Wenwen said with a sob. Sister, you can be like this as nothing. I still do not understand you. What's wrong? I told me well. See you cry. I also want to cry. Listening to Li Wenwen intermittent words, Li Qianqian voice also cannot help but choked up. Reddish eye circles also foggy. The two sisters, who were born as twins, have been very close since childhood, from kindergarten to college, and have not been separated since they entered society. Sisters close to even have agreed to find a boyfriend or mutual gatekeeper, no matter who talk about boyfriend, are recognized before they can be dating. With the two women's face value and body, in school that is also the school flower level existence, even though countless boys chasing. However, the two women have not been in love, which has a lot to do with that agreement. It can be said that since childhood, the sisters were simply as close as one person, forced to endure the anxiety inside. Li Qianqian accompanied Li Wenwen to silently shed tears for a while, to wait until Li Wenwen finally calm a glance. Li Qianqian cannot help but ask, Sister, you in the end what? With me to say I'm your own sister At the word, the eyes are crying red and swollen Li Wenwen, but tightly biting her red lips, shaking her head. Seeing this, Li Qianqian more anxious, to know from childhood to the two can be nothing secret rebellious ignorant age, taboo little piece of film two people also criticize together, to now bathing together is still a common thing. In Li Qianqian's questioning, gradually stopped crying Li Wenwen just gloomy, but was asked anxiously. She could not tense up, red eyes suddenly flashed a hopeful gaze. Li Wenwen finally clenched her teeth, as if she had summoned up some courage. Qianqian, since childhood, I have never fought with you to grab anything. Toys are you first to play, delicious food is also first tight to you. Hearing this, Li Qianqian hurriedly said, Sister, I know all these. Sister, you're too good for too good. Thinking of the past scene, Li Qianqian looked at her sister who looked just like herself. Her heart was momentarily filled with emotion. She was really the best sister. Hearing this, Li Wenwen went out of her mind for a moment, and suddenly revealed a touch of pleading. Qianqian, sis has never fought with you for anything. Now, can you let Cao Yang give me I know saying this, I'm too selfish, but I really don't want to lose him. That perfect man. To meet one in a lifetime is already the luck of the ancestors' graves. Li Wenwen knew that the rest of her life might never meet such a wonderful person again. A lifetime of things even since she was a child all courtesy. Now she had to throw away her face, and her own sister selfish once. Fruit can yield, toys. But can a man give in? If she doesn't fight for such a man, she will regret it for the rest of her life. At those words, Li Chanxian was dumbfounded. Li Wenwen's words were like a thunderbolt, splitting her hands and feet. You're doing it for him. You're doing it for him. Li Chanxian couldn't help but take 2 steps backward as if she had lost her soul. Looking at her sister who had a pleading face, her heart suddenly hurt like a pinprick. This is the dear sister who has been pampering her since childhood, loving her and loving her. If it was something else, she would definitely agree without hesitation. But, why was it him? Why was it the man she also fell in love with? To give himself up? Let her? Li Chanxian's tears steeply surged out like a flood. Her beautiful eyes blurred in an instant. Her body couldn't help but sway, almost not fainting. Seeing this, her sister Li Wenwen couldn't help but be startled, and hurriedly came forward to hold her. It took a good half day for Li Chanxian to slow down. Sister. Sorry. Miserable Li Chanxian choked. But Cao Yang, I also do not want to give up. Sorry, really sorry. Looking at her sister in instant haggard appearance. After all, is a close sister? Li Wenwen also suddenly soured to the extreme. For a while, both sisters hugged each other and couldn't help but cry bitterly. It wasn't until the tears seemed to have dried up that the 2 women gradually stopped crying. Either no one could look at him, or they were both moved. The sisters looked at each other, and their beautiful eyes were filled with unraveling sorrow. But, he is just one person. While they are 2 sisters, both do not want to give up. Treasure children, the world cannot have 2 perfect method. He is so perfect, so good. Sister, you want to catch, I don't blame you. Anything else, I can give up. But I really don't want to give up either. Li Chanxian wiped the remaining teardrops on her sister's face, and said quietly, since neither of us want to give up, choosing you, or choosing me, let's just leave it to Cao Yang to decide. That's the fairest way to go. At this time, the calmer Li Wenwen heartily looked at her sister, nodded her head repeatedly, and couldn't help but hug her once again. Sis, promise me, no matter what outcome occurs, don't let it affect our sisterly bond, okay? Promise me. Aha! Li Wenwen couldn't help but touch her sister's long hair and nodded heavily. Sis, promise you, no matter what the outcome is, you're still Sis's good sister. Chapter 74, Children to Make Choices. The dishes were served, still did not see the 2 women back. Cao Yang had to wait patiently until the dishes were almost cold. The 2 people returned to Cao Yang. You 2, how this is? Eyes are swollen. Crying? Looking at the 2 pairs of red and swollen eyes, Cao Yang could not help but be greatly dismayed and could not help but inquire. Upon hearing this, the sisters who looked a little preoccupied, but they had revealed smiles, but they had a tacit understanding to both shake their heads. It's fine, Cao Yang. Let's eat first. We're all hungry. Li Chanxian smiled and opened her mouth, saying in a delicate voice, alright, let's eat then. Cao Yang raised an eyebrow and said, seeing that the 2 women obviously intended to digress from the topic, he didn't bother to pursue too much. He was indeed hungry at the moment as well. Thus, the 3 of them began to eat. Worthy of being a high-class restaurant that dared to open in a luxurious villa, the flavor of the dishes made was indeed called a word of deliciousness. However, the 2 women didn't know whether it was because they had something on their mind, or whether it was because they had a small amount of food. Like kittens, they only ate a little bit, and then they said that they were full. Then it evolved into Cao Yang like the landlord as a landlord sitting in a row to eat, while the 2 women left and right like 2 delicate maids, cannot stop to give him food. There is such a pair of like a lotus like superb sister flower attentive service, really is a piece of all men have to ask for the blessing. Cao Yang's mood is very good, rice than usual more than eat a bowl. After filling up their stomachs, settled the bill, the 3 of them walked out of the restaurant. Li Chanxian proposed to walk around the neighborhood, eat a little propped up. Cao Yang readily agreed. At the moment, the time is still early, only just after 8:30, but the weather is much cooler than during the day. Just in front of a small park not far away, the 3 of them slipped and walked over. Along the way, after eating a walk out of the people are quite a lot, 2 women alone are called goddess-level beauty, double appear. That turnover rate is simply 100%, plus Cao Yang, this man with 2 women, but also ing so superb sister flower. Let Moncler outlet online all stared straight in the eyes. I guess the heart are in the sour scolding. Good cabbage are let the pig arch. Too conspicuous, the 3 came to the park, as if telepathically, tacitly walked to the corner of no one. There is a sentence without a sentence to say the live topic of the sisters suddenly both fell silent. After a few moments of silence, Li Chanxian resisted the heart of the deer, looked at Cao Yang, pretending not to look. In fact, the voice with nervousness, other people say that I am exactly the same as my sister, but there are differences. What does Cao Yang think? Who do you like more between me and my sister? Upon hearing this, Cao Yang couldn't help but be stunned by the question. His scrutinizing gaze couldn't help but fall on the two sisters who were as perfect as each other, both in terms of looks and body shape. Cao Yang just stroked his chin and did not say anything. Seeing this, the two sisters' hearts immediately lifted. Being looked at by Cao Yang with a few burning gazes, they couldn't help but lower their heads one after another. That is if, let you from the two of us, choose one to be a girlfriend, who would you choose? Li Qianqian's shoe tip kicked the ground without a trace. Her voice like a mosquito fly said. Upon hearing this, Cao Yang laughed. Both of your eyes are crying red, just for this, right? When Cao Yang said this, the two women couldn't help but tremble and raise their heads violently, their cheeks red with shame. However, neither of them could care about their inner shame, and they all gazed at Cao Yang, their gazes revealing a look of expectation. Children are the ones who make the choice. After a moment of silence, Cao Yang smiled faintly and said, I want them all. Chapter 75, Bah, Scum. I didn't expect to hear such an answer, and once Cao Yang's words entered their ears, the sisters couldn't help but stare at each other. Stunned on the spot, the two sisters couldn't help but stare at each other in disbelief. Li Wenwen and Li Qianqian were actually shocked by Cao Yang's words, which were full of scum. However, they laughed and said frankly, you don't have to get entangled. Before you guys, I had quite a few women, and after you guys, there should be more. To be honest, I'm not a pure-hearted person. I can't do it with one heart and one mind, but I can guarantee that I will treat all my women equally, the same favor, the same good. I'm not a stingy person. This point, today you guys should be able to feel it, but all capable men will not choose to hang from a tree, but it's a matter of the obvious and the dark. I'm on this I don't want to hide, because the effort is not pleasing to the eye. It's not necessary, it's strange and tiring. There is no perfect thing in the world. I believe that with my ability to give my favorite woman a sheltered harbor, if you dock, I am very welcome. If you can't accept it, I won't force it. Cao Yang gently held the hands of the two women, said, well, what I should say I have said. Now it's time for you to choose where to go, as you like. Cao Yang's words, which were slagged to the extreme, were simply like today's ho-hum consumption, strongly impacting the two women's three views. The sisters' faces couldn't help but change a few times. It was clear that they could shake off Cao Yang's hand just by shaking it, but both of them didn't do so. They are very smart, except that they have not even talked about the object. There is still some unretired naivety. Seeing this, Cao Yang couldn't help but reveal a smile at the corner of his mouth. I will let you guys get on the life that all other women envy. I won't treat any of you badly. I am my promise. The two women's faces turned red with shame for a moment. Bah, scum man. The mischievous Li Qianqian boldly pinched Cao Yang's waist gently and pouted. Her complicated eyes instead revealed a touch of relief. She suddenly felt that Cao Yang's words weren't that hard to accept, and it was better to speak in the clear than to be kept in the dark. Expecting men not to cheat, I'm afraid that it is more difficult than a sow on a tree. She instantly remembered that the previous company often harassed the two of them. The little supervisor. According to rumors there are two lovers in the back. Woman Mu Chang has been exposed to Cao Yang, such a perfect man, and then let her leave. It would be better to kill her. Soon the trio arrived at the Waldorf. Stepping into the opulent Waldorf, what came to the surface was an atmosphere of luxury and elegance. The spacious and bright lobby, high ceilings, and magnificent crystal chandeliers made it seem as if one was in a luxurious palace. The Waldorf Astoria's upscale luxury is reflected in every detail, from the lobby to the guest rooms, each of which offers unparalleled prestige and comfort. Walking into this luxurious to the extreme hotel, the reaction of the two girls was almost exactly the same as the first-time schoolmates, excited yet restrained. Like a curious baby, they looked around, and were dazzled by the various decorations that they had never seen before. It was as if they had stepped into a world that ordinary people could not even enter if they tried their whole life. Both sisters' eyes couldn't help but reveal a moving luster, and their hearts were beating wildly. It was foreseeable that from now on their own lives were going to change. This made them, how could they still remain calm? Chapter 76, I don't believe until you prove it. There were a few moments of blazing sunlight that shone into the bedroom through the gaps through the curtains. However, with the central air conditioning and fresh air system, the temperature in the room was still comfortable and the air was fresh. The sisters were lazy and didn't want to move. The two had to lament that the time was also their destiny. Ding! Li Qianqian's favorability has increased by +5. The flavor was savored silently for a while, and in the end, it was the always lively and cheerful sister Li Qianqian who broke the silence. Sister, I feel as if I've changed. It's not the same as before. Li Qianqian came to the front of Li Wenwen, watched her face for a while, blinked and said wryly, no, right, how did it change? Being looked at by her sister's hair, Li Wenwen couldn't help but stroke her loose hair. Her pretty face couldn't help but be tainted with a touch of redness, and her eyes dodged as she said, Sister, we have not been separated since childhood. A little change I can see. Sister, you really changed. Become more feminine. Li Chanxian sidled up with her arm to support her head and looked at Li Wenwen, said with a smile. At those words, Li Wenwen's heart suddenly jumped wildly. Her face couldn't help but rise with a spicy burning sensation. Ashamed, she couldn't help but glare at her younger sister, retorting, "Aren't you the same? Still talking about me?" After saying that, Li Wenwen twisted her face to the side. Seeing this, the corner of Li Chanxian's mouth revealed a mischievous smile, and following the example of a certain big bad guy, she reached out and cupped Li Wenwen's chin, twisting her face back again. In an instant, her sister's words caused Li Wenwen's face to turn red in embarrassment. Even her earlobes were colored red. Ding! Li Wenwen's favorability has increased by +5. Damn ninny, you don't know how to be shy. See if I don't clean you up. Her chin slapped off her sister's mischievous hand. Li Wenwen let out an angry cry, and in her shame, she couldn't help but reach out and spare the soft flesh around Li Chanxian's waist. In an instant, the two of them were fighting back and forth. Only within a few moments, Li Chanxian surrendered. Ding! Li Chanxian's favorability has increased by +5. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Li Chanxian's favorability breaks through 80, rising to the fourth order of relationship, at your disposal. Ding! Li Wenwen's favorability rises +5. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Li Wenwen's favorability breaks through 80, rising to the fourth order relationship, let the gentleman pick. The doorknob came, clicking softly, and immediately afterward, the door to the room opened. Looking at the loved and feared culprit, he walked in high spirits like a nobody, completely lost the boldness and mischievousness of being alone with her sister just now. Instantly her heart was pounding. Li Chanxian's face became a ripe red apple. Wenwen, wake up, it's almost noon, it's time for lunch. I'm still thinking about you guys. Coming to the bed, looking at the lovely girl whose gaze was hiding like a bunny, Cao Yang couldn't help but reveal a down-to-earth smile and said, "Cao Yang, I'm Chanxian." Hearing Cao Yang's words, Li Chanxian couldn't help but beep her mouth and corrected herself. Upon hearing this, Cao Yang however laughed and sat on his butt on the edge of the bed. He reached out his hand to dotingly rub her hair and joked, "I don't believe it. Chanxian has a mole on her chest. Unless you let me take a look and prove it." "Bad egg, don't let you look." Shyly Chanxian bit her red lips and glared at Cao Yang, pouting. Cao Yang also did not think. Looking at the side of the cool quilt under the gently shaking body, he reached out and patted, laughed, "Chanxian, don't drill, not stuffy panic. Wenwen does not want to prove. You to prove it." Hearing this, Li Wenwen knew she couldn't hide it anymore. She peeled off the cool quilt and exposed her flushed pretty face, and hurriedly said, "I'm Wenwen. I don't have a mole. Don't believe it. I don't believe it. If you guys don't prove it, then I'll verify it myself." After making some jokes, looking at the blushing sister, Cao Yang couldn't help but laugh again. "You two are lying down today. Don't move. It's time for lunch. What do you want to eat? I'll ask someone to bring it in." Cao Yang pulled the hands of the two women and said in a doting manner, "There is no way their own women. They should bully to bully. The heartache or heartache The two women thought for a while, and simply ordered 2 dishes. Cao Yang himself thought of 2 more, and then used his cell phone to send it to Kai Yaji. In about half an hour, a full-time maid from the presidential suite pushed in the food cart. Cao Yang looked at it, and in addition to the dishes ordered by the 3 of them, there were surprisingly 2 more dishes. One was cashew flour, the other was oysters, and even the tea had more small orange-colored goji berries than usual. Seeing this, Cao Yang couldn't help but froze, and instantly reacted. This must have been specially arranged by Kai Yaji. Thinking of this, Cao Yang couldn't help but laugh dumbly. Just now, he had made her realize what it meant to have a large amount of food, but he didn't think that she was still unsure. "Why do you need this? Who are you looking down on?" Cao Yang couldn't help but be a bit speechless, but his heart was warm. As expected, she's a ripe creature, and she's the one who loves people.